Jiang Nan, have you awoken? A sharp reprimand echoed through the room, accompanied by fragments of chalk soaring towards the slumbering Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, yet again? How dare he sleep while the formidable invigilator is present? Truly, he must be courting disaster. He's surely doomed this time. In that moment, many classmates reveled in his misfortune, convinced that Jiang Nan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, in the next second, astonishment gripped the room. Jiang Nan, with a swift motion, effortlessly swatted away the chalk that had been hurled at him, yet his head remained rested on the desk. He continued, to slumber soundly? Wow, he truly is a legend. He didn't even open his eyes, yet managed to deflect the invigilator's rapid-fire assault. Utterly impressive. He's easily 3 to 5 times more formidable than Zhou Xingqi. I may not respect anyone else, but I certainly respect Jiang Nan. 66,666. The surrounding students could not help but express their astonishment. Well done. Seething with frustration, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, stormed over to Jiang Nan, striking the desk with force. Jiang Nan, rise at once. The impact was strong. The sound was jarring. Jiang Nan finally stirred, lifting his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and gazing at Hu Yifei's angry visage. He lazily inquired, Teacher, is the exam over? Hu Yifei, momentarily at a loss for words. Is there truly such an eccentric student in the class? Should she laugh or cry? Striving to contain her ire, she patiently advised, Jiang Nan, can't you simply take the exam properly? Jiang Nan, somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Hu Yifei, exasperated, remarked, don't think you can rest on your laurels just because you passed the previous exams. Do you honestly believe you can pass this surprise mathematics test? Perhaps I might manage. Jiang Nan yawned and replied nonchalantly. Huh. Hu Yifei seemed to find this hilarious, saying, Jiang Nan, you appear quite confident. How about we make a wager? If you manage to pass this exam, I will not care how you sleep in the future. But if you fail to pass, you must study diligently and refrain from sleeping during class. Really? Jiang Nan's interest was piqued, his gaze fixed intently on Hu Yifei. Are you certain that if I pass this time, you won't mind my sleeping during class anymore? Absolutely, Hu Yifei replied with conviction. All right, it's settled. Jiang Nan smiled, feeling remarkably composed. Seeing Jiang Nan's agreement, Hu Yifei displayed a hint of surprise, but chose to ignore him and continued to supervise the exam. This mathematics test, the likelihood of Jiang Nan passing was akin to the national football team winning the World Cup. After all, she understood, the difficulty of the exam questions was undoubtedly hellish for these ordinary high school seniors. Even Qin Yuma, the class monitor who consistently ranked first in the class and within the top 10 of the grade, might struggle to pass. What chance did Jiang Nan, who barely scraped, by have? On the other hand, as soon as Hu Yifei stepped away, Jiang Nan flipped over and resumed his carefree slumber at the desk. Awakening to answer questions? That was utterly out of the question. 4. Within the first 10 minutes of the exam, he had completed all the questions, confidently securing a score of 90 with precision. After all, he was a transmigrant. A year prior, he had perished at his keyboard from overexertion while writing, subsequently finding himself in this parallel world remarkably similar to his own, endowed with a unique system. Yet, this system bore a rather troublesome name, the Super Invincible Academic Control Point System. Ding. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language arts, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects, rapid reading, photographic memory, ability to deduce and infer. Side effects. User must expend mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physique, 33, average person 24. Points, 0, current lottery chances, 0. One might say this system was somewhat troublesome. Before each exam, it would issue control tasks requiring him to achieve a passing score to earn certain academic points, subsequently enhancing his attributes. Not to mention enhancing his attributes, these academic points were incredibly valuable. They could not only elevate his subject levels, but also be used to draw various rewards, such as luxurious villas, sports cars, cruise ships, and even airplanes and rockets, an extensive array of rewards. However, over the past year, Jiang Nan had never used his accumulated academic point for lotteries. He had solely utilized them to elevate his subject levels. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. After all, the number of points rewarded by the system directly correlates with the precision of his score control during exams. The maximum points are 100. The minimum points are 0. Yet the process of score control during exams was far from easy. At first, Jiang Nan struggled immensely. He either failed to pass or exceeded the threshold by a wide margin. Thus, he earned minimal points. Only after enduring countless score control exams did he finally manage to maintain every subject's score right at the passing line. Subsequently, he used the corresponding points to elevate all his high school subjects to a perfect level 9. Hit. For someone with level 9 mathematics like me, passing this exam will be a walk in the park. Old teacher, you should prepare to concede. From now on, do not disturb my sleep. Moreover, from this moment on, all points earned in exams can be saved for the lottery. Ha ha ha. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The exam time has concluded. Students in the back, please collect the papers. With a ringing of the bell, the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, commanded, and the papers were swiftly gathered. Is it time to collect the papers already? No, teacher, I haven't finished yet. This is madness. Why is this exam so difficult? I can't solve those problems. Is it really that hard? I find it quite simple. I scoff at your salty demeanor, Wang Fatty. Of course, you think it's easy, you just guess randomly. In an instant, the classroom was filled with cries of despair. Aside from the likes of Jiang Nan, the dreamer who embodies Zhuangzi's butterfly, and the carefree underachiever Wang Kai-Xian, known as Wang Fatty, the rest of the students wore expressions of despair. Upon witnessing this, their beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, felt a pang of guilt and quickly offered words of comfort. All right, everyone, this mathematics pop quiz is merely a preliminary assessment, so please do not feel too pressured. It's lunchtime, now hurry to the cafeteria to eat. She continued. As for the results, Mr. Chow from the mathematics department will grade them and announce the scores during the afternoon class. With that, Hu Yifei swiftly departed, clutching the exam papers, anxious about her conscience. After all, even she, who prided herself on being multifaceted, felt bewildered by the exam, let alone her students. It was truly a travesty. Oh yes, devourers of food, let us feast. Eating is a privilege bestowed upon the elite. Hurry, let us indulge. Those who do not partake eagerly in the feast may have something amiss with their minds. I heard the cafeteria has an enormous serving of braised pork today. Let's go. If we delay, it will be gone. Really? Is that true? As soon as Hu Yifei left the classroom, an enthusiastic throng of food lovers, rallied by Wang Fatty, surged towards the cafeteria. Yet, someone was swifter than them. Upon hearing the words time to eat, Jiang Nan, who had been deep in slumber, jolted awake. His legs propelled him like a whirlwind, racing towards the cafeteria, leaving everyone in his wake. Wow, the speed of South God is astonishing. The king of napping in class transforms into the king of feasting in the cafeteria. Truly, he embodies both the deity of slumber and the deity of culinary delight. South God, wait for us. Have mercy. Don't devour all the braised pork. When the students arrived at the cafeteria, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. Most were unable to secure any braised pork. Even Wang Kai-Xian, who was not particularly slow, managed only a small portion. However, Jiang Nan, the king of culinary indulgence, was an exception. He not only secured a serving, but an extraordinarily large one at that. Before him lay a plate thrice the size of others, overflowing with succulent and tender braised pork, eliciting envy from those around him. South God, you are incredible. One person consumes what should suffice for 3. I might as well relinquish my title of Big Eater to you. Wang Fatty exclaimed as he sat beside Jiang Nan, marveling at the vast plate. Though he was known by nicknames such as Wang Fatty and Wang the Underachiever, he hesitated to accept the title of Big Eater when compared to Jiang Nan, the newly crowned culinary king. Perhaps you should keep that title for yourself, Jiang Nan replied, his expression darkening. Already burdened with the titles of deity of slumber, deity of cuisine, and South God, he had no desire for another moniker of Big Eater. After all, his appetite was not particularly large, it merely seemed so lately due to his ability to accurately control his scores, resulting in the system enhancing his physical attributes to an extraordinary level that necessitated substantial energy intake. While Jiang Nan contemplated this, a beautiful girl adorned in school uniform, yet unable to conceal her impressive figure, suddenly took a seat across from him. Bai Ying, the belle of the senior class and a top student, consistently ranked among the top 5 in exams, albeit not quite matching the scores of class monitor Qin Yima. She had developed a friendship with Jiang Nan, who, despite average grades, was a rare gem among the boys, earning him the title of South God. Typically, Bai Ying exuded a bright and cheerful demeanor, but at that moment, her face was clouded with worry. Wow, the school goddess is sitting with us. What a delightful surprise. Is something troubling you, goddess? Are you unhappy because you couldn't get any braised pork? That seems unlikely. I thought girls preferred not to eat meat. If it's truly an issue, I can reluctantly part with my portion for you after all. South God's plate is overflowing. I can just mooch off him. Noticing Bai Ying's troubled expression, Wang Fatty immediately tried to appease her by pushing his serving of braised pork towards her. However, Bai Ying ignored Wang Fatty and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Nan. Did you really bet with the homeroom teacher that you would definitely pass this exam? Of course, Jiang Nan replied, stuffing his mouth with food while nodding. You know my capabilities. While I may not achieve scores as high as yours, passing is certainly within my reach. But don't you think this exam was particularly challenging? Challenging? Jiang Nan continued eating, seemingly disinterested. That's merely a humble expression from you academic elites. Elites? After every exam, they'll lament how difficult the test was, yet their scores always serve to slap everyone in the face. Jiang Nan, this time, I am serious. The questions were indeed exceedingly difficult. Wang Fatty might not recognize it, but didn't you notice? Bai Ying looked at Jiang Nan with incredulity. Notice what? Jiang Nan blinked, momentarily taken aback. He had completed the exam in 10 minutes and, satisfied that he could control his score within passing range, had dozed off at his desk, completely oblivious to the exam's difficulty. Moreover, for someone with a mathematics proficiency level of 9, these questions posed no challenge whatsoever. Wait, are you saying you truly did not realize? This mathematics pop quiz utilized simulated problems from the National Olympiad. Wah, I did terribly. I probably won't even score 30 points, let alone pass. Bai Ying's face was a picture of distress, on the verge of tears. Daha. What? Jiang Nan, who had not been paying much attention, suddenly choked on his rice, spewing it onto Bai Ying's pretty face. What did you just say? Are you telling me these are National Olympiad simulation questions? Chapter 3. Shocked. 13 consecutive exams with identical scores? What a predicament. It seems trouble is brewing. Bai Ying, the top student, has always performed admirably. Even if she were to falter, it is implausible for her to score below 30. However, if it pertains to mathematical Olympiad simulation questions, the scenario shifts entirely. After all, this is Olympiad mathematics. Those versed in the intricacies discern the essence, while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle. For those who do not possess profound knowledge in this domain, even stellar grades in regular assessments may not translate to substantial scores. The dilemma lies in the fact that this time, the system assigned him a scoring task with a passing mark set at 90, as per usual. Achieving 90 is a trivial matter for him, considering the total mathematics score is 150. Even if Bai Ying and her peers do not secure full marks, they would at least garner 130, rendering his modest score inconsequential. Yet, when the academically accomplished Bai Ying obtains merely 30 points while he scores 90, the disparity raises significant concerns. One can only hope that the worst-case scenario does not unfold. Instantly, Jiang Nan found himself burdened with worries, rendering even meals tasteless. He barely registered the rice that splattered across his face, nor did he notice Bai Ying's sorrowful gaze or the astonished expressions of Wang Pengzi and those around him. Meanwhile, in the mathematics department's office, Mr. Chow, here is the examination paper you requested. Ah, thank you, Teacher Hu, replied a middle-aged man, approximately 45, bespectacled and seemingly austere at first glance. He is Chow Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher for Class 4 in the 3rd year, and also the deputy head of the school's mathematics department, a seasoned expert. No need for thanks. But Mr. Chow, what were you thinking? Why suddenly administer a surprise exam to our class, while others are exempt? The most troubling aspect is that this paper comprises National Olympiad simulation questions. Subjecting ordinary students to Olympiad problems is tantamount to pulling the core from a tire mid-journey, is it not? With merely over 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, This should be a time to inspire and uplift the students, not to undermine their confidence. Teacher Hu, the homeroom teacher for Class 4, specializes in Chinese but is a versatile educator. Even before the examination commenced, she sensed something was amiss with the paper. Initially, she suspected a mix-up and even called Chao Tianyuan to inquire. However, he assured her that there was no mistake. The examination was indeed the Olympiad simulation paper, specifically for Class 4. He promised to explain the rationale after the exam. This revelation left her somewhat dissatisfied, as these were her students. Chao Tianyuan's sudden imposition of such an overwhelming challenge was excessively burdensome for Class 4. Hold on, Teacher Hu. I will soon provide you with an answer. Chao Tianyuan smiled faintly, not waiting for Hu Yifei to react, as he eagerly searched through the papers. Found it, Jiang Nan. In no time, Chao Tianyuan excitedly extracted Jiang Nan's paper from the 50. Jiang Nan. What about him? Hu Yifei furrowed her brow in confusion. As the homeroom teacher, she was well acquainted with her students, particularly Jiang Nan, who left a remarkable impression on her. After all, he was the first student to dare sleep during her supervision, even going so far as to wager with her. Despite her reservations, her impression of Jiang Nan was not entirely negative. He was quite good-looking, had a gentle disposition, and managed to pass his exams, never dragging the class down. However, to say her impression was overwhelmingly positive would be an exaggeration. More often than not, she felt a sense of disappointment mixed with hope. In her eyes, Jiang Nan possessed a certain academic talent, yet he was simply too lazy and unmotivated. Just imagine, if sleeping through class could still earn him passing grades, how much could he achieve with a little more dedication? For this reason, she had attempted to have heart-to-heart conversations with Jiang Nan multiple times, but each ended in failure. Jiang Nan remained unchanged, dozing in class and reading novels, consistently hovering around the passing mark. It was now a matter of whether Jiang Nan would change after losing their recent bet. Otherwise, she would have to give up on him. Hu Laosher, please wait a moment. Chao Tianyuan did not respond immediately to Hu Yifei, instead taking out a red pen and swiftly grading Jiang Nan's test. A few minutes later, he exclaimed, just as I suspected. Hidden talents are indeed lurking in the mountains and fields. Young man, you can't hide this anymore. The expression on Chao Tianyuan's face was one of triumph after finishing the grading. Teacher Chao, what are you talking about? Hu Yifei was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend his words. Take a closer look, Hu Laosher. Chao Tianyuan placed Jiang Nan's paper before her. What? Hu Yifei stared at it in confusion. But in the next moment, how is this possible? Jiang Nan actually scored 90 points? Instantly, Hu Yifei was shocked beyond measure, her delicate face reflecting disbelief. Previously, she had bet with Jiang Nan, insisting he would not pass. Yet, he had confidently assured her he would. And now, Jiang Nan had indeed passed? Under normal circumstances, a passing score in mathematics wouldn't be remarkable. However, the nature of this examination was anything but ordinary. It was a nationwide Olympiad simulation. Even the brightest students in the class, such as class leader Qin Yuma, would find it challenging to achieve a passing score. What on earth is happening? Hu Yifei's forehead was adorned with large question marks. Losing a bet was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was her utter disbelief. It seemed that Jiang Nan had completed the exam in merely 10 minutes, then drifted into slumber until class was over, yet managed to score 90? What could possibly explain this? Just take a look at this. Teacher Hu. Chao Tianyuan opened his laptop and displayed a statistical chart before Hu Yifei. This chart illustrated the progression of Jiang Nan's mathematics exam scores from the previous year until the recent weekly assessment. The data revealed a clear trend. Jiang Nan's scores fluctuated around the passing mark, initially unstable, peaking at 98 and dipping as low as 81. However, since the last semester, he had consistently scored 90 in 12 consecutive exams, without fail. With this latest exam, it became 13. Surely, you do not think this is mere coincidence? Chapter 4. Unbelievable. Even the top students were brought to tears by the exam. Hu Yifei gasped in shock. Coincidence? Preposterous. It might be understandable to achieve the same score in 2 or 3 consecutive exams, but how could one possibly attain identical scores in 13 successive assessments? This was akin to winning the lottery, especially in this recent Olympiad mathematics simulation exam, where others struggled to pass, yet he secured 90, identical to his previous scores. What did this imply? Score manipulation? Was it likely that Jiang Nan was deliberately controlling his scores? A disbelieving thought surged in Hu Yifei's mind, terrifying in its implications. Thus, Teacher Chow, you had already discerned that Jiang Nan was exceptionally skilled in mathematics, yet he intentionally controlled his scores during examinations? Hu Yifei gazed at Chow Tianyuan with admiration. The seasoned educator truly possessed keen observational skills. In comparison, her own efforts as the homeroom teacher seemed rather inadequate. To be honest, I had merely speculated before. I had quietly investigated Jiang Nan's capabilities, but that boy concealed his talents so deeply that I could not be certain. However, now I can affirm that he is undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy. After all, he is controlling his score at 90, rather than merely achieving a score of 90. The difference between the two is immeasurable. Chow Tianyuan chuckled triumphantly, as if he had discovered a treasure. Controlling the score at 90, a mathematical genius? As Hu Yifei mulled over Chow Tianyuan's words, her eyes sparkled with realization. Without hesitation, she dashed out of the mathematics department office and into her own, swiftly powering on her computer. The next moment, what? 90, 90, 90, 12 consecutive scores of 90. My goodness. As Hu Yifei gazed at Jiang Nan's Chinese language scores, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was afternoon, and in the classroom of Class 4, only a few minutes remained before the lesson commenced. Hey, Suyu, why are you crying? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi, the class slacker, noticed Suyu in the front row, his eyes glistening with tears, and exclaimed in surprise. I flunked the exam this morning. How am I supposed to face the math teacher later? Suyu lamented, wiping his tears beneath the desk. Ugh, here we go again. Trying to play that humble brag game, pretending he's good at math. We won't fall for it, Wang Pengzi scoffed derisively. Suyu, the math representative, was markedly different from the comprehensive academic overachiever Bai Yingying. He was a student with significant imbalances in his subjects. While his performance in foreign languages might be average, he excelled in mathematics, ranking among the top in the class and even in the entire school. Therefore, he would frequently claim to have performed poorly in math, only to dazzle everyone when the results were revealed, showcasing his prowess to mask his deficiencies in other subjects. Wang Pengzi had long since grown accustomed to this and was not about to take the bait. However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden wail pierced the air. Wah! Another girl began to cry. What is going on? Li Qianqian, why are you crying too? Wang Pengzi, taken aback, rushed to express his concern. I didn't do well on the exam either. Don't even mention passing. I doubt I'll score even 30 points, Li Qianqian lamented, burying her face on the desk. Tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Wait, 30 points? Is that for real? How could it be that low? Li Qianqian, you're the study committee member. Your math scores, while not on par with Suyu's, usually hover around the 120s or 130s. How could you possibly score only 30 points? Upon hearing Li Qianqian's words, many surrounding them, including Wang Pengzi, were taken aback. What is happening today? Are they all putting on a performance of academic excellence? For the academic underachievers in the class, one overachiever exhibiting humble bragging was already irksome. Two overachievers engaging in the same theatrics was genuinely alarming. Before Li Qianqian could respond, another female voice chimed in. Perhaps they truly didn't perform well. As I am in the same boat. The exam was exceedingly difficult. I estimate I'll be lucky to score 50 points, if not lower, she lamented, and with that, she too began to weep. Oh no, is this really happening? Even the class monitor is saying this. Instantly, everyone gasped in astonishment, for the girl crying was Qin Yuma, the class monitor, an indisputable top student of Class 4. What is truly happening here? When a top student claims to have performed poorly, one may remain skeptical. When two express the same sentiment, doubt may still linger. But what if three? One even shed tears publicly. Surely, such displays cannot be feigned. Could it be that the examination was genuinely challenging? Have these academic prodigies truly stumbled? How amusing, if their assertions hold any truth. This mathematics examination could very well signify a collective failure for the entire class, with no one achieving a passing grade. This would mean that even if I were to score a 0, I would return home unscathed by my father's wrath. How delightful. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The group of underperforming students, led by the corpulent Wang, erupted into joyous celebration. For them, mathematics is akin to an inscrutable script, and the concept of difficulty is utterly foreign. The only metric they comprehend is the score post-examination. The top students consistently achieve remarkable scores, often in the range of 100 or slightly less, while the rest linger around the dismal figures of 20 or 30. This stark contrast not only results in frequent blows to their morale, but also subjects them to their parents' ire. The most frequently heard lament is how the children of others excel academically while they languish in mediocrity. It is indeed a heart-wrenching reality. However, today, they finally have the opportunity to revel in a moment of vindication. Meanwhile, as the top students weep and the underachievers rejoice, Jiang Nan finds himself utterly disinterested. His brow is furrowed, his heart heavy with anxiety. This is dire. It seems that Bai Yingying's words were indeed truthful. What am I to do? Remain silent until I astonish everyone? Yet, I have no desire to disrupt this tranquil existence. Having been granted a second chance at life during my high school years, I yearn to enjoy this time discreetly, without drawing attention. Since the moment I splattered Bai Yingying with my lunch, an unsettling feeling has enveloped me. And now, this anxiety has intensified. The mathematics class representative, Su Yu, admits to having performed poorly. Bai Yingying claims she will score below 30. The academic committee head, Li Qianqian, echoes this sentiment, while class leader Qin Yuma asserts he will not exceed 50. Yet, I find myself capable of achieving a score of 90. Such a comparison is undeniably striking. I can already envision the gazes of my peers when the results are announced. For someone like Jiang Nan, who has grown accustomed to a low profile and merely wishes to enjoy the tranquility of high school life, this would be akin to being placed directly upon a pyre. Chapter 5. The Dark Horses Come Back. Who is truly the best? Ding ding ding. The bell for class rings out. The earlier clamor dissipates in an instant. Mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan enters the classroom, clutching a stack of graded papers, swaying slightly as he walks. Please stand. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. Everyone, please take your seats. He begins with the customary opening remarks. Upon hearing the word sit, Jiang Nan instinctively prepared to return to his seat. However, at that moment, Chao Tianyuan ascended the podium with a gentle smile and addressed Jiang Nan. Please, Jiang Nan, do not be in a hurry to take your seat. What? To be called out at the very beginning of class? Instantly, the perplexed gazes of the other 49 classmates converged on Jiang Nan. What on earth is happening? Are we revealing everything right from the start? Is my score about to be exposed? Old Chao, are you not a bit too eager? What shall I do now? Should I simply sit here and await my fate? Or should I boldly confess? All right, I can no longer pretend. I am indeed the legendary master of controlling scores. Regarding you so-called academic elites as nothing more than a group of inept warriors? Goodness, if I were to utter such words, would I not be promptly beaten into a pulp? Under the weight of so many gazes, Jiang Nan could not help but swallow hard. This situation was truly inescapable. He never anticipated that a mere examination could lead to such unforeseen developments. He now harbored grave suspicions that this so-called surprise test was a deliberate trap set by the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan. Was it necessary to go this far? He had merely dozed off a few times during math class, read a few novels, and played a handful of games. Was such an act of revenge truly warranted? It was utterly lacking in virtue. Now, regarding the surprise test this morning, I believe everyone is well aware that the results were less than ideal. Just as Jiang Nan braced himself for exposure and ridicule, Chao Tianyuan unexpectedly shifted his tone. Upon hearing this, many students immediately diverted their attention from Jiang Nan, focusing instead on their desks, lips pressed tightly together. Especially among the top students, Qin Yuma, Li Qianqian, Su Yu, and Bai Yingying, shame was evident on their faces. Jiang Nan was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Old Chao, what is your intention? You called my name, yet chose not to expose my score, leaving me in this awkward limbo? Or are you opting for a slow and torturous reveal, unwilling to end my fate too swiftly? However, do not be too disheartened. After all, a single examination failure does not signify much. Moreover, the questions I assigned for this test were merely simulations from last year's national mathematics competition. Thus, it is entirely normal for your performance to be less than stellar. From the podium, Chao Tianyuan appeared to have completely forgotten about Jiang Nan, instead offering words of consolation to the sorrowful students below. With the college entrance examination not far off, he certainly did not wish to diminish their confidence. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he occasionally cast fleeting glances in Jiang Nan's direction. Observing Jiang Nan's furrowed brow and bewildered expression, Chao Tianyuan felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Letting you doze off in my class, read novels, play games, and deliberately toy with the teacher during exams. This is your just retribution. Everyone possesses a childlike heart, and even the ordinarily stern Chao Tianyuan is no exception. Yet, of course, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to Chao Tianyuan's whimsical thoughts, and his classmates were even more perplexed. Mr. Chao, you mentioned that we did poorly on the exam, but what was the top score? Suddenly, Li Qianqian, the class representative, asked with reddened eyes and a pitiful demeanor. This reflects a common sentiment among students. Despite their own lackluster performance, they are still curious about who scored the highest. The highest score was 90, just barely passing. Chao Tianyuan replied candidly, without hesitation. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. With the exception of Jiang Nan, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the distinction between high achievers and underperformers is stark. The underperformers were shocked to learn that the highest score was merely 90, confirming that the so-called top students had not misled them, which brought them a twisted sense of relief. Conversely, the high achievers were bewildered. How could someone manage to score 90 when they themselves struggled to reach 30 or 50? This was truly unfathomable. Teacher, who is this top scorer? Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. Oh, that is obvious. The top scorer must be our class leader, Qin Yuma. Not necessarily. It could be Su Yu, who is certainly no slouch in mathematics compared to Qin Yuma. But didn't both Qin Yuma and Su Yu just claim they didn't do well? In my opinion, that 90 might actually belong to Bai Yingying, as she has been unusually quiet. Impossible. Bai Yingying's overall performance is decent, but in mathematics, she pales in comparison to Qin Yuma and Su Yu. Or perhaps it's the class representative, Li Qianqian. Zhang Hao, the top student, could also be a contender. In an instant, the students erupted into vigorous debate, each speculating who the top scorer might be. Ah, this is splendid. Jiang Nan, who had been at a loss moments ago, was now overshadowed, narrowly escaping scrutiny. However, he had yet to exhale in relief. All right, everyone, cease your conjectures. The top scorer of this exam is not any of the students you've mentioned, but rather an unexpected dark horse. At this moment, Chao Tianyuan spoke again, instantly dismissing the crowd's assumptions. What? An unexpected dark horse? How could that be? Who in our class possesses such remarkable prowess? To everyone's astonishment, one managed to surpass the likes of Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Bai Yingying, Li Qianqian, and Zhang Hao, the academic elites, and claimed the top position. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was once again taken aback. It is worth noting that the aforementioned 5 consistently ranked among the top 5 in every examination, monopolizing the highest scores across all subjects without exception. But now, it seemed someone had staged a remarkable comeback. Instantly, all gazes were fixed upon the podium where Chao Tianyuan stood, curious to uncover the identity of this remarkable individual. At this moment, no one suspected it could be Jiang Nan, though Jiang Nan had previously declared in public that he would pass, even wagering with the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei. The others merely chuckled, dismissing it as mere bravado. After all, having shared 3 years as classmates, they were well aware of Jiang Nan's academic performance, which had always been mediocre and unremarkable, hardly attracting any attention. Yet, in the next instant, their astonishment intensified. They beheld Chao Tianyuan on the podium smile and direct his gaze toward the sole student standing below, Jiang Nan. Here it was. The moment had finally arrived. Indeed, old Chao had chosen to expose him. It seemed he even wished to let the crowd witness his downfall. Such a ruthless and unscrupulous act. Feeling the weight of Chao Tianyuan's gaze, Jiang Nan's mind raced with calculations. Simultaneously, the remaining 49 classmates followed Chao Tianyuan's line of sight. Settling on the standout figure of Jiang Nan, a profound silence enveloped the room, a stillness so palpable it was akin to death itself. Upon recalling that Jiang Nan had been called to stand at the beginning of class, they could not help but grasp Chao Tianyuan's implication. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that rendered them speechless, their faces laden with disbelief. Some exaggerated students even gaped as if they could fit a duck egg in their mouths. Hey, don't look at me like that. You're making me seem like an unparalleled beauty. Jiang Nan, the focal point of attention, shivered involuntarily under the astonished gazes. He was not one to relish the spotlight. In the early days of his arrival in this new world, he had felt somewhat distressed. With the trope of transmigration and a golden finger, wasn't this the script of a typical male protagonist? For someone like Jiang Nan, accustomed to a low profile and long used to lurking in the shadows as a mere wordsmith, this was quite uncomfortable. However, upon discovering that his golden finger was the super invincible academic control system, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The term super invincible was merely a gimmick, lacking real significance. But control scores? What did that entail? It was the art of understated brilliance. He possessed the ability to achieve perfect scores, yet chose to settle for mere pass marks, all the while observing the chaos as others fought tooth and nail for grades. This sensation is far more exhilarating than that experienced by the ostentatious heroes. Yet now, he has been thrust into the spotlight. No, Mr. Chow. Are you saying that the top scorer in this examination, this unexpected dark horse, is Jiang Nan? In the spacious classroom, Su Yu, the representative for the mathematics class, was the first to react, though he still found it hard to believe. It was not just him. Qin Yuma, Li Qianqian, Zhang Hao, and even Bai Yingying, who had confirmed the results in advance, were equally incredulous. Had any of the 5 of them claimed the top spot, the other 4 would have reluctantly accepted it. For they were indeed academic elites with such prowess. But what of Jiang Nan? He was not a failure, yet he was certainly not on par with the top scholars. How could he possibly surpass them? This was even more astonishing than the 5 unrivaled masters in the legend of the Condor heroes, the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar, who were ultimately overshadowed by the simpleton Guojing. Naturally, the other students present, whether they were scholars or not, shared similar sentiments. They were eager to ask Mr. Chow, "Teacher, have you made a mistake?" However, before they could voice their doubts, Mr. Chow smiled knowingly and confidently pointed at Jiang Nan, asserting, "Indeed, the first place in this examination is none other than classmate Jiang Nan." Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the room. In an instant, Jiang Nan became the most dazzling figure in the class, the center of attention. Goodness, is it truly Jiang Nan? What on earth? Jiang Nan has actually outperformed Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and the other 5 academic prodigies to take first place? How could this be? Wasn't Jiang Nan's mathematics performance always quite average, comparable to mine? This is utterly inconceivable. Did I mishear? Oh my goodness. Various exclamations of surprise and amazement filled the air as the classroom erupted like hot oil meeting cold water. Faced with the skepticism of his peers, Jiang Nan, standing out amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A flicker of indignation crossing his eyes. How could they look down on him so? He felt an urge to confront them directly, to boldly declare, "Who says I cannot secure first place? Let me be frank with you so-called scholars. In my eyes, you are merely a bunch of mediocre individuals, and I can hardly be bothered to compete with you. Yet, fists alone cannot contend with a multitude. For the sake of my own well-being, perhaps it is best to refrain from such thoughts. Now, everyone, do not be too astonished," Mr. Chow interjected, seemingly noticing Jiang Nan's discomfort. With a smile, he alleviated the tension, saying, "Classmate Jiang Nan has been putting in considerable effort, as we all can see. Therefore, it is only natural for him to achieve such commendable results. And I urge you all to refrain from further questioning." I deliberately had Jiang Nan stand up to commend him, hoping he would continue his efforts. As he spoke, Chow Tianyuan emphasized the phrases "working hard" and "keep it up" with particular intensity. Goodness, old Chow, how ruthless you are. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a surge of resentment within. How dare he? Chow Tianyuan was not genuinely praising him. He was clearly setting him up for ridicule, inciting jealousy. Working hard? Continuing to strive? Jiang Nan was either asleep or lost in novels and games, hardly making any effort. How could he possibly strive for more? Suddenly, he found himself thrust into the spotlight, becoming the object of envy, jealousy, and even suspicion among all present. Did he not notice the contemplative, meaningful glances from the high achievers like Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Li Qianqian, and Zhang Hao, as well as many of the underperformers? He estimated that his tranquil life would soon come to an end. Trying to keep a low profile was utterly impossible. A faint sorrow enveloped him. "All right, Jiang Nan, you may sit down now. We shall commence the lesson and distribute the test papers. I will explain the exam questions." Chow Tianyuan seemed to have achieved his goal. He finally settled down, returning to his usual demeanor, and began handing out the test papers for discussion. Jiang Nan also took his seat, yet his heart remained unsettled. After all, there were still occasional glances cast his way, creating a sense of discomfort. Chapter 7. My low profile does not mean I am an easy target. Ding ding ding. Soon, the class came to an end. That will be all for today's lesson. We will continue with the remaining questions tomorrow. You may also discuss them amongst yourselves afterward. With the bell ringing, Chow Tianyuan assigned a few tasks, gathered the papers, and prepared to leave. Phew, had he finally endured it? Seeing Chow Tianyuan reach the classroom door, Jiang Nan, who had been feeling anxious, could not help but release a sigh of relief. However, Before he could fully relax, "Oh, by the way, Jiang Nan, after school, please come to my office." At the classroom door, Chao Tianyuan suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Nan with a meaningful look, "Damn it, old Chao, will you ever be finished? Do you really intend to confront me?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan's body stiffened, and he internally cursed, feeling utterly helpless. All he wanted was to maintain a low profile and be a mere bystander. Yet, he had encountered a teacher like Chao Tianyuan, who played by his own rules, determined to thrust him into the limelight. Incredible, Jiang Nan had truly excelled, not only ranking first in the class, but also surpassing numerous high achievers and gaining special attention from teacher Chao. In the future, he would undoubtedly become the star of math class. To speak candidly, the questions in this examination were far from the grasp of an ordinary individual. Even after perusing the answers, I found myself perplexed. It's no wonder that even the class monitor barely managed a score of 50, while the school beauty achieved a mere 30, and the class representative and the academic committee member fared even worse. I truly cannot fathom how Jiang Nan distinguished himself, attaining an astonishing score of 90. It's simply preposterous. What's more, he even dozed off during the test. As soon as Chao Tianyuan departed, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussions, as if a pot had boiled over. Jiang Nan once again became the center of attention. Among his closest confidants, Wang Pengzi was the first to deliver a playful punch on Jiang Nan's shoulder. "Goodness!" Wang Pengzi exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. "South God, confess honestly, are you a hidden academic prodigy?" At that moment, the school beauty, Bai Ying, approached, her large, sparkling eyes filled with admiration. "I never expected that your earlier claim of merely passing this exam was genuine. I scored only 30, while you achieved 90. By comparison, you are the true academic star." "It's all mere luck. I am no academic genius, just fortunate enough to have encountered these questions before." Jiang Nan humbly waved his hand, genuinely expressing his discomfort with the attention. He sought to deflect the focus away from himself. Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying exchanged skeptical glances, yet they tacitly chose not to pursue the matter further. However, a sudden scoff emerged from the crowd nearby. "Huh, now it makes sense. I thought it odd that someone who typically scrapes by could suddenly rank first in the class. Turns out he had seen the questions beforehand. How is that not akin to cheating?" With those words, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Here it was. Jiang Nan's first-place finish was indeed astonishing, and many had harbored doubts. Yet, the word cheating had remained unspoken until now, as someone finally pierced through that veil. "Suyu, you're talking utter nonsense. Who are you referring to? South God earned that top score through his own merit. How could it possibly be cheating?" Wang Pengzi, a loyal friend to Jiang Nan, was instantly incensed, directing his ire toward the one who had scoffed. "Am I wrong?" Suyu retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If Jiang Nan knew the answers beforehand, isn't that tantamount to cheating? Since you claim to have seen the questions, you should have scored full marks. Yet, you barely passed. So, some people will never excel." Suyu's bitterness was not rooted in any past enmity with Jiang Nan. It stemmed solely from the realm of mathematics. He truly is the king of the class, aside from the class leader Qin Yuma. He has never regarded anyone else with esteem. Yet, the outcome was that he scored merely over 20 points, while Jiang Nan achieved a remarkable 90 points, leaving him far behind. Naturally, he was quite indignant. In reality, it was not just him. Many top-performing classmates, such as the physics representative Zhang Hao, felt similarly disgruntled. Even those with average scores shared this sentiment. Suyu was right. Jiang Nan had indeed cheated, rendering this examination quite unfair. Yet, even with his deceit, he only managed to secure 90 points, proving that a poor student remains a poor student, forever unable to ascend to the ranks of the academic elite. Many in the classroom nodded in agreement with Suyu, expressing their hostility towards Jiang Nan. Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, along with Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi was enraged, yet he struggled to articulate a response against the chorus of voices. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was also infuriated, wishing to defend Jiang Nan. But her voice was drowned out by the crowd. Just then, a loud bang resonated through the room as Jiang Nan abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his icy gaze sweeping across the room, particularly fixating on Suyu and Zhang Hao. "Your jealousy is quite excessive, is it not? Or perhaps you are simply narrow-minded and cannot stand to see others excel. When I mentioned that I had previously solved these problems, it was merely my modesty. But being humble does not imply that I am an easy target. It It would be best if you could silence your foul mouths. If not, I wouldn't mind assisting you in that regard. Chapter 8. The Class Leader Seeks Guidance by Ying's delightful moment. Jiang Nan preferred to keep a low profile, avoiding the spotlight and desiring to live quietly in satisfaction. However, this did not mean he lacked temper. A true heart is dedicated to a confidant, and one must not hesitate to cultivate talent. Both Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying defended themselves, yet they were stifled by the crowd's pressure, unable to voice their thoughts. If he remained indifferent now, would he not truly become a ninja turtle? Jiang Nan, towering and imposing, could remain calm, but when he unleashed his fury, a formidable aura swept through the room, and few could withstand it. Not only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, the high-achieving students, but even the troublemakers Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. In an instant, they fell silent, either lowering their heads or turning away, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Nan. After all, they were merely a group of high school seniors. Their bravado was limited. Observing this, Jiang Nan disdainfully curled his lip and resumed his seat, ignoring the antics of these clowns. Instead, he turned back to pat Wang Pengzi on the shoulder and comfort Bai Ying, assuring them that there was no need for anger. Humph. They are truly a bunch of insolent fools, Wang Pengzi muttered under his breath, filled with indignation, yet his gaze soon shifted toward Jiang Nan as he cautiously inquired. Nan-shun, you surely did not resort to cheating in this examination, did you? In truth, Wang Pengzi felt a nagging uncertainty within. After all, the score Jiang Nan achieved was nothing short of astonishing, 90 points. A staggering 40 points more than the top student in their class, Qin Yuma, and several times greater than Su Yu and the others. His defense of Jiang Nan stemmed from their brotherly bond. Yet he could not shake the unease that lingered in his heart. You think I resemble someone who cheats? Jiang Nan shot a glare at Wang Kaixian, his annoyance palpable. However, he bore no resentment toward his friend. It was simply that his performance this time had been so out of character that it was understandable for his good brother to harbor doubts. All of this mischief is due to Lao Chao. He silently grumbled about Chao Tianyuan. Jiang Nan, I believe in you. Suddenly, Bai Ying gazed earnestly at Jiang Nan, her beautiful eyes shining with conviction. Initially, she too found it hard to fathom Jiang Nan's remarkable score. Yet her faith in his character assured her that he would never resort to cheating. Thank you, Jiang Nan replied with a warm smile. In a moment when others were questioning him, it was heartening to find someone who believed in him without reason, especially someone as stunning as the school belle. I believe you too, Wang Pengzi chimed in, eager to lend his support. With that, he returned to his seat, and Bai Ying followed suit. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, stifled a yawn, preparing to rest his head on the desk. He typically spent the break sleeping, but having been interrupted, he felt it was a waste of time. Just then, a graceful figure approached him. It was the class monitor, Qin Yuma, undoubtedly the top scholar of Class 4. This young lady was quite attractive herself, possessing a figure and charm that could rival Bai Ying's, complemented by her neat shoulder-length hair, which exuded an air of confidence. Yet, her relentless dedication to her studies had taken a toll on her complexion, rendering her somewhat haggard. Jiang Nan, I can't seem to solve the last difficult problem. Could you explain it to me? Qin Yuma pleaded, clutching her paper and gazing at Jiang Nan with hopeful eyes. Jiang Nan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Class monitor, you are so proficient in mathematics. You shouldn't need to ask me, he replied, grimacing. Besides, people are already suspecting I cheated. No, you could not possibly have cheated. Before Jiang Nan could finish his sentence, Qin Yuma interrupted. The simulation problems in this exam were quite complex, requiring meticulous logical reasoning, especially the final question. If one lacks such ability, even if given the answer, it would be impossible to retain it. Therefore, cheating would be futile. Jiang Nan could only look on in disbelief. Those well-versed in the subject discern the nuances, while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle. Deceiving others may be simple. Yet to deceive a diligent scholar like Qin Yuma, who treats learning as sustenance, is a formidable challenge. At that moment, Bai Ying, who was initially about to depart, halted her steps and encouraged, Jiang Nan, it's rare to find a question that our class leader cannot solve. Why not generously explain it to her? A triumphant smile adorned her face, nearly bursting into laughter. On one hand, she felt elated that her long-admired best friend had finally taken a stand. On the other hand, she had always been unwilling to concede to Qin Yuma, who, despite also being an academic prodigy, consistently outperformed her in every examination. While others referred to her primarily as the school beauty, Qin Yuma was genuinely regarded as a paragon of excellence, an epitome of female students. Moreover, Qin Yuma's beauty was undeniable. Apart from being slightly less endowed in the frontal aspect, she was in no way inferior to Bai Yingying. Naturally, witnessing her rival encounter a setback filled Bai Yingying with immense joy. After all, this was the proud class leader, consistently ranked first in their class, among the top 10 in the school, occasionally even breaking into the top 5 or even the top 3. Yet now, she was pleading with her good friend? The sensation was indescribably delightful. Chapter 9. Effortless Problem Solving. So he truly is a scholar. The problem to solve was to find all positive integers such that both 23 and 23 are perfect squares. Was this question difficult? At first glance, it seemed rather straightforward, but that was merely an illusion. Bai Yingying considered herself quite intelligent and diligent, maintaining a balanced proficiency across all subjects with no apparent weaknesses. However, upon encountering this problem, her mind was instantly filled with stars, nearly causing her to faint. Qin Yuma was correct. Without an exceptionally meticulous logical reasoning ability, one could hardly arrive at a solution. Thus, this question, worth 20 points, resulted in Bai Yingying receiving a 0. Yet Jiang Nan achieved a perfect score. Consequently, while reveling in her satisfaction, Bai Yingying keenly observed Jiang Nan, her eyes glimmering with curiosity, eager to discover how he solved it. What is this? Are you unwilling to teach me? Do you dislike me? Or are you afraid that if you enlighten me, I will surpass you in the next exam? Meanwhile, upon noticing Jiang Nan sitting motionless at his desk for an extended period, Qin Yuma could not help but express her exasperation. All right, it seems there's no escaping this. Hearing her, Jiang Nan flashed a resigned smile. Since avoidance was futile, he would have to explain. In truth, this problem is quite simple. What do you mean? Both Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying inquired simultaneously. It was merely a matter of considering 3 scenarios. Jiang Nan took a pen and began formulating 3 hypotheses on his scratch paper. First, if, thus, 23 is a perfect square, given 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, it follows that 23, 12. Consequently, 1. Furthermore, if so, then 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2. Therefore, 23 is indeed a perfect square. Since 23, 12 yields 321, it can be deduced that it is an odd number. Let us consider 21, then 31, which are positive integers. Moreover, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 1, 9, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4 is a perfect square, and 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 8, 4, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 4, 2, 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 4, 2. Hence, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 2, 3, 2 yields 5, leading us to derive 16 and 11. If so, in a similar scenario, one can also determine 11 and 16. In summary, 1, 1, 11, 16, 16, 11. Jiang Nan's reasoning is remarkably lucid. His explanations are not only thorough and coherent, but also delivered seamlessly, without a moment's pause. In a matter of mere breaths, he arrived at the final answer. Such speed is indeed commendable. In fact, it was not only Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying who listened attentively. Numerous classmates around them also craned their necks, squinted their eyes, and perked their ears to witness this scene. Among them were Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, along with a dozen others. Previously, they had mocked Jiang Nan, but his presence subdued their bravado. However, this did not imply their acquiescence. Therefore, when Qin Yuma approached Jiang Nan for assistance on the final challenging problem, their faces were laden with mockery. In their eyes, Jiang Nan's examination was tantamount to cheating. Even if he secured first place, fundamentally, he remained an underachiever. Thus, Qin Yuma's act of seeking advice was bound to expose Jiang Nan's shortcomings. Yet, to their astonishment, Jiang Nan effortlessly solved the problem. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings as everyone stood dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's explanation was delivered with such swiftness that even the academically challenged Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, as well as the top students like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend. However, one thing was certain. Jiang Nan's solution was likely correct. After all, despite their lack of understanding, some had grasped the concepts. Notably, class leader Qin Yuma displayed an expression of sudden realization, closely followed by Bai Yingying. Clearly, both understood the explanation. This was indeed the case. When Jiang Nan presented his 3 hypotheses, Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying discerned the method. Initially, Qin Yuma harbored a modicum of doubt regarding Jiang Nan's capabilities, and this inquiry was partly a test. Yet now, she was completely convinced. Jiang Nan, thank you. Your mathematical prowess is truly remarkable, particularly your strong analytical and logical reasoning skills. Qin Yuma praised Jiang Nan, then eagerly returned to his seat, clutching his paper to work on the calculations. Simultaneously, upon hearing Qin Yuma's words, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. How could this be? Could it be that Jiang Nan was indeed a top student? Perhaps he was even superior to everyone in the class, including Qin Yuma, having concealed his true abilities all along. Maybe we had misjudged him. Truly, South God deserves his title. As a result, many who had harbored doubts about Jiang Nan swiftly altered their perceptions, transforming admiration. However, there were exceptions, such as Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan, who refused to acknowledge Jiang Nan's excellence. Their envy only intensified, their expressions darkening as if they had consumed something distasteful. Chapter 10. Submitting homework is an impossibility. It will never happen. Jiang Nan, you are remarkable. Meanwhile, as Qin Yuma departed, Bai Yingying generously praised Jiang Nan as well. In fact, her gaze towards him had shifted, imbued with excitement and warmth, tinged with fervor. Previously, her friendship with Jiang Nan and her latent affection stemmed from his good looks and gentle nature. Now, a new admiration had emerged, his academic prowess. Indeed, her choice was impeccable. Oh, she was on the verge of succumbing to her feelings. However, Jiang Nan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely yawned, feeling fatigued, and prepared to rest his head on the desk. Yet, just as he was about to do so, a soft, delicate voice interrupted him. It was the class representative, Li Qianqian. Jiang Nan, the teacher explained this problem, but I still don't quite understand. Could you help me? Li Qianqian gazed at him with her bright, sparkling eyes, holding her paper and blinking at him. Several other attractive girls also gathered around Jiang Nan's desk. Suddenly, Bai Yingying sensed a threat. Previously, Jiang Nan had been relatively unnoticed in class. Though handsome, his academic performance was average, and he often appeared disinterested, absorbed in novels and games, which did not present him in the best light. Thus, aside from Bai Yingying, very few girls would approach him. However, it was now undeniable that Jiang Nan had become the most captivating figure in the class, naturally attracting considerable female attention. While seeking assistance was a common occurrence, Bai Yingying had not recognized the shift in dynamics when Qin Yuma had asked for help, but now it was glaringly apparent. The situation was perilous. Moreover, Li Qianqian posed a greater threat than Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Yuma was solely focused on academics, lacking any significant advantage in matters of the heart. Yet Li Qianqian exuded a delightful sweetness, her voice airy and melodious, reminiscent of a delicate songbird. Surely, every man would be captivated by her charm. In an instant, Jiang Nan once again became the focal point of the entire class. Goodness, to be surrounded by so many girls was an unparalleled joy. Observing this, the rotund Wang, who had just returned to his seat to rest, widened his eyes in astonishment akin to brass bells. My goodness, no wonder you have suddenly become so remarkable. It appears you had a plan all along. First, you captured the attention of the stunning Baidak Suiwa, followed by the class leader Qin Yuma, and now the enchanting Li Qianqian, a veritable conquest of the class's goddesses. This is simply extraordinary. Yet, with such a sweeping success, you have left no room for me. My friend, little do you know, I have been harboring a secret affection for several of them for quite some time. Alas, it pierces the heart, my friend. Wang was overwhelmed with envy, and if he felt this way, the other boys in the class were even more disheartened. As for Su Yu and Zhang Hao, they gritted their teeth, seemingly wishing to devour Jiang Nan whole, their jealousy nearly spilling over. It was unbearable. Ultimately, Zhang Hao could no longer contain himself and stood up, announcing that the next physics class was about to commence and that the teacher had assigned homework, urging everyone to submit it promptly. With that declaration, the space beside Jiang Nan instantly cleared. Li Qianqian and the others returned to their seats to search for their assignments. After all, the physics teacher was notoriously strict. Neglecting to turn in the homework would lead to considerable trouble. Soon, everyone had submitted their work, but one individual remained unmoved. Jiang Nan, where is your assignment? Zhang Hao glared coldly at him. Haven't written it, Jiang Nan replied casually, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Hao. This individual had previously been rather sarcastic towards him. He hardly expected a friendly demeanor in return. The classroom erupted in astonishment at his audacity. Had Jiang Nan, having just gained notoriety, become so arrogant as to neglect his homework? Jiang Nan, there will be a physics class shortly. The teacher will not spare you for failing to submit your assignment. Zhang Hao slammed his hand on the desk, reprimanding Jiang Nan sternly. It matters not. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Submitting homework is simply out of the question. It shall never happen in this lifetime. Zhang Hao, do not rush. Perhaps Jiang Nan merely forgot to bring it, remarked Bai Yingying, who stood up to defend him, recognizing that Jiang Nan was indeed in the wrong. However, Zhang Hao wielded the authority of the physics teacher's name, making him a formidable opponent. Yet, Jiang Nan promptly grasped Bai Yingying's arm, saying, "There is no need to defend me. Many in the class have failed to submit their assignments. Even if they did, it would merely be plagiarism. Who among us is unaware of this? Some individuals are simply looking for trouble. Do not engage with him." In the Jiangnan region. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Hao's temper flared. Though Jiang Nan's statements held a semblance of truth, with the imminent college entrance examination looming, many had resigned themselves to despair. The significance of assignments was often debated. While deemed important, they were frequently disregarded, with casual copying going unnoticed. For instance, Jiang Nan had not submitted any assignments for an indeterminate duration. Previously, the teachers had turned a blind eye to his negligence. However, this time, Zhang Hao resolved not to let it slide. Very well. This is a predicament of your own making. To not submit your work and yet act so brazenly? Do not blame me when I inform the teacher. Zhang Hao glared fiercely at Jiang Nan before turning to leave. His mind set on reporting Jiang Nan to the physics teacher during class. Let him wait. Jiang Nan scoffed, rolling over to sleep. With merely half a minute left, he deemed it foolish not to rest, dismissing Zhang Hao's words entirely. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell soon rang. Teacher, in this assignment, out of 50 students, I have only collected 49, with one claiming they have not written it, announced the class representative, Zhang Hao, as the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, entered the classroom. Who has not submitted it? Xia Hongwei's demeanor shifted to one of stern authority. He possessed an inherent gravitas that instilled a palpable sense of danger, akin to a tiger awakening from slumber. Jiang Nan. Zhang Hao pointedly called out his name. Jiang Nan yawned, slowly rising from his slumber. Why did you not submit your assignment? I didn't write it, he replied nonchalantly. Why not? Because it was too simple. I understood it all. Chapter 11. The Astonishing Dialogue in Physics Class. TSK. Such an audacious response. The astonishment in the room was palpable, with every pair of eyes fixed incredulously upon Jiang Nan, reflecting sheer disbelief. Goodness, is this truly the Jiang Nan we know? The one who has been virtually invisible in class for the past 2 to 3 years? How brazenly he boasts without a hint of modesty. Too simple, you say? Even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, and the physics representative, Zhang Hao, would struggle to claim such mastery. Not only them, but even Qin Feng, the top student in the entire school, could not possibly solve every physics problem. It was utterly absurd that Jiang Nan had the audacity to utter such words, laughable in its sheer audacity. He is merely seeking attention. Many bore their teeth in frustration towards Jiang Nan, as his words were simply too infuriating to bear. Even the onlookers found it intolerable. As for Zhang Hao, Su Yu, and Huang Sihai, their gazes towards Jiang Nan were akin to observing a fool. So he truly is a simpleton. It appears they had unjustly misjudged Jiang Nan and should not have let themselves be vexed by such a dimwit. Not only them, even Wang Pengzi, Jiang Nan's good friend, quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the scene any longer, silently murmuring, "Nanshan, you are impressive, wishing you good fortune." Bai Yingying, another friend of the opposite sex, gently rubbed her forehead, her lovely face tinged with a shade of crimson. Although she had faith in Jiang Nan's capabilities, it was primarily in mathematics, not physics. This time, he was truly in dire straits. She found it difficult to come up with an explanation for him. The physics teacher was undoubtedly about to explode with anger. What to do? Waiting online. Anxious. On the other side, upon hearing Jiang Nan's remarks, the physics teacher was infuriated, nearly on the verge of an explosion. However, due to his professional duties and composure, he refrained from erupting on the spot. Xia Hongwei suppressed his inner fury, heavily placing his lesson plan on the podium. Fixating his gaze on Jiang Nan. You think it's too easy, do you? How about I randomly pose a few questions for you to tackle? If you can solve them all, then not only will I overlook your failure to submit homework, but even your slumber during class will no longer concern me. But if you fail to solve them, then you shall face the consequences. Jiang Nan responded resolutely, unperturbed. Very well. Xia Hongwei was thoroughly exasperated with Jiang Nan and said no more, swiftly inscribing on the blackboard with chalk. The sound of chalk scratching against the board was remarkably rapid. In just a few breaths, the noise ceased. Xia Hongwei then turned and stepped aside, revealing the problems on the blackboard, addressing Jiang Nan. Come on, weren't you confident that you could tackle any question? Let us see how you handle this one. In an instant, a commotion erupted in the classroom. Every student present, including the academic elites Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, were left bewildered, their brows furrowed, utterly at a loss. The problem on the blackboard read, a bear accidentally fell into a hole. The hole is 916 meters deep and took 1 second to fall. What color is the bear? What on earth? What a twisted question. It was utterly nonsensical. Does the depth of the hole and the time taken have any correlation with the bear's color? It goes without saying that the teacher was deliberately making things difficult. No, he was specifically targeting Jiang Nan. As good friends, Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi could only offer silent condolences for Jiang Nan. Come on, you can do it. If you solve this, then you truly are remarkable. What? No thoughts? All right, let me ease the difficulty a bit. Choose from the options of black, white, gray, or brown. Xia Hongwei seemed to feel that he was being too hard on the students, so he generously changed the problem from a written response to a multiple-choice format. Yet, confusion still reigned among the crowd. However, Jiang Nan merely smiled and said to the physics teacher, I shall choose none of the above. Bears are colorless. A gasp of astonishment swept through the room. Huh. Is Jiang Nan perhaps a jester summoned by a monkey? The teacher had clearly instructed them to choose from the colors black, white, gray, and brown, and yet he claimed that bears are colorless? It was utterly hilarious. Many in the classroom were doubled over with laughter, some even clutching their stomachs in pain. Zhang Hao, the class representative for physics, couldn't help but mock him, saying, Jiang Nan, you need to stop seeking attention. If you can't answer, just admit it. There's no option for colorless bears, and frankly, such bears do not exist. Indeed, Jiang Nan, you are quite the comedian. Do you think making everyone laugh will spare you from punishment? You ought to know that Teacher Xia has a temper. It would be wise for you to admit your mistake and not waste our time. We still have a lesson to attend. What a fool. Su Yu, Tang Tian, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajun all chimed in, urging Jiang Nan to confess and accept his punishment. The classroom buzzed with excitement. However, they failed to notice that upon hearing their remarks, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, had turned quite pale. He then slammed his hand on the desk and declared in a loud voice, Enough. Everyone, cease your chatter. Jiang Nan's answer is indeed correct. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? Jiang Nan was right? How is that possible? None of the options included such an answer. This is simply unbelievable. Or is the teacher intentionally being lenient? The classroom erupted in a chorus of disbelief. After all, even a fool could see that Jiang Nan's answer was incorrect. Among the dissenters, Zhang Hao was the most obstinate. He had finally seized upon Jiang Nan's blunder to report him to Xia Hongwei, hoping to see him reprimanded. Yet, to his shock, Xia Hongwei had chosen to protect Jiang Nan in front of everyone. He was indignant. Teacher, where in the world are there colorless bears? You absolutely cannot show leniency towards Jiang Nan. Zhang Hao could not contain himself and stood up to voice his protest. Indeed, he must not be spared. For someone like Jiang Nan, who fails to submit assignments yet boldly disrupts the class, a severe punishment is imperative. He must be made to stand until he cries. Su Yu, Huang Sihai, and others echoed in agreement. It seemed their jealousy towards Jiang Nan was far from trivial. Otherwise, they would not have banded together. After all, Su Yu and his companions were the academic elites, while Huang Sihai and his friends were known troublemakers in class. It is not a circle at all. How ignorant. In response, Jiang Nan merely chuckled softly and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the others cast furious glances at Jiang Nan. What do you mean by that? Who do you call ignorant? Jiang Nan retorted, what about you? You don't even know about the colorless bear. Isn't that ignorance? It's truly laughable. In this world, there are only bears of black, white, gray, and brown. Where do colorless bears come from? Zhang Hao, seething with rage, pointed at the desk before him and declared, if there truly were such a thing, I would eat this desk raw. Jiang Nan quipped, if you wish to eat it, I cannot stop you. After all, isn't the polar bear colorless? He smirked, a flicker of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Truth be told, he had no desire to bully Zhang Hao and his group. They were simply on entirely different levels. It felt akin to a dimensionality reduction attack. Yet, the other party insisted on provoking him, forcing someone who preferred to remain low-key and enjoy his accomplishments silently to step into the limelight, flaunting his superiority like a pretentious young master, which was truly lamentable. How is that possible? The polar bear is clearly white. Zhang Hao was ready to retort almost instantly. However, before he could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted. To call you ignorant is indeed a reflection of your ignorance. The white color of the polar bear is merely a visual effect caused by sunlight refraction. In reality, its fur is hollow and transparent, possessing no color at all. If you are unaware of this, how can you still call yourself a top student? The room erupted in astonishment. Many were incredulous, as it contradicted their prior knowledge. Yet, when some students who had secretly smuggled their phones into the classroom discreetly searched for the answer and corroborated Jiang Nan's claim, the crowd had no choice but to believe it. Indeed, what Jiang Nan said is true. The search results reveal that polar bear fur is colorless. The voice of the student trailed off, realizing he had inadvertently exposed himself. Nevertheless, he had conveyed enough for everyone present to recognize that the polar bear was indeed colorless and that Jiang Nan was correct. It was a blatant slap in the face, particularly for Su Yu and his companions, who felt an intense heat rising to their cheeks and fell silent. Zhang Hao, filled with both shame and anger, still refused to concede, stammering defiantly, Jiang Nan, even if the polar bear is colorless, how does that prove this is the answer? Truly, he was a stubborn one, unwilling to turn back until he had faced the wall. Isn't that simple? The question posed by the teacher actually examines the relationship between gravitational acceleration and latitude. According to the formula 122.4916, which corresponds to 1 second, when substituted, it easily calculates to 9.832. This is the gravitational acceleration at the North or South Pole. And since there are no bears in the South Pole, it must be the polar bear. Thus, Xiong is the answer. Jiang Nan effortlessly articulated the problem-solving approach. As his words fell, the classroom became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The gazes directed at Jiang Nan transformed entirely, shifting from skepticism to acceptance. After all, Jiang Nan's explanation was so lucid that even the most obtuse could grasp it. Even if some remained perplexed, the expression and reaction of the physics teacher indicated that Jiang Nan's method was indeed correct. Previously, they had dubbed Jiang Nan a fool, a mere jester summoned for amusement. Yet now it appeared that he was anything but, while they were the ones in error. A sense of shame flickered in the hearts of many. It turned out they had been mistaken all along. As for Zhang Hao, he stood frozen at his desk, resembling a startled dog, utterly at a loss. However, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. On the other side, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, cast a glance at Jiang Nan, his earlier ire replaced with astonishment. In truth, his intention in posing this question was to challenge Jiang Nan, having even set a trap with 4 fictitious answers. After all, Jiang Nan had not submitted his homework and had been quite vocal. Moreover, Xia held a rather unfavorable impression of this student, who frequently dozed off or fiddled with his phone during class. He thought it fitting to test Jiang Nan. Little did he know that Jiang Nan would deftly sidestep his trap and articulate the answer along with the reasoning behind it. This student possessed some talent, it seemed. Perhaps he had misjudged Jiang Nan in the past. It was time to reassess. With this thought, Xia Hongwei nodded towards Jiang Nan and said with a smile, "Well done. Your reasoning is quite sound. However, this question is indeed not difficult. A mere shift in perspective makes it relatively easy to solve. If you truly possess skill, then let us see you tackle this second question as well." Chapter 13. These questions are exceedingly simple, lacking any real difficulty. In a multiple-choice question, 3 vehicles, A, B, and C, pass a certain marker at identical speeds. Vehicle A continues in uniform straight motion, while Vehicle B accelerates before decelerating, and Vehicle C decelerates before accelerating. However, when they reach the next marker, their speeds are once again the same. The options are: Vehicle A reaches the next marker first, Vehicle B reaches it first, Vehicle C reaches it first, or all 3 vehicles arrive simultaneously. Xia Hongwei swiftly inscribed this question on the blackboard. At first glance, it seemed rather straightforward. Yet many students below furrowed their brows in concentration. Goodness, I am utterly confounded. as if a demon unleashed from the depths of hell. Once again, the oscillation between acceleration and deceleration vexes me profoundly, leaving my mind in utter disarray. Is Jiang Nan not impressive? I eagerly await the unveiling of his solution, for I find it hard to believe he can tackle this problem as well. Many have turned their attention to Jiang Nan, though they are merely lost souls devoid of inspiration. In contrast, diligent students like class leader Qin Yuma and the school belle Bai Yingying, who excel academically, swiftly retrieve their scratch paper to commence calculations, clearly possessing a coherent approach. However, before they could even put pen to paper, Jiang Nan abruptly interjects, proclaiming the answer. A gasp of astonishment ripples through the room. How could he be so swift? Despite the illusion of time stretching, it had only been a fleeting moment since the physics teacher on stage had finished writing the problem. Yet Jiang Nan had already articulated the answer. This is nothing short of astonishing. Is it genuine? Or merely a facade? Instantaneously, all curious eyes shift toward the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, for confirmation. Xia Hongwei nods affirmatively, declaring the answer correct. The crowd gasps anew. Jiang Nan has indeed solved it? How is this possible? How could he possess such prowess? I distinctly recall his physics grades being rather mediocre, unremarkable within the class ranks. Yet now, his classmates are left in a state of disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity, including those who are familiar with Jiang Nan. Simultaneously, Xia Hongwei himself is taken aback, not due to Jiang Nan's ability to solve the problem, for he considers it a fundamental one, likely solvable by numerous students in the class. What astonishes him is that even top students like Qin Yuma had not yet begun to write, while Jiang Nan had already provided the answer. This speed suggests either sheer luck or prior familiarity with the question. If neither is the case, it implies that Jiang Nan's grasp of physics is remarkably profound, surpassing even that of the top scholars like Qin Yuma. Is that truly feasible? Pray, elucidate your reasoning. Xia Hongwei implores, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan responds, it is quite simple. All three vehicles cover the same displacement, and vehicle B attains the highest average speed, thus naturally consuming the least time. Many students lean in, eager to absorb his explanation, yet Jiang Nan abruptly halts. Continue, they urge. Jiang Nan replies, that is all. What? It is that simple, and nothing more? The audience collectively stares in bewilderment, their foreheads adorned with large question marks, struggling to comprehend. Indeed, the displacements are identical. But how can it be that vehicle B boasts the highest average speed? Please, elucidate further. However, Jiang Nan merely waves his hand dismissively, asserting that it is truly that simple. The crowd is left speechless, akin to being on the verge of a significant breakthrough, yet unable to cross the threshold. There was nothing to be done. The crowd could only gaze at the stage where Xia Hongwei stood. Teacher, is Jiang Nan's reasoning correct? Indeed. Xia Hongwei emphatically pronounced a single word. After speaking, he disregarded the audience and calmly addressed Jiang Nan. Now, let us proceed to the next question. It was a multiple-choice question. A glass of concentrated orange juice, when ice cubes were added, would not overflow. However, once the ice cubes fully melted, the orange juice in the glass would overflow, the liquid level would drop, or still remain at the brim without spilling. Just as Xia Hongwei finished writing the question, Jiang Nan spoke up directly. It will overflow. This question concealed a pitfall. Many considered only the density, concluding that since ice has a lower density and larger volume compared to water's greater density and smaller volume, the answer would be different. Yet, in reality, the ice floated atop the concentrated orange juice, with part of it exposed above the water's surface. Thus, when it dissolved, it would indeed overflow. To articulate it in physical terms, this relied on a profound understanding of Archimedes' principle. Many students were bewildered, but for Jiang Nan, it was child's play. Correct. Let's continue. Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher on stage, was internally astonished. After all, Jiang Nan had answered in a flash again, showcasing remarkable prowess. However, he was not one to lack knowledge himself. He proceeded with another question. In the atmosphere, if a cylinder with a volume of 0.503, one end sealed and the other open, is vertically inserted into a pool of water with its open end facing down, and then released, at equilibrium, the volume of air inside the cylinder would be 0.403. Assuming that the atmospheric pressure is equal to the pressure generated by a 10-meter-high water column, what would be the height difference between the water levels inside and outside the cylinder? Before Xia Hongwei could even jot down the options, Jiang Nan interjected, 2, 5. A rapid response, entirely instantaneous, without a moment's thought. It was astonishingly straightforward. It is worth noting that even top students like Qin Yuma had yet to comprehend the question, let alone solve it. The entire assembly was left in shock. Silence reigned, a deathly quiet. No one in the class dared to utter a word, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the physics teacher on stage. They were eager to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's answer was correct. Simultaneously, a sharp crack. The chalk in Xia Hongwei's hand snapped in two, as he too had been taken aback. Were it not for his concern for the dignity and composure of a teacher, he would have wanted to scream to the heavens. How is this even possible? This was a preliminary question from a physics competition, indeed more challenging than the final exam's toughest queries. From the first two questions, he had already confirmed that Jiang Nan possessed an exceptionally strong foundation. Ordinary questions would hardly pose a challenge to him. Thus, he had deliberately selected a competition-level question. Yet, Jiang Nan had answered it instantly through mental calculation. This was simply extraordinary. How could anyone be so outstanding? Even he, a seasoned physics teacher and the one who sets the questions, could not help but express his admiration. Jiang Nan. It was truly unexpected. After teaching for 30 years, there are times when I too have misjudged. Your grasp of physics is remarkably solid. Xia Hongwei did not comment on the correctness of the answer, but instead regarded Jiang Nan with a complex expression, slowly offering praise. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Jiang Nan's answer was undoubtedly correct. At this, the multitude of students present were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, internally exclaiming, "What on earth? No way." Unfortunately, lacking in academic prowess, they could only utter a phrase that echoed throughout the room. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. There were no further words. Faced with 4 questions, they found themselves utterly at a loss, as if deciphering ancient texts, while Jiang Nan completed them with ease. The disparity in capability was glaring. "Master, do you require any adornments for your legs? Please accept my humble submission." The gazes directed at Jiang Nan were akin to those one would reserve for a deity. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled like stars, and Wang Pengzi was so overwhelmed that he had nearly bruised his thigh from gripping it too tightly. However, Jiang Nan, as the focal point of attention, remained remarkably composed, merely gesturing towards Xia Hongwei at the podium, remarking, "Teacher, these problems are far too simple. They pose no challenge at all. Perhaps you could present a more difficult one?" Chapter 14. Homework is optional. Feel free to sleep in class. Too simple? No challenge at all. Why not try presenting a more difficult question? What audacity! Though the impact was minimal, the insult was profoundly felt. Every student in the vicinity felt a wave of heat rush to their faces, overwhelmed by embarrassment. After all, none of them could solve a single problem. As fellow students, the chasm in their abilities was undeniably vast. The top students like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian wished they could dig a hole and hide. They had previously harbored doubts and jealousy towards Jiang Nan, but now they understood. He had never regarded them as competition. In comparison, they were merely mediocre. Even the top-tier student Qin Yuma bowed to Jiang Nan in complete submission, acknowledging his superiority. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan, silently lamenting, "We agreed to stick together, but here I am, truly struggling, while you have soared ahead." On the other side, Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher at the podium, was profoundly affected by Jiang Nan's words. Without hesitation, he wiped the board clean and swiftly began writing anew. After a considerable interval, a fresh question emerged. A satellite of mass m is in circular motion at an altitude of 800 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, when it collides head-on with a space debris of mass 9. The duration of the collision was exceedingly brief. Subsequently, the two entities amalgamated into a single object, embarking on an elliptical trajectory with a semi-major axis measuring 7,500. This orbital path lies within the same plane as that of the satellite. It is known that the total energy of an object engaged in elliptical motion around a celestial body is the sum of its kinetic energy and gravitational potential energy. Let G represent the gravitational constant, M denote the mass of the celestial body, and to signify the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. 1. Quantitatively demonstrate whether the amalgamated object will descend upon the celestial body post-collision. 2. If this event transpires in the direction of the line connecting the Earth's center and the North Pole, what is the latitude at the point of collision between the amalgamated object and the celestial body? Unlike previous multiple-choice questions, this time, the esteemed teacher Xia Hongwei has presented an exceptionally intricate problem. No, Intricate does not aptly describe it. It is more accurately characterized as a uniquely hellish complexity. Upon the announcement of this question, gasps resonated throughout the classroom. Few could comprehend it, let alone formulate a viable approach, including notable students such as Qin Yuma, Bai Yingying, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao. In response, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, merely smiled faintly. Some individuals dare to claim his questions lack difficulty? Are you too arrogant? Or am I incapable of wielding the proverbial sword? It is truly laughable. Should he not display his prowess today, some might genuinely think he possesses no exceptional insight. Concerning the aforementioned problem, it is not only ordinary students who struggle. Even he, without consulting teaching materials, would find it challenging to solve promptly. He harbored doubts about Jiang Nan's ability to tackle it this time. A flicker of pride flashed in his eyes as he addressed Jiang Nan from the podium. Here is the chalk. Come up and attempt to solve it. If you can arrive at a solution before class concludes, I shall concede your brilliance. To solve it before class ends? Dream on. The very act of daring to approach the board is uncertain. This encapsulates the inner thoughts of the physics teacher at that moment. However, upon his utterance, Jiang Nan shook his head, asserting that such a straightforward problem would not require until the end of class. Half a minute would suffice. With that, he ascended to the podium, took the chalk, and began to write rapidly, producing the following solution. For the first question, according to universal gravitation and Newton's laws, the total energy is expressed as -2 gma. Given the values, it can be deduced that the amalgamated object will ultimately collide with the celestial body. The second question -0. 7807, 18. 0141, 32 degrees, 19. This is at a latitude of 51, 32 degrees north. Method 2, half a minute? No, not even half a minute. It probably took around 20 seconds. Jiang Nan not only provided the answer, but did so using two distinct methods. His movements were fluid and seamless, akin to flowing clouds and rushing waters, leaving the audience spellbound. Finally, before all his classmates, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, could contain himself no longer and let out an exclamation. What in the world? He was so astonished by the scene that he could hardly find words to articulate his thoughts, only uttering exclamations of disbelief. If he felt this way, the students were in even greater awe. Their expressions were nothing short of remarkable, as they struggled to comprehend the answer laid before them. It was akin to deciphering a cryptic script, a celestial tome. Demon, cease your sorcery. On the other hand, Jiang Nan paid no heed to the astonishment around him. Upon finishing the last character, he casually tossed the chalk, which landed precisely in the chalk box, a display of undeniable elegance. He then dusted off his hands and descended from the podium, returning to his seat. For quite some time, the crowd remained in stunned silence, including the physics teacher, who stood frozen at the front. Jiang Nan had to call out, "Teacher, I've completed the problem. Could you check if my process and answer are correct?" Let me see. Xia Hongwei replied, finally snapping back to reality as he hastily retrieved his teaching notes to compare with the blackboard. The moment he began the comparison, every hair on his body seemed to stand on end, and he felt as if he might lose his mind. Not only was the answer absolutely correct, but Jiang Nan's problem-solving approach was even more refined and concise than that in the teaching notes, especially the second method, which was not even mentioned in the notes. Could it be a novel solution conceived by Jiang Nan himself? Simply remarkable. Incredible. Excellent. Excellent. This was Xia Hongwei exclaiming as he slapped his thigh. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a giddy fool. He could no longer underestimate Jiang Nan. On the contrary, when he looked at Jiang Nan again, his eyes burned with a fierce intensity, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Were it not for the ongoing class, he would have wanted to drag Jiang Nan to find his homeroom teacher or the head of the physics department. Jiang Nan, however, remained unfazed, casually asking, "Teacher, do you still wish to pose another question? Pose another question? What nonsense." This was Xia Hongwei's trump card, yet it had failed to challenge Jiang Nan in the slightest. What purpose would another question serve? Thus, with a sweeping gesture, Xia Hongwei declared, "No more assignments. So, is it acceptable if I don't submit my homework? Not a problem. You needn't submit any in the future. What about sleeping in class? Feel free to do so." Chapter 15. The first lottery, and this is the outcome? No homework. Sleeping in class? Such words, uttered from the lips of the traditionally stern and meticulous physics teacher Xia Hongwei, were simply astonishing. The entire class was left in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. However, Reflecting upon Jiang Nan's remarkable performance moments ago, they soon found solace in the absurdity of it all. In the realm of physics, Jiang Nan transcended the label of a mere top student. He was, without a doubt, a prodigy. For someone of his caliber, the physics assignments were trivial, doing them held little significance. The same could be said for the physics lectures. They were of little utility, and napping was a natural response that alleviated the collective pressure of the class. After all, attending a class taught by such a genius was no small feat. The weight of that expectation was monumental. A prodigious intellect, indeed, when he chose to speak. The impact was nothing short of earth-shattering, truly deserving of the title God of the South, a paragon for our generation, a model to emulate. However, as is often the case, joy and sorrow coexisted. For those who were close to Jiang Nan, such as Wang Pengzi, laughter bloomed like flowers in spring. Bai Yingyi, too, had her eyes squinted in delight, unable to contain her pride. Were it not for the ongoing class, she might have embraced Jiang Nan and showered his face with kisses. Conversely, for individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Huang Sihai, a bitter blend of jealousy and helplessness stirred within their hearts. On the other hand, as the class monitor who viewed academics as a means of sustenance, Qin Yuma's feelings diverged from those of her peers. She held a mix of admiration and resentment towards Jiang Nan, a tumultuous blend that ultimately ignited a fierce determination within her. This was neither jealousy nor anger. It was a fervent desire to rise to the challenge. Jiang Nan, you are impressive, but I too shall not fall behind. In no time, I will catch up to you. She vowed silently, tightening her delicate fists. Ahem. Very well, let us resume the lesson, Xia Hongwei announced, and the class once more fell into its rhythm. Yet, this particular lesson was destined to be devoid of excitement. The collective mood was difficult to settle, yet that did not hinder Jiang Nan's slumber. He remained the unwitting architect of this delightful chaos. As Jiang Nan settled into his seat, he promptly laid his head on the desk and fell into a deep slumber, exhibiting a remarkable nonchalance. Observing this, Xia Hongwei pretended not to notice, while many classmates wore expressions of mixed emotions. How could they possibly learn from Jiang Nan? They had scarcely witnessed him paying attention in class, often dozing off or secretly playing games. Yet, despite this, his prowess in physics was extraordinary, while they remained mere novices. Alas, it was disheartening. The more one compared, the more despairing it felt. The lively atmosphere momentarily subsided. Although Jiang Nan was resting his head on the desk, he had not immediately drifted off. Instead, he was perusing the system in his mind. He had undertaken a surprise mathematics test that morning, aiming to precisely achieve a passing score of 90, thus fulfilling the system's task and securing rewards. However, he had been left anxious by Chao Tianyuan during the last math lesson, and subsequent distractions had caused him to forget to claim his rewards. It was only now that he recalled it. It was no wonder. The system's presence was rather feeble. Upon activating the system, a chime sounded. Ding. Super Invincible Learning Control System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language arts, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension, effect, skimming through pages, photographic memory, ability to draw inferences, side effect. User must expend mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physical condition, 33, compared to the average of 24. Points, 0. Current lottery attempts, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accurately achieving the passing score in the mathematics test. You are rewarded with Physical Condition 1, Mathematics Foundation 1, Mathematics Potential 1, and 100 points. The rewards were plentiful. However, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, as this was entirely anticipated. For any subject in which he achieved precise control over his score, similar rewards awaited him, accompanied by an extensive list. Yet, for Jiang Nan in his current state, these rewards held little significance. He had already attained a perfect level 9 in mathematics, reaching the pinnacle possible during high school. Thus, enhancements to his mathematics foundation or potential were merely embellishments, lacking substantial meaning. The increase in physical condition was beneficial, as physical vitality was essential for his ambitions. However, there were side effects. Jiang Nan's rapid enhancement in physical condition had resulted in an insufficient supply of energy, necessitating copious amounts of food. He estimated he would increasingly distance himself from the realm of the great eaters. Ultimately, what truly concerned Jiang Nan was the 100 points he had accrued. At long last, He possessed surplus points. It seems that a lottery can be conducted now. Updating data. Ding. The system panel is being updated. Ding. Update complete. Data as follows. Super Invincible Learning Control System. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension abilities. Physical condition, 34. Average person, 24. Points, 100. Current lottery attempts available, 1 ding. The system has detected surplus points, allowing for 1 lottery attempt. Inquiring if the host wishes to proceed with the lottery now? Ding. Again asking if the host wishes to proceed with the lottery now? Ding. Are you going to draw or not? Jiang Nan. What on earth? Why is this system so impatient? Is it my fault for never having participated in a lottery before and momentarily being slow to respond? Truly, it is the emperor who is not anxious. But the eunuch who is. Forget it. After our time together, I shall not hold this against you. Just let me draw. Ding. Lucky spin. The lottery begins. Accompanied by a slightly disgruntled prompt, a vibrant 10-color spinning wheel whirled rapidly in Jiang Nan's mind. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had longed to participate in a lottery, yet had restrained himself for so long. TSK. The system is so anxious because of my restraint. Naturally, his heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering what he might obtain from his first draw. A luxurious villa, a sports car, a cruise ship, an airplane or rocket, or perhaps a fortune in cash. However, at present, he found himself less interested in those. If only something more extraordinary would materialize. With this thought, Jiang Nan, who was pretending to be asleep at the desk, instinctively raised a charming smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression soured drastically. This was due to the system's prompt. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Jiang Nan. Chapter 16. Not drawing is a fool's errand. Did I win? Thank you for your patronage? What does this mean? Did I not win anything? Damn it. What a pitfall Jiang Nan had endured for so long. Painstakingly elevating all subjects to a perfect level 9, only to have surplus points for the lottery. And this is the result? Damn. Jiang Nan could not help but curse. Truly, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. This was more disheartening and infuriating than the first time watching a film, only to be interrupted by a sudden power outage or internet failure. In that moment, Jiang Nan wished he could drag the system out and give it a thorough beating, preferably with a millionfold damage and no healing. If he were not mistaken, this was undoubtedly the system deliberately seeking revenge on him. Was it not merely a momentary delay in reaction, coupled with an occasional forgetfulness regarding the existence of the system? After nearly a year of hesitance to utilize his points for the lottery function, how could he dare to retaliate against himself, resulting in a complete absence of winnings? Can one truly believe that he would abstain from future lotteries? System ding. As this is the host's first lottery, the system generously grants an additional chance to draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw immediately? Just as Jiang Nan was engulfed in a whirlwind of frustration and silent complaints, the system's notification sounded once more. Jiang Nan, what? An extra draw opportunity? Or perhaps a means of compensation? Ding. Would you like to participate in the lottery again? Of course I wish to draw. To abstain would be foolish. Jiang Nan mentally shouted at the system. It was free. Why not partake in it? Ding. The lucky wheel is spinning. The lottery commences. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a yin ling fruit, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender male. Language proficiency, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physique, 34, compared to an average individual S24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. Inventory, 1 yin ling fruit. Effect, consuming it enhances one's appearance, elevating beauty tenfold from the original state, achieving a flawless and captivating visage. Jiang Nan promptly checked the system panel, which now displayed an inventory section showing 1 yin ling fruit. He was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, he had previously stated a disinterest in mansions, luxury cars, and wealth, as he believed those would eventually come to him. Thus, he hoped to draw something particularly unique. However, what was this yin ling fruit? A tenfold enhancement of beauty? Examining the effects, it was indeed formidable and extraordinary. Yet, he seemed to have no need for it. After all, he was relatively satisfied with his appearance. Though not extraordinarily handsome, he was certainly above average, known as the god of class 4. Otherwise, why would others refer to him as Nan Shun? Yet, If his beauty were to be enhanced tenfold, surely it would cause a stir wherever he went. How could he maintain a low profile then? Could it be that this insidious system was intentionally disrupting his tranquil existence? No. It appeared that tranquility was already beyond his grasp. His desire for anonymity was likely compromised, and with his previous performance, he was bound to gain notoriety. Therefore, perhaps a slight enhancement in beauty would not be so detrimental? It should be fine, right? He chuckled to himself. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth. However, he refrained from extracting the Yenling fruit to consume it immediately, as the class was still in session. Furthermore, he did not wish to frighten his classmates all at once. He decided to wait until he returned home that evening. Ding-ling-a-ling. The class has concluded for today. With the ringing of the bell and the authoritative command of the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, this physics lesson came to an end. Finally, the class was over. It had been stifling. Physics was exceedingly challenging. Not only was it mentally taxing, but much of the material was incomprehensible, leaving them uncertain about the upcoming college entrance examination. It was disheartening. One could only wonder how Jiang Nan managed to cope. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. School was out. After enduring 45 minutes of pressure, most students sighed in relief and dispersed in all directions. However, teacher Xia Hongwei did not immediately pack his belongings and leave. Instead, he cast a piercing glance at Jiang Nan, seemingly wishing to engage him in conversation. But upon noticing Jiang Nan still immersed in deep slumber, he opted not to disturb him. Instead, he offered a few instructions to the class representative, Zhang Hao, before striding out of the classroom. Upon hearing teacher Xia's instructions, Zhang Hao's expression abruptly changed, and he inwardly lamented. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Nan, he tightened his fists, feeling quite conflicted. As the third period approached, after a few minutes had passed, Zhang Hao hesitantly approached Jiang Nan and gently tapped on the desk twice. Jiang Nan, are you awake? Chapter 17. Thought to be bronze, yet merely scrap iron? Jiang Nan lifted his head, awakening. In truth, he had stirred the moment Zhang Hao drew near, for despite appearing to be asleep, his enhanced physical constitution rendered him acutely aware of changes in his surroundings. However, he remained silent. Nearby, Wang Pengzi shouted at Zhang Hao, what is it? Are you looking to provoke South God again? What do you mean? Zhang Hao retorted. Wang Pengzi leaned closer, his large face fixated on Zhang Hao. I've always known you were up to no good. After your failed attempt to trouble South God over homework, now you seek another excuse? What do you mean I? Wang Pengzi persisted, his demeanor unyielding. Remember in class when you said if there really were colorless bears in this world, you would eat the desk raw? Well, here's your chance. Hurry up and make good on that promise. As he spoke, Wang Pengzi pointed to his desk, leaving Zhang Hao no opportunity for rebuttal. In response, Zhang Hao's face instantly flushed crimson, as if he had been struck. Hold on, Wang Pengzi, that's not accurate. Zhang Hao never said he would eat the desk raw. Exactly. He never made such a statement. Someone chimed in, defending Zhang Hao. Besides, Zhang Hao was looking for Jiang Nan. This doesn't concern you, so why are you meddling? Indeed, it was a case of unwarranted interference. Previously, there were a few unruly students in the class who consistently sided with Zhang Hao against Suyu, namely, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. Although the former two could be regarded as academic achievers, the latter were nothing more than misguided troublemakers, fundamentally mismatched with the others. However, united by their mutual jealousy towards Jiang Nan, they formed an alliance of offense and defense. When Zhang Hao found himself in a predicament, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan naturally stepped in to assert their dominance. Not only them, but even Suyu crept over to hide behind them, creating a 4-against-1 scenario. Wang Pengzi was instantaneously at a disadvantage. After all, in high school, numbers often dictate the spirit of the confrontation. Yet, on the opposing side, there were also plenty of allies. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. Do you really intend to bully someone? Witnessing Wang Pengzi struggle, Bai Yingying from the adjacent table exclaimed in anger and was about to rush over to assist. However, Jiang Nan intercepted her. What a farce. As a man, it was one thing to let his brothers take the lead, but Jiang Nan would never allow a woman to step in for him. Zhang Hao, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan, and Suyu, do you truly wish to confront me? Everyone in the class must have heard Zhang Hao's earlier remarks about eating the desk. Surely you cannot deny it. I was inclined to let it slide, considering we are classmates, but since you insist on provoking me, do you truly believe I lack temper? You either vacate the area promptly, or I shall not hesitate to engage you in a proper contest. As he spoke, Jiang Nan cast a fierce glance in their direction. These young rascals had yet to fully mature. He had no intention of escalating matters, yet since they persistently sought trouble, they should not blame him for abandoning chivalry and delivering a decisive blow. While he possessed countless methods at his disposal, even a mere glance would suffice to render them powerless. At the moment Jiang Nan's gaze swept across, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun felt as though they had been pricked by needles, their scalps tingling and hearts racing. As for Suyu behind them, he wilted entirely. How reminiscent this was of the scene before their physics class. They had thought these individuals were formidable, yet they were nothing but worthless scrap metal, merely posturing as fifth-rate combatants. Remarkably, Zhang Hao, despite everything, still managed to hold himself together. Yet, he dared not meet Jiang Nan's eyes. Instead, he waved his hands repeatedly, stammering, Jiang Nan. You've misunderstood. Everyone has misunderstood. I'm not here to cause trouble. Rather, I wish to inform you that the physics teacher wants to see you in his office after school. Furthermore, I acknowledge my earlier missteps and hereby extend my apologies. As he spoke, Zhang Hao bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, a full 90 degrees. The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless, taken aback by the abrupt turn of events that unfolded before them. It was indeed difficult to comprehend. Wasn't Zhang Hao previously filled with envy and animosity towards Jiang Nan, even making things difficult for him over assignments? How could he suddenly apologize? Not only the onlookers, but even Jiang Nan, the very subject of the situation, found himself momentarily bewildered by Zhang Hao's unexpected maneuver. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, it felt as though he had struck at thin air. Jiang Nan, I concede that your prowess in physics is formidable, yet I too shall not be outdone. I will certainly catch up to you. Before anyone could gather their wits, Zhang Hao, who had just bowed in apology, hurled a sharp retort at Jiang Nan and swiftly returned to his place. This left Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun standing there like fools, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, they were two utter simpletons. They had assumed Zhang Hao was seeking trouble with Jiang Nan, prompting them to rush over in support. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhang Hao had instead bowed his head in deference to Jiang Nan. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces in public. It stung. Oh, how it stung. Chapter 18. Is the scoring system transformed? The intellect of a top student is often incomprehensible to a struggling one, and vice versa. In that fleeting moment, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun appeared as nothing more than two jesters, ridiculed by their classmates. They were engulfed by a tumult of emotions, frustration, indignation, and resentment. However, apart from silently cursing their formidable opponent while lamenting their inept teammates, they felt utterly powerless. They could hardly resort to physically confronting Zhang Hao, nor could they engage Jiang Nan in a brawl. While confronting Zhang Hao might have been feasible, it would bear little significance. As for challenging Jiang Nan, they found themselves somewhat intimidated. Despite their disdain for Jiang Nan, who seemed to bask in the limelight, they were acutely aware of his towering stature and piercing gaze, which instilled a sense of dread within them. Ding-ling-ling. Fortunately, the class bell rang at that moment. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun simultaneously exhaled in relief, hastily retreating to their seats. Yet, before departing, they cast a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, silently vowing, "You wait, this matter is far from over. We will not let it rest. We shall have our reckoning." The threat was palpable. In response, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying felt a surge of indignation. However, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, merely offering a few words of consolation to his two close friends before resuming his slumber. They were nothing more than blustering bullies, prone to causing trouble, and he did not regard them as worthy of his concern. To him, sleep was of paramount importance. After all, he possesses an extraordinary memory and intuition, capable of reading 10 lines at a glance and retaining information effortlessly, demonstrating a remarkable ability to draw inferences. Akin to a merciless robot, his learning efficiency is 1,000-fold greater than that of an average person. However, the downside is that it exhausts his mental stamina considerably. This mental stamina can only be replenished through sleep. Although he has now reached his peak and hardly consumes any mental energy, he has unconsciously developed the habit of sleeping during class, a tendency that he finds difficult to change. Alas, the slumbering god's hat is hard to remove. How pitiful. Meanwhile, the third period commenced in the afternoon. This was the foreign language class, for students approaching the college entrance examination. Foreign language classes are undoubtedly the most arduous among all subjects. What they know, they grasp. What they do not know remains incomprehensible, akin to listening to an ancient text. Consequently, the classroom atmosphere was distinctly divided. Students like Qin Yumo, the top scholars, attentively engaged. However, a greater number of classmates appeared lethargic. A few audacious students, on the other hand, stealthily sought to gain points, contributing when they could. The foreign language teacher was well aware of this, yet felt powerless to intervene. She had already exhausted her words, having expressed everything that needed to be said, yet to little avail. Thus she resigned herself to the situation. As a result, Jiang Nan dozed soundly until the class concluded, and the teacher hardly spared him a glance. Soon, the foreign language class came to an end. As soon as the teacher departed, the students in the classroom transformed into lively spirits, for the next class was their favorite, physical education. Following physical education, they would be free to go home. Nan Shun, stop sleeping, it's time for PE. Jiang Nan had initially intended to wake naturally, but was violently disrupted by Wang Pengzi's boisterous voice. With no other option, he could only stifle a yawn and reluctantly make his way downstairs. In Jiangxing, March brings gentle spring breezes. Today, the sun shone brightly yet pleasantly, casting a warm and comfortable glow, ideal weather for physical education. A group of vibrant high school students donned their blue and white uniforms, jogging a few laps around the basketball court under the supervision of their physical education teacher, Wang Darren, as a preliminary warm-up. Soon after, a sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling everyone to gather. Dear students, you are drawing ever closer to the college entrance examination. While there will still be physical education classes to come, opportunities to enjoy the playground will likely diminish. Therefore, today we shall conduct a physical fitness assessment. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. It was not the assessment itself that caused concern, but the thought of future physical education classes being less enjoyable. How unfortunate! Yet some found amusement in their plight. Wang Pengzi raised his hand and exclaimed, "Teacher, after the assessment, can we play freely?" "What? You're already thinking about playing basketball at the start of the class? Have you been deprived for too long?" Wang Darren teased. Indeed, it had been ages since they last touched a basketball. As the intensity of our courses escalates, by the time we arrive at the basketball court after class, the grounds have invariably been claimed by others, leaving us with no opportunity to even touch the ball. Alas, a chorus of lamentation arises from the crowd, each sharing their sentiments, evidently feeling an insatiable yearning that they can no longer suppress. Very well, Wang Darren chuckles, playing is permissible, but only on the condition that you all pass the physical fitness test. The first component entails pull-ups for the boys, with 9 deemed sufficient for passing, while the girls must complete 25 sit-ups. The second component consists of a 1,000-meter endurance run for the boys, where a time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds is required for a passing score, and for the girls, an 800-meter run must be completed in 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The assessments are conducted separately for boys and girls, and I will oversee the tallying. There is little left to elaborate on. It is merely a matter of pull-ups for those doing pull-ups and sit-ups for those engaged in sit-ups. The majority, after exerting their utmost effort, manage to pass without much difficulty, with only a handful of students struggling. Naturally, it is improbable for them to achieve remarkable scores. Most hover between passing and satisfactory. Notably, Huang Sihai and Wang Dajuan completed 17 pull-ups, earning an impressive score of 95, garnering admiration from many. Though academically they may be lackluster, their physical prowess is undeniably exceptional. Next up are Wang Kaixian and Wang Pengzi. Though often referred to as fatty, he is not truly overweight but rather robust, displaying commendable fitness by completing 16 pull-ups, securing a score of 90. However, when it is Jiang Nan's turn, he suddenly hears the system's notification chime in his mind. For this physical assessment, please achieve a score of 100. What? Jiang Nan exclaims. Is the system now controlling scores as well? This marks the first instance since acquiring the system. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that the system demands he attain a perfect score. Historically, during other examinations, score control merely aimed for a passing mark, enabling a modest existence. Yet now, it compels him to stand out spectacularly. Has the system undergone a transformation? Or has it mistaken the script? Chapter 19. A bet on the kilometer run. Whoever loses must kneel. It is not that Jiang Nan is incapable of achieving a perfect score. After all, it is merely 18 pull-ups. Is that excessively demanding? For the average person, it is quite a feat. Previously, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, red-faced, managed 17 pull-ups, astonishing many of their peers. However, for Jiang Nan, even doubling that number would not pose a significant challenge. He simply wishes to avoid drawing undue attention. Yet this system, it's a lamentable situation. Curse you, system. You've changed. Jiang Nan silently bemoans. Ding. Please refrain from disparaging this system, or it shall retaliate appropriately. Jiang Nan, what the? This system is certainly formidable. One cannot provoke. One cannot provoke. Jiang Nan immediately concealed his inner dissatisfaction. It is said that since the system has issued a task, there will undoubtedly be rewards afterward, at the very least. Some points. Jiang Nan was not particularly covetous of these point rewards. Rather, he sought a justification for himself, resigned to achieving a perfect score. Haha. One could see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, and 17 executed with remarkable swiftness, without a moment's pause, demonstrating a seamless fluency in movement. Initially, when Jiang Nan began the physical assessment, the audience was not particularly numerous. After all, Jiang Nan was not a sports prodigy like Huang Sihai or Hu Dajuan. Despite his tall and imposing stature, one could hardly perform many pull-ups without consistent training. However, when Jiang Nan completed 17 in one breath, the onlookers increased significantly. Then came the 18th. Upon finishing, he released the pull-up bar and landed gracefully, his face unblushed and breath steady, exuding an indescribable air of nonchalance. Wow, South God is incredible. He actually accomplished 18 in one go, surpassing both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, the two athletic specialists. Surely, he was the only one to achieve a perfect score in the class. This was nothing short of miraculous. It appears he is not only a scholarly genius, but also possesses a physical prowess that is beyond comparison. Truly remarkable. I had misjudged him. I failed to discern the true essence of the mountain. 66666 in an instant, those around him were astonished. What on earth is happening today? The ordinarily unremarkable Jiang Nan, who has displayed extraordinary prowess in mathematics and physics, is now eclipsing all his classmates in sports as well. This is simply inconceivable. Not only the boys present, but even the girls nearby, who were doing sit-ups, cast admiring glances at Jiang Nan, including Bai Ying and Qin Yuma. In response, every boy felt a tumult of emotions, a mix of grievance and frustration. Is there no room left for anyone else? Jiang Nan was already handsome. Now he is a scholarly genius with such exceptional physical abilities. This is the rhythm of South God transforming into a male deity. How envious. Even Wang Pengzi, a close friend of Jiang Nan, felt a pang of jealousy at this sight, deeply affected. Of course, the most heart-wrenching was not him, but Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. They had just completed 17 pull-ups, showcasing their prowess in front of everyone, basking in the glory. Yet, they were ruthlessly overshadowed by Jiang Nan, who seized all the attention. This was a blatant slap in the face. How much can one endure? If the grandmother can bear it, the grandfather cannot. Today, it is a matter of pride. At this moment, Wang Fatty was cheerfully resting his arm on Jiang Nan's shoulder, preparing to offer his congratulations. Meanwhile, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan approached with an air of sarcasm. Jiang Nan, you're quite impressive now. Jiang Nan cast a fleeting glance at them and replied nonchalantly. What do you want? Speak your mind. He had no patience for these two. They had no prior connection, yet today they seemed intent on provoking him, which could only lead to trouble. Indeed, Huang Sihai's expression shifted as he spoke sternly. Jiang Nan, I see your physical abilities are commendable. You managed to surpass both me and Dajuan in pull-ups, so I presume your endurance in long-distance running is also admirable. There's a 1,000-meter run coming up. Are you bold enough to compete against us? Are you too like stubborn adhesive, always looking to stir trouble? Wang Fatty interjected angrily before Jiang Nan could respond. This does not concern you, so step aside. Huang Sihai retorted sharply. Hu Dajuan added a cutting remark. You're not Jiang Nan's dog. Why defend him so fiercely? This infuriated Wang Fatty, and Jiang Nan's brows furrowed in displeasure. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were truly insufferable. Not only were they seeking conflict with him, but they were also insulting his friend. It was outrageous. Today he resolved to teach them a lesson, ensuring they would think twice before bothering him again. Since you wish to compete, let us proceed. Jiang Nan declared. What are the rules? The rules are simple. Whoever runs faster wins. Hu Dajuan responded eagerly upon hearing Jiang Nan's agreement. Huang Sihai, fearing Jiang Nan might back out, quickly added, we 1T bully you. As long as you can surpass one of us, you win. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. It's just a race. Who's afraid of whom? With my physical condition. Defeating Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan will be as easy as playing with two chicks. However, upon hearing this, Wang Fatty immediately became anxious. Jiang Nan, you absolutely cannot compete with them. Remember, they are both athletes, members of the school track team, excelling in running. They have placed in both sprints and long-distance events at the school sports meet these past 2 years. Wang Fatty was deeply worried. Although Jiang Nan had shown remarkable prowess in pull-ups, that bore little relation to running. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were experts in this field, and Wang Fatty could hardly believe Jiang Nan could emerge victorious. Naturally, he sought to prevent the race. Yet, Jiang Nan shook his head. Don't worry, Fatty. I'm confident I can win against these two misfits. Are you out of your mind? Wang Fatty exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I'm perfectly sane. Jiang Nan spoke with a calm demeanor, asserting that he would teach these two a lesson, their presence akin to an inescapable adhesive plaster. Huh, quite a bold claim. Huang Sihai remarked, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Since you are so confident, why not wager something? If you lose, you must kneel before the entire class and admit your inferiority. What say you? Wang Pengzi could no longer contain his fury and shouted, Huang Sihai, we are all classmates. Do not go too far. Calm down, Pengzi. Jiang Nan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, urging him to maintain composure. He then cast a glance at Huang Sihai. This wager is acceptable, but what happens if you lose? Nonsense. How could we possibly lose? Hu Dajuan proclaimed, brimming with confidence. And if we do lose? Jiang Nan inquired, his gaze laden with implication. If we lose, we shall also kneel before you and concede our shortcomings. Huang Sihai replied with a mocking smirk. Very well, it is settled then. It is settled. Chapter 20. How could this be? He actually kept up. Everyone heard that Jiang Nan voluntarily accepted the bet. No one forced him. When he loses, you all must bear witness. Huang Sihai, having just reached an agreement with Jiang Nan, immediately called upon their classmates to announce the wager, ensuring the matter was irrevocably established to prevent any denial from Jiang Nan. After all, he had suffered greatly at Jiang Nan's hands today and was determined to defeat him and deliver a severe humiliation. Indeed, everyone bear witness. Hu Dajuan eagerly echoed Huang Sihai's words. Both of them wore expressions of extraordinary confidence and delight, practically bubbling with excitement. Throughout 3 years of high school, their academic performance may have been dismal, placing them at the bottom of the class, yet they were undisputed champions in physical prowess. Even ranking among the best in the entire school, particularly in running. They had secured both first and second place in the annual sports meet. This was precisely why they were recognized as special athletes. In contrast, despite Jiang Nan's imposing stature, he had never participated in a sports meet nor had anyone ever heard of his running abilities. Thus, they were not even in the same league. Is South God out of his mind? He dares to compete in a race against Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan? Remember, both of them have run the 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes during the school sports meet, akin to cheetahs, far surpassing us. It seemed a clear case of a lower dimension assaulting a higher one. This competition seemed rather unfair. South God was likely to suffer humiliation. What a pity. By the side, onlookers chattered incessantly, largely skeptical of Jiang Nan's prospects, even pointing fingers at him. After all, the facts were evident. As Bai Ying was measuring her sit-ups, she overheard the wager and immediately turned over, rushing anxiously to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you mustn't. You cannot gamble with them. If it were something else, like academic performance, that would be fine, but in a race, you are certainly no match for them. Upon finishing her words, she reproached Wang Pengzi. Pengzi, weren't you just with Jiang Nan? Why didn't you advise him? I tried, but I couldn't dissuade him. Wang Pengzi sighed, looking helplessly at Jiang Nan. Nanshen, you were truly too impulsive just now. How about I go and smooth things over with Huang Sihai and the others? It's better than facing public humiliation later. Quickly go. Bai Ying hurriedly echoed Wang Pengzi, turning to Jiang Nan. While it hasn't started yet, let's not compete. Wang Pengzi, with his thick skin, could endure the pressure. But Bai Ying did not wish to see her good friend humiliated publicly, while Wang Pengzi appeared indifferent. That's hurtful. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi felt 1,000 points of pain. However, for the sake of his brother, he was determined to go through with it. Yet, just as he was about to leave, Jiang Nan grabbed him. Hey, Pengzi Ying, why are you two in such a hurry? Rest assured, since I dared to gamble with them, I am confident that I will win. There is nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying remained anxious, their concerns unmitigated by Jiang Nan's words. There is no buts about it. The wager is set, and you shall witness how I will teach them a lesson. Jiang Nan smiled nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Does the tiger not roar, and thus they believe him to be a sickly cat? Moreover, the reason he agreed to the wager was not only to teach Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson, but also due to a task issued by the system. Previously, the system required him to achieve a perfect score of 100 in physical measurements. Having already scored 100 in the pull-up test without receiving a reward, it was evident that he needed to achieve another perfect score in the 1,000-meter run to fulfill the task. Though he did not desire to draw attention, the system had compelled him to this extent, and thus, teaching Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson became a matter of course. However, he contemplated how many seconds he would need to run to avoid being too extraordinary. This was indeed a conundrum. It was imperative not to run too fast, otherwise, he would attract unwanted notoriety. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Nan's wager with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan had spread thoroughly, fueled by the two's proclamations. Spectators, taking delight in the unfolding drama, eagerly urged the physical education teacher to commence the second physical test. In this regard, Wang Daren also became intrigued. He did not intervene in the wager, for after all, sports are a competitive endeavor. Betting is not a trivial matter. Rather, it can foster a deeper passion for sports, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. As for the derogatory wager, it is the responsibility of the teacher to intervene and mediate the situation. Gather round, everyone, announced Wang Daren. We will now proceed to the second segment of our physical assessment. The boys will run 1,000 meters, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds, while the girls will run 800 meters, passing at 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The boys will go first. Remember, safety comes first, and friendship is paramount. Each of you will run at your own pace. Do not impede others. On your marks, get set, go. With Wang Daren's command, all 35 boys surged forward onto the track. It is worth noting that the 1,000-meter run requires strategy. The first lap of the track measures a standard 400 meters, meaning 1,000 meters equals 2.5 laps. However, the second lap measures 407 for meters, and the third lap extends to 414 for meters, increasing outward. Since everyone starts from the same line, it is crucial to seize the inside lane during the first lap. This not only conserves time and energy, but also hinders opponents, forcing them to cover more distance. Thus, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan firmly positioned themselves on the inner lane. As the race commenced, they swiftly took the lead, securing the first and second positions, leaving the others far behind. Jiang Nan, you foolish fool. How dare you compete against us? Just wait and see how we will crush you. If we don't finish 20 seconds ahead, we call ourselves the Speedy Duo, prepared to kneel in defeat. Their hearts brimmed with arrogance, confident of their victory. With their prowess and the advantage of a strong start, Jiang Nan seemed devoid of hope. Yet, at that moment, a faint sound of breathlessness reached Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan's ears. Who is that? Someone is keeping pace with us. Huang Xihai pondered, perplexed. Though we are only exerting ourselves at 80%, they should be far behind those weaklings. Hu Dajuan frowned, both of them choosing not to look back, aware that doing so would waste precious time. It was not until they rounded the 200-meter bend that they cast a fleeting glance behind them. To their astonishment, they were met with an unexpected sight. What the hell? That tall figure, that handsome face. It's Jiang Nan, the one known as the Southern God. How is this possible? He has caught up with us? Chapter 21. What? Is he actually going to kneel before me? Unbelievable. It is truly astounding. All the other boys in the class have been left far behind by Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, yet Jiang Nan has managed to keep up? This revelation startled both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, almost disrupting their running rhythm. Nevertheless, they are seasoned athletes. After a moment of shock, they quickly adjusted their breathing, shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, gritted their teeth, and accelerated once more. Initially, they had intended to conserve their energy during the first lap, saving their full strength for the second. However, now they were determined to crush Jiang Nan into the dirt. In an instant, Jiang Nan was once again outpaced. Trash is still trash. He could only keep up for a moment, surely exhausting every ounce of strength. Now that we are going all out, he can go take a hike. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan silently scoffed. Yet, their amusement was short-lived. What? How could this be? He has managed to catch up again. As they rounded the 300-meter bend, Jiang Nan's figure suddenly reappeared in their peripheral vision. Once more, they were taken aback. How is this possible? They were giving it their all. Yet Jiang Nan was visibly closing the gap, even nearing the point of surpassing them. No, he must not overtake us. We must exert ourselves even more. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, sharing an unspoken understanding, channeled all their energy into their legs. The scene resembled two fiery wheels propelling forward with astonishing speed. In that moment, they felt as though they were on the verge of surpassing their limits, breaking their previous records, blood boiling with excitement. At that moment, they truly felt invincible. Jiang Nan would surely not be able to catch up now. However, before they could revel in their anticipation, a voice suddenly taunted them. Hey, I must say your speed is rather mediocre. Like snails. And you dare to act so arrogant in my presence? Why don't you try pushing yourselves a bit harder? I'm still keeping up. The mocking words rang in Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan's ears simultaneously, emanating from Jiang Nan. Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief. What did they just hear? Jiang Nan was speaking? Good grief. This was a 1,000-meter sprint. They were in the midst of a full-throttle dash. How could Jiang Nan still have the energy to converse, sounding as if he wasn't even out of breath? How could this be? Oh heavens! Earth! Surely you are not toying with us? Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were both skeptical of this predicament and exerted themselves with all their might, feeling as if they might take flight. Yet, Jiang Nan clung to them like stubborn toffee, refusing to be shaken off. They accelerated, and Jiang Nan matched their pace. They slowed down, and Jiang Nan mirrored them. Frustratingly, during another turn, Jiang Nan astonishingly kept pace with them, creating an uncanny synchronization among the three. Dajuan, let's block him together. Huang Sihai commanded sharply, forcing himself to maintain composure. Understood. Hu Dajuan nodded, his expression darkening. It was clear they could not outrun him and were resorting to underhanded tactics, planning to ambush Jiang Nan. Huh, you needn't obstruct me. I shall simply outpace you, Jiang Nan retorted with a cold smile. As Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan drew closer, he deftly veered into the outer lane. Upon witnessing this, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan exhaled in relief. The outer lane was significantly longer than the inner one, especially since Jiang Nan was already in his 7th or 8th lap, effectively running over 50 meters more than they were. If this continued, Jiang Nan's exertion would undoubtedly exceed theirs. However, their relief was short-lived as they quickly realized that although Jiang Nan was on the outer lane, his speed remained undiminished, even surpassing theirs, regardless of the straightaways or curves. He stayed clear of the inner lane, yet still managed to keep pace with them. Meanwhile, they were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, feeling as if they might explode from exertion, while Jiang Nan appeared entirely unfazed. Clearly, he was holding back, frustrated to the brink of madness. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan felt as though Jiang Nan was deliberately toying with them, choosing to run alongside them when he could easily pull ahead, occasionally hurling taunts their way. The impact of his words was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. They were already pushing their physical limits, driven solely by their unwillingness to concede. And now Jiang Nan's antics pushed Hu Dajuan over the edge. He suddenly felt lightheaded and disoriented, his vision darkening before he collapsed forward. Dazed, he had indeed fainted. And in his fall, he inadvertently tripped Huang Sihai, who lost control of his body and tumbled down as well, landing unceremoniously on the ground, right in front of Jiang Nan. The scene unfolded with a dramatic flair, leaving everyone in the athletic field wide-eyed and astonished, including Jiang Nan himself. Initially, he had merely paused upon witnessing Hu Dajuan's fall, only to be met with Huang Sihai kneeling before him. How exceedingly polite. Was it not said that one would kneel in public after the competition? What is this, then? An early admission of defeat? Chapter 22. From now on, if you associate with old Wang, I guarantee you will attend university. Goodness, Nan Shun is truly remarkable. Not only can he outshine Su Yu in mathematics and surpass Zhang Hao in physics, but he can also outrun Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan? This is simply astonishing. Just moments ago, I believed Jiang Nan was destined to lose, poised to embarrass himself, yet the outcome was utterly contrary. It is hard to believe he is not the protagonist of this tale. On the athletics field, the students of Class 34, Grade 3, were filled with exclamations of awe towards Jiang Nan, discreetly giving him thumbs up in admiration. I am utterly convinced, completely in awe. This sentiment was shared even by Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who, amidst the crowd, acknowledged Jiang Nan's undeniable prowess in sports. As for Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, they were absent from this scene, having both fallen during the high-speed activity, with one of them even losing consciousness on the spot. This incident was quite significant. While it may not have been a matter of life and death, injuries such as cuts and bruises were inevitable. As the physical education teacher, Wang Darren promptly took Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan to the school's infirmary. Nan Shen, you are incredible. Wang Pengzi excitedly punched Jiang Nan's shoulder, expressing his admiration with the word incredible. Initially, he had presumed that Jiang Nan's bet against Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan was akin to a fragile egg striking a stone, a certain loss. Thus, he had vehemently opposed and attempted to prevent it, only to be consumed with worry when thwarted. However, he could never have anticipated such an outcome. His brother truly seems destined for extraordinary greatness. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying looked at Jiang Nan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Jiang Nan, you are simply amazing. I had no idea you were so adept at running. It's worth mentioning that she had always thought she knew Jiang Nan well. She recognized that he usually presented himself as unassuming and low-key, yet he was indeed a friend of immense potential. But now, she realized her understanding was superficial. Jiang Nan possessed not only potential but also remarkable strength. Today, he had astonished her time and again, making her see him in a new light. This good friend could only be described with one word: extraordinary. Just as she spoke, Wang Darren, having just taken Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan to the infirmary, returned with hurried steps, his expression grave. Sensing this, Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly inquired, "Teacher, how are Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan? Are their injuries severe? I cannot bear to take full responsibility for this. After all, I had no idea they were so fragile, tumbling right before my eyes. Yet I had not touched them." From Wang Darren's expression, it seemed the situation was quite serious. It was impossible for Jiang Nan not to feel anxious about this. Although he had previously intended to teach Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson by playfully teasing them during their run, he never meant for them to suffer any serious harm. After all, they were classmates. One should not take things too far, should they? Nevertheless, one cannot be too cautious. If something unfortunate were to happen to Huang Xihai or Hu Dajuan, it would certainly lead to complications. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, merely laughed heartily, assuring him that Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan only sustained minor scrapes and that there was no cause for concern. Rather, he remarked, "You, my boy, are quite exceptional." It is worth noting that both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan are outstanding athletes, having consistently completed the 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes. With a bit more practice, they could potentially achieve national second-tier status. Yet, you have utterly dominated them? Truly impressive. I wonder how you train. After nearly 3 years of coaching you, I never noticed your prowess. Upon hearing that Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were relatively unharmed, Jiang Nan felt an immediate sense of relief and responded, "As long as they're fine, that's all that matters. I was just afraid they'd cause me trouble if something happened to them. Regarding my running, I just ran without much thought. I haven't really practiced. So I can only consider myself average." "Average? No, this is far from average," Wang Darren exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "I saw you running effortlessly just now, clearly holding back. If you were to give it your all, finishing in 2 minutes and 40 seconds would be well within your capabilities. If this is your performance without proper training, just imagine what you could achieve with dedicated practice. You are undoubtedly the most promising athlete I have encountered among my students. Attaining national first-tier status should be well within your reach. In my opinion, you should forego academic courses and focus solely on athletics under my guidance. I can assure you a place in university." As he spoke, Wang Darren affectionately draped an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders, as if fearful of losing such a precious talent. Jiang Nan's expression momentarily faltered. Was he truly that remarkable? Perhaps. After all, he had only exerted 60 to 70% of his strength. However, he had never considered becoming an athlete. "Teacher, don't call me teacher. From now on, refer to me as Lao Wang," Wang Darren interjected, casually throwing his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder as if they were old friends. "Lao Wang, but no buts. Rest assured, with my specialized training combined with your extraordinary talent, while you may not reach the pinnacle of athletic schools like Hu and Yin, achieving a solid performance at a provincial level is certainly within your grasp. Without further ado, let me escort you to your homeroom teacher and attend to the necessary formalities." As he spoke, Wang Darren disregarded Jiang Nan's consent and forcefully dragged him away. Clearly, he was in a hurry. No, rather, he was exhilarated. After all, he had chanced upon such an exceptional talent, which could very well elevate his status to that of a director. Meanwhile, the other students stood in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Had the physical education teacher just whisked Jiang Nan away? What were they to do now? Continue with the fitness assessment or enjoy some free time? Chapter 23. The Physicist in Full Force Teacher Who. I have something to share, but please try not to be overly excited. Let me tell you, your student Jiang Nan is extraordinary. After years of teaching physics, I have never encountered a student with such innate talent and capability. He undoubtedly qualifies as the legendary physics prodigy, a superlative scholar. I will be taking him under my wing. Even if his grades in other subjects are lacking, it matters not. With his current proficiency in physics, he is more than capable of representing our school in the National High School Physics Competition. In truth, the preliminary and semifinal rounds will pose no challenge for him. Should he perform well in the finals, securing a first-place national ranking is entirely feasible, allowing him to gain admission with honors. Prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University would not be out of reach. In the homeroom office of Class 4, 3 individuals were present: the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, and the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei. The latter was animatedly gesticulating, his enthusiasm spilling over. Unable to contain himself any longer, he had been holding back for too long. During the second physics class that afternoon, upon discovering Jiang Nan's remarkable aptitude, a fire ignited within him. However, due to the ongoing lesson, he had to restrain his excitement until he could speak with Hu Yifei. He was aware that Jiang Nan struggled in other subjects. However, that was of little consequence. With such a singular skill, he need not even sit for the college entrance examination, but could instead pursue the path of competitive scholarships. Ordinary universities were not even a consideration. He was destined for institutions like Jiaotong University or Fudan University. Just imagining such a scenario filled him with fervor. How long had it been since a student from Jiangxing No. 3 High School gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? 5 years? 8 years? Perhaps even 10? Regardless, it had been far too long. In the past, Jiangxing No. 3 was quite reputable. Not to say it was the very best, but it stood alongside No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, creating a triumvirate of excellence. During those times, No. 3 High School consistently cultivated numerous outstanding talents, with many gaining acceptance into Tsinghua and Peking University. Yet, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the school had been on a downward trajectory. Forget about Tsinghua and Peking University. Even the number of students admitted to Jiaotong University had dwindled. It was indeed a decline, an unfortunate decline. Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School has not only been eclipsed by its former rivals, No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools, but has also been surpassed by 2 private institutions, Chuiying and Lanpu, leaving it to compete merely with No. 5, 6, 7, and 8 for a place among the top 5. How tragic. However, now Xia Hongwei aims to shatter the curse that has long plagued No. 3 Middle School, wherein no one has been able to ascend to Tsinghua or Peking University, and to restore its former glory. How could he not feel exhilarated and impassioned? He has resolved that Jiang Nan must participate in the physics competition, regarding other subjects as expendable. Yet, what is perplexing is that upon delivering this fervent proclamation, Hu Yifei, Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, exhibited neither the surprise nor excitement he anticipated. Not only Hu Yifei, but even Chao Tianyuan beside her remained composed and unfazed. In response, Xia Hongwei furrowed his brow and retorted, "What? Hu teacher, do you doubt my words? Do you think Jiang Nan is not truly exceptional and that I am merely fabricating stories? No. Teacher Xia, you misunderstand." Hu Yifei replied with a smile, waving her hand. "I certainly believe what you say. It is simply your suggestion for Jiang Nan to abandon other subjects in favor of solely focusing on the physics competition that seems unwise. I believe Jiang Nan can participate in the physics competition, but he must not neglect other subjects. After all, Hu teacher, are you out of your mind?" Before Hu Yifei could finish her statement, Xia Hongwei abruptly stood up, interrupting her with a stern voice. Jiang Nan is a prodigy in physics, a once-in-a-century talent. Yet, his proficiency in other subjects is merely average. Thus, he must dedicate all his energy to physics. To do otherwise would be to squander his gift. I have made my position clear, yet you still wish for him to divide his focus on other classes? Is this how you conduct your teaching? Is this how you fulfill your duties as a homeroom teacher? No wonder the school's reputation has deteriorated in recent years, with fewer and fewer outstanding students. It seems that it is not that there are fewer exceptional students, but rather that we fail to recognize them. Even when we do, they are hindered by your pedagogical approach. If Jiang Nan is not allowed to specialize in physics, both you and I shall bear the burden of guilt for stifling a physics genius, deserving to be nailed to the pillar of shame, unforgiven. Xia Hongwei was genuinely furious. Known for his stern and serious demeanor, he seldom lost his temper, but when he did, it was akin to unleashing a tempest. What a force! Few could withstand such an onslaught. As the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, left utterly speechless. She has always been diligent and responsible in her teaching. How could she be branded as a sinner of the school, a destroyer of a physics genius? Destined to be affixed to the pillar of shame? Let me finish my point. If you will, Hu Yifei attempted to interject, but unfortunately, she found no opportunity to counter. Although she is indeed a formidable individual, exuding a commanding presence and often referred to by her students in private as the 13th sister of Hongxing, Saint Warrior, or even the deadly sorceress and master of annihilation, she still falls slightly short when compared to veteran educators like Xia Hongwei. In a moment of forced silence, she found herself unable to retaliate. It was then that the equally seasoned teacher, Chao Tianyuan, could no longer bear to watch and intervened with a smile, saying, "Old Xia, Hu Laosher hasn't even finished her words. Why are you so upset? Moreover, if you must be angry, it should be directed at me. Before you arrived, I had already informed Hu Laosher that Jiang Nan would represent the school in next month's Olympiad competition. Therefore, if you want Jiang Nan to abandon other subjects to focus solely on physics, I, Chao Tianyuan, will be the first to disagree. Old Chao, how could you be so confused? Jiang Nan is a physics prodigy. He must concentrate on physics." Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, Xia Hongwei's anger flared, and he instinctively prepared to unleash his fury, only to suddenly halt mid-sentence, as if struck by a thought. He then retorted, "Old Chao, what did you just say? You want Jiang Nan to participate in the Olympiad competition?" Chapter 24. Hu Laosher, let me tell you something, but please do not be overly agitated. Indeed, Chao Tianyuan nodded emphatically. Hu Laosher has already agreed to this. How can you do this? Xia Hongwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Chao, Jiang Nan is a physics genius, not a mathematics genius. Are you out of your mind? The Olympiad is far more challenging than the physics competition. It is also more prestigious and holds greater weight. It has been years since our school participated in the Olympiad. And now you suggest Jiang Nan take part? He doubted whether his old friend had lost his senses and pondered if he should recommend a doctor. You are the one who has lost your mind. Chao Tianyuan shot Xia Hongwei a look of annoyance. Who told you that Jiang Nan is merely adept at physics? To be frank, he is not only a physics prodigy, but also a mathematics genius, and his capabilities in other subjects are commendable as well. I was the first to recognize his potential. Hu Laosher was the second, and you must settle for third place. How can this be possible? Although I am not Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher and do not know him too well, I am aware that his grades in other subjects have always been mediocre at best, barely reaching average levels. How could he possibly be both a physics genius and a mathematics genius, with proficiency in other subjects as well? Suddenly, a terrifying and inconceivable thought struck Xia Hongwei's mind. It seemed that Jiang Nan's physics scores had also been unremarkable in the past, only to display astonishing prowess in today's physics class, catching everyone by surprise. He had not given it much thought before, but now he began to realize the intricacies of physics. However, one must proceed gradually. It is impossible to attain omniscience and omnipotence in an instant. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Jiang Nan has been masquerading as a simpleton all along. In reality, he was remarkably proficient in physics long before now. If he excels in physics, why should he falter in other subjects? You guessed correctly, Jiang Nan deliberately concealed his prowess, maintaining an average performance in every examination, with scores hovering just above the passing mark, all the while controlling his grades. In truth, he is an exceptional scholar, not merely in mathematics and physics, but a polymath in every sense, with a particular genius for mathematics. Before Xia Hongwei could fully grasp this, Chao Tianyuan decisively confirmed his suspicions, reveling in his insight. "Goodness!" exclaimed Xia Hongwei, unable to restrain his astonishment, nearly dislodging his own eyeballs in disbelief. Indeed, this clarified everything. The truth was laid bare. No wonder Jiang Nan's physics scores were mediocre until today, when he suddenly soared to prominence. It turns out he had been deliberately concealing his abilities, even manipulating his scores during exams. What a staggering revelation. Manipulating scores. This was the legendary practice he had heard of, where exceptionally talented students in prestigious schools intentionally underperformed to avoid drawing attention. Such individuals, when they finally reveal themselves, astonish all. They are undoubtedly the CR de la CR of institutions like Qingbei. Yet, he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Now he found himself face-to-face with it. Even within his own classroom, he was torn between laughter and tears, reflecting on how thoroughly Jiang Nan had deceived him over the past 3 years. What a pitiable thought. Humph. Teacher Xia, you too can be rendered speechless? Just moments ago, you were merciless in your critique, yet now you appear like a fool, veins bulging in your neck. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei observed Xia Hongwei's complete loss of composure, his neck veins protruding, and could not help but feel a surge of delight. Yet, Xia Hongwei, lost in thought, suddenly adopted a serious expression and turned to Chao Tianyuan, saying ominously, "Old Chao, what did you just say? You claim Jiang Nan's mathematical talent is the greatest?" "Indeed," Chao Tianyuan replied with a smile, affirming his stance. As the first to recognize Jiang Nan's score manipulation, he firmly believed Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics. Moreover, the results from the morning's examination substantiated this claim. In the Olympiad mock test, Jiang Nan managed a score of 90 while controlling his scores. One could only imagine his performance if he were to exert full effort. However, upon hearing this, Xia Hongwei was instantly incensed, rebuking Chao Tianyuan. "You speak nonsense. Clearly, Jiang Nan's true talent lies in physics, and I have already verified this in class. All the students of class 4 witnessed it. You speak nonsense. Jiang Nan excels in mathematics and physics, and in an instant, the situation evolves in an unpredictable direction. Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, despite being close friends, find themselves embroiled in a heated debate over which subject Jiang Nan is most gifted in, their faces flushed with intensity, almost as if they were on the verge of a physical altercation. Observing this, Hu Yifei is left astounded. Why is this even a matter of contention? As the homeroom teacher and Chinese language instructor of Jiang Nan, I certainly know that his talent in language is unparalleled. Yet, I remain silent. What business is it of mine for these two subject teachers to squabble? This thought lingers in my mind. For I had barely managed to contend with Xia Hongwei just moments ago. I certainly wish to avoid a confrontation with both of these stubborn educators simultaneously. Instead, my role is to mediate and separate the two. Just as I prepare to speak, a rapid series of knocks resound at the door. Before Hu Yifei can respond, the office door bursts open with a resounding bang, revealing the physical education teacher Wang Darren and Jiang Nan, who is casually draped over his shoulder. Upon seeing Hu Yifei in the office, Wang Darren's eyes light up. Ignoring the presence of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, he points at Jiang Nan and exclaims, "Hu teacher, I must tell you something, but please, do not be overly excited." "Do not be overly excited?" Hu Yifei regards Wang Darren with confusion. "If I recall correctly, you should be conducting physical education class for our class right now. What brings you here, and why is Jiang Nan with you? Has he done something wrong?" "No. Jiang Nan has not committed any misdeeds." Wang Darren shakes his head vigorously, pulling Jiang Nan closer. "On the contrary, he is a remarkable talent I have discovered. I brought him to you to facilitate his transfer to a sports student. Starting today, he will follow me and cease attending academic classes." Hu Yifei is taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. "Are you jesting, Wang Darren? With Jiang Nan's lethargic disposition, he could never become a sports student." "Hu teacher, I am not joking." Wang Darren's expression turns serious, and he speaks with utmost sincerity. During today's physical assessment, Jiang Nan easily outpaced Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan in the 1,000-meter run. If he applies himself fully, achieving a time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds is well within his capability. With further training, he has at least a 90% chance of attaining a national level. Do you comprehend what this signifies? He could represent the province in sports. And if he garners some accolades, he could gain admission to prestigious institutions like Shanghai Sports University or Yinbian Sports University. Wait a moment, Hu Yifei gasps, astonished. "Wang Darren, is Jiang Nan truly that exceptional in sports?" "Let me clarify, not just exceptional, but extraordinarily so. His foundation is exceptionally solid. One might even assert that he is the most physically gifted student I have ever mentored." As Wang Darren uttered these words, the veins in his neck bulged with earnestness. In response, Hu Yifei, despite her disbelief, found herself compelled to trust his words and could not help but glance at Jiang Nan. Wang Darren, she began. Let us cut the pleasantries. Please expedite the paperwork for Jiang Nan. Once he is under my tutelage, I assure you he will gain admission to university, and you need not concern yourself further. Wang Laosher certainly boasts an audacious claim. Do you truly dare to have Jiang Nan follow you? Would that not squander his potential and lead him astray? Before Hu Yifei could respond, a voice interjected from the side. It was Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher. He had initially intended to engage in a debate with the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, regarding Jiang Nan's unparalleled talent, but Wang Darren's interruption thwarted that intention. How dare you not only interrupt my argument, but also propose to convert my most valued student into an athlete? This is truly intolerable. Simultaneously, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan scoffed at Wang Darren, saying, Wang Laosher, what do you intend for Jiang Nan? To starve him for 3 days and 9 meals, only to occasionally subject him to a steel rod? Since you are a physical education teacher, you should focus on your duties and refrain from such nonsensical antics. Wang Darren was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Had he truly said something wrong? It seemed not. Why had he provoked both Xia Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, inciting their simultaneous ire? Accusations of squandering talent and leading students astray, and the mention of starvation and punishment? He had merely sought to discover and nurture talent with utmost dedication. In that instant, Wang Darren's frustration surged. Yet, it extinguished just as swiftly. The reason was simple. Xia Hongwei was considerably older and held the position of deputy head of the physics department, a seasoned authority. Chao Tianyuan was similar, serving as the deputy head of the mathematics department, possessing even greater experience than Xia. These two were figures he, as a mere physical education teacher, could hardly afford to provoke. Thus, he refrained from engaging with the two esteemed educators and turned his attention back to the young homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei. Hu Laosher, I am not jesting. Please proceed with the paperwork for Jiang Nan. Paperwork? What nonsense. If Jiang Nan had previously been discovered to possess athletic talent and was to be transitioned into an athlete, Hu Yifei would have wholeheartedly welcomed it. However, the present circumstances were different. With a gentle smile, she shook her head in refusal, saying, Wang Laosher, Jiang Nan cannot become an athlete because he... What? He cannot become an athlete. How is that possible? Teacher Hu, it is imperative that you confront your own attitude. You must take responsibility for your students and not jeopardize Jiang Nan's future. He is an exceptionally promising athlete. Should he transition to a sports student, he could easily gain admission to Chengdi and ETI, and even to Hudi and Yinti is not beyond reach. Is that not enticing? After all, these are at the very least second-tier institutions. Or do you harbor some grudge against him, compelling you to stifle his potential and deliberately ruin his future? Before Hu Yifei could finish her statement, Wang Darren abruptly interrupted her with a sharp retort. How could he not be incensed? He had come with high hopes, only to receive such a disheartening response. In an instant, he glared at Hu Yifei, his fierce demeanor reminiscent of a menacing beast, as if he were ready to devour her whole. I may not be able to contend with Xia Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, but can I not assert my authority over a newly appointed homeroom teacher? Hu Yifei was left speechless. Just moments ago, she had been reprimanded by Xia Hongwei for her attitude, and now she was being chastised by Wang Darren. Did they truly regard her as a soft target? If she did not assert herself, they would remain oblivious to her formidable reputation as the merciless instructor known as the Demoness of Extinction, before she could unleash her fury. Others had already taken action. Surprisingly, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, who had previously been at odds, now stood united against Wang Darren. How dare he bring up Chengdi and ETI? They are merely average second-tier institutions. Even if Hudi and Yinti are first-tier, they are only marginally superior. What of it? Jiang Nan is on the brink of participating in the mathematical Olympiad and the physics competition with an overwhelming likelihood of securing a national first, which would grant him direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. He is a super genius. This achievement would shatter our school's nearly decade-long drought of students gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, thus revitalizing our institution's glory. Yet, you wish to force him into becoming a sports student? Such short-sightedness is detrimental and utterly misguided. Chapter 26. Indeed, the matter of score manipulation has been exposed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In that moment, the physical education teacher Wang Darren found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of existential questions. Bewildered by the harsh criticism from Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, He could not withstand their formidable onslaught. Was he angry? Certainly, he was furious. After all, Tsinghua and ETI are prestigious institutions. For an average athlete, gaining admission to these two schools is already a remarkable achievement. Not to mention that he had also invoked the names of Hudy and Yini, the pinnacle of sports education in the country. Yet, he was rebuked harshly by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, who dismissed Hudy and Yini as merely slightly superior first-tier schools. Wang Darren felt as if his very lungs were about to explode with fury. He has been a physical education teacher for a considerable duration, dreaming of nurturing students capable of entering the prestigious Shanghai University of Sport and Yanbian University of Sport, yet he has continually fallen short. At long last, he encountered a promising talent in Jiang Nan, who seemed poised to fulfill his long-held aspirations. However, the outcome was that not only did you cling to Jiang Nan, but you also underestimated the significance of the aforementioned institutions. Truly, how much can one endure? While the uncle may tolerate it, the aunt certainly cannot. He was on the verge of an outburst. Yet, in the next moment, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. What? Jiang Nan intends to participate in the mathematical Olympiad and the physics competition, and it is highly likely he will achieve a national first prize, which could secure him direct admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University, a super genius capable of revitalizing the glory of the third middle school. Wang Darren. Once again, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Nan excels academically to such a degree. It is worth noting that achieving national first prizes in both the mathematical Olympiad and physics competition holds significantly greater prestige than in sports. In athletics, the utmost he could aspire to was the Shanghai University of Sport and Yanbian University of Sport. How could they ever compare to top-tier institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University? He wished to remain skeptical, yet upon observing the earnest expressions of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, along with Hu Yifei persistently obstructing him, he had no choice but to concede that this matter was most likely true. A chill spread through his heart. Heavenly heavens, earthly earth, how unjust thou art! If you have bestowed upon Jiang Nan such a remarkable physique, why must you also grant him intellectual gifts? Is it truly so easy to encounter a good seedling? It is genuinely no simple feat. It bears mentioning that in the past, although Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were commendable, they were not nurtured by him. Rather, they had been snatched away by other physical education teachers at the outset. Consequently, he had endured considerable ridicule. Wang Darren, indeed, was excessively kind-hearted and honest, allowing students from his class to seek guidance from others. For quite some time, he could hardly hold his head high within the school. He had hoped to turn his fortunes around through Jiang Nan, yet alas, words failed him, and melancholy filled the air. It was simply too tragic. Ultimately, he refrained from further contention, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Nan, as if to say, "Young man, with such outstanding academic performance, why did you not disclose this sooner? Truly, you have given me hope, only to cast me into despair. Jiang Nan, you have led me astray." Then, without a backward glance, he departed. He arrived with enthusiasm, only to return in disappointment. His silhouette bore a hint of melancholy, solitude, and sorrow. In response, Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. After all, during their journey, he had attempted several times to express his intention to steer clear of the path of sports. But Wang Darren never afforded him the opportunity to speak. Instead, he incessantly referred to Jiang Nan as young Master Jiang, South God, and brother, their camaraderie growing ever warmer. How ironic. Initially, he intended to offer some words of comfort to Wang Darren. However, as he made a move, he was immediately intercepted by three formidable teachers. Broad-shouldered and fierce, Jiang Nan felt an ominous chill. Previously, both the mathematics and physics teachers had summoned him to their office after school, and now they were all gathered together. With the addition of a particularly challenging homeroom teacher, this predicament was certainly no trifling matter. Indeed, as he had anticipated, there stood Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei, each regarding Jiang Nan with sharp and peculiar gazes. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. Goodness! What do you mean by that look, dear teachers? Do you perceive me as a rare specimen? In that moment, the atmosphere in the office became awkwardly silent. No one spoke, as if they were all pondering how to initiate the conversation. Ultimately, it was the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, hands on her hips, who broke the silence. Gazing intently at Jiang Nan, and said, "Jiang Nan, tell us the truth. What is going on here? You excel in mathematics, physics, and now in sports as well. Is there anything you cannot do? Can do? Cannot do? Such words are rather ambiguous. As a man, how could one admit to being incapable? Not only must one be capable, but one must excel in all areas. Of course, this was Jiang Nan's inner reflection. In reality, he was utterly bewildered by the teacher's inquiries. What do you mean by capability? Why do I find myself at a loss for understanding? Jiang Nan feigned innocence, for he still wished to struggle against his fate until the very end. What? Are you not ready to lay your cards on the table? Now that both Teacher Chow and Teacher Xiao were present, he felt it was time to speak frankly. Despite his commendable grades across all subjects, why did he still have to conceal his true potential during examinations? Hu Yifei took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Jiang Nan. She genuinely wanted to discern his thoughts. How could someone so exceptional choose to remain so understated? Had it not been for Chao Tianyuan's keen perception, probing Jiang Nan intentionally, she might have remained oblivious, appearing as a fool. This realization filled her with a mix of astonishment, joy, and frustration, leaving her seething with resentment. Chapter 27. Am I to take all first places? Is this a means to drive me to despair? Indeed, the fact that he had been discovered manipulating his scores? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan felt a jolt of apprehension. Ever since the mathematics class, when Chao Tianyuan had begun to set traps for him, he had harbored suspicions. Now, those suspicions were confirmed. Not only did Chao Tianyuan know, but Hu Yifei was also aware, and there was even Xia Hongwei in the mix. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, it was impossible for him to admit it publicly. After all, the subjects in which he was graded were not limited to Chinese, mathematics, and physics. They also included foreign languages, biology, and chemistry. One could discern from Hu Yifei's tone that she harbored considerable resentment, and the same was true for Chao Tianyuan. If he were to voluntarily confess and be exposed, who could predict the ensuing chaos? Perhaps every teacher would summon him to their office. Such days would undoubtedly be unbearable. Therefore, teacher, what are you saying? I truly cannot comprehend. What does grading mean? That term seems rather peculiar. As long as he steadfastly refuses to admit any wrongdoing, no one could impose consequences upon him. Playing dumb? You still pretend? Jiang Nan, you truly are someone who only learns the severity of the situation upon facing it head-on. I have meticulously compared your scores from every subject over the past year. They are essentially identical, all hovering around passing marks. Do not dare to suggest that this is mere coincidence. A couple of instances might be coincidental, but how can one explain a dozen occurrences all being coincidental? Across all subjects? Hu Yifei was livid. At this juncture, Jiang Nan still refused to concede. Did he truly believe her to be a fool? Her anger was palpable, and the consequences could be dire. She would ensure that Jiang Nan understood why she was dubbed the ruthless teacher, the murderous sorceress. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the pen in her hand snapped into two pieces. Witnessing the furious expression on Hu Yifei's face, Jiang Nan involuntarily took a step back, startled. Goodness! The ruthless teacher was enraged. This was no trivial matter. Jiang Nan scratched his head, his mind racing as he contemplated a suitable response. Enough, enough, Teacher Hu, please do not be angry. Jiang Nan's refusal to admit guilt surely stemmed from his own difficulties. You should not hold it against him. Suddenly, Chao Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher who had been observing the unfolding drama, stepped in to diffuse the tension. Jiang Nan, you too. There are no outsiders here. We all understand the situation regarding your grades, so why the secrecy? Jiang Nan remained silent, unwilling to engage until he could devise a better strategy. Did they truly think him a fool? One played the role of the kind cop, while the other took on the tough cop. It was hard to believe they had not conspired beforehand, especially Chao Tianyuan, who, at first glance, appeared stern and rigid, but possessed a myriad of hidden motives, something Jiang Nan had already experienced in math class. All right, what are you all doing? Let us not frighten Jiang Nan. At that moment, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, could no longer restrain himself and interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Jiang Nan, you are undoubtedly a genius. Of course, geniuses often possess an unusual temperament. Your desire to avoid the spotlight, leading you to manipulate exam scores, is quite understandable. However, I would prefer to see you display a bit more flair, perhaps even a touch of arrogance. After all, you are still young. As the saying goes, one should be audacious in their youth, don't you think? For instance, your performance in my physics class today was nothing short of spectacular, truly exhilarating. Such displays should occur more frequently. There was an underlying message in his words. This old fellow certainly did not adhere to conventional norms. He thought to himself, "Want to challenge me like the three heroes against Elbu? I shall remain unperturbed amidst the chaos, adapting to whatever may come." In response, Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual resignation. Was Jiang Nan truly impervious to persuasion? It seemed they would have to reveal their trump cards. Jiang Nan, I shall refrain from saying much else, but regarding your score manipulation, whether you acknowledge it or not is inconsequential. I am well aware of your mathematical prowess. I trust you heard my conversation with the physical education teacher. Next month's Olympiad in mathematics. Surely you can secure a first place without difficulty? Chao Tianyuan was the first to voice his thoughts. Goodness, what an audacious request. To expect Jiang Nan to casually bring home a national first prize? That is no simple feat. It is a challenge more formidable than Guan Yu's crossing of 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, unless one possesses the skill of the lightning-fast whip. Meanwhile, Xia Hongwei, unwilling to lag behind, smiled at Jiang Nan and added, "There is also the physics competition. You must participate. Given your performance today, securing a national first should pose no significant challenge." On another note, Hu Yifei cleared her throat and looked expectantly at Jiang Nan, saying, "I do not have high demands, as there is no competition in Chinese. However, as your homeroom teacher, I must request that you aim for the top score in the upcoming first monthly exam for the senior year next week. Surely, that is not too much to ask." Jiang Nan felt a headache brewing. To expect him to secure a national first in mathematics, a national first in physics, and the top score in the entire school, was this a plot to drive him to madness? Would he ever be able to live modestly? Moreover, whether he achieved the first place was not solely in his hands. It depended on the whims of the benefactors and the system's score manipulation tasks. Chapter 28. They are all unconventional characters, not to be provoked teachers. This seems rather unreasonable. What if I perform poorly? Please do not place such lofty expectations upon me. At this point, Jiang Nan did not refuse the examinations proposed by the 3 teachers. After all, he was quite eager for more exams and competitions to accumulate reward points. However, this vaccination must be administered. After all, given the nature of the system, it would never allow him to achieve a perfect score, at best. He might scrape by the passing mark, certainly not securing the top position. Yet, before he could finish his statement, he was sharply interrupted. What if? No, there is no what if. Hu Yifei furrowed her brows and, hands on her hips, declared with authority, "With your capabilities, attaining the first place in the entire school is undoubtedly within your reach, unless you intend to manipulate your scores or deliberately underperform. Should that be the case, do not blame me for making things difficult for you. If you think you can toy with me, know that I will not let you off easily. You enjoy sleeping in class, do you? Believe me, I will call your name in every Chinese class, ensuring your rest is disturbed." Hu Yifei, the youngest homeroom teacher at Jiangqing No. 3 Middle School, adorned with titles such as the Saint Seiya, the Ruthless Teacher, and the Deadly Sorceress, was not to be trifled with. At this moment, her aura radiated power, and she was determined to keep this little rascal in line. "Teacher, it is rather inappropriate to use sleep as a threat against me," Jiang Nan retorted. "After all, you wagered with me this morning that as long as I passed my math exam, you would cease to concern yourself with my sleeping habits. A gentleman's word is his bond. As a great and exemplary teacher, you cannot go back on your word." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately sprang to his feet. He had struck a nerve. He despised being disturbed while sleeping, and even more so, being threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yifei scoffed, "Indeed, I am a great and exemplary teacher. Yet, as you pointed out, a gentleman's word is his bond. But am I truly a gentleman? In any case, I shall observe your performance in next week's examination. If it does not meet my expectations, I have my ways of dealing with you. Calling your name in class is merely the beginning. I will also enlist Teacher Chao and Teacher Xie to call your name in math and physics classes. Moreover, I will intermittently check on you in other subjects, ensuring you have no opportunity to rest. If that fails to resolve the matter, I will be left with no choice but to conduct a home visit. I do not wish to resort to such measures, as it would be inappropriate to disturb your parents, but do not push me." Jiang Nan was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Truly, it is said that women and petty individuals are difficult to manage in this world. This statement holds no falsehood. As the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei not only accepts challenges but also refuses to concede, even resorting to underhanded tactics. If his inability to sleep is his weakness, then an invasion of his home is his Achilles heel, one that would provoke an explosive reaction. This is indeed a violation of the unwritten code. It appears that all teachers are of the same ilk. Chao Tianyuan is one, and now Hu Yifei seems no different. One can only assume that Xie Hongwei is likewise inclined. Casting a glance at Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei beside him, observing the knowing smiles on their faces, Jiang Nan could only shake his head repeatedly. They are all formidable figures. He found himself ensnared in a rhythm he could not escape. In an instant, a look of sorrow washed over his face. Indeed, his circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. Alas, how pitiful! Meanwhile, witnessing Jiang Nan's plight, Hu Yifei felt an overwhelming sense of delight, her heart soaring with joy. How amusing it was! A genius had emerged from her class, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Completely outmaneuvered by Jiang Nan. How could she possibly endure this? If she did not unleash her fury, one might truly mistake her for a sickly cat. Yet now, she had finally gained the upper hand over Jiang Nan. Naturally, her heart brimmed with pride. Young man, you dare to compete with me? You are still quite inexperienced. Beside her, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei shared similar sentiments, their faces alight with satisfaction. They had begun to envision Jiang Nan triumphing in competitions, dazzling everyone with his brilliance. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. After all, he was their student. Well, perhaps they could claim him as theirs. Jiang Nan could hardly recall how he exited Hu Yifei's office, his head spinning. It seemed he had absorbed a barrage of motivational words. Yet, a cloud of worry hung over him. What could alleviate his troubles? Only a lottery could provide solace. Having achieved full marks in his previous physical assessment, he had completed the system's scoring task and was entitled to a reward. This was his only comfort. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the physical assessment with full marks. The scoring rewards include Physique 1, Pull-Up Technique 1, Running Technique 1, Sports Potential 1, and 100 points. The system panel data has been updated as follows. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physique, 35. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1 ding. The system detects surplus points. Would you like to participate in the lottery now? Draw this time. Jiang Nan hesitated not at all, lest the system grow impatient and create troubles for him. Ding. The lucky wheel of fortune spins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a bar of strength chocolate, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check. Chapter 29. Brother, I hope you won't hold it against me. Strength chocolate? What on earth is this? Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered, feeling increasingly perplexed by this system, particularly regarding the lottery. Previously, it was the Yanling fruit, and now it was strength chocolate. Both seemed to be edible items. Did it truly consider him a gourmand? Check inventory. Jiang Nan opened the inventory in his mind, eager to discover the purpose of this strength chocolate. Ding. Inventory opened. Yin Lingua. Effects. After consumption, it enhances one's appearance, elevating beauty tenfold from its original state, achieving a flawless and enchanting allure. Jiang Nan. Stunned. What is all this? Strong chocolate can enhance physical fitness? This immediately reminded Jiang Nan of a rather catchy advertisement. Hungry? Grab a bar. At first glance, it certainly appears to be a remarkable product. However, the subsequent minuscule print mentions some mild side effects. What on earth? Produced by the system, is it not supposed to be of superior quality? How could there possibly be side effects? Hungry? Does it imply a need for substantial food intake? Is this meant to solidify his title as a glutton? Of course, the title of glutton isn't a significant concern, but then there's another minuscule font that raises further questions. Who would dare consume such uncertain substances? Not to mention, his current physical condition is a level 35, far surpassing that of an average person. Each time the scoring ends, there's a likelihood the system will directly enhance his physique. Thus, this strong chocolate is merely superfluous for Jiang Nan, an embellishment rather than a necessity. Therefore, he would never consume it under any circumstance. Initially, he held disdain for yin lingua, deeming it rather useless, but now it seems to be a splendid item. Not only does it enhance beauty tenfold, but it also bears no side effects whatsoever. Later, upon returning home, he must certainly indulge in it. Back at the sports field, Wang Pengzi, with keen eyesight, spotted Jiang Nan immediately and hurriedly abandoned the ball to express his concern. Nan Shun, didn't Wang Darren take you to meet the homeroom teacher to discuss your transition to a sports student? How did it go? Did it succeed? Wang Darren had returned a bit earlier, but only mentioned free activity before leaving with a forlorn expression. Was there some unforeseen complication? He genuinely cares for Jiang Nan. After all, in his view, transitioning to a sports student would be an exceptional opportunity for Jiang Nan. Yet, when Wang Darren returned, his countenance was far from cheerful. Jiang Nan's expression was also not particularly bright. Thus, Wang Pengzi felt a sense of unease. Jiang Nan, well aware of his dear friend's intentions, briefly recounted the events that transpired in the office. Naturally, he omitted certain details. He did not mention how Wang Darren's suggestion was vehemently dismissed by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei. Instead, he conveyed that he had no interest in sports, hence declining Wang Darren's kind offer. This was a way of preserving Wang Darren's dignity. After all, Wang Darren was genuinely kind-hearted and honest, distinctly different from teachers like Hu Yifei and Chao Tianyuan, who lacked integrity. Such a commendable teacher should not be ridiculed. What? South God, what did you say? Wang, a good person, wishes to take you as his disciple and transition you into a sports student, yet you actually declined? Upon hearing this, Wang, the portly fellow, was left utterly astonished. I believe I can secure admission to a university on my own merit. I do not require sports to enhance my scores, Jiang Nan stated with a sense of certainty. South God, you truly are. Wang was at a loss for words, ultimately expressing his dismay with a long sigh. Oh, what a splendid opportunity. It's akin to a pie falling from the sky, merely waiting to be seized, yet you dismiss it so casually? Of course, this could be understood. Given your performance in mathematics and physics classes today, you are no longer the person you once were. Perhaps gaining admission to a prestigious university is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for myself, I am not so fortunate. If only I could become a sports student. But regrettably, Wang Darren does not see potential in me. Are you truly eager to become a sports student? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with contemplation, casting a meaningful glance toward Wang. He had not considered this before. After all, armed with a system, he had never worried about university admission, regardless of his scores. However, for Wang, his only brother, the academic results were abysmally poor. Under normal circumstances, he might only qualify for a vocational program, if at all. Yet if Wang could transition into a sports student, gaining admission to a reputable university would be a certainty. Moreover, despite being dubbed fat, Wang is not actually overweight but rather robust, making him well-suited for athletics. Of course I want that. Wang nodded vigorously. South God, you have awakened to the possibilities. You are first in both math and physics, yet I remain oblivious. If I were to take the college entrance examination normally, I would undoubtedly fail. But if I could transform into a sports student, securing a national second level and striving for over 300 points, gaining admission to a second-tier university would be within reach. If I could achieve a national first level, I might even aspire to institutions like Shanghai Sports University or Yanbian Sports University, which would rival even Tsinghua or Peking University. Since you harbor such aspirations, you ought to give it a try. Perhaps Wang, the good person, might accept you after all. No way. Wang shook his head in resignation. In the past physical assessment, I ran the 1,000 meters in just over 3 minutes and 10 seconds. While that is commendable, unless I can run under 3 minutes, Wang Darren would never accept me. There is no hope. Not necessarily. Anything is possible. There are no impossibilities. Only the question of your willingness to act. If you trust me, consume this chocolate to replenish your energy, and then seek out Wang Darren for a test. I assure you, you can break the 3-minute mark. As he spoke, Jiang Nan flipped his right hand, revealing a piece of black and white marbled chocolate, which he then offered to Wang. Wang paused in surprise, gazing incredulously at Jiang Nan. South God, are you serious? Absolutely, Jiang Nan affirmed with a firm nod, brimming with confidence. All right, I shall heed your advice and give it a try. Who knows? Perhaps I too might unexpectedly unveil my latent talent. It seems that Wang Fatty has genuinely ignited the fire within his heart. With clenched teeth and newfound determination, he accepted the chocolate from Jiang Nan, abandoning the game to dash in the direction where Wang Darren had departed. The winds howled, and the waters of the Yishui River grew cold. A brave warrior departs, never to return. This time, he is truly committed to giving it his all. In response, Jiang Nan smiled faintly, silently wishing, Brother, I hope you won't hold it against me. Chapter 30. Oh no, is Bai Yingying going to exploit me too? The chocolate given to Wang Fatty was none other than the potent chocolate acquired from a recent lottery. Jiang Nan, cautious of the unknown side effects of such items, was resolute in his refusal to consume it until he fully understood its implications. Thus, it was fortuitously offered to Wang Fatty. Brothers, after all, are sometimes meant to be taken advantage of, are they not? A free test subject is not to be wasted. Moreover, Wang Fatty genuinely needed it. He aspired to pursue athletics, yet his 1,000-meter test time lingered around 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Although the distance seemed manageable within 3 minutes, significant improvement in such a short span was exceedingly challenging. However, consuming the potent chocolate would be transformative, elevating his physical capabilities by 10%, enough for Wang Fatty to potentially break the 3-minute barrier. This would not only fulfill Wang Fatty's ambition to become an athlete, but also provide Wang Haoran with a proud prodigy. A double victory, what could be more delightful? As for the potential side effects, those were mere trifles, were they not? A sly smile flickered across Jiang Nan's lips as he ceased to ponder Wang Fatty and turned leisurely towards the school gate. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day of rest. Although the physical education class had yet to conclude, since it was a free activity, there was nothing to prevent him from returning home early. Jiang Nan, hurry up. The bus is coming. Just as Jiang Nan approached the bus stop, an urgent call reached his ears. He looked up to see a girl in a school uniform, her captivating figure still evident despite the attire. With her long hair styled in twin ponytails, her round, youthful face radiated a vivacious and sunny smile. Who else could it be but the campus belle, Ying? She was waving at him as the number 5 bus, destined for home, was about to arrive. Seeing this, Jiang Nan hurriedly quickened his pace. What's the matter? Haven't you gone home yet? She asked playfully. I was waiting for you. Several buses have already passed. If you don't hurry, I might just take this one. Next time, you should go ahead without waiting for me. Well, it's not solely for your sake. I'm also curious whether Wang Haoran successfully helped you transition into athletics. After all, I'm a girl, and I possess a naturally inquisitive heart. Hee. Do you enjoy gossip too? This was not immediately apparent. I had thought you were solely devoted to your studies. My passion for learning stems from a desire to avoid being perceived merely as someone who is attractive, overshadowed by academic prodigies like Qin Yuma. Alas, despite my relentless efforts, I remained overshadowed by him. Jiang Nan and Bai Ying engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly very familiar with one another. In truth, they were indeed good friends. Although their interactions at school were somewhat limited, giving off a typical friend vibe, this was merely to avoid any misunderstandings. In high school, close interactions between boys and girls often lead to unwarranted speculation. Classmates would gossip, teachers might intervene, and if it escalated, parents would be called in, which is quite troublesome. However, their relationship was exceptionally strong. Jiang Nan had 2 steadfast friends. One was Wang Pengzi, and the other was Bai Ying. In fact, from the memories Jiang Nan acquired upon his arrival in this world, he had known Bai Ying far longer than Wang Pengzi, as they lived in the same neighborhood and had been classmates since childhood, albeit not particularly close back then. It was only a year ago, after Jiang Nan had a breakthrough, that their relationship flourished rapidly, despite Jiang Nan's previous lethargy. It was during this time that he discovered Bai Ying also had a penchant for gossip, and he casually recounted his rejection of Wang Darren. Bai Ying, while surprised, was not entirely taken aback, given Jiang Nan's transformation. Today he seemed to have undergone a second awakening, excelling in mathematics and physics. Even if his performance in other subjects remained average, gaining admission to university was no longer a daunting task, and it was understandable if he chose not to pursue athletics. Meanwhile, amidst a flurry of gossip, the two managed to catch one of the first buses. However, even then, there were no seats available. Although there was still some time before school let out, it was already peak commuting hours, with a considerable influx of passengers. This did not account for the multitude of workers who surged onto the bus after them, creating a scene that could only be described as a suffocating wave, almost overwhelming. Naturally, Jiang Nan instinctively shielded Bai Ying. As the bus began to jostle, a sudden brake sent everyone lurching forward with a clamor. Conversely, an acceleration caused a backward sway, leading to audible curses from several passengers. Yet, Bai Ying found her cheeks warming. Despite her height, nearly 1.7 meters, Jiang Nan towered over her. Thus, the inertia propelled her towards Jiang Nan's broad chest, and when pushed back, it was met by his strong, reassuring arms, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of his heart. Such a delicate atmosphere was beyond mere words to describe. Both of them felt a peculiar stir within their hearts. Fortunately, They could not see each other's expressions, which alleviated any potential awkwardness. Thus, approximately 20 minutes passed. The two alighted from the vehicle and strolled into an aging neighborhood, before parting ways to return to their respective homes. However, just as they were about to separate, Bai Ying suddenly turned around, seemingly struck by a thought. Jiang Nan, I will come to find you tomorrow morning. Why do you want to see me on the weekend? I need your tutoring. Tutoring? Indeed. You are a top scholar. Do you still require my assistance? What's wrong with being a top scholar? Now, you are not merely a scholar, but a veritable genius. I wish to learn from you. But I want to sleep. I don't care. You are my best friend. I have been under the pressure of Qin Yuma for 3 years and am at my wit's end. Now that your mathematics and physics are so impressive, you must help me surpass her. Can I refuse? Absolutely not. Her words rang out with conviction, leaving no room for rebuttal. With a light-hearted step and a cheerful tune, Bai Ying skipped away. Sigh. Jiang Nan could only let out a long sigh in response. Pressured by teachers at school, he had finally returned home after a long day, hoping to indulge in a leisurely weekend slumber, only to be exploited by Bai Ying. Truly, this life was becoming unbearable. Chapter 31. How can I remain low-key when I am so handsome? Mom and Dad, I'm back. In just a few minutes, Jiang Nan returned home. His residence, located on the 3rd floor, comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room. The decor was neither particularly exquisite nor shabby, but rather cozy. Although this area belonged to an older neighborhood, housing prices in Jiangxing remained high. Naturally, this apartment was not owned by Jiang Nan's family, but was a subsidized housing allocation from his workplace, as both of his parents worked in the same technical unit for many years. Oh, son, you're back. Just in time. I made your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, waiting for you to join me for dinner. Upon seeing Jiang Nan enter, his mother, Zhou Xiuqin, donned in an apron, promptly emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Simultaneously, his slightly overweight father, Jiang Gaoyuan, rushed out of the room, waving at Jiang Nan. It's rare for you to have a break in your senior year. Come, let us share a drink together. Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. Nan is still in school. Do you dare to let him drink? I will break your legs. What is this? Isn't it just a moment of joy with Nan back? Joy my foot. You're merely looking for an excuse. I warn you. If you dare to drink in front of Nan, I will confiscate all your liquor and leave you to drink the winds of the northwest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan wore a disgruntled expression and quickly concealed the alcohol in his embrace. In the Jiang household, major decisions were dictated by the father, while minor matters were under the authority of the mother, with the significance of the matter determined by her as well. Thus, Jiang Gaoyuan dared not confront Zhou Xiuqin directly. Jiang Nan merely smiled knowingly. Although his parents occasionally engaged in bickering, he cherished the atmosphere of his home. Simple and genuine, it compensated for a slight void deep within his memories. This was one of the reasons he was in no rush to instigate change. Thus, he continued to live a languorous life, which seemed rather pleasant. Unfortunately, it appeared that this leisurely existence would soon come to an end. After dinner, Jiang Nan retreated to his room. Typically, this would be his time to indulge in dramas, play games, read novels, or simply sleep. However, this time, he did not immediately lie down. Instead, with a flick of his right hand, he retrieved the Yinling fruit from his system inventory. It was a rather unremarkable black fruit, and as Jiang Nan smacked his lips, he popped it into his mouth. This was his first experience consuming something obtained from the system's lottery, and he had hoped to savor its flavor. Yet, to his surprise, it melted away instantly, leaving no taste whatsoever. This seems rather useless, Jiang Nan frowned, suspecting he had been duped by the system. But soon, his face began to itch. Was he perhaps experiencing discomfort? Would it lead to disfigurement? Hastily, he grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. He was already quite handsome and had no need to enhance his looks further. The thought of becoming disfigured would surely send him into despair. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. What on earth? Incredible! Upon seeing his reflection, Jiang Nan was jolted into a leap of joy, nearly soaring 3 feet off the ground. It was utterly shocking. Was the figure in the mirror truly him? With a complexion as flawless as jade, eyes sparkling like bright stars, a nose elegantly proportioned, and lips akin to polished rouge, complemented by an aura of carefree charisma. He was beyond what mere words could describe. These adjectives failed to encapsulate even a fraction of his newfound handsomeness. Aside from exclaiming in disbelief, he found himself at a loss for words. He was stunning beyond reason. capable of eclipsing all the top male stars in the entertainment industry and capturing the hearts of women worldwide. Even he felt a flutter in his own heart. Unable to resist, he touched his face, marveling at its smoothness and brightness. Perhaps he had misused the term. He was not a vain person. In truth, his appearance remained similar to before, but with subtle enhancements that yielded astonishing results. A tenfold increase in attractiveness was no exaggeration. Perfectly flawless and radiating charm, he was undeniably captivating. With such a striking visage, he could afford to remain idle and still possess the world. Of course, he was not one to rely solely on his looks. He intended to depend on his abilities while maintaining a low profile in his languid lifestyle. But with such striking handsomeness, how could he still manage to be a humble slacker? This is a serious matter. Seeking answers. Online waiting. Urgent. The following morning, a ray of sunlight gently illuminated the room. Bai Yingying had already arrived at Jiang Nan's home. Today, she was not clad in her school uniform but adorned in a delicate blue long dress, reminiscent of a celestial fairy. The term school bell could not be more fitting for Bai Yingying. Her presence brought immense joy to Jiang's parents. Although their son's academic performance was less than stellar and he possessed few remarkable talents, his charm with the opposite sex was indeed commendable. They were familiar with Bai Yingying, having seen her occasionally in their shared community. They recognized that she had been beautiful since childhood, and as she matured, she blossomed like a water lily. Moreover, Bai Yingying was not only striking in appearance, but was also reputed to be an academic prodigy, excelling in her studies. Embodying the ideal of a flawless child, they often mused in private about how fortunate any family would be to have her as a daughter-in-law. Yet today, to their astonishment, Bai Yingying had come to visit their seemingly inept son? What an unexpected delight! With the demeanor of proud parents, they beamed with joy, hastily preparing a feast of chicken and fish to welcome her. Overwhelmed by Jiang's parents' exuberance, Bai Yingying, noticing that Jiang Nan was still in slumber, found an excuse to rush into his room. Lazybones, wake up. To her surprise, she was unaware that Jiang Nan typically slept without much clothing. The consequence was indeed tragic. Bai Yingying exclaimed in shock. Bai Yingying, you little rascal. Jiang Nan, you sleep without clothes? What am I supposed to wear to bed? Sleeping without clothes, Jiang Nan, how scandalous. Wait, you aren't Jiang Nan, who are you? Jiang Nan. Chapter 32. It turns out he is the true campus heartthrob, and he is with the school bell? Bai Yingying, open your titanium alloy eyes and see clearly. If I am not Jiang Nan, then who am I? You are Jiang Nan. Indeed, without a doubt. How is that possible? Jiang Nan could never be this handsome. Was I ugly before? Well, not exactly, just what? Look at my eyes, nose, and mouth. Do they not resemble the old me? Well, they do seem the same. Bai Yingying rubbed her eyes and scrutinized Jiang Nan closely, ultimately realizing that the person before her was indeed Jiang Nan. Yet, this revelation only amplified her astonishment. My goodness, Jiang Nan, what did you eat last night? Milk? Or papaya? We have only been apart for a single evening, and yet you have transformed into such a striking figure. It truly is overwhelming. Bai Yingying, unable to contain her admiration, reached out to caress Jiang Nan's face, which was as smooth as silk. Moreover, his complexion was remarkably fair, evoking an irresistible desire to linger. Even Bai Yingying felt a twinge of jealousy. Once the belle of the school, she prided herself on her exceptional physique, beauty, and flawless skin, qualities that had always given her confidence, particularly in comparison to Qin Yuma. However, now, in juxtaposition with Jiang Nan, she seemed to possess no advantage whatsoever. Does milk papaya really possess beauty-enhancing properties? I must confess, I was under the impression that such a thing was solely for promoting growth. Jiang Nan cast a sidelong glance at a certain area of Bai Yingying's chest. It was rather difficult to endure this early in the morning. Come on. Confess how you achieved this transformation overnight. Teach me your secrets. What can I say? I was simply born handsome. Jiang Nan replied, gesturing towards his own head. This was the excuse he had meticulously prepared to avoid alarming anyone with his extraordinary looks, thereby preserving his desire for a low-key existence. Thus, he had deliberately ventured out the previous night to get a haircut. Indeed, the current buzz cut was intended to diminish his attractiveness. Yet, despite his careful planning, there was one factor he had overlooked. After the haircut, not only did he not appear less handsome, but he also radiated a more vibrant and polished charm, leaving the hairdresser utterly smitten. Alas, what a miscalculation. Being excessively handsome is indeed a dilemma. Bai Yingying, We must maintain a certain distance. I need to get dressed. Would you kindly refrain from looking or touching? Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. It was only then that Bai Ying realized the impropriety of her actions. She quickly shielded her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. She had barged into Jiang Nan's room, seen him in his entirety, and even dared to touch him. Cough. Bai Ying, why are you still lingering here? What does covering your eyes with a gap signify? Are you still peeking? Leave, I must dress. With that, Bai Ying fled. Moments later, Jiang Nan, now appropriately attired, made his way to the living room, where Bai Ying greeted him with an inexplicable smile. Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. By the way, why have you come to see me so early? Jiang Nan inquired. Have you forgotten? Yesterday, I mentioned that I would help you with math and physics. Oh no, it seems there's no escaping this fate. After finally securing a weekend, I am still to be exploited? Such a painful existence. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Jiang Nan's parents had already prepared breakfast and were bringing it out from the kitchen. Then, dear child, how could you, be our family's foolish roe dear? It is no wonder that Bai Ying was astonished upon seeing Jiang Nan, for now, both Jiang's father and mother share the same sentiment. Were it not for Jiang Nan's appearance remaining unchanged, Jiang's parents would never believe that this was indeed their son. Ultimately, they could only attribute this transformation to an ancient adage: a girl matures by 18, cough, cough. A boy matures by 18. Their son has grown up. Following this, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, Jiang Nan, and Bai Ying, the four of them, shared a warm meal together. Subsequently, Bai Ying requested Jiang Nan to assist her with her studies. Naturally, Jiang Nan was reluctant, harboring 100 grievances. He yearned to indulge in a few games to climb the ranks, having not played for several days. And he was also engrossed in a serialized novel by the author Song Qiongyin, which seemed to have accumulated quite a few chapters. At the very least, wouldn't it be delightful to catch up on some sleep? However, this foolish roe deer still lacked insight. A girl had come to your home to study and wanted to guide you, yet you were still unwilling. Truly a hopeless case. How could you ever be worthy of her? Jiang's father and mother were aware of Bai Ying's excellent academic performance. She was a top student, and they instinctively believed that she was tutoring Jiang Nan, which brought them immense joy. Should Jiang Nan dare to refuse, they would not hesitate to discipline the mischievous lad. Ultimately, under the pressure of their insistence, Jiang Nan had no choice but to comply, neglecting games, novels, and even a cozy nap, solely focusing on tutoring Bai Ying. This tutoring, however, consumed the entire day. The weekend swiftly passed. On Monday, it was once again time for school. Bai Ying arrived bright and early at Jiang Nan's home, taking him along to school. Jiang Nan did not think much of it, and Jiang's parents were quite pleased. However, as the two descended from the bus and entered the campus, they immediately attracted a flurry of attention. Every student, without exception, first directed their gaze towards Bai Ying, then swiftly shifted their focus to Jiang Nan's face. Look, is that the school bell, Bai Ying? She actually arrived at school with a boy. Could it be that he is her boyfriend? How brazen. The school has strict rules against dating. Does she not fear the teachers? And who is this boy? Oh my, he is so handsome. How could such a striking figure exist in our school? Which class is he in? I seem to have never seen him before. He is truly too handsome. A heartthrob indeed. Could he possibly be Yi Zhiqiu, the basketball god of Class 5 in the senior year, known as the campus heartthrob? Nonsense, he is not Yi Zhiqiu. Indeed, I have seen Yi Zhiqiu. While he is handsome, he pales in comparison to this young man. Does that mean this lad is the true heartthrob of our school? And he is with the school bell? Chapter 33. Has the southern deity grown handsome, while Wang Fatty is gone bald? Goodness, have I been tricked? Observing the hushed whispers and furtive glances from those around him, Jiang Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His striking good looks had always drawn attention, and with the presence of the captivating Bai Ying beside him, it was only a matter of time before he became the focal point of the entire school. For others, this would be a coveted experience. However, for the low-key Jiang Nan, it felt akin to being thrust onto a blazing pyre. How pitiful. Yet, Bai Ying wore a triumphant smile. Normally, when other girls beheld Jiang Nan, they appeared as if struck by Cupid's arrow, their hearts fluttering with infatuation. Many even contemplated approaching him for a conversation. But once Bai Ying asserted her claim beside Jiang Nan, those girls recoiled in self-doubt. The campus heartthrob is indeed a heartthrob. Regrettably, he was destined to be someone else's prize, already monopolized by Bai Ying, the belle of the school. sobbing quietly in a corner. In response, Jiang Nan could not help but feel an overwhelming headache. Hastening his steps as he and Bai Yingying made their way to Class 4's classroom. However, as he stepped through the door, a sudden hush fell over the previously boisterous classroom. Every student, without exception, ceased their activities and turned their gaze toward Jiang Nan, lost in awe. So handsome. This was the thought echoing in the minds of the girls. Truly, he is extraordinarily handsome. The boys had to concede as well. Who is this man beside Bai Yingying? So incredibly handsome, he seemed to shatter the very heavens. Could he be Bai Yingying's boyfriend? The campus beauty has found a partner? Oh no. He is the sole deity in my heart. How could he be taken away? Yet, despite the fact that this man had stolen the campus flower, I find it impossible to harbor any resentment towards him. How embarrassing. The flames of gossip ignited fervently among the crowd. Many speculated that Jiang Nan was indeed Bai Yingying's boyfriend, filled only with admiration, devoid of jealousy or hatred. Truly, being handsome allows one to have it all. It is indeed a valid statement. What? Does no one recognize me? Or is there something on my face? I am Jiang Nan, merely with a different hairstyle. It is me, the genuine article. Everyone disperse. As Jiang Nan walked through, he had endured far too much chatter and was thoroughly annoyed. Not wishing to be the subject of further gossip from his classmates, he quickly touched his nose, introduced himself, and hastened to his seat. However, the moment he introduced himself, it was as if a spark had ignited in hot oil, causing the classroom to erupt. What? He is Jiang Nan. How can it be that Jiang Nan is so extraordinarily handsome? No, it's true that Jiang Nan possesses a certain charm. After all, he is the class idol, the embodiment of male beauty. Yet, this person before us eclipses him entirely. I would wager that even the school heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, standing beside him, would pale in comparison. If he is indeed Jiang Nan, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Can a mere haircut truly transform someone so dramatically? Perhaps we too might consider adopting Jiang Nan's hairstyle, but would that elevate us to the status of a male deity? You are being naive. Cutting your bangs and opting for a buzz cut would only expose your flaws, rendering you less appealing. Indeed, your face is rather large. Jiang Nan possesses an exceptional foundation. He is beyond comparison. From this day forth, I shall no longer refer to him as Jiang Nan, but rather as the true male deity, Nan Shun. The applause from our classmates for Jiang Nan is thunderous. Li Qianqian and Tang Tiantian are utterly captivated by him, while Su Yu and Zhang Hao find themselves in awe. Even Qin Yumao, the studious class president who usually turns a blind eye to the outside world, momentarily set aside her pen to admire Jiang Nan, lost in thought for quite some time. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying's heart swelled with joy. She had long aspired to surpass Qin Yumao, yet had been relentlessly overshadowed. Now, she finally seized a moment of triumph. After all, her connection with Jiang Nan's success inherently reflects her own. On the other side, Jiang Nan returned to his seat, choosing not to engage with the crowd, but rather directing his gaze towards the plump Wang, who wore a look of despair under his wide-brimmed hat. What's wrong, Wang? Have you forgotten me? Or perhaps your recent attempt to impress Wang Haoran fell short, preventing your transition into an athlete? That seems improbable. Jiang Nan was filled with confusion. Given Wang's potential, coupled with the enhancements from the strength chocolate, he should have been able to complete the run in under 3 minutes. Achieving that would guarantee Wang Haoran's acceptance. Understanding Wang's boisterous nature, he expected exuberant news to follow. Yet, Wang appeared despondent. Could it be that the strength chocolate had failed him? Or had he neglected to consume it? No, Wang Haoran accepted me. Wang finally looked up and said. On that day when I sought out Wang Haoran for the test, he reluctantly agreed. However, despite my utmost effort, I only managed to run 3 minutes and 10 seconds, falling short of the standard. Seeing this, Wang Haoran was quite disappointed. I nearly gave up. But recalling your words, Nan Shun, about the possibility of achievement depending solely on desire, I shamelessly implored Wang Haoran for a second attempt. Do you know my 1,000-meter time? How much? Jiang Nan inquired with a hint of curiosity. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Wang declared, astonishing Wang Haoran, who initially thought there had been a timing error and requested a third attempt. The result? 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Consequently, he accepted me immediately. Wang Pengzi smirked, clearly filled with pride. That's wonderful. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is splendid. Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously, adding, I must thank you, Nan Shun. If I am not mistaken, the excellent results I achieved later were due to that piece of chocolate you gave me before the race. It was what enlightened me. We are brothers. There's no need for thanks. Jiang Nan shook his head, feeling a sense of relief. He had feared an unexpected turn of events. But it appeared that all was well, and the powerful chocolate had proven its efficacy. From 3 minutes and 15 seconds, he had improved to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The effect was undeniably extraordinary. Truly, it was a creation of the system. However, he did not notice that Wang Pengzi's expression had suddenly fallen. Nanshan, although we are brothers, gratitude is still in order. After all, without the chocolate you provided, I wouldn't have transitioned into an athlete. Without becoming an athlete, I wouldn't be able to enter university, and without university, I would have ended up laboring on a construction site. He lamented. But you didn't mention that this chocolate had side effects. Do you know that afterward, I nearly fainted from hunger on the track? I barely made it to the cafeteria and devoured 10 bowls of rice just to feel somewhat full, solidifying my reputation as a glutton. Wang Pengzi's face was filled with helplessness. After all, the scene of his frenzied eating had astonished everyone in the cafeteria and terrified the surrounding girls. How could he ever find a partner with an appetite like that? Well, every advantage has its drawbacks. As long as the benefits outweigh the downsides. Eating more when hungry isn't such a big deal. Jiang Nan scratched his head, feeling somewhat humble. Is it really not a big deal? Yes. Eating more when hungry is indeed not a significant issue. After all, I already have the title of glutton. But what is the deal with this hair loss? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi removed his wide-brimmed hat, on the verge of tears as he lamented, just when I finally felt satisfied after eating. I discovered that all my hair had fallen out. What is this? Is it like Saitama? Do I need to become bald to grow stronger? Chapter 34. The night before the monthly exam. While you study, I sleep. Wang Pengzi was in distress. Do you know how he managed to endure these past couple of days? The near starvation after the physical test was merely a minor issue. In the time it took to eat a meal, he had lost all his hair. Just imagining that scene was terrifying. He had nearly lost control, fearing he might have some terminal illness, trembling in dread. Keep in mind, he was only 18. His beautiful life had just begun, especially after having reveled in the joy of becoming an athlete just moments before, envisioning a bright future. Yet in the next moment, despair struck. The blow was undeniably significant. He didn't even know how he made it home. Once there, he dared not speak of it to anyone, merely lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for his fate. Ultimately, he was discovered by his father. Upon seeing his son with a completely bald head, his father grew alarmed and hastily took him to the hospital for emergency treatment, undergoing various examinations, imaging, and tests. Following this was a period of anxious waiting for the hospital to deliver results. Although this process did not last long, less than 2 days, those 2 days were undoubtedly the most excruciating of Wang Fatty's life, akin to enduring years in mere seconds. He had prepared himself for the worst, even drafting a will. In what he believed to be the final chapter of his life, he resolved to indulge, to revel, and to truly savor each moment. As for attending class today, that was utterly out of the question. He would not return even under duress. On this point, his parents were in full agreement. As long as Wang Fatty found joy, they would wholeheartedly support whatever he wished to pursue. However, this morning, when the hospital's test results were revealed, the situation took a dramatic turn. The report indicated that Wang Fatty was in excellent health, remarkably so, even robust like a young bull. Not only was there no cancer, but he was devoid of any ailments whatsoever. In disbelief, Wang Fatty, along with his parents, sought repeated confirmation from the doctor, only to be met with the same result. He was healthy. The doctor even advised them against unnecessary worry and wasting hospital resources, hinting at a degree of dissatisfaction in his tone. Hearing this, Wang Fatty was filled with confusion. How could he be perfectly fine when his hair had fallen out so unnaturally? Before he could ponder further, he was met with a flurry of reprimands from his parents. It was a merciless onslaught. Not only were several feather dusters broken, but even a rolling pin as thick as his wrist was brought forth. His parents were convinced that Wang Fatty was merely playing a prank, that he had shaved his head to avoid school. After all, with his dismal academic performance, he had previously lamented that he would rather haul bricks on a construction site than attend classes. Given their understanding of their son, they believed him quite capable of such folly. Hence, they showed no restraint in their chastisement, forcefully ushering him from home to school. Ah, what a dreadful scene. It could very well make the headlines of tomorrow's news in Jiangxing. Yet, this harsh lesson, while brutal, was not without its silver lining for Wang Fatty. It jolted him awake. He finally accepted that he did not have cancer, And as for the loss of his hair, there must surely be another explanation. The reason behind this, he speculated, was most likely related to the piece of chocolate given to him by Jiang Nan, including his hunger as well. After all, Jiang Nan had previously mentioned that consuming the chocolate would certainly allow him to run within 3 minutes. At the time, he had paid little heed to it. However, upon reflection, that piece of chocolate indeed had astounding effects. It was not merely a source of energy replenishment, it could even enhance physical constitution and awaken latent talents. Yet, the chocolate was a double-edged sword. While it granted strength, it also bore significant side effects. He had grown stronger, but at the cost of his hair? Alas! His once luscious locks. His head was large, and his face was broad. Previously, he could conceal some of it with his hair, making him appear less unappealing. Now, with his hair gone, Wang Fatty had transformed into a bobblehead figure. Goodness! He couldn't even bear to face others without a hat, especially when he saw Jiang Nan. Handsome and confident, stride into the classroom, while he himself was left with a shining bald head and a chilling sensation atop. The stark contrast was undeniably heart-wrenching. It made him want to weep. Upon learning of Wang Fatty's predicament, Jiang Nan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Fortunately, he had wisely refrained from consuming the potent chocolate. This system was truly a trap. After finally winning a prize, to discover it came with side effects was disheartening. Not only did it induce hunger, but it also led to baldness? Goodness! Thankfully, Wang Fatty was shouldering the blame. Who knew whether his hair would ever grow back? Brother, we need not concern ourselves with such trivial matters. The crux is that you have transitioned into an athlete. Haven't you? As for the hair, if it's gone, it's gone. Summer is approaching, which means a refreshing breeze. Jiang Nan consoled Wang Fatty for a while, and the matter was soon put to rest. After all, their bond was strong. While Wang Fatty felt disheartened, he would never truly hold Jiang Nan accountable. He was not one to repay kindness with malice. Dingling. The class bell rang. The first class was Chinese, and the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, briskly entered the classroom with her teaching materials. Students, tomorrow we will have our first monthly exam of the semester. Although it is merely a monthly test, it is of great significance. This examination will adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination, and the results will reveal your current level, indicating which knowledge you have mastered and which remains elusive. I hope everyone will strive to review diligently and achieve excellent results, not only to prove yourselves, but also to bring glory to our class. Right from the start, Hu Yifei laid out the importance of the forthcoming exam. It is worth noting that her ascension to the position of the youngest female homeroom teacher at the 3rd middle school was no mere coincidence. Her capabilities were evident. In just a few words, she highlighted the significance of the monthly exam, while simultaneously inspiring those present with fervent ambition. Instantly, every student present straightened up, their expressions serious, as they lifted their heads and focused intently on the lesson. Even the underachievers seated at the back, such as Wang the Fat, restrained their idle antics and devoted themselves to their studies. After all, the eve of the monthly examination was undeniably nerve-wracking. Yet, there was one notable exception, Jiang Nan. As soon as Hu Yifei's words fell, Jiang Nan unceremoniously laid his head on the desk and drifted into a deep slumber. This left Hu Yifei inwardly trembling. Given her usual temperament, had any other student dared to sleep during her class, she would have unleashed her formidable arsenal of techniques, be it the flicker of a bullet, the thunder strike, or the enhanced version of the cosmic toss, not to mention the lightning barrage. She would not let them remain oblivious to the origins of her notorious titles such as the ruthless teacher, the saintly warrior, and the deadly sorceress. Yet, when it came to Jiang Nan, she remarkably held herself back, choosing to turn a blind eye as if she hadn't seen a thing. Sleep on, young man. Sleep to your heart's content. As long as you can secure the top spot in the school tomorrow, you may slumber through the entire day, and I shall not concern myself with you. However, should you fail to achieve that coveted first place, I shall make sure you understand my formidable prowess. Chapter 35. A group of overzealous youths. On the infectious nature of absurdity? Dingling. Soon enough, the language class came to an end. During the usual break time, one would expect the classroom to be filled with raucous laughter and playful banter. Yet today, a remarkable consensus seemed to prevail, as everyone remained glued to their seats, engrossed in textbooks and exercises, diligently toiling away, devoid of any frivolity. Even trips to the restroom were executed with haste, as they hurried back, fearful of squandering precious time. Even Wang the Fat, who would typically feel dizzy at the sight of a book, now widened his eyes like saucers, confronting the pages, eager to grasp as much as he could to prepare for the impending examination. This was indeed a commendable phenomenon. Perhaps his success in transitioning to a sports student had invigorated him with newfound motivation, truly admirable and worthy of respect. However, as the reigning champion of classroom drowsiness and the cafeteria's voracious eater, Jiang Nan continued to sleep through the entirety of the class. Indeed, sleep. He persisted in his slumber, embodying the spirit of one who would not cease until the final bell rang. This was simply because he was utterly exhausted. He had barely managed to enjoy his weekend, only to be relentlessly drained by that little tyrant, by Ying throughout the day. He felt a sense of resentment, yet with his parents vigilantly supervising just outside the room, he found himself utterly spent. Even a bull would be worn out. Thus, today he had to reclaim what he had lost, lacking even the inclination to play games or read novels. And so, the second period commenced, mathematics class. Much like the preceding language class, the others were attentively engaged, while Jiang Nan was akin to Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies. This was followed by the third period of physics, the fourth period of biology, and in the afternoon, foreign language and chemistry classes. Through nearly all the lessons, Jiang Nan continued to slumber. The title of sleep god was indeed well-deserved. Aside from taking a brief respite for lunch and occasionally visiting the restroom, Jiang Nan spent the entirety of the day engaged in little else. His classmates looked upon him with envy, their eyes green with jealousy. What does this signify? While we toil and study, you merely slumber. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the astonishing fact that despite his lethargy, Jiang Nan excels in both mathematics and physics, earning the particular attention of esteemed teachers Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. Were any other student to dare doze off during mathematics or physics class, they would have long been brought to tears by the reprimands of these two instructors. Yet Jiang Nan manages to sleep in a myriad of ways, and neither teacher utters a word of reproach. It is truly unfair. Why does the heavens not strike him down with a bolt of lightning? And then there is our formidable homeroom teacher, the iron-willed Hu Yifei, as well as the foreign language instructor Yang, the draconian chemistry teacher Huang, and the biology teacher who keeps a tight rein on the classroom. Have they not always been devoid of compassion? While it is understandable that Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei might overlook Jiang Nan's behavior, given his prowess in their subjects, what about the other classes? In Chinese, foreign language, chemistry, and biology, Jiang Nan appears to be merely average. Why, then, does no one intervene? Have you given up on him? Or is it an affectation of favoritism? Is it merely because Jiang Nan has become extraordinarily handsome that you hesitate to disturb him while he sleeps? Does good looks grant one the liberty to act with impunity? Particularly Yang, who, while delivering his lecture, frequently steals glances at Jiang Nan, seemingly mesmerized as though he were a celestial being. He even dropped the chalk in his hand, oblivious to it. This is truly disheartening. The collective sentiment among the students, aside from Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi, was one of mixed emotions, their thoughts in disarray. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of daytime classes and the arrival of mealtime. Jiang Nan, yawning, stirred from his slumber. He noticed Bai Yingying to his left still diligently studying, while Wang Pengzi to his right was gnawing on a pencil. With a sigh, Jiang Nan prepared to invite them to lunch. Just then, Zhang Hao from the front row approached him unexpectedly. Jiang Nan, I admit it, I lack your talent in physics. Even while you sleep, you perform remarkably. But I haven't relaxed for a moment these past few days, and I am confident that tomorrow's exam will see me surpass you. At least in physics, I will outdo you. I shall make it known to the entire class that I am the true representative of physics, the strongest in this subject. Zhang Hao's face flushed as he declared this bold proclamation before hastily departing. Jiang Nan was taken aback. You are indeed the physics representative. I have no intention of usurping your position. Is such animosity truly necessary? It seems that you consistently outperform me in every physics exam. This is utterly ludicrous. Jiang Nan felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Before he could gather his thoughts, another individual clenched his fists and dashed towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I must concede that I lack your innate talent in mathematics. After all, I have never witnessed you studying, yet you still secured first place. However, like Zhang Hao, I have not squandered a moment of time these past few days. With tomorrow's examination looming, I am certain I will surpass you. I shall prove to everyone that I am the true representative of mathematics, the one who excels above all. The speaker was Su Yu, the mathematics representative, who had previously questioned Jiang Nan's integrity. As the saying goes, foolishness can be contagious, and it indeed seems so. While Zhang Hao exhibited the behavior of an overly dramatic youth, Suyu followed suit. The situation was far from over. Just as Suyu departed, Tang Tiantian waved her delicate fist at Jiang Nan, proclaiming, "In tomorrow's exam, I too will surpass you, for I am the representative of foreign languages, and I am no less capable than anyone else." Following her were the representatives of Chinese, chemistry, and biology, each echoing similar sentiments towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was left utterly perplexed. He found it somewhat understandable that Zhang Hao and Suyu would voice their challenges, as he had previously outshone them in physics and mathematics, leaving them with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, what was Tang Tiantian's motive? Had she ever demonstrated any aptitude in foreign languages? It seemed unlikely, not to mention her performance in Chinese, chemistry, and biology had been rather ordinary. Or perhaps he had been too dazed to recall something. Maybe he truly had forgotten something, for after the representatives departed, even the class leader, Qin Yuma, rose from her seat and approached Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, I hope that in tomorrow's examination, you do not hold back, but rather give it your all to showcase your true abilities," she said, her expression serious. "I am not holding back," Jiang Nan retorted. "No, you must be. A person as proficient in mathematics and physics as you cannot possibly underperform in other subjects," Qin Yuma insisted. "You must promise me this, for I wish to triumph over you openly, without the need for your concession." Jiang Nan was left speechless. Chapter 36. The first question in Chinese. Had they truly made an error? Concede? What nonsense. When did I ever concede? He simply could not comprehend what these people were thinking. Each one seemed as if they had consumed gunpowder, determined to outdo him. Truly, they must have too much free time on their hands. Wouldn't it be more delightful to head to the cafeteria and enjoy a meal instead? Jiang Nan managed an awkward smile at Qin Yuma, choosing silence as he grabbed by Ying and Wang Pongzi and made a beeline for the cafeteria. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpassed the importance of a good meal. Whatever they thought was of no concern to him. However, this seemingly indifferent scene, observed by the surrounding classmates, only fueled the flames of animosity within their hearts. TSK. Jiang Nan could never have anticipated this. The reason for their hostility towards him was clear. Every subject representative, including the class monitor, Qin Yuma, was eager to surpass him, purely due to his incessant slumber during class. Meanwhile, the teachers turned a blind eye, showing him undue favoritism, which left the others feeling profoundly unsettled. This encapsulated the mindset of the top students. Clearly, we are the most outstanding in every subject, the ones the teachers value most. Why should you steal our thunder? We are undoubtedly the most diligent, sparing not a single moment. How dare a mere slumbering king surpass us? Unwilling to concede, they were determined to settle the score and establish a victor. Only the carefree Wang Pongzi seemed unfazed, as he could not comprehend the thoughts of the academic elites. As for Bai Ying, she glared at Jiang Nan and exclaimed, "These people are utterly outrageous, daring to issue a challenge to you. Even Qin Yuma is involved. Jiang Nan, you must rise to the occasion. Tomorrow's exam cannot be taken lightly. You must curb their arrogance and diminish their pride." Jiang Nan, however, paid no heed to Bai Ying's fervent exhortations. Diminish their pride? While it sounds straightforward, executing it was quite another matter, and it was beyond Jiang Nan's control. If the system's score control still adhered to the passing line, he certainly could not aim for full marks just to prove a point. He had no intention of engaging in such a fruitless endeavor, one that would draw attention yet yield no points from the system. The following day, Tuesday, as the morning self-study commenced, the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, arrived to distribute the examination permits. Although it was merely a monthly test, Hu Yifei had previously stated that it would follow the college entrance examination format, thus mixing the 20 classes of the third year and randomly assigning students to different classrooms via computer. This underscored the school's earnest regard for this examination. After a flurry of meticulous arrangements, the students set off to locate their respective examination venues. It is worth mentioning that, prior to the start of the exam, Hu Yifei specifically summoned Jiang Nan to the corridor, repeatedly urging him to exert his utmost effort. Should he dare to manipulate his scores again, he would be warned of dire consequences in the future. In response, Jiang Nan was rather dismissive. He maintained his stance. He would not engage in fruitless endeavors. Even if threatened, he found it a bit challenging. One could not have both fish in bear's paws. What a headache. Never mind. One step at a time. He would await the system's score control task before deciding. However, This scene did not escape the notice of his classmates, and the expressions of Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian soured considerably. It was one thing for the math and physics teachers to hold him in high regard. But now even the homeroom teacher was treating him with such special consideration? Truly, there are limits to what one can tolerate. If we do not surpass you in this examination, we shall not be who we claim to be. The examination has commenced. Much like the college entrance examination. The first subject is Chinese literature, spanning 2.5 hours, with a maximum score of 150. By sheer coincidence, Jiang Nan has been assigned a seat in his own class, and to his astonishment, the invigilator is none other than Hu Yifei. In an instant, Jiang Nan's expression soured. Alas, this is disastrous. With Hu Yifei supervising, she will undoubtedly scrutinize him closely. How could he possibly manage his score or seek leniency? Is he truly expected to undertake a task that is both arduous and thankless? Yet, the next moment, he was taken aback. The system's task had finally arrived. However, unlike the usual objective of maintaining a passing score, this time it was a startling announcement. Ding. For this Chinese examination, please achieve a score of 150. Jiang Nan. What? 150 points? Could it be that the system has undergone a transformation? Since the physical assessment last week, he no longer needed to ensure a passing score. But rather, he must strive for perfection? This is indeed an unexpected delight. Although he is not one to seek the spotlight, preferring instead a modest life, he has no choice but to comply with the system's demands. He can no longer afford to be lenient. He must reluctantly aim for a perfect score of 150. This could serve to keep Hu Yifei from troubling him. While there are downsides, there are also advantages. Soon, the examination papers were distributed. While other students were just beginning to write their names and examine the questions, Jiang Nan was already answering at an astonishing pace. From basic multiple-choice questions to the appreciation of classical poetry, to the analysis of classical texts and reading comprehension, he moved swiftly, barely needing to contemplate. He could ascertain the answers at a glance. His reflexes were remarkably quick, and his pen flowed across the paper like a high-speed drilling machine, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. The surrounding students remained oblivious, as they were seated some distance away. However, Hu Yifei paid particular attention to Jiang Nan, often casting her gaze in his direction, and she was left astonished. How remarkably fast. This was Hu Yifei's first thought. Does he not need to glance at the questions or ponder them at all? Or perhaps this examination is simply too easy. This was her second thought. With a sense of curiosity, Hu Yifei took an empty paper and, while supervising, began to scrutinize the questions. She was eager to discern how simple the questions must be for Jiang Nan to answer without a moment's thought. Indeed, the earlier multiple-choice questions and poetry recitations posed no challenge for students with a solid foundation. They were akin to offering points freely. Yet, when it came to poetry appreciation, she found herself puzzled. This one presents a bit of difficulty. In response to the illness of Feng He, I send my greetings in a couplet by Lu Guimeng. Though I have lost myself in the intoxication of the spring city, the curtains remain uncut, as do the verses. I chant along the banks of the Ying, where the wild orchids flourish. I yearn to harvest the exquisite mushrooms on the cliffs of commerce. The herons in the wild are free to weave their nests, while the monk prepares a meal for his parting guest. Yet, I seek to heal the ailing Shenyu, without fear of the river blossoms failing to adorn the branches. Upon encountering these questions, Hu Yifei felt her eyelids flutter. Lu Guimeng, generally speaking, in the appreciation of poetry, it is common to select works from renowned poets such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, and Bai Zhi, as their names are most familiar. Yet this time, the choice is Lu Guimeng. Most students probably haven't heard of him. This is not the main concern. The crux is that this poem seems rather obscure. The difficulty of this language examination has suddenly escalated, and many students are likely to struggle. Even those who understand may find it challenging to achieve a perfect score. Setting that aside, Hu Yifei continued to peruse the paper. Next came the analysis of classical Chinese literature. In the next moment, her expression froze, stunned. Who devised this question? Are you certain this is appropriate for students? The beginning of the paper was straightforward. A slight increase in the difficulty of poetry appreciation could be understood. But what is this classical text? The original text is as follows. Yu wishes to fish, encountering me at the abode. I say to him, I wish to fish in the silt of the Yu. Shall we fish together? I respond to Yu, I wish to sell jade. While Yu desires jade, I wish to meet you at his abode. I meet you at his abode. Crossing over the corner, desiring to sell jade to him. When rain falls, the rain exceeds the eaves. I say to you, I wish to fish in the silt of the Yu, when the rain meets the eaves. Shall I fish or sell jade? Yu and I take shelter from the rain at his abode. I sell jade to Yu, and as the rain intensifies, Yu and I traverse the eaves, fishing in the silt of the Yu. Questions. What does mean? What does mean? What does mean? What does mean? Please share your understanding of this text. Finally, please translate the entire text thoroughly. With a snort, after reading the text, Hu Yifei could not contain her anger, her eyelids twitching, and her composure shattered. Goodness! Are the individuals responsible for this examination unwell? Or is this simply an erroneous question? Chapter 37. A collapse of mindset, leading many to abandon the exam? Hu Yifei, being a Chinese language teacher and believing her abilities to be commendable, would not have been appointed as a homeroom teacher otherwise. Yet even so, upon encountering this classical text by Yu, she found herself momentarily bewildered. She certainly recognized all the characters. However, piecing them together proved somewhat convoluted, leaving her dizzy. Without a solid foundation in classical literature or a translation dictionary, one would find it utterly impossible to decipher. It is truly too difficult. The examination committee must have done this on purpose. Is it truly necessary to make things difficult for those students and assert dominance? With the college entrance examination looming near, if I crush my students' confidence, I shall ensure that you face the consequences, Hu Yifei thought fiercely. Her temper was nearly beyond control. As soon as the examination proctoring concluded, she would undoubtedly storm into the teaching and research group to confront the individual responsible for the questions. Meanwhile, as Hu Yifei lamented the difficulty of the exam questions, numerous students in the classroom were tugging at their hair in frustration. This sentiment was not confined to her classroom. The entire school, engaged in the examination, was similarly affected. At the onset of the Chinese language exam, many students initially found themselves amused, thinking, these questions are exceedingly simple. They scribbled away with remarkable speed, completing the basic multiple-choice questions in record time. A perfect score of 12 was within reach. Next came the poetry recitation. Well, that posed a bit more of a challenge, yet it was manageable. While not everyone would score full marks, the majority still found it quite feasible. However, when they arrived at the poetry appreciation section, confusion set in for many. This poem was unfamiliar. Some had never even heard of the author. Naturally, this was quite normal. Given the multitude of ancient poems and their authors, it was implausible for everyone to be acquainted with all of them. Yet, what illness afflicted the author? That was an enigma as well. After scrutinizing the poem for an extended period, I still could not comprehend its meaning, let alone answer the questions. Oh well, let us skip it. It was merely worth 7 or 8 points. Although this might widen the gap with the top students, it was still within an acceptable range. However, this thought was fleeting. Upon encountering the subsequent classical Chinese text, countless students were left dumbfounded. Was this really the classical Chinese passage intended for us? I had never seen anything like it. A jumble of homophonous characters thrown together. Who on earth could decipher their meanings? Discussing the text's interpretation? How could I when I could barely understand it? As for translation, don't even get me started. A vast majority, if not a staggering 99%, of students were utterly stumped by this classical Chinese passage. The classrooms echoed with the sounds of exasperated sighs, teeth grinding, and pens being chewed. Oh heavens! Almighty earth! May lightning strike the person who crafted these questions. Was this even appropriate for us? It was one thing to struggle with the poetry appreciation, as that carried little weight in terms of scoring, but this classical text accounted for 18 points. That was a significant portion. After all, the basic multiple-choice questions were worth only 12 points. Adding the earlier poetry appreciation in a fleeting moment, 25 or 26 minutes vanished. Alas, the impact is undeniably significant. It is crucial to note that this is merely the third section. Several more portions lie ahead, including the essay. However, the challenges began not just in the third section, but from the second part onward, which proved to be arduous. By the time one reaches classical Chinese, the difficulty escalates to unparalleled heights. What, then, awaits in the subsequent sections? Many find themselves stuck on poetry appreciation and classical texts, unable to put pen to paper. While time ticks away relentlessly, 2.5 hours, and suddenly half of it has slipped away, in an instant, numerous students' morale crumbled. My goodness, this exam is unbearable. I refuse to continue. It is unclear who first succumbed to despair. But a fierce declaration was made as the test paper was crumpled into a ball and flung to the ground, trampled underfoot before the student stormed out. This individual, still within the examination hall, was promptly reminded by Hu Yifei, "Please return to your seat. You cannot submit your paper or leave the exam room until the last 15 minutes, or you will receive a 0. Yet, the student did not look back. "A 0 it is. I've discarded my paper, what is the point?" Indeed, this was a resolute character. Not only did they abandon the exam, but they also destroyed their test paper. The decisive stomp seemed to be an artistic flourish, as if to vent their inner turmoil. Following this, many others felt compelled to emulate the act. Instantly, the examination hall erupted into chaos. This is disastrous. Hu Yifei furrowed her brow. It is essential to remember that these are senior high school students, mere days away from their college entrance examinations. Yet, here they were, crumbling under pressure. This spells serious trouble. She had initially planned to discuss the matter with the teaching research group after the exam, but her patience was wearing thin. She longed to storm over and confront the question setter, slamming a test paper in their face, demanding, "Look at the questions you've crafted. Have you taken pride in pushing the students to their breaking point?" Just then, the head of the language teaching research group arrived in the corridor of Class 4. Beckoning Hu Yifei through the window. Without hesitation, she hurried outside. Chapter 38. What sort of essay is this? Group leader. This exam paper is excessively difficult. Even I feel the pressure. What of the students? As they walked down the corridor, Hu Yifei spoke first, her voice laden with frustration. Before the group leader could utter a word. Indeed, it is challenging. Many teachers have echoed my sentiments, which is why I've come to inform you. Advise the students to set aside the questions they cannot answer and focus on the remaining ones. Furthermore, remind them that if they struggle with something, so too will others. Thus, they should not panic or rush, but rather adjust their mindset and maintain composure. Maintain composure? That is exceedingly difficult. After all, if it were merely a challenging question, it could be forgiven. However, the difficulty spans from poetry appreciation to classical Chinese, all proving to be quite formidable. Pray tell, who is responsible for crafting these questions? If not a mistake, it appears to be a deliberate attempt to undermine the confidence of students. Such intentions are truly reprehensible. Hu Yifei harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the question setters. Errors should be unlikely. After all, these questions did not originate from the school, but from the city level. Although it ostensibly represents a monthly examination, in reality, it serves as a unified assessment for the entire city. It is not just our school. Institutions like No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools, Chuying and Lanpu, are simultaneously tackling this set of questions. I have urgently reached out to the city's question-setting team, yet they have yet to respond. For now, you must calm the students and have them proceed with the examination. With that, the head of the Chinese department departed, needing to notify each examination room, and thus unable to linger for too long. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei's frustration did not diminish. However, there was little she could do. The only recourse was to reassure the students. Classmates, please remain calm and composed. Remember, an examination is fundamentally a test of one's mindset. If you find yourself stumped, it is quite likely that others may be as well. Let us move past the questions we cannot answer and focus on completing the remainder. We must not allow the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections to consume our time. Moreover, we cannot mirror the actions of that previous student who, upon encountering a couple of difficult questions, chose to abandon the exam altogether. Such behavior is irresponsible towards the examination itself and, more importantly, towards your own futures. Upon re-entering the classroom, Hu Yifei endeavored to soothe the students as gently as possible. However, one student exclaimed, "What utter nonsense, teacher! Just because I struggle does not mean others do too. This individual beside me has not paused his pen since the exam began. I can see quite clearly with my borrowed insight that he has completed both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. His writing is nothing short of impressive. If he is not merely scribbling, he is genuinely exceptional. These questions are trivial for him. It is indeed disheartening to realize that we are not on the same level." As Hu Yifei's words faded, a portly classmate seated next to Jiang Nan could no longer contain his indignation, voicing his discontent. Yet, the more he expressed his frustration, the more it intensified. The inequity was unbearable, especially when he struggled while others found the questions effortless. Coupled with Hu Yifei's misleading reassurances, he slammed his palm onto the desk with a thud. "Forget it, I won't take the exam either. A 0 is a 0. He imitated the earlier defiant student. crumpling his paper into a ball and tossing it to the ground, disregarding Hu Yifei's disapproving glare as he stood to leave. Hu Yifei was left in disbelief. What is this? Just as I finish my statement, you choose to slap my face with your actions? Do I not deserve some respect? Truly, there exists a limit to endurance, and her tempestuous temper surged forth, threatening to erupt like a volcano. However, in the next breath, she managed to suppress her fury, for she suddenly recalled the remark made by that student about someone nearby whose pen had scarcely paused, completing both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. Surely, that individual must be Jiang Nan from her class. Could Jiang Nan truly possess such remarkable prowess? It was one thing to excel in poetry appreciation, but to conquer the complexities of classical Chinese, which even she found perplexing, was astounding. While she had harbored high hopes for Jiang Nan before the examination, those aspirations were more of a motivational push than an unwavering belief in Jiang Nan's supremacy. To assert complete confidence in Jiang Nan's ability to secure the top rank in the school seemed implausible, considering Jiang Nan's prior struggles with grades. Yet, she had never witnessed Jiang Nan's true capabilities until now. Meanwhile, her other students continued with their examination, striving not to be affected by the previous two who had relinquished their efforts. They had given up, but her remaining students must endure. Only through perseverance could they achieve victory. Hu Yifei offered a few words of encouragement. Nevertheless, no amount of reassurance could mend a shattered mindset, especially when one had already taken the lead in leaving, prompting several others to submit their papers in indignation. Clearly, they had all opted for a score of 0. How absurd. They would rather receive no marks than endure such ignominy. Hu Yifei glanced at the papers of those who had departed, noting that most were essentially blank. Even the initial few questions, which should have been simple, were answered nonsensically. It was evident that they belonged to the lowest echelon of students. If they chose to leave, so be it. She had done her utmost to persuade them. One could not forcibly detain individuals against their will. Her primary concern was whether Jiang Nan had indeed completed the classical Chinese section. Although Jiang Nan possessed a degree of skill, surely tackling classical Chinese would prove formidable. With a hint of curiosity, Hu Yifei decided to circle back under the pretext of monitoring the examination, positioning herself behind Jiang Nan to observe his paper. Her intention was to ascertain whether he had managed the classical Chinese questions. Yet, upon a fleeting glance, she found herself momentarily stunned. What was he engaged in? Was this not classical Chinese? Why was he penning an essay instead? The page was densely filled, and it appeared he was nearing completion. With only half the allotted time elapsed, he was already finishing his essay. Could it be that he had neglected the preceding classical Chinese section? Wait a moment. That chubby student who had exited earlier claimed to have seen him tackle both poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. How could this be possible? Even if one were to hastily scribble, it was inconceivable to complete an essay after having addressed both poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. After all, writing even 1,000 characters requires time, does it not? Hu Yifei was engulfed in confusion. While her classmates had only just skimmed through classical Chinese literature, they had yet to embark on the modern textual analysis. Yet, Jiang Nan was already nearing the completion of her essay. This pace was nothing short of remarkable. Hu Yifei was genuinely curious to glimpse Jiang Nan's exam paper, to discern how she had tackled the classical Chinese section. However, the essay and the classical Chinese texts were not on the same page, rendering her momentarily unable to do so. Wait, what was this essay about? Suddenly, Hu Yifei realized something, her eyes widening in disbelief. What sort of essay was this? Classical Chinese? Jiang Nan had the audacity to write in classical Chinese? How could that be possible? Chapter 39, A Scheme Takes Shape. Witness me composing in classical Chinese. It is worth mentioning that this Chinese exam was truly challenging. The initial multiple-choice questions and poetry recitation were relatively standard, manageable for most. However, once the poetry appreciation commenced, the difficulty escalated geometrically. The classical Chinese section was exceedingly formidable. Scarcely anyone could manage it. As for the subsequent modern text analysis, Hu Yifei skimmed through it briefly. It seemed somewhat easier, but still posed considerable challenges. Its difficulty level comparable to that of poetry appreciation. Now, regarding the final essay, this essay has a certain intrigue. No, wait. It presents a level of difficulty. The essay prompt was as follows. A young man traverses the long road of life, reaching a ferry where he possesses 7 satchels filled with health, beauty, integrity, wit, talent, wealth, and honor. As the ferry sets sail amidst tranquil waters, one cannot ascertain how much time passes before the winds rise and the waves churn, causing the small boat to sway perilously. The ferryman declares, "The boat is small and heavily laden. The passenger must relinquish one's satchel to safely navigate the treacherous passage." The young man hesitates, reluctant to part with any of his belongings. The ferryman adds, "There is loss and gain, abandonment and acquisition." After a moment of contemplation, the young man casts his integrity into the water. In this fable, the abandonment of integrity prompts reflections within you. Please compose an essay centered on integrity, drawing from your experiences, insights, feelings, beliefs, or even crafting a story or fable. At first glance, this prompt does not seem daunting. Yet, that is merely an illusion. In truth, it is laden with profound meaning and complexity. This essay is indeed not simple. Achieving a low score is permissible, but if one fails to innovate and resorts to cliché, the score will hardly be commendable. This was Hu Yifei's instinctive thought. In that moment, she felt a deep resonance. Just moments ago, she had urged her students to complete the latter sections first. Now, it appeared she was merely slapping her own face. Had she foreseen the essay prompt, she would never have uttered such self-deprecating remarks. What on earth? What is all this? Are you certain this is an essay prompt intended for high school students? Even Hu Yifei finds it challenging. For these students, it is undoubtedly a blatant act of intellectual degradation. This is indeed the case. Just a moment ago, several individuals departed, and upon encountering this essay topic, their eyes glazed over, their subconscious thoughts echoing. Who informed me of this perplexity? How does one even approach it? Poetry appreciation is difficult, classical Chinese is difficult. And now this essay topic, which carries a weight of 60 points, is equally daunting? Alas, I am utterly defeated. This examination is truly a test of endurance. Rather than squander time here, I might as well indulge in leisure. A score of 0 is still a score, and I shall not be at their service any longer. Many share this sentiment. Thus the number of those who left in frustration naturally increased. However, Jiang Nan found the task to flow effortlessly. In less than half an hour, he conquered the challenges before him, including poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. He then approached the essay. Upon reading the prompt, a smirk tugged at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth. He felt a surge of joy. Was the essay topic truly this simple? It appeared devoid of difficulty, not even worthy of a sip of his drink. This was Jiang Nan's instinctive thought. The essay was non-prescriptive, allowing for a plethora of associations. As long as it adhered to the theme, the directions for writing were abundant. Scoring 30 or 40 points was a mere trifle, yet to achieve 50 points would depend on one's writing prowess. However, the system's grading mandate was a perfect score. This implied that Jiang Nan's essay must attain 60 points to succeed. This was no trivial feat after all. Everyone knows that attaining full marks in mathematics and science is relatively straightforward, as long as the formulas, problem-solving processes, and answers are correct. Yet, achieving full marks in language arts is an arduous endeavor, particularly in essay writing, where exemplary compositions are exceedingly rare. This is primarily due to the absence of precise grading criteria. A piece must not only possess originality and align with the theme, but also be profoundly moving, capable of astonishing the evaluator and compelling them to refrain from deducting even half a point. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, while there was difficulty, it was manageable. It merely required a bit more thought. After contemplating for a few seconds, a smile blossomed upon Jiang Nan's face, for an idea struck him. Was there not a passage of classical Chinese at the start of the exam? That question was rather intriguing. If I were to compose an essay in classical Chinese, the outcome would surely yield a perfect score, wouldn't it? Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. And so, a composition that could shake the heavens and move the spirits, one that left Hu Yifei bewildered and her composure shattered, was freshly penned. The text is as follows. In the 26th year of Jiang Nan, 221 AD, Guan Yu fell at Maicheng, captured in defeat, refusing to surrender, and ultimately perished at the hands of Sun Quan. His steed, the renowned Red Hare, was bestowed upon Ma Zhong by Sun Quan. One day, Ma Zhong submitted a report. The steed Red Hare had refused sustenance for several days and would soon perish. Sun Quan was greatly alarmed and urgently sought the renowned scholar, Bo Shi from Jiangdong. This individual was a descendant of Bo Lu, reputed to possess a profound understanding of equine language. Ma Zhong escorted Bo Shi back to the manor, where they arrived at the stable to find Red Hare lying on the ground, lamenting with unceasing whinnies. The gathered crowd was bewildered. Save for Bo, she who comprehended the situation. Bo she dismissed the onlookers and, stroking the horse's back, sighed. In days of yore, Chow Chow composed the tortoise may live long, proclaiming that an aged steed, though resting in the stable, still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A valiant hero in their twilight years retains their indomitable spirit. I am acutely aware of your thoughts regarding General Guan's kindness, wishing to accompany him in the afterlife. Yet, on that fateful day when Elbu met his demise at the White Gate Tower, you did not exhibit such despair. Why, then, do you choose to abandon life now? Would this not betray your noble ambition to traverse 1,000 miles? Chapter 40. There are still half an hour left. You cannot submit your paper. This was the essay composed by Jiang Nan, which left Hu Yifei utterly astonished. Goodness, it is an examination, a moment to unleash one's creativity. Yet you have the audacity to write in classical Chinese? Hu Yifei stood in shock, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Is this truly human? I am a language teacher, having graduated from a prestigious university and possessing a master's degree. My standards are by no means low. In my own time, I too penned commendable essays. However, compared to Jiang Nan, the disparity is striking. This is undeniably a significant blow. Speechless. Such prodigious talent. Could this be what is termed the master of scoring, the super scholar, the true prowess of Jiang Nan? I am at a loss whether to weep or to laugh. Perhaps it should be the latter, for he is indeed from my own class, though he has deceived me for 2 or 3 years. If Jiang Nan truly possesses such remarkable abilities, then so be it. Being misled is of little consequence. Hu Yifei wore a foolish grin. Some might say that Jiang Nan merely employed classical Chinese, yet the content may not necessarily be exceptional, nor the skill particularly high. If such a person existed, Hu Yifei would not hesitate to spray them with a mouthful of salt soda. Nonsense. The layman observes the spectacle, while the expert discerns the subtleties. In this day and age, how many can adeptly write in classical Chinese? Setting aside the content for now, Jiang Nan's ability to eloquently compose several hundred characters in classical prose is sufficient to attest to his formidable talent. Furthermore, from her perspective, the content of Jiang Nan's essay is far from trivial. It is rich in meaning and thought-provoking. If one were to describe it in words, it would be akin to a spirited steed, fearsome in its essence. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was entirely absorbed in his writing, oblivious to Hu Yifei standing behind him in astonishment. It was only when he completed the final passage that he inscribed. The red hair lamented, saying, I have long admired the noble virtues of Bo Yi and Shu Qi, who chose not to partake of Zhou's chestnuts for the sake of their high principles. Jade may shatter yet retain its purity. Bamboo may splinter yet preserve its joints. A scholar is willing to die for a true friend, and a person exists by virtue of integrity. How could I, then, consume the grains of Wu and survive in this world? Having spoken, he fell to the ground and perished. Bo Shi wept bitterly, exclaiming, if even objects endure such fate, how can humanity bear it? He subsequently reported to Sun Quan. Upon hearing this, Quan also wept, saying, I had no knowledge of Yun Chang's steadfastness. Now, this loyal and righteous man has met his demise at my hands. What face do I have to present to the world? Thereafter, Sun Quan issued a decree to grant a grand burial for Guan Yu, his son, and the steed Red Hair. As the final passage concluded, he let out a long sigh, finally having accomplished the task, which had consumed at least 30% of his effort. Surely, I shall attain full marks. He mused with a smile. Jiang Nan's lips curled slightly upwards. Alas, the trials of life can be painful. Some yearn for fame, yet cannot attain it, while he finds even his desire for modesty thwarted. Externally pressured by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei, and internally compelled by the system to secure full marks, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Surely, this would not astonish many. After all, this examination was exceedingly simple. Undoubtedly, there must be numerous candidates capable of achieving full marks. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Qin Yuma are all top scholars, each proclaiming their intent to surpass him. Not to mention, the school is filled with prodigies, at least 10 of whom rival Qin Yuma. Among them is one named Qin Feng, a true paragon of excellence, certainly capable of scoring full marks. Comforting himself internally, Jiang Nan put down his pen, preparing to submit his paper. Upon witnessing this, Hu Yifei was taken aback. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? She asked. I'm submitting my paper. What, you finished? Indeed, I have. You've completed both the poetry appreciation and classical literature sections? All done. Even so, you ought to check your work. What if you made a careless mistake? Details determine success or failure. No need. These questions are far too simple to get wrong. Rest assured, I have not held back this time, Jiang Nan replied with an innocent smile. Fearing Hu Yifei might doubt his sincerity, he elaborated. However, this explanation only served to wound Hu Yifei deeply. How could such simple questions possibly be answered incorrectly? Look around. Are these words even human? Can't you see many in the classroom are pulling their hair, grinding their teeth, or even collapsing in despair? Did you not notice that even I appear grave, feeling the pressure? And yet, you claim it is easy? Does your conscience not ache? Not only Hu Yifei, but also other students in the examination room, particularly those seated beside Jiang Nan, felt as if they were choking on their own blood upon hearing his words, unable to process their feelings. It was too heart-wrenching. Indeed, the adage holds true. Comparison breeds discontent. Who is this individual? From which class do they hail? Pray, relinquish your extraordinary talents. Our hearts can scarcely endure this. It is noteworthy that I have yet to engage with poetry appreciation or classical literature, and my essay remains untouched. While this person has completed everything, your speed surpasses even that of a perennial bachelor. How have you honed such skills? Utterly speechless, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Hu Yifei, nor did he concern himself with the opinions of those around him. He intended to place his paper on the podium. However, wait a moment, Jiang Nan. There are regulations in the examination hall. One may only submit their paper and leave in the final 15 minutes. The time has not yet elapsed, so you cannot submit your paper, nor may you depart, lest you face a score of 0. At that moment, Hu Yifei called out to Jiang Nan once more. The reason was simple. The examination time had not yet concluded. She had not been attentive earlier. But upon seeing Jiang Nan prepare to submit his paper, she glanced at the clock on the blackboard and realized it was still not yet 11 o'clock. It is crucial to remember that the Chinese language examination lasts 2.5 hours, running from 9 in the morning until 11:30. This implies that Jiang Nan had completed his paper a full half-hour early, and that too, with such a challenging exam. Furthermore, he had even penned an essay in classical Chinese that left even her astonished. This was truly unfathomable. Chapter 41. Strange occurrences abound, today more than ever. What? One cannot submit their paper until time is up? Hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan appeared bewildered, momentarily at a loss. This was simply because he typically finished standard examinations in just a few minutes, then dozed off until the end. Yet today, the system had remarkably granted him a perfect score, particularly in the Chinese language portion. To this end, he had deliberately composed an essay in classical Chinese, consuming a considerable amount of time, believing that the examination must be nearing its conclusion. Yet, was it not over? Time seems to be passing exceedingly slowly. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock above the blackboard, realizing that there were still nearly half an hour remaining before the final 15 minutes. That felt rather prolonged. What to do? Departing was out of the question. He had labored to complete the exam, eagerly anticipating a perfect score to earn points for future lotteries. Thus, there was nothing for it. He resolved to return to his slumber. Jiang Nan shrugged his shoulders, took his paper back to his seat, yawned, and then rested his head on the desk. Sleep it is. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Yifei felt her lips twitch uncontrollably. This individual was indeed insufferable. I am proctoring this exam, and you choose to sleep again? Even if you have finished, with so much time remaining, can you not spare a moment to review your answers? Or are you truly so confident that you believe every answer is correct and that you will achieve full marks? This certainly gives off an impression of being a lost cause. If it were anyone else, she had already dozed off long ago. However, since it was Jiang Nan, perhaps it was best to let it be. As long as he did not disturb the other students during their examinations, what harm could there be in sleeping? It seemed rather trivial. Yet, did Jiang Nan truly not disrupt those around him? Perhaps not. The students seated in front of him were somewhat unfazed. But those on either side and behind him surely felt a mix of emotions. This was indeed the treatment afforded to a super scholar. With such a challenging exam paper, that lad had completed it a full half-hour ahead of time and was now napping, while the invigilator paid no heed. It was rather disheartening. By the way, who was this young man? Could he be the school's most formidable and renowned scholar, Qin Feng, often hailed as the king among scholars? However, Qin Feng was not supposed to be this handsome. Jiang Nan's looks were astonishing, capable of rendering all the boys mere shadows. Although Qin Feng had a stellar reputation, It was due to his academic prowess rather than his appearance. Otherwise, he would be not only an academic ace, but also a heartthrob. Therefore, this lad could not possibly be Qin Feng. If he wasn't Qin Feng, could he be the school's basketball prodigy, Yi Zhiqiu, known as the most handsome? That didn't seem right either. Yi Zhiqiu was indeed handsome, but reportedly his academic performance was mediocre, making it improbable for him to complete the Chinese exam so swiftly. Thus, this young man could not be Yi Zhiqiu either. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu was certainly not as handsome as Jiang Nan. It truly was perplexing. This individual possessed exceptional Chinese language skills, rivaling those of Qin Feng, and was strikingly handsome, perhaps even surpassing Yi Zhiqiu. Previously, I had heard the invigilator call his name twice. It seemed to be Jiang something, Jiang Nan? If I heard correctly, it was indeed Jiang Nan. But which class was he from? Was there such a character in our school? Why had I not heard anyone mention him? With such high abilities and striking looks, it was illogical for him to remain obscure. Could it be that I had become so engrossed in my studies lately that I had become oblivious to such a remarkable talent? It appeared I must inquire further. It was astonishing that our school harbored individuals unknown to our group of curious onlookers. What a slap in the face. Many students in the examination hall pondered Jiang Nan's identity to the point that they lost focus on their answers. Yet, Jiang Nan remained unaware of this, as did Hu Yifei. Otherwise, even if she were to make an exception, she would have asked Jiang Nan to submit his paper and leave to avoid disrupting the examination. Of course, she could not have anticipated this, as her thoughts were predominantly occupied with the desire to glimpse Jiang Nan's paper. She wished to see the entirety of his essay, having only caught a glimpse of it in her astonishment, and to know whether he had answered the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese questions correctly. However, the examination paper was pressed under Jiang Nan's head, rendering her unable to see it. Truly, she had dug a pit for herself. While Jiang Nan was blissfully asleep, Hu Yifei was tormented in her heart, watching the clock on the blackboard as the seconds ticked away at an agonizingly slow pace. It was her first time loathing the passage of time so intensely. She had no idea how long she had been waiting until the clock's hands finally settled at 11:15. Hey, wake up! Hu Yifei promptly shook Jiang Nan. Teacher, is the exam over? Not yet, but in the final 15 minutes, you may submit your paper and go eat. Oh, very well. Jiang Nan nodded while rubbing her sleepy eyes and proceeded to leave the classroom. As for placing the paper on the podium, that was unnecessary. For the moment Jiang Nan stood up, Hu Yifei had already taken the paper away. Jiang Nan assumed it was Hu Yifei collecting the papers, but in reality, Hu Yifei was eager to peruse her exam. The surrounding classmates witnessed this scene, feeling as though they had suffered 1,000,000 points of emotional injury. Once again pierced to the core. What the heck? Such a thing happens in the examination hall. A student sleeping while the invigilator turns a blind eye? And now, with 15 minutes left until the exam concludes, just as the time to submit arrives, the invigilator actively wakes her up, allowing her to hand in her paper and even assisting in collecting it? Incredible. Numerous students were rendered speechless in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Truly, strange occurrences abound each year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. While other candidates wishing to submit early are repeatedly urged by invigilators to double-check their work, Jiang Nan's case is treated entirely differently. It goes without saying that this individual named Jiang Nan is bound to become famous soon. Chapter 42. As long as one doesn't stray too far from the topic. Full marks are assured? As the instigator of this situation, Hu Yifei remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts of her surrounding classmates and the complex expressions on their faces. For her attention was wholly captivated by Jiang Nan's examination paper. Wait. Everything is correct? Remarkable. So that is how this problem is solved. And this poetry appreciation section is quite impressive. From the allusion to Shun Yu's double pupils, one can infer that the author's friend suffers from an eye ailment. How astute. Oh, the interpretation of emotions is even more exquisite. Firstly, it expresses the regret of not being able to gather with friends to compose poetry, drink, and revel in the beauty of spring. Secondly, it reassures the friend, conveying confidence in their ability to triumph over illness and a hopeful outlook towards a brighter future. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It is not only layered but also clear and concise. Even as a reference answer, it could hardly be this precise. This response is undoubtedly deserving of full marks. Upon glancing at Jiang Nan's exam paper, Hu Yifei was utterly astonished and soon found herself immersed, unable to extricate herself. From beginning to end, every question she could solve, and was certain of the answers. Jiang Nan had answered impeccably, even in the realm of poetry appreciation, which she found challenging. Jiang Nan not only articulated his answers fluently, but did so with clarity, devoid of any superfluous language. How could one possibly encapsulate this? It was an answer that surpassed even the standard. Any additional word would be excessive, while any omission would be insufficient. Remarkable. Truly a celestial being. This individual is extraordinary. Terrifyingly so. Hu Yifei's mind raced with various descriptors, yet none seemed worthy of Jiang Nan's astonishing brilliance, particularly when she moved further along to the classical Chinese analysis. Her eyes widened in shock, completely flabbergasted. Goodness, this response is splendid. The meanings of and were revealed. By heavens, this translation is exceptional. Enlightening her as if a fog had lifted, she had truly learned something. Classical Chinese had stumped countless students before. Previously, Hu Yifei had also been bewildered, struggling to grasp its meaning without dedicating time to it. Yet Jiang Nan's translation flowed seamlessly. It was as if the waves of the Yangtze River were propelling the next generation forward, while she, the previous wave, was cast aside upon the shore. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. However, as the proctor, Hu Yifei stood beside Jiang Nan's desk, silently holding his paper. It was evident she was so captivated that she failed to hear the bell. Hu Laosher, the exam is over. Please collect the papers. Oh, right. Only when another proctor called out did Hu Yifei snap back to reality, hurriedly announcing the end of the examination. All right, time's up. No more writing. Please submit your papers promptly. Those in red, please put your pens down, or I shall have to record your names. Such a serious matter could result in a 0. Most of the class had submitted their papers. Yet, there were always a few who, unwilling to concede, clung to the last moments of submission, hurriedly scribbling away. This was already a violation of exam regulations. Hu Yifei rushed over to halt them. Is it really over? I've only just begun my essay. Wailing ensued from the student who was stopped by Hu Yifei, staring at the vast empty spaces on their paper, crying out in despair. The sorrow was palpable. To describe it as a river of tears would not be an exaggeration. Witnessing this scene, many classmates felt a pang of sympathy, clearly resonating with the sentiment. Though Hu Yifei felt a twinge of sympathy, an examination is an examination. Once the time is up, the papers must be collected. And she did not grant additional time simply because a student was in tears. Interestingly, she recognized this particular student, if her memory served her correctly. He was the representative for Chinese in Class 3, a remarkable individual indeed. While it may be uncertain how he fared in other subjects, in terms of Chinese, he was undoubtedly the top student in his class and among the top 5 in the entire grade. However, upon glancing at his paper, she was taken aback. It was utterly dismal. The poetry appreciation section was blank, the classical Chinese analysis was devoid of content, and he had only completed a small portion of the essay. Just in these 3 major sections, he had likely lost at least 60 points. Achieving a passing mark seemed exceedingly difficult. If such a capable student in Chinese could not pass, how bleak must the prospects be for the others? This thought tightened Hu Yifei's chest. It appeared that the entire class was headed for disaster in this Chinese examination. She wondered if Qin Yuma would manage to pass. If even she could not succeed, the entire class would be doomed. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Jiang Nan was the exception. She had just reviewed Jiang Nan's paper and found that he had answered almost everything correctly. She had yet to scrutinize his essay, but even without considering that portion, he could still pass. As for the essay, she would need to observe it closely. Provided it did not stray too far off topic, she would surely award him full marks. Was it conceivable that he could achieve a score of 150? Hu Yifei was astonished by her own thoughts. 150 points? Was that even possible? In the past decade at the school, no student had ever attained a perfect score in Chinese, for Chinese was unlike other subjects. Whether it be mathematics, foreign languages, or the sciences, there were always some top students who could score full marks. However, achieving perfection in Chinese was virtually impossible, particularly due to the essay component, where one would likely lose points. Yet, this time, although she had not fully understood Jiang Nan's essay, the mere fact that it was composed in classical Chinese was already stunning. If she were the one grading, she truly would not want to deduct a single point. Jiang Nan, the subject of Hu Yifei's reflections, remained oblivious to her thoughts. At present, he was enjoying a hearty meal in the cafeteria. The school had recognized the challenges of this examination and the hardships faced by the students. Thus they had instructed the cafeteria to provide extra meals, featuring braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and large chicken legs. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 43. Jiang Nan? Never heard of this character. The Chinese examination had concluded, and no other tests were scheduled for the morning. Although it was only 11:30, many students were already making their way to the cafeteria. Most appeared lively and animated. Yet nearly one-third bore expressions of profound sorrow, as if their very souls had been lost. It was evident that those with such expressions were all in their final year of high school. Hey, how did you do on the exam? What further can be said? It's utterly disheartening. This time, the Chinese examination was exceedingly difficult, akin to an insurmountable mountain. From the very start of poetry appreciation, I found myself utterly lost. I share the same plight. I could not comprehend classical Chinese at all, and I couldn't even finish the essay portion. These two sections alone would surely cost me at least 60 points, leaving me with no hope of passing. What? Is that truly the case? You have always excelled in Chinese, among the top 3 in the class, and yet you too have failed? Surely, this cannot be an intentional display of bravado. Are we witnessing an act of academic pretension? Nonsense. Do not misconstrue my position as merely being among the top 3, even if I were the top student. Passing is not guaranteed. Did you not observe the expression of Kai Kuan, the Chinese class representative from Class 3? His eyes were red, undoubtedly having shed tears. Alas, we are all in the same boat. In our examination room, several individuals even attempted only half of the test before abandoning it altogether, resulting in a score of 0. It appears that everyone is faltering in Chinese. Not necessarily, though. In our examination room, there was one exceptional student who managed to complete both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. What? How could that be possible? Indeed, it seems implausible. One might believe he could complete the poetry appreciation, but that classical Chinese section, after 18 years of studying, I cannot fathom how anyone could manage it. It is true. That individual genuinely accomplished it, and astonishingly, with remarkable speed. He finished his essay and was ready to submit with 40 to 50 minutes remaining, leaving the entire room in awe. Ultimately, due to examination regulations, he was unable to submit his paper and instead rested his head on the desk for half an hour. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect. What is even more surprising is that while he slept during the examination, the invigilator paid him no mind. As the final 15 minutes approached, the invigilator even informed him that he could submit his paper and proceed to lunch, voluntarily offering to collect his test. Subsequently, the invigilator stood there, bewildered, holding that paper until the examination concluded. Based on my expertise in reading expressions, I can conclude that not only did this student complete both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections, but he also answered them correctly, astonishing the invigilator. This is impossible. It cannot be true. How could there exist such a remarkable individual who not only understands classical Chinese, but also finishes his work with such time to spare? Moreover, he even received special treatment from the invigilator, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. I cannot believe it, regardless of the circumstances. I assure you, I am not fabricating this tale, for I sat directly behind that individual. It was not only I who witnessed this. Everyone present in the examination room of Class 4 can attest to it. Pray tell, what is that individual's name? Is it Qin Feng? If it were the renowned Qin Feng, who has topped the school's rankings for 3 consecutive years and is known as an academic prodigy, I might believe it. No, the individual is not Qin Feng. Who then? Could it be? It seems he goes by the name Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. Is there truly a student by that name in our school? One whose prowess in Chinese is so exceptional that it could astonish an invigilator? Had it been Qin Feng, I could have accepted it. But to hear such an unfamiliar name only deepens my disbelief. After all, if he were truly as remarkable as claimed, he would have been renowned throughout the school long before now. Yet, even in the final year, hardly anyone seems to know him. There is some truth in what you say. Your assertions seem almost too extraordinary to be credible. Nonetheless, the individual in question is indeed named Jiang Nan. If you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire with anyone who sat for the examination in Class 4. Oh, enough of the theatrics. It is clear that the ruse has been uncovered. Stop the deceit and confess. Many conversations about this examination are taking place along the way. Initially, everyone believed that all the third-year students had floundered, leading to widespread lamentations and expressions of discontent. However, soon after, alternative voices began to emerge. One individual, seated behind Jiang Nan, recounted the events that transpired in the Class 4 examination room, extolling Jiang Nan's prowess. Yet, despite his fervent claims, not a single person in the vicinity was convinced. Even his impassioned pleas and frantic gestures fell on deaf ears. In response, the informant could only express his dismay. "I swear to the heavens that I speak the truth, so why does no one believe me?" This individual is truly named Jiang Nan. He possesses striking good looks, outshining all male stars. Unfortunately, the more he attempts to clarify, the less credible he appears. If there were indeed someone who excelled not only in language arts, but also possessed such extraordinary charm, how could they have remained unknown until now? After all, this is the final year, not the first. Regardless of academic performance, attractiveness, or other attributes, anyone who stands out in any field would have long been recognized and well known throughout the school. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolds across the campus. Numerous discussions about the language examination and complaints regarding the difficulty of the questions abound. Yet, there are always one or two students from class for who mention Jiang Nan, praising his exceptional abilities. However, not only do their peers dismiss their claims, but they also ridicule them for being confused or dazed. Regardless of how eloquently these students argue or how animatedly they gesticulate, their efforts are in vain. After all, Jiang Nan, this name is completely unfamiliar to most. Some individuals are merely braggarts, seeking to draw attention. However, the rest are not gullible and are not easily deceived. Chapter 44, The Sorrow of Many. The joy of one aside from Class 4, the other third-year classes hardly recognize Jiang Nan. After all, he has maintained a low profile until now. Within Class 4, he has been dubbed the god of sleep, the god of food, and the southern god. But who knows who Jiang Nan is in the other classes? Naturally, when someone asserts that Jiang Nan is exceptionally talented and handsome, it is hard for others to believe, and they merely laugh it off. However, on the way, several students from Class 4, upon hearing this news, exchanged bewildered glances. Particularly, Zhang Hao, Su Yu, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, the representatives for various subjects in Class 4, suddenly changed their expressions. How could this be? Did Jiang Nan perform exceptionally well? It is worth noting that prior to the examination, they publicly declared war on Jiang Nan. They were convinced that this time they would undoubtedly triumph over him. Yet, the outcome of the first exam was a disheartening defeat. Even Kai Kuan, the most formidable student in Chinese from the adjacent Class 3, was brought to tears, and their own performance was hardly any better. However, in that fleeting moment, when they saw that others had fared poorly, they clung to a glimmer of hope, believing Jiang Nan must have also struggled. Thus, the victor remained uncertain. Yet, in the following moment, when they heard Jiang Nan's name mentioned alongside the fourth-class examination room, their expressions shifted dramatically. Was there another Jiang Nan in the school? Surely not. He was uniquely handsome, a rarity indeed. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Jiang Nan was indeed assigned to take the exam in Class 4, which aligned perfectly with the information they had. Did this not imply that Jiang Nan might have performed remarkably well? Previously, they would have dismissed such rumors with skepticism, even ridiculing them. However, ever since Jiang Nan demonstrated his astonishing prowess in mathematics and physics, decisively silencing his detractors, disbelief was no longer an option. This was a dire situation. For Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, the stakes were not as high, given that their declarations of war against Jiang Nan were in mathematics, physics, and foreign languages, which bore little relation to Chinese. But for Yi, the representative for Chinese in Class 4, tears were imminent. This was due to her previous frustration over Jiang Nan's inattentiveness during class, compounded by the encouragement of other representatives, which led to the formation of a representative alliance. After the collective declaration of war against Jiang Nan yesterday, she had impulsively raised her fists, eager to compete against him. Yet, now she faced an immediate and crushing defeat. As the exam concluded, she estimated her score, realizing passing was out of the question. After all, she had neglected poetry appreciation, classical texts, and only completed half of her essay. Surely, she would score somewhere in the range of 60 to 70 points, no more. Upon hearing several individuals from Class 4 remark that Jiang Nan not only completed all the classical questions, but also submitted his paper early, astonishing the invigilator, she was struck with disbelief. This was truly a remarkable turn of events. Surely a score of 100 was a given, perhaps even exceeding 120, or even more. The thought of a perfect score was too audacious to entertain. However, it was certain that if what those nearby were saying held any truth, Jiang Nan had undoubtedly excelled, obliterating her chances completely. Oh, how could this happen to me? I am the representative for Chinese in Class 4. In every Chinese examination, I have consistently ranked second only to Qin Yumao. But now, oh whoa, women are made of water. As she pondered this, her thoughts spiraled further. Xiang Yi, overwhelmed by her emotions, could not help but shed tears. How pitiful she appeared. Bystanders were taken aback, incredulous at her display. Was such a reaction truly necessary? After all, it was merely a poor performance on the language exam. Many had fared poorly, and numerous candidates had even opted out of the test entirely. There was no need for her to weep so openly in the streets. Such is the nature of girls, delicate and seemingly lacking in resilience. I too had chosen to forego the exam, receiving a score of 0 on the spot, yet I walked with confidence, unbothered and proud. The passers-by remained oblivious to Xiang Ye's declaration of war against Jiang Nan, and thus found her tears perplexing. However, Su Yu Zhonghao and Tang Tiantian were acutely aware of the underlying circumstances, and their expressions betrayed their unease. Though it was merely a setback in language arts, distinct from other subjects, they were united in their alliance, sharing in both triumphs and tribulations, embodying a sense of collective empathy. They fervently hoped that in the forthcoming examinations, they would triumph over Jiang Nan. Yet, for reasons unknown, the confidence they had felt during their declaration of war the previous day had inexplicably waned, leaving them with a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that Jiang Nan would best them single-handedly? No, that was simply inconceivable. I excel in mathematics and physics. Now, let my performance speak for itself. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who had been discreetly gathering intelligence on the enemy, chanced upon the conversation among the bystanders and witnessed Xiang Ye's tears. In that moment, she was the sole individual experiencing a blend of sorrow, shock, and delight. The sorrow stemmed from her own disappointing performance in language arts. A significant blow for someone often labeled an academic prodigy, particularly one aspiring to surpass Qin Yumao. The shock arose from the revelation that Jiang Nan had performed exceptionally well, a fact that exceeded her expectations. She had only been aware of Jiang Nan's prowess in mathematics and physics, unaware of his aptitude in language arts. As for her delight, it was sparked by witnessing Xiang Ye's public display of despair, suggesting that she had likely fared worse than Jiang Nan. How splendid! This implied that the individual she favored was poised for victory. Naturally, Bai Yingying was filled with uncontainable joy. However, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. She needed to confirm the details with Jiang Nan. Lost in her thoughts, she quickened her pace, stealthily slipping past Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, making a beeline for the cafeteria. Upon arrival, she bypassed the food line entirely, sweeping across the room until she spotted Jiang Nan, who was in the midst of his meal, and rushed towards him. Jiang Nan, I knew you would be here. Tell me, how did you perform on the language exam? I overheard someone say you excelled in poetry appreciation and classical literature. Is that true? Jiang Nan nodded in affirmation. Then let us compare answers. For the first question in poetry appreciation, which inquired about the illness of the author's friend, how did you respond? I ailment. How did you know that? Bai Yingying gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unusual nature of the situation. Jiang Nan paused briefly, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Yingying. Have you never heard of the tale regarding Shun Yu's heterochromia? It clearly indicates a visual impairment. Did you perhaps miswrite? I made a mistake, she replied. Is it truly that simple, and yet you cannot grasp it? Bai Yingying exclaimed, that stings, my friend. Have some dignity. I am indeed on your side. Chapter 45. The cafeteria hosts a super scholar? What about the classical Chinese text? It sounds monotonous from start to finish, seemingly crafted solely for homophony, leaving me utterly bewildered. I cannot decipher its meaning. How did you translate it? It is quite straightforward. It is not merely for the sake of sound. It is inherently a homophonic piece, narrating a quaint little story about whether to fish first or sell jade. A mere glance would suffice to comprehend it. Bai Yingying appeared once more distressed. Is this even coherent? If it were not for your incessant vexation, I might not be on the verge of exasperation. At that moment, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since the conclusion of the examination. The cafeteria gradually filled with numerous students, many of whom took seats near Jiang Nan. Given Jiang Nan's striking handsomeness and Bai Yingying's exquisite beauty, they were indeed a pair of stunning individuals, the quintessential school couple, naturally attracting the attention of those around them. Initially, the onlookers were captivated solely by their physical allure, casting frequent sidelong glances at the duo. However, As they overheard the conversation between Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying discussing the recently completed Chinese exam, their intrigue deepened. Especially when Jiang Nan casually recounted the answers to the poetry appreciation section and articulated the translation of the classical text. Wow! In an instant, the surrounding students were rendered speechless. What had they just heard? Was there someone capable of completing both the poetry appreciation and the classical Chinese translation, even providing a comprehensive translation? How could this be possible? They, too, were recent high school graduates. Well aware of the difficulties posed by the poetry appreciation and classical text sections, still haunted by the experience. Few could even put pen to paper in their minds. No one throughout their entire senior year could have accomplished such a feat yet. Here was someone who had done so, and claimed it was simple, that one merely needed to take a glance to understand. Was this genuine? Almost instinctively, they all approached with their trays, leaning in to attentively listen to Jiang Nan's translation. Regardless of its correctness, they were eager to hear it first. Their curiosity was insatiable. Yu expressed a desire to go fishing. Approaching me with the request, "I wish to fish at the tidal flats of Yushui. Will you accompany me?" I replied, "I plan to sell jade. Yu wishes to purchase my jade, so I must go to his home." Thus, I accompanied Yu to his residence, where I met him, intending to sell him the jade. At that moment, it began to rain. The heavy rain engulfed Yu's home. I remarked to Yu, "I initially intended to fish along the banks of the Yushui River, but now, faced with this downpour at your abode, should I fish or sell jade instead?" Together with Yu, I sought refuge from the rain at Yu's house, where I sold jade to him. Once the rain ceased, Yu and I gradually exited his home, making our way to the riverbanks to fish. As for its interpretation, it can be succinctly expressed. One should approach tasks with a sense of order, completing them with diligence and structure for heightened efficiency. Otherwise, chaos may ensue. Jiang Nan not only translated classical Chinese literature, but also articulated its significance directly. He then added to Bai Yingying, "This is the essence. See how straightforward it is?" In truth, there are numerous homophonic texts, such as the history of Shi's lion feast, Ji's chicken strike, and Li Li's scolding of the official, all of which are quite intriguing. Undoubtedly, the most captivating is the love story of E and E, which narrates the romance of a young couple. Upon hearing this, the audience was astounded, left speechless. Although they could not comprehend classical Chinese, Jiang Nan's words seemed profoundly insightful, as if he had truly mastered the language. It was astonishing. How could the complexities of poetry and classical literature be rendered so effortlessly by Jiang Nan? Who is this person? Is he the school's top scholar, Qin Feng? But Qin Feng isn't as charming. Or perhaps he is the school's most handsome boy, Yi Zhiqiu? Yet Yi Zhiqiu's academic performance is merely average. Despite their speculations, no one could discern Jiang Nan's identity or class. The only certainty was that Jiang Nan's prowess rivaled that of the academic elite Qin Feng, and his appearance surpassed the charming Yi Zhiqiu. He embodied the perfect fusion of talent and beauty, a veritable super scholar. Truly, he was magnificent. Instantly, countless girls were captivated. As for the boys, while they admired and marveled, they also felt envy and jealousy, their hearts aching with a sense of inadequacy. How could such an exceptional individual exist? Life seemed undeniably unfair. Concurrently, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi arrived at the cafeteria, having overheard Jiang Nan's translation. Instantly, their hearts sank, tears streaming down their faces. Particularly for Xiang Yi, who had just managed to hold back tears on the way, upon hearing Jiang Nan's response, tears flooded anew, prompting her to turn and flee. The impact was overwhelming. Without comparison, there is no pain. She had confidently proclaimed in public yesterday that she would triumph over Jiang Nan in the Chinese language exam, asserting her superiority and safeguarding her position as the class representative. Yet now, it has become painfully evident that, in comparison to Jiang Nan, she is merely a novice, utterly lacking in competence, and not even on the same level. Jiang Nan, however, remained unfazed, having never truly regarded Xiang Yi as a threat. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying was reveling in her triumph, laughing heartily, for Jiang Nan had indeed excelled. As for Xiang Yi, her tearful visage indicated a complete failure, not faring much better than the rest. How it must sting to have underestimated my dear Jiang Nan. Now, she finds herself in quite the predicament. Chapter 46. Has our school truly met its demise? On the other side, in the office of the senior year Chinese language department, an urgent meeting was underway. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as the expressions of those present were far from pleasant. What else could one expect? The morning's Chinese exam had proven extraordinarily challenging, leading to unrest in the examination hall, with numerous students opting to abandon the test altogether. This was no small incident, and failure to address it promptly could result in dire consequences. Dear colleagues, let us share our thoughts on this recent examination, urged Wu Jiahao, the head of the department, his gaze sweeping over the assembled teachers, his brow furrowed in deep concern. What thoughts could they possibly have? As a language teacher, I was utterly bewildered by the paper. The poetry appreciation was somewhat understandable in its difficulty, but the classical Chinese was excessively perplexing. It was only after consulting resources that I realized it was a homophonic text. What about those ordinary students? In my assigned examination room, it was a complete disaster. Not a single student managed to answer any questions. My classroom was no different. Not only were the classical Chinese questions left blank, but excessive time was squandered, resulting in unfinished essays. It was tragic. Many students were unable to complete their compositions, with poetry appreciation and classical Chinese accounting for 26 points. And if essays remained unfinished, an additional 40 points would be deducted. The total loss neared 70 points. This implies that a significant portion of students would fail to meet the passing criteria. Numerous teachers in attendance began to voice their grievances, clearly feeling quite disheartened during the invigilation. Hu Yifei had intended to mention Jiang Nan's performance, but found it impossible to interject amidst the chorus of complaints. I can state with certainty that, aside from a few standout students in each class, the majority will struggle to pass. If we calculate the average score, it will likely hover around 60 or 70, potentially setting a new record for the lowest in the school's history. I wonder who authored this examination. It is simply too harsh, evidently designed to undermine the students' motivation. It is crucial to recognize that these are high school seniors, with merely 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination. They require encouragement and support rather than undue pressure. Should their spirits be dampened, it could lead to significant repercussions. The difficulty of classical Chinese literature, coupled with the complexity of essay writing, poses a daunting challenge for many students. Time constraints aside, even those who manage to complete their essays are likely to stray from the topic, rendering their chances of achieving high scores quite slim. Once the conversation begins, it unveils an array of grievances. After all, these are students whom we have nurtured with great effort. If they were to suffer a severe setback, it would be distressing for us as well. The challenge of essay writing is indeed considerable. Upon hearing the sentiments expressed by others, the group leader, Wu Jiahao, nodded in agreement, but then shook his head, stating, however, the most formidable challenge remains the analysis of classical Chinese literature. Our school boasts nearly 1,000 seniors. Is it truly impossible for a single student to tackle these questions? It seems that it is. Even the school's top scholar, Qin Feng, who sat in my examination room, only managed to write about poetry appreciation and did not touch the classical Chinese questions at all. If someone of Qin Feng's caliber struggles, the rest of the students are likely to fare even worse. There is a certainty that none will succeed in this endeavor. The entire cohort is bound to fail. And this is beyond dispute, as even we, the teachers, lack the necessary expertise. It is perplexing how the examination committee devised such questions. Either they made an error or their judgment faltered. I would wager that students from other schools are likewise unable to answer these questions, and if any do manage it, I would no longer need to teach. I would simply seek to learn from them. To master this classical literature indicates a level of proficiency that surpasses my own. Despite my 2 decades of teaching experience, such students are exceedingly rare, a true gem among the multitude. One frustrated teacher, unable to contain their indignation, vocally criticized the examination committee. Enough. Let us remain composed and refrain from further complaints, Wu Jiahao interjected, striving to calm the assembled educators. I have inquired. And although the paper originates from the city, the actual creators are from schools 1 and 2. Reports suggest that students from both institutions managed to tackle the classical literature questions. Therefore, it is implausible that they have made errors or acted irrationally. The fault lies solely with our school's inadequate standards. We must strive to cultivate more exceptional students and not be belittled by schools 1 and 2. The tone of Wu Jiahao's words conveyed a sense of resignation and complexity, stemming from the realization that when faced with the excessively difficult questions, many students opted to forego the examination altogether. Initially, he had reached out to the city's examination committee but received no response. Later, It took considerable networking and resources to discover that the teacher responsible for setting the exam questions actually hailed from our longtime rivals, Schools 1 and 2, both of which have students capable of tackling the material. Truly, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the pain of inadequacy. Earlier, he had inquired multiple times whether any students from his own school had managed to solve the classical Chinese text, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. But now, that hope had been shattered. It was evident that they could not compete. It seems that our school has indeed fallen into decline. All one can do is hope for a brighter future. Upon hearing his words, the other teachers in attendance immediately lowered their heads, clearly pained, including the one who had previously expressed his indignation and uttered harsh words. To forge iron, one must first be strong. If one lacks strength yet criticizes the iron, it is indeed unreasonable. What a disgrace. Truly, it is a disgrace. Students and teachers have always been interconnected. If the students falter, it signifies that the teachers do not fare much better. It is quite disheartening. However, at that moment, Hu Yifei, who had been silent at the back, could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Group Leader Wu, esteemed teachers. In fact, we are not entirely defeated. As I have students in my exam room who have indeed solved the classical Chinese text." Chapter 47. Unbelievable. The Chinese department teachers were taken aback. With that statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Every single person turned their heads, casting incredulous glances towards Hu Yifei. What had they just heard? Their school was not entirely vanquished. There were students who managed to solve the classical text. How could this be? Just moments ago, one teacher had stated that even the top student of Class 1, Qin Feng, who consistently ranked first, had left the classical text unanswered. Yet now, there was someone who could solve it. Teacher Hu, is what you say true? Did you really have students in your exam room who solved the classical text? And are you certain their answers are correct? They wouldn't have just been scribbling to meet a word count, would they? Many teachers found it hard to believe. After all, they had already accepted the notion of total defeat, but now, a variable had unexpectedly emerged. While they hoped for such a variable, hope does not change the reality. The level of our school was evident, and it was indeed lacking. Especially the previously irate teacher who had publicly expressed his frustration shook his head and said, "Teacher Hu, please do not tease us. It is impossible for our school to have students who could solve that. If there truly is one, I would gladly take them as my apprentice right now." "Oh, so, does this mean I am to take on a disciple today?" Hu Yifei instinctively glanced at that teacher. With that remark, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Hu Yifei had indeed crossed a line. Some found it rather insulting. After all, the formidable teacher in question is surnamed Yu, known as Yu Wangui, and also referred to as Yu Laosan. With 2 decades of teaching experience, his credentials are profound, and he ranks third within the school's Chinese language department. In contrast, Hu Yifei has only been teaching for 3 to 4 years, her experience still nascent, yet she dares to take a senior as her apprentice? Cough, cough. The group leader, Wu Jiahao, cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation and addressed Hu Yifei. "Teacher Hu, Yu Laoshi was merely hasty and spoke out of turn. Please do not take it to heart. Apologies, everyone, that was a slip of the tongue." Understanding the intent, Hu Yifei skillfully redirected the conversation. "What I meant to convey is that one of my students has successfully completed the classical Chinese text, and I verified the answers, achieving a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. In fact, I believe that students' translation is even more precise than our standard answer." Although Hu Yifei's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated with remarkable clarity, reaching every corner of the office. Every individual present, without exception, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, momentarily stunned. What did Hu Yifei just say? A student not only managed to complete the classical Chinese text, but also produced a translation that surpasses the standard answer in precision? Is this a jest? Yet, in such a context, Hu Yifei would hardly jest, would she? Could it be that our school possesses such a prodigy? Group leader Wu Jiahao, equally astonished, felt a shiver run down his spine, staring incredulously at Hu Yifei. "Teacher Hu, please speak louder and repeat that. Is it truly the case that someone accomplished this?" The other teachers, too, turned their gazes, breath held in anticipation, their eyes reflecting disbelief mingled with hope. "Indeed, I was responsible for invigilating, so it is beyond doubt." Hu Yifei took a deep breath, her words ringing with conviction. His translation of the classical Chinese text is extraordinarily precise. One character too many or one too few would render it impeccable. Furthermore, He also completed the poetry appreciation section, and remarkably, he got it all right, finishing more than half an hour early. Fearing that the audience might not have heard clearly, Hu Yifei deliberately emphasized her words this time. However, upon hearing this, disbelief only grew. What? Teacher Hu, what did you say? Not only did he get the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese text right, but he also finished more than half an hour early? How is that possible? Are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? Or perhaps you misread it? How could this be? While others struggled to complete the tasks, wasting excessive time and unable to finish their essays, this student not only completed everything but did so ahead of time. It seemed utterly implausible. It is no wonder that everyone was incredulous. How could it be impossible? He is a student in my class, and I witnessed him completing the exam with my own eyes. I even assisted him in submitting his paper. Although he was initially set to submit his exam approximately 40 minutes early, I insisted he adhere to the exam protocol, which stipulates that papers cannot be submitted until the last 15 minutes, or else they would receive a score of 0. Consequently, he leaned on his desk and dozed off for half an hour. During the final 15 minutes, I deliberately roused him, collected his paper, and encouraged him to go for a meal. This can be corroborated by Mr. Lee from the chemistry department, who was monitoring the exam alongside me. Although he is not present here. Afterward, I meticulously reviewed the entire paper and can assert with certainty that all questions preceding the essay were answered correctly. Upon this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment. Every individual present stood up abruptly, some even knocking over their teacups. Given that Hu Yifei had made such a statement, it was unlikely to be a fabrication, yet the truth of the matter only served to heighten their incredulity. Submitting the paper 40 minutes early? Sleeping for half an hour during the exam? Achieving perfect scores on all questions prior to the essay? This implied that even without the essay, a passing grade was virtually assured, with a score of 90 easily attainable. Had such a prodigy ever emerged at Shenzhou? It seemed utterly implausible. This was nothing short of extraordinary, capable of reshaping their understanding and breaking records at Shenzhou. Who could it be? Numerous teachers stared intently at Hu Yifei, imploring, "Could you please disclose the identity of this student? You mentioned he is in your class. Is it Qin Yuma or Xiang Yi? I believe these are the two most proficient in your Chinese class, one being the class monitor and the other the representative." Regardless of who it was, if indeed he achieved full marks on the preceding questions, he would undoubtedly be deemed a genius in the realm of Chinese studies, or rather, a prodigy. Chapter 48. A rare gem, encountered once in 1,000 years. It seems improbable that it could be Qin Yuma. I recognized that student, recalling her presence in my examination room. Although she is competent, I noticed that, like Qin Feng, she did not tackle the classical Chinese section. Neither could it be Xiang Yi. That girl was also in my examination room and did not attempt the poetry appreciation section, let alone the classical Chinese questions. Hu Yifei. Could it be one of the other top students in your class? Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Bai Yingying, Tang Tian. Before Hu Yifei could respond, another teacher quickly refuted the earlier conjectures. Some speculated it might be Su Yu or Zhang Hao, yet as soon as the names were mentioned, other teachers voiced their opposition. After all, while there are many students in the senior year, only a select few stand out in each class. The teachers present were somewhat familiar with each other, especially regarding students they had monitored during exams, and all were acutely aware. However, without exception, all the students from class 4 who were named were met with skepticism. No one has managed to produce classical Chinese literature, and only Qin Yumiao is capable of appreciating poetry. Finally, everyone's gaze turned towards Hu Yifei. In response, Hu Yifei smiled slightly and remarked, "Indeed, the individuals you mentioned are not the ones. Rather, it is a student named Jiang Nan, who has had mediocre performances in the past, merely hovering around the passing mark." Jiang Nan. I don't seem to have heard of him. Has he really performed so poorly in the past? If he only hovers around the passing mark, it would be implausible for him to have answered the classical Chinese questions correctly, unless he has encountered these questions before and knows the answers, and the same goes for poetry appreciation. If that were the case, it wouldn't indicate his prowess, but rather mere fortune. The crowd shook their heads in unison. Clearly, upon hearing the name Jiang Nan, there was a tinge of disappointment. Could a student who had been unremarkable for 3 years suddenly shine and surpass Qin Feng? It is possible to have a sudden breakthrough, but that is often due to luck. However, in terms of genuine ability, he could not possibly compare to a top student like Qin Feng. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet, just as their words fell, Hu Yifei smiled knowingly and said, "Esteemed teachers, I believe you have misunderstood. Though Jiang Nan may not have been well known in the past, it does not imply a lack of capability. He is merely modest. In truth, he is exceptionally talented, indeed. Perhaps the best student in our class. You may question his success in poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, attributing it to luck. But should I tell you that he wrote his essay in classical Chinese, you would find it hard to dispute. At this revelation, gasps filled the room, and the hearts of those who had just settled into disappointment surged once more. What? Teacher who? Did you just say that he wrote his essay in classical Chinese? Are you joking? It is inconceivable for a student to compose in classical Chinese. Even if he had the intention, he would lack the ability. Classical Chinese. This is not the past. Nowadays, students struggle even to comprehend it, let alone compose an 800-word essay. Unless he is a prodigy, an extraordinary genius, a top scholar, one in a million, a rarity in a century. The immediate reaction of the crowd was disbelief. After all, this was simply too contrary to reason. To write in classical Chinese? Not only students, but even these teachers who have immersed themselves in the language for decades would not be capable. However, I assure you, my words are utterly true. Hu Yifei affirmed confidently. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Today's events have unfolded like waves, each more shocking than the last. At this point, it would be impossible for Hu Yifei to lie, so there is a high probability that it is indeed true. What kind of prodigy could this be? The examination lasted merely 2.5 hours, and the preceding poetry appreciation and classical Chinese were exceedingly challenging. Yet this young lad not only answered every question correctly, but also composed his work in classical Chinese and submitted his paper ahead of time. Truly astonishing. I cannot contain my curiosity. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. I must hastily retrieve his paper for inspection. Yes, indeed, I must see it. If all of this is true, just as teacher who described, then I shall honor my word and seek to be his apprentice. Many teachers were eager to witness the brilliance of Jiang Nan's exam paper. After all, in a decade of teaching, they had never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. Originally, lunchtime was reserved for the teachers to dine together, and their gathering was merely intended for a brief meeting. However, this situation had escalated beyond a simple meeting. They were now intent on examining the essay written in classical Chinese. Should the composition prove exceptional, Yutsen would indeed seek apprenticeship. As for dining, meals could be consumed at any time. Even if they skipped this one, they would not perish from hunger. All right then, let us retrieve the paper and examine it together. Team leader Wu Jiahao could not dampen the collective enthusiasm and decisively ordered the retrieval of Jiang Nan's exam paper. Although it had been previously stated that this monthly exam would adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination, it was, after all, not a genuine college entrance test. Exceptional circumstances warranted exceptional measures. It would be treated as an early review of the papers. The teachers sprang into action, swiftly locating all the answer sheets from Class 4's examination room. Almost instantaneously, they laid eyes on Jiang Nan's answer sheet. It is worth noting that the answer sheets were sealed to conceal the candidates' identities, rendering the names invisible. However, Jiang Nan's answer sheet was remarkably easy to identify. Firstly, the handwriting. Although Jiang Nan did not exert his utmost effort to produce a calligraphic masterpiece, his characters flowed with a captivating grace that was refreshing to behold. Secondly, regarding the classical Chinese section, the vast majority of answer sheets remained untouched, pristine, and devoid of any marks. Only Jiang Nan's sheet contained responses, along with a complete translation of the classical text, making it easily distinguishable. Most striking of all was his essay composed in classical Chinese. Even a fool would recognize its uniqueness at a glance. Yet, when the multitude of teachers gathered around Jiang Nan's answer sheet, their excitement palpable, time seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. All remained motionless, not uttering a single sound, and they stood in stunned silence for several minutes. Eventually, it was unclear who spoke first. Is this truly an essay written in classical Chinese? The Death of the Red Hair? The title is quite intriguing. The composition itself is equally fascinating. The intent is well aligned, the language is fluid, and within the constraints of time, it is truly astonishing to produce such an essay. The use of proverbs and famous quotes flows naturally, devoid of any sense of embellishment. The writing is clear and coherent, demonstrating a profound familiarity with historical allusions that even I must concede defeat. There is no need to elaborate further. This student from Jiang Nan is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. An academic champion among champions. No, the terms genius and top student fail to encapsulate his essence. He should rather be described as a scholarly deity, an academic wizard. A rare talent, an extraordinary genius, a one-in-a-million find, a rarity that may not be encountered in a millennium. Chapter 49. The curiosity of the academic prodigy Qin Feng and the ire of the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Hey, have you heard? This year's senior Chinese exam in the morning was the most challenging in history. It is estimated that only a handful will pass. In fact, many students, halfway through the exam, succumbed to despair and abandoned it, resulting in a score of 0. Is that true? Is it really that difficult? Absolutely. It is said that no one could comprehend the classical Chinese text. Even Qin Feng, who has consistently topped the school rankings, could not solve it. One can only imagine the level of difficulty, akin to scaling the heavens. With nearly 1,000 students in the senior class, it can be described as a complete rout. No way. However, while I was dining in the cafeteria earlier, I overheard a student confidently translating that classical text with casual ease. He even claimed it was simple. Merely a homophonic composition telling a little story about whether to fish first or sell jade. Wow, is he really that impressive? Does that mean he has surpassed Qin Feng? Quickly, tell me who this person is, male or female. Which top student is it, the second or third in the grade? It is a male, and he is exceptionally handsome. The kind that could outshine even the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, he is neither the second nor the third in the grade, not even among the well-known top 10. So is he a dark horse? Whether or not he qualifies as a dark horse is uncertain, but he is undeniably formidable. Many in the cafeteria were left in awe at his prowess. If what you say is true, then this individual is indeed remarkable, potentially a super academic champion, particularly in the realm of Chinese literature, where it seems no one can rival him. It is worth noting that in previous senior examinations, Qin Feng from Class 301 has consistently secured the top spot across all subjects. However, this time, he appears to have encountered a rival, casting doubt on his position in Chinese. Not only has the academic prodigy Qin Feng found a rival, but the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu has as well. You cannot fathom how handsome this individual is. I witnessed with my own eyes that the campus beauty Bai Yingying was seated beside him. I am so curious about who this person is. Gossip is inherent to human nature, transcending gender. As the Chinese department teachers were left in shock, the entire campus buzzed with chatter about the recent senior Chinese exam. Many lamented the difficulty of the paper. Yet, there were always those voices that would mention the scene that unfolded in the cafeteria at noon. Thus, Jiang Nan was collectively envisioned by the masses as a super academic prodigy, one capable of contending with the established scholar Qin Feng. Even Yi Zhiqiu found himself entangled in the matter. Anyone who has witnessed the beauty of Jiang Nan believes that it is time for the school's 3-year title of heartthrob, held by Yi Zhiqiu, to change hands. The speaker may have spoken without intent, but the listener was certainly attentive. As the unparalleled top student from freshman to senior year, Qin Feng has consistently dominated the school's rankings in both overall scores and individual subjects, exuding a confidence and pride that others could scarcely fathom. Previously, he believed that no one in the entire school could rival him, embodying a sense of exalted superiority akin to standing atop a mountain and gazing down at the lesser peaks. Even the so-called academic elites ranked 2nd to 6th in the school appeared to him as mere trifles, as their scores paled in comparison to his. Even with a mere fraction of his effort, none could surpass him in any subject examination. This invincible situation seemed destined to endure until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. However, an unexpected turn of events seemed to be unfolding. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. How intriguing indeed. The classical Chinese essay he had struggled with in the morning had been mastered by someone else. This individual appeared to be a dark horse. Initially, upon hearing this news, Qin Feng was skeptical, but as discussions around him multiplied, his disbelief waned. Finally, a ripple broke the monotony of his unassailable high school existence. Could it be that a spark of excitement had emerged? This was indeed a welcome development. Yet, he remained curious about the identity of this person who could surpass him in classical Chinese. Of course, that curiosity was fleeting. Even if Jiang Nan excelled in classical Chinese, he remained confident that the title of top scorer in the language subject was his to retain. After all, he had performed well in other areas, particularly in the essay section, where he could expect a high score, if not a perfect one. Truth be told, he welcomed the occasional emergence of competitors like Jiang Nan, who might surpass him in certain aspects, Otherwise, invincibility felt rather lonely. Being unmatched in excellence proved to be quite a dreary existence. On the other hand, Yi Zhiqiu, also mentioned by the gossipers, harbored thoughts entirely distinct from those of Qin Feng. Prior to this, his psychological state mirrored Qin Feng's. Both exuded an air of invincibility, confidence, and pride. However, the difference lay in Qin Feng's unrivaled prowess, while Yi Zhiqiu's strength resided in his unparalleled good looks. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that, within the entire school, no one could eclipse him in the realm of beauty. Yet now, it appeared that a variable had emerged. Whispers circulated that a new academic star had appeared in the cafeteria, whose looks were so stunning that they could easily overshadow him. Whether this individual was academically accomplished was of little concern to him. What mattered was that someone could potentially be more handsome than himself. He was far from pleased, especially upon hearing that Bai Yingying was by Jiang Nan's side. His anger flared intensely. Damn it, Bai Yingying, the only school beauty who could rival him. She was stunning, a true vision of beauty. Since the first year of high school, rumors had circulated that he and Bai Yingying were a perfect match. After all, one was the school heartthrob, and the other the school beauty. He had long harbored feelings for her, and had even devised various ways to engage with her. Yet progress had been stagnant for nearly 3 years. But today, a boy even more handsome than himself had appeared beside Bai Yingying. It was no wonder he was seething with rage. How dare he steal the girl I have my eyes on? You're finished. Once I discover your identity, I will surely confront you. Chapter 50. The results of the second math examination were disheartening. With me absent from the scene, tales of my exploits nonetheless circulated throughout the campus, from teachers to students, everyone discussing Jiang Nan and the incident in the cafeteria. However, the focal point of this gossip, Jiang Nan, remained blissfully unaware. Even if he had been informed, he would hardly have cared. He continued to eat and sleep as he pleased. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Bai Yingying returned to the exam hall to study after their meal. Having failed their morning Chinese exam, they were determined not to falter again in the afternoon math test, racing against time to cram last-minute knowledge. Whether it would prove effective, only the deities knew. In any case, Jiang Nan was not inclined to review. He believed that being proactive in sleep was essential for a sharp mind. After a satisfying meal, he returned to his dormitory, slumbering until 20 minutes before the exam, then sauntering back to the examination hall. It is worth noting that had it not been for the requirement to enter the exam room 15 minutes early, he would have preferred to sleep right up until the test began. At 3 p.m., the second math examination commenced, lasting 2 hours. In Class 4's examination room, the invigilator was no longer Hu Yifei, but rather 2 different teachers. In accordance with the standards of the college entrance examination, to ensure fairness, the invigilators rotated for each exam. However, among these 2 teachers, one happened to be a familiar face to Jiang Nan, his math teacher, Chao Tianyuan. Old Chao? Upon seeing him, Jiang Nan's lips involuntarily twitched. Was it merely coincidence that Hu Yifei monitored the Chinese exam in the morning and Chao Tianyuan oversaw the math exam in the afternoon? Not a chance. He was deeply suspicious that some individuals were apprehensive, fearing that he might barely scrape through with a passing score, and had deliberately set their sights on him. What happened to the trust? Hadn't he already placated you all? Truly, this was a lack of honor. However, with the chime, this mathematics examination required a score of 150. It has arrived once more. Just before the papers were distributed, upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this system had undergone a transformation. It was determined to allow him to shine brilliantly. Since resistance was futile, he could only accept it. After all, he had already secured full marks in Chinese. Obtaining full marks in mathematics was of no consequence, serving merely to appease the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, and prevent this old fellow from causing him any trouble. With this thought, Jiang Nan relaxed, cracking his knuckles and rubbing his palms together, preparing to excel in the mathematics exam. Do you wish to witness my prowess? Very well, I shall reveal a glimpse. He only hoped that the mathematics paper would pose some challenge, unlike the morning's Chinese paper, which had been devoid of pressure. How utterly uninspiring. However, the moment he received the paper, his brows furrowed slightly, and a wave of disdain washed over him. Just when he had intended to showcase his skills, the paper turned out to be this. It wasn't that the questions were too difficult. Rather, they were exceedingly simple. Firstly, the multiple-choice questions. The first question on functions and derivatives was so easy it defied verbal description. Jiang Nan selected his answer in an instant. The second, on sequences, was equally effortless. The third, concerning trigonometric functions, was a swift choice. The fourth, a synthesis of geometric functions, was also chosen in a flash. The fifth, on the trajectory of moving points, was selected just as quickly. The sixth, determining the positional relationship between a line and a conic section, was yet another rapid selection. These were all questions that practically handed out points. Even a fool could select the answers. They required no mental effort. As one could discern the answers in a mere glance, Jiang Nan felt as if his intelligence had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt. For heaven's sake, could they not provide some questions that were at least moderately interesting, ones that would require a bit of thought? Alas, never mind. He might as well finish early and get some sleep. How dull. Disappointed, Jiang Nan's pen danced across the paper, writing furiously. In half a minute, he completed the 10 multiple-choice questions. In another minute, he finished 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. Within 3 minutes, he concluded the last 3 major problems, answering one of them in just a minute. From the start of the exam until now, in no more than 5 minutes, Jiang Nan had reached the final 3 questions. This was simply astonishing. On the other side, as the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan furrowed his brow upon receiving the paper. However, unlike Jiang Nan, who lamented the simplicity, he was concerned that this paper seemed significantly more challenging than those in the past. This was evident from the multiple-choice questions alone. The relationship between a straight line and a conic section, determined through the combination of geometry and algebra, should rightfully serve as the culminating challenge. Ideally positioned as the 10th question, yet it has been inexplicably placed as the 6th. This suggests that the subsequent 4 questions are ostensibly more difficult, implying that the overall difficulty of this mathematics examination exceeds that of previous assessments by 2 or even 3-fold. What on earth is happening? Has the examination committee in the city lost their senses? During the morning invigilation of the language paper, the excessive difficulty of the questions resulted in numerous students succumbing to despair and abandoning the exam. At that moment, he was somewhat indifferent, merely lamenting the increasingly fragile disposition of today's students, who seem unable to withstand pressure. However, he now finds himself understanding the situation. The paper in his hands, though not comparable to the Olympiad mock exam he had previously devised for Class 4, is still formidable and likely to provoke cries of anguish from the students. One can only hope that such turmoil as witnessed in the morning, where many students gave up, will not recur. Yet, suddenly, his expression shifted once more. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his most esteemed student, Jiang Nan, inexplicably flipping through the paper and beginning to tackle the substantial problems on the back. Could he possibly be working at such a rapid pace? Or perhaps the questions are so challenging that even a prodigy like Jiang Nan has opted to skip ahead. That seems implausible. No matter how difficult the paper, Jiang Nan is capable of scoring 90 on the Olympiad mock tests. He should not be overwhelmed by these questions. Driven by curiosity, Chao Tianyuan stealthily approached Jiang Nan from behind. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Chapter 51. The true master does not require scratch paper. He comprehends at a glance. How could this be? Am I seeing things, or am I dreaming? As a seasoned mathematics educator known for his composure and prudence, he now stands utterly astonished. Jiang Nan has astonishingly completed 2/3 of the paper, leaving only the final 3 significant problems. How can this be? He is aware of Jiang Nan's prowess and had believed that while the paper was challenging, it would not defeat him. Yet the question remains, no matter how capable one may be, can such speed truly be achieved? The examination has yet to reach the 10-minute mark. It is simply inconceivable. Chao Tianyuan adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, his mind racing as he endeavored to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's rapid responses were indeed correct. The first problem, correct. The second problem, correct. The third problem, also correct. As for the subsequent multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, to be honest, without paper and pencil, relying solely on mental calculations, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Consequently, he set them aside without further consideration, directly turned to the answers to the questions. 1. Given the quadratic function and the solution set of the inequality, which is 1. 3. If the equation has 2 equal real roots, determine its analytical expression. 2. If the maximum value is a positive number, find the range of real numbers. Jiang Nan's answer is as follows. Since the solution set of the inequality is 1, 3, these values represent the 2 roots of the equation where it is less than 0. Additionally, since the equation has 2 equal real roots, it can be deduced accordingly. From this, we ascertain the maximum value, leading us to conclude that the sought range of real numbers is x(0). How to describe this? The reasoning is meticulous and devoid of any superfluous details. Upon reviewing the solution process, Chao Tianyuan was utterly astonished. He was certain that Jiang Nan had solved this problem correctly. It must be noted that this question is not trivial. It is akin to the final challenge of the college entrance examination. Yet for Jiang Nan, it seemed as effortless as slicing through vegetables, requiring no cognitive deliberation whatsoever. This left Chao Tianyuan in a state of disbelief. He had presumed he understood Jiang Nan well, but now realized he was entirely mistaken. Although he had previously mentioned that Jiang Nan might achieve a national first prize in mathematics competitions, that was somewhat influenced by encouragement. However, at this moment, he truly believed Jiang Nan could attain that accolade. This individual is simply extraordinary. Chao Tianyuan could think of no other words to describe Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess, except for extraordinary. Meanwhile, another invigilator, while patrolling the examination room, noticed Chao Tianyuan standing motionless behind Jiang Nan, curiosity prompting them to approach. "Teacher Chao, what is going on? Why have you been fixated on this student? Do you suspect him of cheating?" "Cheating? How could he possibly cheat? I am merely admiring and learning from this student's problem-solving approach and speed, which are truly commendable." "Oh, is that so? He is that impressive? To receive such praise from you, Teacher Chao?" Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, the invigilator was somewhat skeptical and leaned forward to glance at Jiang Nan's paper. However, in the next moment, disbelief struck. How is this possible? The exam had only just begun, and others had barely finished the multiple-choice questions. Yet he had completed the last two problems? The invigilator was equally astonished, mirroring Chao Tianyuan's earlier astonishment. Did he solve them correctly? Surely he couldn't be scribbling nonsense? He was astounded by Jiang Nan's speed in answering questions, yet he harbored doubts regarding the accuracy of those answers. Of course, he was not a mathematics teacher and could not comprehend the solutions in an instant like Chao Tianyuan. However, Chao Tianyuan nodded vigorously in affirmation. It was not a mere flurry of random scribbles, but rather a demonstration of flawless correctness, achieving 100% accuracy. The moment these words were uttered, the invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped in astonishment. Had it not been for the need to maintain decorum in the examination hall, he might have leapt up in exclamation. While he could question Jiang Nan, he had no doubts about Chao Tianyuan, who was the deputy head of the mathematics department and a highly esteemed mathematician. When Chao claimed that Jiang Nan had answered everything correctly, it was certain that he had indeed done so. This was precisely why the invigilator was so taken aback. Within less than 10 minutes of the examination, Jiang Nan had nearly completed the entire mathematics paper with absolute correctness. What did this signify? A top student? A superlative scholar? No. Such terms could hardly encapsulate Jiang Nan's prowess. At the very least, he was a divine intellect, a prodigious genius. Moreover, the invigilator noted an astonishing detail. Jiang Nan had directly answered on the answer sheet, leaving both the exam paper and the scratch paper entirely blank. Even after swiftly completing the penultimate question, he took but a few seconds to glance at the final, challenging problem before effortlessly inscribing his solution directly onto the answer sheet. The invigilator was rendered nearly speechless, his jaw almost dropping to the floor, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. "Dear student, what on earth is this? Are you certain you are sitting for a mathematics examination? Wasn't it said that the final questions are notoriously difficult, yet you seem to solve them at a glance? You don't even require scratch paper or preliminary calculations. This is simply too formidable. You clearly do not regard mathematics with the seriousness it deserves, nor do you respect the examiners." Chapter 52. Terrifyingly extraordinary. This child is beyond human comprehension. The invigilator was left at a loss for words, his mind in a state of sheer astonishment. What is true talent? This is true talent. Having taught for nearly 2 decades, he had encountered all manner of mathematical prodigies. Yet, compared to these so-called geniuses, Jiang Nan was in a league of his own, entirely incomparable. This was evident from the fact that within less than 10 minutes of the exam, Jiang Nan had progressed to the final question. Furthermore, according to Chao Tianyuan, his accuracy rate was still a flawless 100%. Even the scratch paper specifically allocated for the mathematics exam was pristine, devoid of any marks, while nearby students had already exhausted a sheet of scratch paper without completing the multiple-choice questions. A person must possess a certain caliber of logical and spatial reasoning to reach the level of Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan himself paid no heed to the astonishment of the two invigilators flanking him. He swiftly scribbled down his answers with remarkable speed. For him, these questions posed little challenge, as he was merely eager to finish and return to slumber, which he deemed paramount. However, upon arriving at the final question of the exam, his gaze sharpened. At last, he encountered a question of some interest. It seemed this paper was not entirely devoid of merit. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had breezed through the questions in mere seconds, instantly deriving the answers in his mind. Yet, this final question, a grand finale, warranted several seconds of contemplation, indicating its complexity far surpassed that of the preceding ones. The question was as follows. Given the function f, x, 1, 1, 8x, determine the intervals of monotonicity when x 0. Additionally, for any positive number, prove that 1f, x, 2. Much like the first question of the problem set, this final query also revolved around functions. However, it uniquely involved monotonicity and inequalities, rendering it indeed more challenging than the earlier questions. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, it was merely a tad intriguing. The notion of difficulty could scarcely occupy his thoughts. Upon setting x8, he derived f, x, minus 8, x2, which led him to conclude that for x in the interval 0, 1, the function was monotonically increasing, while for x in the interval 1, it was monotonically decreasing. What does it mean to write with fluidity and grace? This was precisely such an instance. Once Jiang Nan inscribed the word solution, he paused not for an instant and seamlessly answered the first query. Remarkable. His speed astonished one of the invigilators, who, lacking a background in mathematics, found it impossible to comprehend Jiang Nan's rapid pace. Ironically, this lack of understanding afforded him a sense of calm. Conversely, when Chao Tianyuan witnessed Jiang Nan complete the first part of the final question in the blink of an eye, his pupils constricted in shock, and his expression reflected profound agitation. His mind a tempest of emotions. Goodness! Astonishing, truly impressive. Jiang Nan was on the verge of brilliance. The nearby invigilator recognized the inherent difficulty of the mathematics finale, but was oblivious to the true extent of its challenge. However, Chao Tianyuan was well aware, for he was a seasoned mathematics educator. Although the question might appear straightforward at first glance, that was merely an illusion. In reality, it was exceedingly difficult. Even if he were to tackle this problem, expending 8 or 9/10 of his effort, he would still find it utterly unsolvable. To assert that this is the most challenging final question he has encountered in a monthly examination would not be an exaggeration. It surpasses the difficulty of the most formidable questions in the college entrance examination, even rivaling the most daunting problems presented in Olympiads. Yet, Jiang Nan resolved it effortlessly. It is simply inconceivable. He is truly extraordinary. He can no longer regard Jiang Nan as merely a student. What a student is this? Clearly, he resembles a seasoned professor of mathematics. He himself pales in comparison to such brilliance. However, the matter does not end there. Just as Chao Tianyuan was musing over this, Jiang Nan had already commenced work on the second question, and at a remarkable pace. First, he proved that it is greater than 1, since 1, 1, 1, 1 implies 11, 11. Next, he demonstrated that it is less than 2, specifically that 8 surpasses 1, 1, which translates to being less than 7. In summary, for any positive number, there exists a value greater than 1, yet less than 2. Jiang Nan answered seamlessly, as if gliding through the air, effortlessly resolving the second question. In other words, had Jiang Nan already completed the exam? Upon witnessing this, a proctor instinctively glanced at the clock on the blackboard and realized that only 9 minutes had elapsed since the commencement of the examination. Incredible! He had completed the entire paper in less than 10 minutes? Such prowess is terrifying. This individual is beyond humanity. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not believe it even if he were to witness him being beaten to a pulp, reduced to ashes. Chapter 53. The most difficult exam in history. Many students in despair once again. Li Ming hails from class 301, which is the pinnacle class of the senior year at this prestigious school, a class of stars. This is due to the presence of an academic prodigy who has dominated the school for 3 consecutive years, consistently ranking first in every subject during examinations, leaving the second and third place far behind. The unparalleled genius, Qin Feng. Qin Feng is undeniably impressive. However, the other students in class 301 are no slouches either. Many are also top students who, if placed in other classes, would immediately claim first place. They simply remain overshadowed by Qin Feng's brilliance. Among them is Li Ming, who is quite formidable himself, especially in mathematics. Although he cannot match Qin Feng, he believes he is certainly no weaker than his peers. Therefore, before the mathematics exam began, he felt a surge of confidence. Although he did not perform well in the Chinese exam that morning, he was determined to secure the second place in the mathematics exam. However, upon receiving the mathematics paper and skimming through the questions, he furrowed his brow. This paper seems to present some level of difficulty. When an expert makes their move, the outcome becomes evident. Although he had yet to put pen to paper, a mere glance allowed him to discern that this examination paper appeared rather challenging, filled with numerous questions he could not immediately answer. Once he began writing, the true difficulty of the paper became even more apparent. The first 3 multiple-choice questions were manageable, yet from the fourth question, which involved a synthesis of geometric functions, the complexity escalated dramatically. By the time he reached the 5th question regarding the equations of moving point trajectories, he found himself utterly stymied and somewhat bewildered. Was the paper truly this difficult? In previous mathematics examinations, the first 8 multiple-choice questions were typically straightforward, with only the last 2 posing any real challenge. But today, the 5th question was already proving to be so formidable. Li Ming furrowed his brow, having spent a full 2 minutes on the 5th question without any success. Deciding to move on, he resolved to tackle the subsequent questions before returning to it. As a seasoned veteran of countless examinations, Li Ming was far from foolish, though reluctant. He understood the necessity of prioritization. He promptly skipped the 5th question and turned his attention to the 6th, which involved determining the positional relationships of conic sections through numerical and graphical integration. This question seemed even more daunting. He found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. He recalled that in previous exams, such questions were typically reserved for the end as the pièce de résistance. Yet today, it appeared as the 6th multiple-choice question. The difficulty was simply outrageous. An ominous premonition surged within him. This mathematics examination might very well rival the morning's language test in terms of difficulty, potentially the toughest he had ever encountered, capable of inducing despair. Even the top student, Qin Feng, would undoubtedly find this paper exceedingly tricky and likely fall short of a perfect score. He glanced at the 7th question. Still difficult. The 8th question? Even more challenging. It was not that he couldn't solve them. Rather, they required an inordinate amount of time for intricate derivations and calculations. However, this would inevitably rob him of the time needed to tackle the more substantial problems later on. Akin to the morning's language exam, where he lacked time to compose his essay. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. The rhythm was dismal. Not only would he struggle to maintain the school's 2nd position, but passing itself would be in jeopardy. The best course of action was to continue skipping ahead to the easier questions. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming leapt to the 9th and 10th questions, ultimately bypassing to the fill-in-the-blank section. Alas, tears of sorrow threatened to flow abundantly. The turmoil within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Having skipped over the majority of the multiple-choice questions, even if he managed to answer all the remaining questions correctly, how many points could he possibly earn? Oh dear, was the paper genuinely this challenging, or was it merely a reflection of his inadequacies? Li Ming felt an overwhelming urge to weep. His right hand, gripping the black water-based pen, began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Li Ming's plight was not unique within the classroom. To know that Li Ming is indeed a top-notch expert in mathematics, if he struggles, how could others possibly fare better? Observing the examination hall, one could see candidates gnawing on their pens, tugging at their hair, and racking their brains in an effort to decipher the conundrums laid before them. Some had already squandered 2 sheets of scratch paper merely attempting the first 3 multiple-choice questions, uncertain of their correctness. I am utterly exasperated. Who on earth devised this monthly examination paper? It was already unbearable with the morning's arduous language test, and now the mathematics is equally daunting. Are we to defy the heavens? My patience is on the verge of collapse. Is this an unintentional affront or a deliberate injury? If the college entrance examination is to maintain such a level of difficulty, what is the point of even attempting it? Don't even mention prestigious universities. I wouldn't even have hope for a 3rd-tier institution. Can anyone elucidate this madness? Mother, I no longer wish to take the exam. I long to return home. Studying is exhausting. I might as well engage in manual labor once more. Within the examination hall, many were experiencing a similar breakdown. Faces were grim, eyes ablaze with frustration, each silently cursing the ancestry of the question setter. Li Ming, initially disheartened, found solace in the realization that those around him were equally distressed, their brows furrowed in shared despair. He let out a sigh of relief, recalling the proctor's earlier words, "If I find it challenging, others surely do as well. As a mathematical prodigy, if I am struggling, it is evident that my peers are even less capable. As long as I remain calm and composed, focusing on the problems I can tackle, I shall earn the points I deserve. Even if I cannot surpass Qin Feng, the second position in mathematics at our school is still within my grasp." Li Ming silently urged himself, inhaling deeply to quell the turmoil within, and resolved to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions first. Yet, at that moment, he was startled by the sound of pages turning. Instantly, anxiety surged within him. How could this be? The exam had barely begun, and someone was already attempting the more complex problems at the back? Were they human, spirit, deity, or demon? Or perhaps a prodigy? Even Qin Feng would struggle with such a feat, wouldn't he? Chapter 54. The Finale Problem, and Their Essay Method 3? Li Ming instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover that it was Jiang Nan, seated beside him. He was taken aback, for he did not know Jiang Nan personally. However, during the morning language examination, Jiang Nan's speed was astonishing. He not only completed the paper nearly 40 minutes early, but also appeared to be sleeping in full view of the proctor, who seemed indifferent to his display, thus capturing everyone's attention. Rumor had it that Jiang Nan even managed to translate the classical text. Hence, while Li Ming had a fleeting impression of him, it was merely that, an impression. After all, Chinese was not his strongest subject, and regardless of the other person's prowess, it had little bearing on him. Yet now, less than 10 minutes into the exam, Jiang Nan had completed all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions of the mathematics paper and had flipped to tackle the problem-solving section? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a fabrication. He was either scribbling randomly or had completely bypassed the earlier questions. Li Ming incessantly recited various justifications and excuses in his mind, desperately attempting to numb himself. It was understandable that Jiang Nan excelled in Chinese, but mathematics as well? He could not accept it, even under duress. In mathematics, apart from Qin Feng, no one in the school could surpass him. However, what transpired next rendered him utterly astonished, leaving him in a state of disbelief. He observed Jiang Nan's water-based pen swiftly gliding across the answer sheet, showing no signs of pausing. That was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that, at some unknown moment, the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, had approached Jiang Nan from behind, intently scrutinizing his answer sheet with a demeanor that was both serious and tinged with astonishment and excitement. What did this signify? Could it be that the boy had answered everything correctly? How could that be? He hadn't even had time to read the questions or contemplate them. He hadn't utilized any scratch paper, just answering directly. If he could achieve accuracy under such conditions, it would be akin to the sun rising in the west or the men's football team winning the World Cup. In a fleeting moment, Li Ming's mind became a blank slate. He wished to dismiss it as impossible. However, when another invigilator approached Jiang Nan, wearing a look of astonishment, he could no longer deny the reality. If Jiang Nan were merely filling in answers haphazardly, the two invigilators would have intervened long ago, rather than observing quietly from the corner. Notably, the two teachers were whispering to one another, their voices low and barely audible. Yet he strained to catch fragments of their conversation. Those fragments confirmed that Jiang Nan had answered everything correctly, even the final problem-solving question. In an instant, his eyes reddened, and his composure began to crumble. Oh heavens! Who could enlighten me on the origins of this individual? I had never heard of such a person before now. He not only excelled in Chinese, but also displayed remarkable prowess in mathematics. Even with Qin Feng present, he seemed incomparable. This must be a mirage, surely. I am not in an examination, but rather trapped in a dream? Yes, indeed, I must be dreaming. Once I awaken, everything will revert to normal. And the monthly test certainly has not commenced yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unknown invigilator was quietly discussing with Chao Tianyuan in a corner. Old Chao, you are a mathematics whiz. If it were you, could you finish this paper so swiftly? I certainly could not. Chao Tianyuan shook his head resolutely. Are you certain that everything he has done is indeed correct? Absolutely, came the response. Every aspect, from his problem-solving approach to the process and the final answer, is impeccable. And the last challenging question, did he solve it correctly? Indeed, without a single flaw. It can only be described as perfect. In fact, I struggled with the second part myself. It was only upon reviewing his answer that I had an epiphany regarding its resolution. The insights gained were profound. The invigilator gasped in astonishment. So, are you implying that he is even more remarkable than you, old Chow? Though I loathe to admit it, the truth is undeniable. Chow Tianyuan acknowledged with a complex expression. That is utterly terrifying. He is truly extraordinary. The invigilator marveled, pondering the identity of this student's class and the mathematics teacher who had guided him. Chow Tianyuan hesitated, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively thought to say, actually, he is a student from my class. However, it seemed that Jiang Nan had scarcely paid attention during lessons and had mostly dozed off. So, could it be said that Jiang Nan was his student? Perhaps not. More accurately, he was a prodigy, a self-taught genius. Chow Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words in response to the invigilator's inquiry, opting instead to evade the subject and return to his position behind Jiang Nan. Why did he return to Jiang Nan's side? It was simply because Jiang Nan had seemingly completed the final question, yet he suddenly noticed that Jiang Nan appeared to be writing something anew. Could it be that Jiang Nan had made an error on some question? That seemed implausible. He had closely monitored Jiang Nan's work on the final challenging question. Although he had initially been perplexed, the first part was manageable, while the second part had truly left him at a loss. Nevertheless, he was certain that Jiang Nan's methodology and process were exceedingly clear, sound, and that the result should undoubtedly be correct. Yet, Jiang Nan was still revising? Had he misjudged the situation? Chow Tianyuan instinctively focused his gaze. In the next moment, he gasped, "How is this possible?" Chow Tianyuan inhaled sharply, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, his mind buzzing with shock. What he witnessed was astonishing. After completing the final problem, Jiang Nan had inexplicably inscribed a third method in the blank space that followed. Chapter 55. Jiang Nan, I implore you to be human. A third method? Chow Tianyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing that he had not been mistaken. Jiang Nan was indeed employing a third approach to solve the second part of the final problem. As for why he had not used the second method, it was simply because the second method had already been completed. During the moment he had shared whispers with another invigilator, Jiang Nan had already produced the second solution. He focused intently on that second solution. The discovered approach to problem solving is strikingly different from the initial method, yet equally valid in yielding results. This is truly astonishing. In his astonishment, Chow Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words, except for exclamations of disbelief. The other students likely lacked even a single approach to the problem. And even he, the teacher, was momentarily perplexed until he observed Jiang Nan's solution process and experienced a moment of clarity. However, Jiang Nan did not present merely two methods. He had three. As Jiang Nan began to articulate the third method, Chow Tianyuan tightened his fists, focusing intently on Jiang Nan's third approach. With remarkable speed, Jiang Nan's pen danced across the paper, completing the third method in mere moments. Astonishingly swift. Moreover, this method was distinct from both the first and second, yet the conclusion remained consistent. It was utterly impressive, more impressive than a can of Red Bull. Chow Tianyuan felt his blood boiling, surging to a crescendo, on the brink of an explosion of excitement. The thrill he experienced surpassed even that of his wedding night. The shock was akin to that of witnessing the national football team clinch the World Cup. While Jiang Nan's first and second methods were entirely different, they bore a certain connection. The first was a conventional approach, a straightforward method, while the second was unconventional, a reverse method, one forward, one backward. This, Chow Tianyuan could accept. However, what was this third method? Jiang Nan had audaciously shifted concepts, employing geometric proof to solve a function-proof problem. Yet, the clarity of the process remained unwavering, ultimately demonstrating that for any positive number, there exists a value greater than 1, but less than 2. It was truly eye-opening. Chow Tianyuan felt as if a door to a new realm had been flung open within him. Although he had been formidable in mathematics, a seasoned expert, he still found himself far from the level of a professor, having hit a plateau that hindered further progress. Otherwise, he would not have spent decades in high school. But now, he suddenly realized that his limitations had been shattered, revealing a path to advance further in mathematics. Of course, this sensation is difficult to articulate, purely an instinct or perhaps a spark of inspiration. In any case, he had gained immensely from Jiang Nan's three problem-solving approaches, particularly the third. Suddenly, a peculiar interjection broke through the haze of his impending epiphany, yanking Chow Tianyuan back from the brink of cerebral overload. It was Jiang Nan. He exhaled softly, muttering to himself, This question is indeed intriguing. It has consumed quite a bit of my time. However, the answer sheet was far too small, having only recorded 3 methods. There was no space left, which was truly regrettable. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's remarks detonated like a torpedo in the deep sea, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, and another teacher who had just approached. "Oh, Jiang Nan, please, do act like a decent person. What do you mean by consumed quite a bit of my time? You've only been at it for just over 10 minutes since the exam began. Moreover, that was only because you employed 2 additional methods for the last question. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken you nearly that long. What do you mean by the answer sheet being too small, having only recorded 3 methods? Could it be that you have more than 3 solutions?" The invigilator could no longer bear to listen. He feared that if he continued, his heart might give out. So he discreetly turned his attention to other students. As for Chao Tianyuan, his blood pressure, which had just stabilized, threatened to surge again, nearly causing him a cerebral hemorrhage. Damn it, he had just felt a breakthrough, reveling in his inner joy, contemplating thanking Jiang Nan afterwards. But now he thought better of it. This kid was utterly beyond comprehension. It should be noted that initially, he couldn't even conceive a single solution. Even with his recent breakthrough, he had merely learned those 3 methods from Jiang Nan. Yet, Jiang Nan had even more solutions? How ruthless. How terrifying. No matter how much I progress, I cannot compare to you. You are electricity. You are light. You are the singular myth. I am aging, truly aging. To be your mathematics teacher, I am at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow, utterly disheartened. Teacher, I'm done. Can I sleep now? Jiang Nan set down his pen, noticing Chao Tianyuan right behind him, and turned to inquire. As he posed the question, a wave of disdain washed over him. As expected, old Chao was not merely a coincidence. He was intentionally watching over him. However, since he had not let up and had answered correctly, a perfect score was undoubtedly his. What? Aren't you going to check? Chao Tianyuan instinctively remarked. But as soon as he uttered the words, he wished to slap himself. Check. What nonsense. Given Jiang Nan's prowess, and coupled with his own judgment, there was no doubt that he had answered everything correctly. Checking? It was unnecessary. How could one possibly err on such a simple question? If you have no objections, I shall retire to sleep, Jiang Nan said with a grin at Chao Tianyuan, and, disregarding whether the latter agreed, promptly lay his head down on the desk to sleep. Huh. Oh, old Chao, why would I give you any face if you deliberately stare at me? Chao Tianyuan exclaimed. This person has truly lost all semblance of humanity. Chapter 56. Heavens. Why must we share the same examination room with him? How infuriating. It's one thing to sleep during class, but now he is dozing off during the exam? What is this? A blatant display of arrogance? I am well aware that you have completed your paper and answered correctly. Yet other students are still struggling with their exams. The crux of the matter is that I had not even consented before you laid your head down. Such a blatant disregard for courtesy. Why even bother asking me? Truly, he has lost all sense of decency. Forget it. You are so exceptional, I cannot control you. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. Observing Jiang Nan, who had already laid his head on the desk, Chao Tianyuan felt a surge of discontent, but decided to turn and walk away. He chose to ignore it, or perhaps it was an acceptance of the situation. You sleep as you please, as long as you do not disturb the others during their examination, I shall not concern myself with you. However, Chao Tianyuan felt helpless as he departed. Meanwhile, Li Ming was utterly astonished. What is going on? Jiang Nan is sleeping again, just like during the morning's Chinese exam. And the invigilator's R&T intervening? But that isn't even the main issue. The real concern is that he is so close. I think I just heard him say, how could I possibly get these simple questions wrong after finishing so quickly? What the hell? Is my hearing impaired? It has only been 10 minutes since the exam started, and he has completed the entire paper? What kind of speed is that? Even a golden bachelor wouldn't compare. He even dares to claim the questions are simple? Pray tell, where is the simplicity in these questions? As a mathematical prodigy who consistently scores above 140, I could not answer the last 5 multiple-choice questions. Are these papers truly simple? How can that be? Li Ming felt as though his worldview was collapsing. He desperately wanted to convince himself that this was merely a dream, that everything was fictitious. Yet, it all appeared so vividly real. He pinched his thigh hard enough to bring tears to his eyes. The pain confirmed it was not a dream. He yearned to assert that Jiang Nan was undoubtedly scribbling randomly, as no one could possibly finish such a challenging math exam in mere minutes without even utilizing scratch paper. However, The demeanor of the two invigilators seemed to tacitly endorse Jiang Nan's claims. Particularly, Chao Tianyuan, a seasoned mathematics teacher, had scrutinized Jiang Nan's paper for quite some time without uttering a single word of rebuttal, his face a mask of astonishment. It was evident that Jiang Nan had answered correctly. The more he pondered, the angrier Li Ming became, unable to maintain his composure. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why must there exist both you and Liang in this world? In this examination hall, I, Li Ming, am already present. There is no need for that little brat to emerge and flaunt himself before me. It is utterly exasperating. Li Ming's heart was filled with unceasing lamentations. I shall remember you. You are formidable, yet I shall not falter. I am determined to excel in this examination and surpass you. Transforming my sorrow and indignation into strength, Li Ming clenched his fists tightly, rallying himself and striving to focus intently on the questions at hand. However, while the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved to be quite challenging. As soon as he began to answer, images of Jiang Nan breezing through the questions invaded his mind, refusing to dissipate. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Jiang Nan, sprawled across his desk, soundly asleep, emitting the faintest of snores. Though subtle, the sound was unmistakably clear to Li Ming, igniting his frustration. How could it be that he had yet to complete the fifth multiple-choice question, while Jiang Nan slumbered so peacefully after finishing? I wonder, do your parents know of your extraordinary prowess? And what of the heavens? Why do they not strike down this cheat with a bolt of lightning? As for the invigilators, is this truly how you conduct your oversight? How can you allow such blatant disrespect for the examination? You are all complicit in this farce. This boy must surely have connections, a backdoor entry, perhaps. Li Ming's internal musings were overwhelming. He sensed that this examination was destined for failure, as he could not concentrate, his thoughts consumed by the snores of Jiang Nan. Yet, Li Ming was not alone in his plight. In fact, many others shared his sentiments. All those seated beside Jiang Nan wore expressions of despair, their hearts in turmoil. Why must there be such disparity among individuals? Why must we share the same examination hall as Jiang Nan? The test was already daunting enough to shatter their composure, and then, to have the absolute champion, Jiang Nan, seated beside them. Truly, one cannot appreciate the pain of comparison unless they experience it firsthand. However, a more disheartening episode was yet to unfold. A fellow student seated by the window, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, sought to open the window for some fresh air. But no sooner had he made the move than a vigilant invigilator approached, promptly shutting the window and admonishing the student in hushed tones. Do not open the window. There is a chill outside, and we wouldn't want to discomfort the other students in the classroom. Upon hearing this, many around, including Li Ming, felt a pang of empathy. Although he too desired a breath of fresh air to calm his nerves, he thought it best to acquiesce. For the teacher must be looking out for their well-being, right? Yet, in the very next moment, the entire room was left in stunned silence. Upon witnessing the invigilator close the window, he did not immediately depart. Instead, he removed his outer garment and, on tiptoe, draped it over the slumbering Jiang Nan. Chapter 57. Accidentally went to the 5th floor while going to the restroom on the 1st floor. Li Ming and his fellow classmates, each and every one present, was left speechless. How heart-wrenching. The actions of the invigilator were indeed a masterstroke. Just a moment prior, they had been grateful to one another for their consideration, feeling a warmth in their hearts. Yet in the next instant, tut-tut, was this truly for their benefit? Clearly, it was solely for Jiang Nan's well-being. What do they mean by a gentle breeze? A tad chilly? It was already March. Winter had long since passed. Moreover, this was not the northern region. March in Jiangxing was characterized by vibrant spring breezes, the earth awakening, and blossoms blooming. What relevance did coldness have? As for a gentle breeze, they would rather enjoy a refreshing gust to invigorate their minds. Of course, excluding those who were currently dozing at their desks. Is this what one refers to as having connections? That lad must be related to the invigilator, given the window closing, the coat draping, and the allowance for slumber. To claim there was no connection would be utterly implausible. Having such backing is truly impressive. The depth of his connections is formidable, indeed. In an instant, Jiang Nan was mentally labeled by the onlookers as a figure with connections and influence, categorized among those not to be trifled with. Li Ming clenched his teeth, striving to focus on his examination and suppress his attention towards Jiang Nan. Yet, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside the window, capturing the attention of numerous students within the classroom. Li Ming instinctively cast a glance. He observed several Chinese language teachers standing outside, stretching their necks to peer into examination room 304. How did he know they were language teachers? Because he was an outstanding student. Most teachers at the school recognized him, and he, in turn, was familiar with them to varying degrees. Notably, one of them was quite well acquainted with him, Yu Wangui, nicknamed Yu Laosan, as he was one of the instructors for class 301, Li Ming's Chinese teacher. As these teachers appeared, especially when he saw Yu Laosan straining to look into the classroom with wide eyes, Li Ming's gaze brightened instantly. This was indeed fortuitous. So many teachers had come together. It was obvious they were there to inspect the examination discipline. Through the window, the first sight was of Jiang Nan, blissfully asleep at his desk. Now, Jiang Nan was certainly doomed. After all, sleeping during an examination was a blatant violation of examination rules. Yet so many teachers caught him red-handed. Even if he were related to the invigilating teacher, it would be of no avail. How could a single teacher measure up to so many? Especially Mr. Yu, who had taught at the school for 2 decades, possessing profound experience and exceptional skill, with a discerning eye that could not tolerate any deception. If he sought to punish Jiang Nan, no one could intervene. Not only Li Ming, but also many classmates in the examination hall eagerly anticipated that these teachers would impose severe consequences on Jiang Nan and take him away. Otherwise, they felt a constricting unease within, harboring pin-up grievances. However, soon thereafter, they were engulfed in bewilderment. They observed Mr. Yu and a group of teachers standing outside the window, peering in, yet they neither entered nor departed. What was going on? Were they blind? That boy was right under their noses, sound asleep, and they failed to notice? Or was the glass of the window one way? That seemed implausible. If the glass were one way, they would not frequently be caught by the supervising homeroom teacher while playing on their phones in their seats. Many students, including Li Ming, were thoroughly perplexed by the teachers outside the window. Why did they not come in or leave? What was the reason for their lingering gaze upon them, creating immense pressure? Moreover, if they claimed not to have noticed that boy sleeping, they seemed to be discussing him nonetheless. Their expressions did not convey stern disapproval, but rather a semblance of astonishment. All the students were baffled. Those closest to the window felt as though they were in a tumultuous state of anxiety. Imagine, during an examination, having 5 or 6 teachers watching you from outside the window. What thoughts would cross your mind? The pressure would be overwhelming. Many students dared not even lift their heads, bowing down to feign concentration on their answers, while internally pleading for the teachers to either address the sleeping boy or promptly vacate the premises. However, disappointment was inevitable. After a considerable amount of time, Mr. Yu and his colleagues still had not entered the classroom nor left. Instead, the number of teachers had increased to 8 or 9, with even more seemingly on the way. It was utterly terrifying. Concurrently, outside the window, a comical scene was unfolding. "Hey, Teacher Liu, weren't you supervising on the 3rd floor? What brings you to the 5th floor? Mr. Yu, I remember you were on the 1st floor. Why are you here on the 5th? I accidentally wandered here while intending to go to the restroom. I must have taken a wrong turn. To get from the 1st floor to the 5th is quite the blunder. At this rate, will you end up in the heavens?" Mr. Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing the absurdity of his own excuse. It appears rather awkward, unable to stand firm. A stark slap in the face. Chapter 58. I confess, I have cheated. Grant me a score of 0, please. Well, my brother does not mock the other, and the snail does not deride the shell. Let us speak plainly. Surely, you all have come to witness the unparalleled talent who writes in classical Chinese, have you not? Suddenly, a teacher stepped forward to smooth things over. Indeed, it was he. Yet, I wonder which among them is Jiang Nan. My curiosity about him is quite piqued. Not only can he compose in classical Chinese, but I also find myself unable to comprehend it. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. After all, they are colleagues. It was merely jest, not meant to truly embarrass Yu Laosan. Before coming here, I inquired with teacher who indicated that Jiang Nan sat in the 3rd row, 4th from the last. Standing at a height of 6 feet, the most handsome among them, presumably the one dozing at his desk. Someone pointed to the slumbering Jiang Nan. And this was precisely the scene witnessed earlier by Li Ming and the others. Outside the window, a group of teachers clearly observed Jiang Nan sleeping. Instead of anger, there was a look of astonishment. Oh, Jiang Nan is asleep? This is peculiar. The examination has only just begun for a mere 10 minutes. And he is already resting his head on the desk. Could it be that he struggles with mathematics? Some began to question Jiang Nan's abilities. However, in the next moment, What does it matter if one is poor in math, as long as one excels in language? His ability to craft an essay in classical Chinese that eludes our understanding is ample proof of his prowess. Even if he scores 0 in mathematics, his linguistic talent and skill would surely secure him a direct recommendation. In my view, it is best if he excels in no other subjects, thus allowing him to focus solely on language. Yu Laosan expressed his opinion. It is better to specialize than to be merely learned. For a group of teachers dedicated to language, if Jiang Nan can reach the pinnacle in this field, his shortcomings in other subjects are of little consequence. To this, those present nodded in agreement. Teacher Yu speaks wisely. One's energy is finite. Given his remarkable aptitude in language, it is entirely normal for him to falter in other subjects. The fear lies in being competent in all but never achieving greatness, ultimately becoming unremarkable. It is indeed regrettable that one cannot venture closer to see what this prodigious talent looks like. Yes, it is truly a pity. Oh, everyone, look quickly. The lad sitting to Jiang Nan's left. Does he not appear to be using a cheat sheet, engaging in dishonesty? Suddenly, someone discovered a cheating student. In the next moment, indeed, he was cheating. Hey, you over there. What are you doing? I see you. Quickly put down what you have in your hands. It is unclear who first raised a loud shout. Immediately, with a flurry, every single one of these language teachers rushed into examination room 304. How astonishing. After much effort, they finally seized the rare opportunity to behold a prodigy up close. How could they let it slip away? Alas, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, do not apprehend me. In an instant, the oblivious classmate trembled and collapsed beneath the desk. Goodness, wasn't he merely attempting to cheat? Yet, that act summoned a horde of teachers, fierce as wolves, rushing in from outside. It is no wonder he was paralyzed with fear. Not just him. Many around were equally startled. The sight of a multitude of teachers converging upon a single cheater was nothing short of astonishing and overwhelming. Initially, due to the difficulty of the exam, several students had entertained thoughts of cheating. However, that notion was swiftly extinguished. Yet, the subsequent actions of the group of language teachers left them utterly bewildered, akin to a monk faced with a riddle. The teachers stormed in but did not immediately confront the cheater. Instead, they fixated on the sleeping Jiang Nan, expressing their astonishment. What was happening? Could it be that they were not there to apprehend the cheater, but to reprimand the lad for violating the exam conduct by dozing off? Many entertained this thought, including Li Ming. Even the cheating student wore a dazed expression. Were they not here to catch him, but rather to target Jiang Nan? This was perplexing. Just moments ago, they had shouted about cheating, not sleeping. Moreover, if they truly intended to reprimand him for sleeping, should they not have awakened him immediately? Yet here they were, tiptoeing about for some inexplicable reason. Led by the authoritative teacher Yu, the group of language teachers encircled Jiang Nan, observing him as if his face bore flowers, yet not uttering a single word. It was unclear whether they feared disrupting the exam atmosphere or disturbing Jiang Nan's slumber. Logically, it seemed the former. Yet many students believed the latter to be more plausible. For a moment, the atmosphere in the examination hall turned exceedingly peculiar, terrifying, and eerie. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated, emanating from a plump student seated next to Jiang Nan. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, he slammed his palm upon the desk and declared, "I confess. I cheated. Give me a 0. With that proclamation, he dashed away, overwhelmed by the weight of expectation. Remarkable. This was indeed a bold individual. He had previously cracked under pressure during the morning language exam and now, in mathematics, chose to publicly disclose his cheating. The cheater, perplexed. Li Ming, bewildered. The multitude of students, astonished. The two invigilators, confused. The group of language teachers, utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 59. The exam concludes, and the students flee in a frenzy? Cheating and self-disclosure? This was truly an unprecedented spectacle. The onlookers exchanged glances, all in a state of shock, especially that recently named cheater. He found it difficult to distinguish between reality and a dream. Clearly, those teachers had come fiercely to apprehend him, yet the outcome revolved around Jiang Nan incessantly. Ultimately, it drove a nearby stout man to madness. Does this mean he has narrowly escaped calamity? Perhaps not, for the situation is far from resolved. Those dozen or so teachers remain vigilant, lingering nearby, so it cannot yet be considered an escape. It is truly exasperating. He yearned to depart the examination boldly like that stout man, yet he lacked even a modicum of courage, leaving him to languish on the ground, enduring immense torment both physically and mentally, not much better than the 10 most severe tortures. In the end, Chao Tianyuan could no longer bear to witness the scene and addressed the head of the Chinese department, Wu Jiahao, saying, "Old Wu, why have you language teachers congregated here? Is there no need for proctoring? As the head of your department, you ought to swiftly escort your people away. Do not disturb the students in my examination room." Wu Jiahao, with a helpless expression, was the last to arrive. Upon seeing that Yu Laozhan and others had entered classroom 304, surrounding Jiang Nan, he had intended to step in and take a look. However, just as he had placed half a foot inside, Chao Tianyuan called him out. What a pity. Truly a pity. He had not even had a proper glance at Jiang Nan's visage. Nevertheless, the matter had reached this point, and he could not press further. Although he was the head of the Chinese department, Chao Tianyuan held the position of vice head of the mathematics department, making it unwise to disregard him. He quickly withdrew his foot and called away Yu Laozhan and the other teachers. As the crowd departed, the examination room fell into immediate silence, the atmosphere easing considerably. Yet, Li Ming and numerous classmates were left with countless question marks hovering above their heads. Are you teachers truly leaving just like that? Have you forgotten something? Jiang Nan is sleeping soundly right under your noses. Can you really just ignore him? After all, you entered shouting about catching cheaters. And that cheater is still seated on the floor. Will there be no action taken? Or was catching cheaters merely an excuse? Is your true purpose to observe Jiang Nan? It was disheartening, truly disheartening. Could it be that Jiang Nan's background is so formidable that you all dare not take action? Or is it that his prowess is so impressive that you are reluctant to intervene? Perhaps it is simply that Jiang Nan is too handsome? In any case, a myriad of feelings surged within everyone's hearts. This mathematics examination had become the most suffocating one in their lives, even surpassing the earlier Chinese exam. The only individual who felt a sense of relief was perhaps the recently apprehended cheater, who hastily scrambled to his feet, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Surviving such a calamity surely heralds future blessings. It appears that the teachers were oblivious, failing to notice him. Previously, he had merely been frightening himself. Now, he could cheat with impunity, boldly engaging in deceit, for no one would uncover his transgressions. However, this fleeting sense of ease lasted but 3 seconds. Chao Tianyuan approached with a grave demeanor, confiscating his exam paper and bestowing upon him a resounding 0. Bewildered. It was akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. The surrounding students, startled, hastily bowed their heads to their desks, diligently answering questions, deterred from any further thoughts of cheating. In truth, even if they attempted to cheat, it would be futile. Goodness, this was mathematics, not language arts. Cheating would only allow them to copy a formula, which held little significance. Ding-ling-ling. After an indeterminate period, the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the examination. Much like the morning's language exam, many students' answer sheets bore large swathes of blank space, clearly indicating unfinished work. Yet, unlike before, when the teacher requested the papers, not a single student wailed or lamented. Instead, they collectively sighed in relief and promptly submitted their papers before darting away. Their speed rivaled that of a frantic rabbit escaping, seemingly fearful of being pursued by some dreadful beast lurking in the classroom. Of course, there were no such beasts. The oppressive nature of the exam had simply become unbearable. Even though no teachers rushed in afterwards to catch cheaters, the sight of Jiang Nan peacefully slumbering was disheartening. While they were struggling for survival, Jiang Nan slept soundly. It was enough to drive one to despair. Even Li Ming, a mathematics prodigy, cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan before hastily departing. He vowed never to endure such a stifling examination again, nor to spend another second in Jiang Nan's presence. As he dashed away, Jiang Nan leisurely awakened. What on earth? Had he overslept? Jiang Nan was filled with questions. His slumber had been so blissful that he had not even realized the exam had concluded and others had left. Had he not sensed hostility directed towards him, he might have continued to sleep through the night. Alas, his biological clock was in disarray. It seemed he needed to take the time to recalibrate it. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Nan prepared to rise and head to the cafeteria when he noticed an unfamiliar article of clothing draped over him. At that moment, an unknown invigilator approached with a beaming smile. "Ah, my dear student, you have awakened. Please return the clothing to me. I feared you might catch a chill while sleeping and took the liberty of covering you." "Ah, thank you. Thank you, teacher," Jiang Nan replied hastily, expressing his gratitude. Inwardly, he mused. This teacher is rather commendable, far superior to the unprincipled Mr. Chow. Chapter 60. Li Ming wept bitterly, leaving Su Yu and Zhang Hao astonished. Jiang Nan cast a glance at the aging Chao Tunyuan, who was diligently collecting the papers, and noted that the old fellow's countenance was far from favorable. It was hardly surprising that Chao Tianyuan appeared displeased. He was notoriously known for his stern and rigid demeanor. Yet today, he seemed indifferent to Jiang Nan's slumber during the examination, even amidst the commotion caused by a dozen language teachers storming into the room to catch cheaters, ostensibly just to observe Jiang Nan. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had performed admirably, and with a likely perfect score in mathematics, he had managed to avoid incurring Chao's ire. Humph. You little rascal, revel in your arrogance. In fact, I hope you indulge in it even more. Such is the spirit of youth. One must be audacious in their adolescence. After all, your bravado is a reflection of my teachings, isn't it? Perhaps I can lay claim to that. Once Chao Tianyuan finished his task, he hummed a merry tune as he departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rubbed his nose, sensing the ill intentions of certain individuals. Do not inquire how he could perceive such sentiments. It was a skill honed through countless hours of napping in class. As long as their motives did not threaten him, he could slumber undisturbed even amidst thunderous chaos. Just like during the examination when numerous teachers barged in, startling many who contemplated cheating, he remained blissfully asleep, not even fluttering an eyelid. Yet, when Li Ming cast a resentful glare in his direction, he instantly awakened. Remarkably, even in the depths of slumber, he could instinctively handle Hu Yifei's rapid-fire questions. This talent was not something one could easily possess. Well, no need to dwell on it. Old Chao was, after all, not a man of integrity. I have become accustomed to it. What can he do to me, no matter how malicious his intentions? Casting Chao Tianyuan from his mind, Jiang Nan promptly exited the classroom and made his way to the cafeteria. It was time to eat, and he was already late. A moment's delay could mean missing out. However, just as he descended the stairs, Bai Yingying hurried after him, exclaiming, "Jiang Nan, why are you only just coming out? This is so unlike you." "Unlike me? What should I have done instead?" he retorted. "You should have submitted your paper early." Bai Yingying replied matter-of-factly. "You turned in your language exam ahead of time this morning. And with your prowess in mathematics, I assumed you would do the same for this test. I rushed to the cafeteria to find you right after the exam, only to be met with disappointment, forcing me to return." Jiang Nan thought to himself that no one understood him better than Bai Yingying. He certainly would not divulge that he had merely overslept. Otherwise, he would have already been at the cafeteria for dinner. "What do you need me for?" he inquired. "Of course, I need you to compare answers. Quickly, tell me how you answered the multiple-choice questions." Jiang Nan smoothly recounted his answers. For every question he had tackled was etched in his memory. "Oh no, I got the last 4 questions wrong." Bai Yingying was brimming with excitement just moments ago. But upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, her expression instantly fell, and she despondently clutched her head in regret. "It's over. No matter how hard I try, I am likely to fall short of Qin Yuma in this exam. What about the fill-in-the-blank questions? 1, 3, 2, minus 14. Oh no, I got 2 wrong again. And the short answer questions? Woe is me, I also erred on 2 of those, although I managed to answer the last one correctly, thanks to you. A few days ago, you had explained a similar problem to me, huh?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying transformed her sorrow into joy, simply because she had triumphed over the final challenging question. As for why she did not question Jiang Nan's answer, that would be absurd, given Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess. How could the answer possibly be incorrect? Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded throughout the campus. Many students congregated to compare answers, one such gathering taking place in the cafeteria. "Hey, Li Ming, you, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian." It was unclear whether it was intentional or merely coincidental, but Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian from class 304 found themselves together with Li Ming from class 301. Do not inquire how they came to know one another. Although they were not in the same class, they were all representatives for their respective subjects, with Su Yu serving as the representative for mathematics. Li Ming, on the other hand, was a top student in mathematics, second only to Qin Feng, renowned as the second best in the school. Their scholarly circles intersected, however slightly. "Li Ming, how did you fare in this math exam?" "Terribly. I estimate a score of only 50 or 60. "What? 50 or 60? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian were utterly astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. It is essential to note that they had gathered specifically to assess their performances in mathematics. hoping to surpass Jiang Nan, and had sought out Li Ming to compare answers. After all, given Li Ming's mathematical prowess, consulting him would yield a more accurate understanding of their potential scores. Yet now, with Li Ming claiming a score of 50 or 60, their efforts seemed futile. Su Yu quickly probed further. Li Ming, while I pride myself on my competitiveness, I must concede that your mathematical skills surpass mine. Even if this exam was particularly challenging, it cannot be that low. Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and the other representatives gazed intently at Li Ming, their expressions filled with curiosity and confusion. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly have confidence in scoring much higher than 50 or 60. However, this exam was exceptionally bizarre. The moment it began, my mindset crumbled, Li Ming replied, his face etched with helplessness. What do you mean? In what way was it abnormal? Upon hearing this, Su Yu and the others were even more perplexed. What you do not know is that an exceptionally formidable individual sat beside me. Within merely 10 minutes of the exam, he completed the entire paper, seemingly answering every question correctly, and then fell into a deep slumber. The invigilator not only neglected the situation, but also closed the windows and draped a coat over him, as if fearing he might catch a chill. Subsequently, a dozen Chinese teachers rushed in under the pretense of catching cheaters, all eager to witness that audacious individual. It's an understatement to say my composure shattered. Scarcely anyone in the examination hall maintained their tranquility. It was utterly impossible to concentrate on the exam. Every time I attempted to solve a problem, the image of that audacious person sleeping before me would materialize. How could one possibly take the exam under such circumstances? My focus was utterly compromised. Achieving a score of 50 or 60 would be a commendable feat, perhaps even lower. Sob sob. As he spoke, Li Ming erupted into a fit of tears. A man may shed tears, but only when truly moved by sorrow. From the commencement of the exam until now, he had suppressed his emotions for over 2 hours, and while he could have continued to hold back, upon being questioned by Su Yu and others, the floodgates opened, and he could no longer contain himself. In response, Su Yu and the others exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. Chapter 61. Jiang Nan, why Jiang Nan again? Hey, have you heard? During the mathematics exam, a particularly bold student finished in just 10 minutes and then lay down on the desk to sleep. Yet, the invigilator not only ignored him, but even took the time to close the windows and drape a coat over him, seemingly concerned he might catch a cold. Really? Is that true? Or are you pulling my leg? Absolutely true. This incident occurred in exam room 304, witnessed by dozens of people. If you doubt it, you can ask the top student from class 301, Li Ming. He was seated right beside him. Li, the academic prodigy, what do you say? In the cafeteria, many were discussing the Jiang Nan incident, and by coincidence, Li Ming was present. Numerous eyes turned toward him for confirmation. Li Ming was still sobbing uncontrollably, unable to utter a word, merely nodding instinctively. Does a nod imply agreement? Upon witnessing this, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. What the hell? Was he truly that formidable? Finishing the mathematics paper in 10 minutes? I can hardly believe it, considering how challenging this exam was. In my opinion, he must be a slacker, scribbling randomly because he couldn't solve the problems, then dozing off, perhaps receiving special treatment from the invigilator. No, that individual didn't simply scribble aimlessly. It said he actually completed everything and declared the questions quite simple, a statement heard by all. Even the invigilator seemed to tacitly acknowledge it. It's likely he scored at least 140, if not a perfect 150, truly impressive. Hearing this, everyone in the cafeteria gasped in astonishment. 150? 140? Finished in 10 minutes? If that's the case, he is practically a genius. After all, they had just emerged from the battlefield of the exam, acutely aware of the difficulty of the mathematics test. My goodness. Even if it doesn't surpass the Chinese exam from the morning, it cannot be far off. Undoubtedly, this is the most challenging examination in history. Numerous individuals found themselves ensnared by the multiple-choice questions, often leaving them partially answered, resorting to guesses, and nearly succumbing to despair. As for the subsequent problem-solving section, especially the final question, many left it blank, devoid of any thoughts. Yet now, there are whispers of an individual who completed the entire test in merely 10 minutes. Achieving a perfect score. How can this be? Does he not require contemplation? Can he discern the answers with a mere glance? Many expressed their disbelief, for it seemed utterly preposterous. One would scarcely dare to write such a narrative in fiction. However, it is true that this individual required no reflection. All the questions revealed their answers upon a single glance, and he proceeded directly to mark his answer sheet without even utilizing half a sheet of scratch paper. The crowd gasped in astonishment, eager to learn his identity. Was he male or female? Which class did he belong to? He is male, strikingly handsome, and his class remains unknown, though he is rumored to be named Jiang Nan. Upon hearing this name, the audience was taken aback. Jiang Nan. Why does this name sound so familiar? After the Chinese examination concluded in the morning, there were indeed whispers that Jiang Nan performed exceptionally well. It was said that he translated an ancient text and submitted his paper 40 to 50 minutes early. Indeed, it is he. Moreover, let me clarify, he did not just perform well, he achieved a perfect score. Consequently, during the afternoon mathematics examination, over a dozen Chinese teachers abandoned their proctoring duties under the pretext of preventing cheating, making their way to room 304 to observe Jiang Nan. The spectacle was nothing short of remarkable. It is reported that many who contemplated cheating were rendered paralyzed by fear. One particularly overweight student, unable to bear the pressure, openly confessed to cheating and departed, receiving a score of 0. Impressive. This Jiang Nan is undeniably extraordinary. It goes without saying that he is on the verge of fame. No, he is already renowned. With perfect scores in both Chinese and mathematics, completed in 10 minutes, sleeping in the examination hall while proctors closed the windows and donned their coats, and a multitude of Chinese teachers forsaking their duties to witness him. Truly, he is a force to be reckoned with. I am eager to glimpse his visage. This paragon of excellence seems even more formidable than Li Ming from class 301, or perhaps even more so than Qin Feng. If I could be fortunate enough to acquaint myself with him, surely I would absorb some of his scholarly prowess and enhance my own performance. Unlike before, upon hearing Jiang Nan's name, the crowd, though still harboring some skepticism, began to embrace belief. After all, there is no smoke without fire. With so many voices spreading the word, there must be a kernel of truth, especially since this is not the first time Jiang Nan's brilliance has been mentioned. Furthermore, seated nearby is Li Ming, the well-known academic prodigy. Just moments ago, Li Ming had heard everything, yet he refrained from uttering a single word in rebuttal, clearly indicating his tacit agreement, thus substantiating the truth of the matter. In an instant, the crowd brimmed with admiration for Jiang Nan, the formidable individual. However, those encircling Li Ming, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, wore expressions of profound dismay. How could this be? Jiang Nan, once again, he had performed exceptionally well in the language exam earlier. And now he excelled in mathematics as well, achieving a perfect score in merely 10 minutes? Was his mathematical prowess truly this remarkable? We are clearly not operating on the same level. Even if he had made a mistake and scored only 140, that would still surpass us by a considerable margin. Goodness, this is disastrous. Alas, someone began to weep once more, and their sobs were louder than those of Li Ming beside them. But it was not Xiang Yi this time. It was Su Yu, the representative for mathematics. His poor performance in the language exam was inconsequential, as he had declared war on Jiang Nan in that subject. Though he felt a pang of sympathy then, it was more for the sake of camaraderie, one for all and all for one. However, before the mathematics exam commenced, he was not just confident, but brimming with fighting spirit. After the exam, while his results were not ideal, he had given it his all, and scoring above 100 seemed certain. As for the precise score, he would have to wait until the answers were compared. Thus, he had deliberately sought out Li Ming, the second best in mathematics. Yet, before they could verify their answers, Li Ming had utterly collapsed into a fit of tears upon hearing Jiang Nan's astonishing achievements. Instantly, Su Yu found himself in a similar state of despair. Woe is me. I am the mathematics representative of class 4. In every math examination, even if I am not first, I am merely second to our class leader, Qin Yuma, and now, I have become nothing more than a jester? Jiang Nan, if you are truly this exceptional, why did you not reveal it sooner? Were you deliberately toying with me? This is unbearable. Oh, how tragic. Chapter 62. So, he is the werewolf, Jiang Nan, the legendary academic prodigy? Li Ming wept inconsolably. Su Yu, too, was in a state of utter distress. To what extent must one be heartbroken to witness two grown men lose control of their emotions in public? Goodness, is this happening again? It seems that after the language exam this morning, there were also public displays of tears. Now, following the math exam, the same occurs? However, this time it is two men crying, whereas earlier it was a girl. Truly, this is a sight to behold. One is Li, the university's second best in mathematics. And the other appears to be Su Yu, who is also quite adept, ranking within the top 10, perhaps even the top 5 in the school. Astonishing. This is indeed big news. Another headline. The resilience of these top students seems rather feeble. After all, it was merely a single poor performance. Is it truly necessary to react in such a manner? Look at us. Few among us manage to pass, yet we continue to indulge in our meals, enjoy our leisurely conversations, and engage in our usual banter. A moment of complaint is acceptable, but tears are certainly out of the question. Indeed, I would never weep. Not even under duress. The anguish I endure is a burden known solely to me. Those around me cannot fathom the frustration that lies within Li Ming, nor the profound despair and helplessness that weighs on Su Yu's heart. However, Xiang Yi can sense the turmoil, having been the one to shed tears earlier in the day. In the realm of Chinese literature, she has already succumbed to defeat against Jiang Nan, experiencing the depths of hopelessness. As for Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and others, while they too feel a touch of sorrow for the fallen, they are more inclined to count their blessings. Fortunately, they are not the representatives for the mathematics class. The true challenge against Jiang Nan lies not in mathematics, but in the impending trials of physics, foreign languages, chemistry, and more. There remains a flicker of hope. I am the strongest in physics, chemistry, and foreign languages in our class. I shall undoubtedly triumph over Jiang Nan tomorrow. It all hinges on my performance. I will avenge you all. Zhang Hao and his companions quietly rallied their spirits. Yes, they endeavored to hypnotize themselves as much as possible. Just a moment more, and they might have truly believed it. Yet, in the very next second, their collective resolve shattered. At that moment, a striking young man and woman entered the cafeteria, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. The young man was so extraordinarily handsome that mere words could scarcely do him justice. He was indeed flawless, exuding charisma that eclipsed even the brightest stars of the entertainment industry, rendering all else in the world pale in comparison. The young woman, too, was tall and graceful. Even clad in a school uniform, her statuesque figure was undeniable, with delicate features and fair skin that could inspire love at first sight. It goes without saying that the former was Jiang Nan, and the latter was Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying had been discussing answers with Jiang Nan along the way, which explained their late arrival at the cafeteria. However, the moment they stepped inside, a commotion erupted. Look, the school beauty Bai Yingying has arrived. Wait, she is actually dining with a boy, sharing laughter and appearing quite intimate? Are they holding hands? Goodness, could they be a couple? Is it true? The school beauty has a boyfriend? This is monumental news. The school strictly forbids romantic relationships. How can they be so brazen, unafraid of drawing the attention of the teachers? My youth is over. Wait, who is this handsome young man? He is incredibly striking. Surely, he surpasses even the school heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu? It was simply astonishing that such a handsome individual existed within our school. Why had we not known of him before? You're misinformed. I've seen this person. He was also at the cafeteria with the school beauty at noon, and he even audaciously translated classical Chinese during the exam in front of everyone. Oh, could it be that he is the dark horse who has recently garnered attention at noon, rumored to possess linguistic prowess rivaling that of Qin Feng, and an appearance that eclipses that of Yi Zhiqiu, the academic prodigy from the cafeteria? Indeed, it is he. It seems he has truly formed a bond with the campus belle. No, wait, ISNTE Jiang Nan. What? Jiang Nan, do you know him? I do not. But I am familiar with the name. Were we not just discussing him? He is the one who completed the mathematics paper in merely 10 minutes, and then laid down to sleep at his desk, unbothered by anyone. Even the invigilator closed the window for him and draped a jacket over him, while a dozen language teachers gathered to observe the formidable Jiang Nan. What? He is Jiang Nan, the legendary academic genius? If he is indeed Jiang Nan, then it aligns perfectly. At noon in the cafeteria, he audibly translated that despairing classical text, showcasing his undeniable talent. Perhaps he did not merely translate the classical text. He might have also achieved a perfect score on the morning's language examination. Such an achievement would shatter the school's, and even the city's and province's, records for language exams, where no one has attained a perfect score. Only with such prowess could he elicit awe from numerous language teachers, who left their posts to witness his brilliance. You are absolutely right. It must be so. The school cafeteria is indeed a hub of gossip. After all, students from any grade or class congregate here at mealtime. Consequently, all tidbits about Jiang Nan are swiftly disseminated and compiled. Thus, his identity was unveiled. Following this revelation, a ripple effect ensued, invigorating nearly everyone, to the point where half the cafeteria seemed ready to erupt. Jiang Nan, the formidable scholar, strikingly handsome, has even won over the campus goddess. How impressive! Why does such excellence exist in this world? If someone else had taken the goddess of my heart, I would undoubtedly confront them with fury. However, if it is Jiang Nan, I find it impossible to harbor resentment. Instead, I can only offer my blessings. For he may indeed be the only one worthy of the campus beauty. Am I the only one who believes it should be reversed, that only the goddess is deserving of Jiang Nan? Moreover, I must express that Jiang Nan is not only extraordinarily handsome, surpassing the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, but also possesses formidable strength, excelling in both language and mathematics beyond the school's top scholar, Qin Feng. He is truly the pinnacle of academic excellence and the epitome of male allure. Therefore, in my view, it should be said that the goddess compliments Jiang Nan rather than the other way around. This reasoning holds merit. No, it is indeed Jiang Nan who compliments the goddess. Silence. It is the goddess who compliments Jiang Nan. Enough. Let us cease this bickering, regardless of who compliments whom. One is the singular goddess of my heart, while the other is my newly minted idol. Together, they are a perfect match. Indeed, what we ought to do now is to revere them, rather than engage in trivial disputes. The goddess and the god, I have arrived. I am the first. No one shall contest with me. Depart, do not drag me down. Chapter 63, The Transformation of Bai Yingying's Thoughts, a Divine Imagination. On the other side, at the entrance of the cafeteria, Jiang Nan. You are undeniably impressive. Why did you choose to conceal your abilities in the past? After finishing a mathematics problem, Bai Yingying suddenly posed a question to Jiang Nan that had long perplexed her. I did not conceal anything. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, fabricating a response. Bai Yingying, however, scoffed at his words. You excel in mathematics, physics, and language arts. Surely, your proficiency extends to other subjects as well, capable of overshadowing Qin Yuma. Yet, you consistently hovered around the passing line in exams. This must be intentional. Jiang Nan pondered. How could he articulate his thoughts? Should he claim he preferred to remain low-key, avoiding excessive attention? Or perhaps he wished to savor his high school experience in peace. Alternatively, he could admit disinterest in the spotlight, preferring to revel in his own quiet joys. Or should he mention that the system required him to control his scores? He felt utterly helpless, regardless of the answer. Any response would likely lead to his demise. Bai Yingying, with ears perked, waited patiently for Jiang Nan's explanation, but grew impatient when silence ensued. Jiang Nan, are you avoiding hurting my feelings by not responding? Jiang Nan was taken aback, confusion evident on his face. He could not comprehend why Bai Yingying had suddenly expressed such sentiments. Meanwhile, she continued her lamentation. Your silence implies agreement. You indeed wish to spare me. Although I am considered a school beauty, I detest that label and do not wish to be seen as a mere decoration, which is why I strive so hard in my studies. As my close friend, you must be aware of this. Yet, despite my efforts, my grades remain far from exceptional. Although my classmates jestingly call me an academic overachiever, I am fully aware that such praise is inflated, merely a form of consolation. Jiang Nan chose to remain silent, recognizing the difficulty of the conversation. To put it kindly, I fare moderately well. To put it bluntly, I falter in all areas. I cannot surpass Su Yu in mathematics, Zhang Hao in physics, Xiang Yi in language arts, nor Tang Tian in foreign languages. As for class monitor Qin Yuma, she eclipses me entirely. My aspiration to surpass her is nothing but wishful thinking. Jiang Nan fell into silence. What was troubling Bai Yingying today? She seemed far removed from the sunny, cheerful girl he had known, who was usually full of laughter. As the saying goes, a person's talent dictates their limits. My abilities are vastly inferior to Qin Yuma's. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass her, nor can I even outdo Li Qianqian, which is why Qianqian holds the position of study committee member. While I do not. But what about you? You spend your class hours in slumber. Never have I witnessed your diligence, yet your academic performance is nothing short of extraordinary. You achieve perfect scores in Chinese and mathematics, and in physics, you are unmatched. This clearly indicates your prodigious academic aptitude. However, you seem to deliberately conceal your brilliance, perhaps to spare me from discouragement. Each examination, you perform significantly worse than I, allowing me a sense of comfort and reassurance. Jiang Nan, what nonsense. My dear girl, You are overthinking this. I assure you, my intention is not to adjust my scores for your sake. It is merely a requirement of the system. In truth, my own talents are rather average, perhaps even inferior to yours, Ying. Hence, my previous lackluster performance. Although I have made some progress recently, it is solely through my own efforts. Jiang Nan hastily sought an excuse to silence by Ying, fearing her incessant musings. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Bai Ying interrupted him. So, you have been studying during your free time? But wait, you also sleep during that time. When not in class, you are in the dormitory. Oh, are you implying you study there? I inquired with Wang Pengzi, and he claimed that once you return to the dorm, you merely sleep or indulge in games and novels, never touching your books. Jiang Nan. This girl has clearly come prepared. She even consulted Wang Pengzi. He, too, should keep his mouth shut. How dare he betray my actions in the dormitory? He deserves to be a bald man. I could argue that I study at home, Jiang Nan stammered, scrambling for a rebuttal. But wait, you wouldn't dare claim that you study at home, would you? Let us not forget that I visited your house last weekend and am aware of your situation there. Even if I do not have the complete picture, given your parents' favorable disposition towards me, I could easily inquire further. Jiang Nan. She is indeed a formidable opponent, impossible to deceive or provoke. Continuing this conversation might lead to involving my parents, and that would be disastrous. I am left pondering what her true intentions are. Her demeanor seems quite peculiar. Suddenly, Bai Ying halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Jiang Nan, biting her lip, and awkwardly spoke. Jiang Nan, tell me honestly, do you harbor feelings for me? Is it true that no matter how exceptional you are, how many perfect scores you achieve, you intentionally downplay your abilities to avoid disheartening me, to alleviate my pressure? Even when I express my frustrations about my poor performance, you comfort me by claiming you did worse, simply to bring me joy and relaxation? Jiang Nan, stunned. What is happening? The reasons for my score adjustment, which are inherently my preference for humility and the system's requirements, have morphed entirely in her words. Is the act of controlling one's grades a manifestation of affection towards her? Is it a desire to conceal one's true abilities, to undermine her, to inflict emotional harm? To what extent has this mindset evolved to render the likes of Bai Ying in such a perplexing state? Nonetheless, I must admit, I find myself quite enamored with this occasionally mischievous, sometimes composed young lady, who possesses a charmingly versatile nature, sweet yet salty, romantic yet grounded, captivating yet formidable. However, I assure you, my intent in controlling my grades is certainly not for your sake. May I suggest that perhaps you are overthinking this? I truly do not act with the intention of impressing you, Jiang Nan, nor do I wish to struggle for an explanation. Yet I ponder, is it I who is overthinking, or you who is overacting? If your actions are not for my benefit, might they be for someone else's? Throughout our 3 years in high school, I can count only 2 individuals with whom you share a close relationship, myself and Wang Pengzi. If your intention is not to conceal your prowess for my sake, could it possibly be for Wang Pengzi instead? Do you harbor feelings for men? Even if that were the case, surely it cannot be for Wang Pengzi. What a peculiar taste that would be. Jiang Nan, what on earth is occupying this woman's mind? Has she indulged too much in romantic dramas or overly dramatic love stories? Or has she simply been too influenced by her fantasies? Moreover, her thoughts are so muddled that they defy explanation. Jiang Nan, truth be told, I am quite aware of your feelings. I am not naive and can discern the obvious. Therefore, there is no need for you to concoct various justifications in an attempt to explain yourself, especially since I have never claimed you cannot harbor affection for me. To be candid, I too hold feelings for you, but I sincerely wish you would no longer feel compelled to hide your abilities for my sake. Rather, you should strive to showcase your true self, attain perfect scores in your exams, excel in the college entrance examinations, and emerge as a figure of admiration. To become a heroic champion adorned in golden armor, riding upon clouds of vibrant colors. Chapter 64. The mathematics teacher is astonished. The words heroic champion lingered unspoken on by Ying's lips. As she began to voice her thoughts, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In a soft whisper, she murmured, what does this even mean? Is this a confession? Jiang Nan stood there, dazed and taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. Indeed, I am the protagonist. Not only do I possess good looks, but the school belle has also confessed her feelings publicly. What should I say in return? Should I accept, or perhaps just acknowledge? In truth, I have no experience in such matters. Furthermore, Bai Yingying's words do not quite qualify as a confession, do they? She merely desires for me to become a heroic figure, resplendent in golden armor, riding upon clouds of many hues, gaining the adoration of the masses? This feels like an insurmountable burden. I am at a loss. Even if I could respond, I must not concede. No, I must not agree. What is this talk of becoming a champion? Is it not more appealing to live a tranquil life? Jiang Nan's mind raced with thoughts on how to redirect Bai Yingying's attention. However, in the next moment, he found no need to fret over this matter. Nanshan, I am Long Xiaotian from class 309. May I inquire which class you belong to? Nanshan, I have heard that you achieved perfect scores in both Chinese and mathematics today. Is that true? Nanshan, are you now with the school bell? Was it she who pursued you, or were you the one chasing her? Nanshan, from this day forth, you shall be the sole idol in my heart. I am your most devoted fan. Nanshan, do you still need any accessories for your legs? Nanshan, please accept my kneeling gesture. Nanshan, could you please share a bit of your scholarly brilliance with me? At that moment, dozens of classmates surged toward Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, repeatedly calling out Nanshan. To this, Bai Yingying was left astonished. Initially, she assumed these individuals had come to seek her out, for she was the school belle, having held that title unchallenged for 3 consecutive years. She was accustomed to being adored wherever she went. Yet, to her surprise, they seemed to be clamoring for Jiang Nan instead. How could it be? Did they all know of Jiang Nan's prowess? No, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly flustered her was their insinuation that she was involved with Jiang Nan. Instantly, her cheeks flushed deeper. How annoying. She had only just begun to unveil her feelings. And now the entire cafeteria was aware. It was utterly mortifying. Bai Yingying felt dizzy, her face burning with embarrassment. She was truly shy and at a loss for how to handle the crowd. However, there was no need for her to respond, as someone else was far more affected by the situation, Jiang Nan himself. What on earth was happening? Why were they all calling me Nanshan as if they knew me? They even referred to me as a top student. Am I really that well known? This didn't make sense. I have remained inconspicuous for the past year. Surely few from other classes recognize me. It seems they are aware of my perfect scores in Chinese and mathematics today. Could the results have already been released? But that can't be right. The exams aren't even finished yet. Grading doesn't happen that quickly. Or could it be because of Bai Yingying? Have I been seen too closely with her, leading to misunderstandings? Regardless, it was time to flee. Seeing so many people calling his name left Jiang Nan frozen, as if struck by lightning. Yet, in the next instant, he regained his composure, grasped Bai Yingying's hand, and swiftly dashed toward the cafeteria exit. This was terrifying. He had never experienced such fervent adulation before. He needed to take a moment to process this. The individuals trailing closely behind were relentless, calling out to Nanshan, urging for recognition and attention. That afternoon, a striking scene unfolded at the school. A young man and woman were sprinting ahead, pursued by dozens of classmates who were fervently shouting the name of Nanshan, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. From this moment forth, the name Nanshan became renowned throughout the entirety of Sanzhou. Students from all grades, whether freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, began inquiring about this so-called Nanshan. Simultaneously, as the crowd chased after Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, the cafeteria quickly became sparse. Only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Li Ming remained, exchanging glances before breaking into tears once more. How could it be that their rival was basking in the spotlight while they wallowed in despair? The disparity was indeed significant. They were all but a group of unfortunate souls. On another front, in the mathematics department's office, an urgent meeting was convened. The reason was akin to that of the earlier Chinese department meeting. The recent mathematics examination had proven to be exceedingly difficult, arguably the most challenging in history. During the exam, while not many students abandoned the test in frustration, few managed to perform well. Consequently, numerous teachers gathered to strategize. However, unlike the Chinese department's meeting, where initial complaints dominated, the tone soon shifted to astonishment, all due to the intervention of Chao Tianyuan as the newly appointed class teacher. Hu Yifei had little influence within the Chinese department, leading to a prolonged lack of belief in the situation. In contrast, Chao Tianyuan, though merely the deputy head of the mathematics department, was a figure of genuine authority whose capabilities surpassed even those of the head by a margin. While other teachers lamented the exam's difficulty and the dismal performance of students, Chao Tianyuan boldly proclaimed that someone had achieved a perfect score. The room fell silent in disbelief, only to quickly transform into expressions of eager curiosity. "Old Chao, do tell us, Who possesses such remarkable ability to score perfectly? Is it Qin Feng or Li Ming? While Li Ming was commendable, scoring full marks under ordinary circumstances, this time, given the exam's difficulty, he likely fell short. As for Qin Feng, he had been in the same examination room, where I observed he hadn't completed the last 3 multiple-choice questions and had left the final question of the short answer section unanswered, indicating a less than stellar performance. So, who could this perfect scorer possibly be? Did our school truly harbor such an exceptional student? No need to speculate. You won't guess correctly. His name is Jiang Nan, a student in my class. Though his exam performances have not been remarkable, it is not due to a lack of ability, but rather a penchant for modesty. However, this time, he truly showcased his capabilities. He completed the paper in just over 10 minutes, without even utilizing scrap paper, and indeed achieved full marks. Upon concluding his statement, Chao Tianyuan did not afford anyone the opportunity to refute or question him. He directly produced the exam paper from Jiang Nan. What? Completing the paper in mere minutes and achieving a perfect score? Is he truly that formidable? It is simply astonishing. Unable to contain my curiosity, I insisted on being the first to view his paper. As Chao Tianyuan unveiled it, it was immediately snatched away by another, while the others eagerly craned their necks to get a glimpse. Soon, the office was filled with exclamations of astonishment. The first question was correct. The second question was correct. The third question was also correct. Remarkably, he had answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. Impressive. Furthermore, he had filled in all the blanks accurately. He was indeed exceptional. The solutions to the problem questions were also correct, indicating he was on the path to a perfect score. All that remained was the final question. Goodness gracious. He had employed 3 different methods to solve it. Was he defying the laws of nature? It is worth noting that during the examination, I had pondered for hours and still could not arrive at a solution for the second part of the final question. Yet, he had managed to find 3 successful approaches. And they were all correct? A perfect score? Could it truly be? He had undoubtedly shattered records and brought honor to the school. A prodigy, indeed, a mathematical genius. Old Chao was impressive, having nurtured such a remarkable talent in silence. Incredible. Chapter 65. Oh dear, I truly do not wish to be famous. At 7 o'clock. In class 304, the majority of students had returned to the classroom immediately after dinner to immerse themselves in their studies. The college entrance examination was drawing near, with less than 100 days remaining. Consequently, the atmosphere in the classroom was intensely focused on learning. Moreover, with the monthly tests approaching, including comprehensive science and foreign language exams the following day, no one dared to relax even for a moment. Even Wang Pengzi, known for his lackluster academic performance, clutched his materials with fervor, desperately trying to cram. However, Jiang Nan did not arrive at the classroom until the very last moment before evening study began. Accompanied by the top student and school belle, Bai Yingying. Was it a coincidence or a deliberate act? Almost instinctively, many classmates raised their heads, casting knowing glances at the two. Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying entering the classroom together was not a first, but that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was Bai Yingying at that moment. Her complexion was a delicate shade of rosy white, her head slightly bowed, and her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. It was evident that something was amiss. The gazes of the onlookers flitted back and forth between Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, their curiosity ignited. Could it be that these two were secretly dating? Perhaps they had engaged in some mischievous behavior? It was entirely plausible. After all, they were a striking pair, handsome and beautiful, both well acquainted and liked within the class, as everyone was aware. Yet, this was still high school. The time of day is of little consequence. Is it not rather brazen of you? Could you not conceal your intentions? Oh, how it pierces the heart. Not only have you stolen our idol, but you flaunt it publicly, evoking envy in the hearts of the solitary. In an instant, many find it difficult to concentrate on their studies, their minds swirling with gossip, though they were never truly focused to begin with. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan has just returned to his seat when Wang Fatty leans in with his gleaming bald head. So, South God, are you and the white school flower an item? What do you mean? Jiang Nan replies, feigning ignorance. Are you still playing coy? Wang Fatty whispers. The white school flower and I were in the same examination room. After the math test this afternoon, she was inquiring about various matters concerning you in the dormitory. And her meaning was unmistakable. Plus, you two just arrived in class, and look at the expression on the white school flower's face. There's clearly something between you. What? Jiang Nan is perplexed. What is this guy babbling about? What is wrong with Bai Yingying? Is it merely that her cheeks are a tad flushed? If you were pursued relentlessly by a throng of admirers, racing around campus for several laps, would your face not also bear a rosy hue? As for the rest, Jiang Nan cannot fathom it. South God, Brother Nan, you are like a brother to me. Just share a little secret. Rest assured, though the white school flower is the only goddess in my heart, if you two truly are together, I would swallow my disappointment and would never oppose it. After all, why let the sweet waters flow to outsiders? Besides, I promise to keep it under wraps, never revealing it to others, and I can even help you cover it up. What else are brothers for? I will shoulder all the storms outside for you. So do tell me. Wang Fatty's round eyes are filled with curiosity, gossip, and urgency. However, get lost, Jiang Nan retorts, exasperated, as he lays his head on the desk. Yet, he does not sleep. Instead, he retrieves his phone from his pocket, swiftly opening a web page to indulge in a visually captivating novel titled Super Scholar, a compelling tale of understated mastery. As for Wang Fatty, Jiang Nan can hardly be bothered to engage with him. Though he is a loyal friend, his loose lips are notorious. If he were to divulge anything to him, by the next day, the entire school would be in the know. Even if he and Bai Yingying are not involved, he would not be able to clarify himself amidst the inevitable rumors. After all, when it comes to gossip concerning Bai Yingying, the eager beavers tend to indulge in wild speculation and interpretation. He truly does not wish to attract attention. The scene of being pursued by dozens this afternoon was utterly terrifying, and he has no desire to relive it. Before long, the school bell rings, signaling the commencement of evening study. In the tranquil surroundings, Jiang Nan found solace as Wang Fatty, though reluctant, withdrew his imposing presence. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Nan's lips, but it was short-lived. Suddenly, a multitude of mathematics teachers, led by Chao Tianyuan, materialized outside the glass windows in the corridor, while the others remained oblivious. Jiang Nan's heightened senses detected their presence almost instantaneously. Initially, he presumed they were merely conducting their usual cursory inspections of study discipline, and paid them little heed, expecting them to depart shortly. However, the subsequent actions of these educators froze his expression, and internally he lamented, "Goodness, is there no end to this? Can't I be granted a moment of peace? If heaven were to bestow upon me a chance to start anew, I would rather not be thrust into such notoriety." These teachers did not leave immediately. Instead, they congregated by the window nearest to Jiang Nan, their gazes intense and fervent, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Their chatter was incessant. Is he truly Jiang Nan? Truly a prodigy in mathematics, with such striking features that defy nature, quite the sight to behold. Indeed, a remarkable talent. The future of our mathematics department may hinge upon him alone. Ha ha ha. He deserves our utmost attention, our careful cultivation. Much like that group of language teachers this afternoon. After grading Jiang Nan's paper, the mathematics faculty was utterly astounded, treating him as a coveted gem. Eager to witness his true potential, thus unfolded the current scene. The evening self-study session had only just commenced, and nearly the entire mathematics faculty had arrived. Externally, Chao Tianyuan maintained a facade of solemnity, yet inwardly he reveled with glee, barely able to contain his delight. Ah, this is a student I nurtured. Let your envy run wild. Chapter 66. The third comprehensive examination. Was this not exceedingly simple? Have you ever witnessed an ordinary evening study session where a dozen teachers stood vigil outside, their gazes predatory and intensely scrutinizing? Prior to this day, the students of Class 304 had never encountered such an experience. Yet today, they felt its weight palpably. For the high-achieving scholars, it was of little concern, as they were lost in a sea of problems. However, for those like Wang Fatty, who pretended to study diligently yet were merely coasting along, the pressure was monumental. Many students sat upright, refraining from any slight movements, fearful of being caught by the teachers. In their hearts, they chanted, "Teachers, enough already, it's time to go. Please, patrol elsewhere." However, things did not unfold as hoped. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Numerous mathematics teachers lingered outside the window, pointing and marveling at a certain student within the classroom, showing no intention of departing. The struggling students wore despondent expressions, their hearts heavy with despair. They had heard whispers that during the afternoon mathematics examination, many language teachers had abandoned their posts to observe a particular academic star. Consequently, numerous students in that examination room, overwhelmed by pressure, succumbed to despair, even resorting to revealing their own cheating to avoid the exam. Previously, they had dismissed such tales as mere jokes, paying them little heed. Yet now, they could finally empathize with the sentiments of those who had confessed to their transgressions. A dozen teachers loitered outside, murmuring in disbelief. As long as their consciences were clear, they could remain unfazed. But once doubt began to creep in, the pressure became unbearable. Many students found themselves on the verge of extracting their phones from their pockets, offering them up willingly. "Teacher, I have violated school regulations by bringing my phone onto campus. I implore you to confiscate it and leave swiftly." They were nearing a breaking point, pleading for a lifeline. For some students in Class 304, this evening study session was destined to become a nightmare, like being slowly cut with a dull knife, unable to escape life, yet unwilling to embrace death. However, Jiang Nan, the focal point of this ordeal, upon realizing the intentions of Chao Tianyuan and others, merely cursed inwardly a few times before ignoring the mathematics teachers altogether. He tucked his phone into his pocket, ceased reading his novel, and rested his head on the desk, drifting into a deep slumber. "Look, observe, feel free to gaze. I shall simply sleep. I refuse to believe that you can extract a piece of flesh from me. As the saying goes, he may be strong, but the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He may be arrogant, but the bright moon illuminates the great river. As long as I do not feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to you." The following day, Wednesday, at 9 in the morning, the third session of the monthly examination, the comprehensive science test, commenced. It lasted for 2.5 hours. The comprehensive science exam encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, all within a single paper. Physics accounted for 110 points, chemistry for 100 points, and biology for 90 points, totaling 300 points. Ding! For this comprehensive science examination, please aim for a perfect score of 300. As anticipated, just before the test paper was distributed, Jiang Nan once again heard the system's prompt in his mind. Similar to the first language and the second mathematics tests, this third comprehensive science exam also demanded a perfect score from him. A perfect score? So be it, since I have already made a name for myself. Accumulating points is paramount. Once the test paper was in his hands, he swiftly began to answer, pen dancing across the page. First physics? Simple. Then chemistry? Still simple. Finally biology? Is this not exceedingly simple? Even a middle schooler, or perhaps even an elementary school student, could accomplish this with ease, presenting virtually no challenge whatsoever. The initial section comprises 21 multiple-choice questions, which Jiang Nan can complete in a mere 3 seconds per question, finishing the entirety within a minute. The second section consists of 10 non-multiple-choice questions, including 4 in physics, 4 in chemistry, and 2 in biology. The biology questions are essentially gift questions, as are those in chemistry. As for physics, only the final question possesses a modicum of interest, warranting a brief investment of 2 minutes. As depicted in Figure A, let the vertices of a right triangle be denoted as A, B, and C, with the angle between them measuring 37 degrees. A positive point charge is fixed at the midpoint. A rough, insulated rod, measuring 1 unit in length, is oriented along a designated axis, establishing point O at its base. A positively charged small ball can be considered as a point charge, released from rest at point O. The graphical representation of the gravitational potential energy and electric potential energy, as the ball's position varies, is illustrated in Figure B, where the electric potential energy values are 1305 and 203. Given that the charge of the small ball is 8.10⁻⁷ c and its mass is 1.0 kilograms, with gravitational acceleration approximated at 10.2 ms. 1. When the small ball descends to the x-coordinate indicated in the diagram, the rod's exerted force on it is precisely 0. Determine the magnitude of the fixed positive charge at the midpoint. 2. Calculate the electric potential energy of the small ball at the specified x-coordinate. 3. If the small ball ascends from point O with an initial velocity of 0 for ms along the axis and manages to reach point A before returning to point O, ascertain the kinetic energy of the ball upon its return to point O. The problem possesses a slight degree of intrigue, yet merely a touch. Jiang Nan spent 10 seconds scanning the questions before effortlessly inscribing his answers on the answer sheet. As for the scratch paper? That is nothing short of a jest. Just as with the preceding language and mathematics exams, this time's comprehensive science assessment required no scratch paper whatsoever. Even the legendary final physics question did not necessitate any elaborate calculations on scratch paper. In solving 1 At point O, through force analysis, it is established that 237. Substituting the known values yields 6. 4010 minus 5. 2. From the diagram, it is evident that the electric potential energy at point O equals 0, leading to 0, 1, and 92. 3. Considering the ball's journey from point O to point A, the work done against the electric field is determined, yielding a result of 2. 976 through symmetry and substitution of data. In one continuous flow, without a moment's pause, Jiang Nan completed the final physics question. How effortless it was. The feeling of invincibility is so isolating. It feels utterly empty to stand alone at the pinnacle, with the cold wind continuously blowing through. Chapter 67. He finished early, sleeping after just 40 minutes. Meanwhile, others in examination room 304, upon receiving their comprehensive science papers, he immediately calmed himself and began to focus on the questions, but soon he felt the difficulty of the exam paper. Many gasped in disbelief. This monthly test was truly excruciating. It was the most challenging in the history of language, the most difficult in mathematics. And the complexity of the integrated science section was no less daunting. If this were the college entrance examination, I would likely collapse. With hopes for a first-tier university dashed and second-tier aspirations extinguished, everyone present furrowed their brows, gritted their teeth, and beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Even Zhang Chong, the representative of the Chinese class in 303, and Li Ming, the academically acclaimed second-best mathematician in the school from 301, were troubled by the integrated science paper. How difficult it was. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finding it hard to maintain his composure. It is well known that students proficient in mathematics tend to excel in physics, and vice versa. Previously, Li Ming was renowned as the second best in mathematics in the entire school, and naturally, he was also adept in physics. Even if he did not rank among the top 5 in the school, he would certainly make it to the top 10. And the same could be said for chemistry and biology. However, when he began tackling the integrated science paper, although he was not stuck on the multiple choice questions as he had been with mathematics, he still found himself struggling. Once he reached the physics non-multiple choice questions, he was thoroughly perplexed, having read the problems repeatedly without any idea of how to approach them. Almost instinctively, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan, who had already set down his paper and pen, leisurely resting his head on the desk. Witnessing this, Li Ming was instantly taken aback. How could this be? Had he finished and fallen asleep? How could it have only been such a short time? Li Ming abruptly turned his gaze to the clock on the blackboard, realizing the hands pointed to 9:40. 9:40. Only 40 minutes had passed since the exam began. You're telling me he has done? This is simply unbelievable. Typically, the multiple choice questions in integrated science consume between 45 to 60 minutes, and it is inadvisable to take too long. Yet, it had only been 40 minutes. And the vast majority of students were still grappling with the multiple choice questions, deep in thought. Li Ming's ability to tackle the non-multiple choice questions stemmed from his cleverness in skipping the challenging questions at the end of the multiple choice section. One must sometimes sacrifice to gain. Although he forfeited 6 points, he ensured he could work at a swift pace and have ample time for the remaining questions. However, compared to Jiang Nan, the disadvantage was undeniably significant. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. He cannot possibly be that exceptional. It was one thing for him to perform well in language, and another to excel in mathematics. But how could he complete the integrated science section in just 40 minutes? This must be a fabrication. Oh heavens. Tell me this is not true. He must be vacant over there. In this moment of pretension, Li Ming, even if it meant death, could not bring himself to accept the undeniable truth that Jiang Nan had completed the comprehensive science exam paper. It was simply beyond belief, distorting his perception. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he grappled with the reality he wished to deny. Jiang Nan had indeed finished. It was merely a matter of fortune when Jiang Nan turned in his sleep, inadvertently revealing a corner of the answer sheet. Li Ming, possessing keen eyesight and at the right angle, could clearly discern the content on Jiang Nan's answer sheet. To his astonishment, it was the solution process for the final physics problem. Li Ming's eyes widened as he meticulously scanned each word, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed the solution process. He hastily flipped open his own paper, glancing at the physics finale question, only to be left utterly bewildered. This question was exceptionally challenging. He could not solve it. If it were up to him, he would have certainly given up. Yet, when he looked back at the solution process on Jiang Nan's answer sheet, clarity dawned upon him. He too was an academic prodigy. Although he could not solve the final question, he could comprehend the answer. He transcribed it meticulously, double-checking the data, and could assert with absolute certainty that there was no error. In that instant, Li Ming's entire being trembled. Jiang Nan had effortlessly tackled the most difficult physics finale question in history. Thus, the preceding questions must have been as simple as slicing through a melon for him. Although he could not see it due to Jiang Nan's slumber, it was reasonable to surmise that Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive exam. Moreover, barring any unforeseen errors, it was highly probable that he would score remarkably well. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? For 3 years, he had been unremarkable, yet in the past 2 days, he had suddenly emerged, astonishing all with his brilliance. The most challenging Chinese exam in history was completed in advance by 40 to 50 minutes, reportedly yielding a perfect score. The most difficult mathematics exam was finished in merely a few minutes, also rumored to result in full marks. Now, even the comprehensive science exam, encompassing physics, chemistry, and biology, was completed in just 40 minutes? It seemed that even if it wasn't a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be a high one. Goodness, this is simply extraordinary. This is not merely an academic genius. This is a transcendent academic deity, a prodigy born for examinations. Li Ming felt a surge of panic, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, struggling to regain his composure. Just then, the invigilator passed by. Ahem. Certain students should focus on the examination and refrain from looking around. Otherwise, they will be treated as cheating. This admonition instantly jolted Li Ming back to reality. Li Ming instinctively raised his head, only to meet the stern and unfriendly gaze of the invigilator. A jolt of anxiety coursed through him. Could it be that the invigilator had discovered his furtive glance at Jiang Nan's answers? In an instant, his face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. What had he done? He had not only peeked at Jiang Nan's answers, but had even copied them down. Was this not tantamount to cheating? At that moment, he wished fervently to dig a hole and bury himself, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. If the invigilator were to call him out, the once studious Li Ming would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire school. Oh, how he felt like crying. Chapter 68. Do you not know him? He is a super scholar, let it be reiterated. Students should not harbor thoughts of cheating. Moreover, maintaining the right mindset is of utmost importance. It is said that yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams posed considerable challenges, leading many students to abandon the tests. Today's comprehensive science exam may also present some difficulties. Yet I hope to see no further instances of students opting out. As long as everyone gives their utmost and demonstrates their true capabilities, that will suffice. I shall not deceive you by claiming that if you do not understand something, neither will others, for that is merely self-deception. However, there is no need to compare yourself to someone who can complete the entire paper in mere minutes. Focus on your own efforts. Do not rush, do not panic, and maintain your composure until the end. Ultimately, the invigilator did not call out Li Ming's name. He merely offered a discreet warning and, in a subtle manner, alluded to Jiang Nan, advising those present not to compare themselves with him to avoid a collapse of morale. As he spoke, he gently folded Jiang Nan's answer sheet and set it aside. Although he did not name Li Ming, he also ensured that no further opportunities for copying arose. As for Jiang Nan, who was dozing at his desk during the exam, the invigilator paid him no heed. In fact, even when Jiang Nan completed the paper ahead of time, including the final problem, the invigilator was not surprised. This particular invigilator was none other than Xie Hongwei, the physics teacher of class 304. It was only natural that Hu Yifei would supervise Jiang Nan's Chinese exam, and Chao Tianyuan would oversee his mathematics exam, while Xie Hongwei would preside over his comprehensive science test. He was well aware of Jiang Nan's capabilities. Not to mention the ordinary monthly exam paper, even competition papers posed little challenge for him. In this context, while Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, the other students exhibited peculiar expressions, and the atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly strange. Here it comes again. Look, that person is dozing off once more. The invigilator remains indifferent, and when he mentions the freak who can complete the paper in mere minutes, it is clear that he refers to Jiang Nan. It appears that Jiang Nan's comprehensive abilities are remarkably impressive, as evidenced by the preferential treatment he receives. Alas, it pierces the heart. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Why must we share the same examination hall with that prodigy? Oh, mother, I feel like crying. I long to return home. There exists an otherworldly being perpetually overshadowing us with his brilliance. Many classmates, whether intentionally or unintentionally, cast complex glances towards the peacefully slumbering Jiang Nan. Although his astonishing performance in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics examinations had already set the stage, they have, to some extent, resigned themselves to the reality that Jiang Nan is a superlative scholar, a genius, even a sage of academia. Yet, witnessing him once more invokes a twinge of envy within their hearts. How is it possible? I barely completed the multiple-choice questions, and he has already finished and succumbed to slumber? In the subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, does he not possess a single weakness? A polymath of extraordinary caliber? It is simply unfathomable. The mention of his name by Xia Hongwei, though unintentional, only deepens their discontent. For those in examination room 304, this is destined to be yet another torturous trial, magnified in its intensity. Time flies. 2.5 hours vanish in the blink of an eye. At 11:15, Jiang Nan awakens, having overslept during yesterday's mathematics exam. Yet today, he has meticulously timed his awakening to precision. While his peers are fraught with anxiety, frantically scribbling answers amidst cold sweats and gritted teeth, Jiang Nan leisurely stretches, rises, submits his answer sheet to Xia Hongwei, and exits with fluid grace. His movements are devoid of hesitation, exhibiting a nonchalant elegance that is simply staggering. Truly, he is a paragon, a model of excellence. How extraordinary he is. Completing the exam in 40 minutes. Then indulging in another half hour of slumber before awakening precisely in time to submit his paper. There is no one else in the entire school capable of such a feat. Jiang Nan, a name I shall remember. His display of prowess is unparalleled. The atmosphere in the examination hall becomes palpably strange at that moment, filled with a myriad of emotions among the students: heartache, indignation, and resentment, alongside admiration and envy. For instance, Li Ming belongs to the latter group. He has relinquished any thoughts of comparison with Jiang Nan since the moment he glimpsed the answer to the final physics question. He recognizes that Jiang Nan operates on an entirely different plane, one that can be likened to the top scholar of the school, Qin Feng, if not surpassing him. He has no desire to humiliate himself further. Simultaneously, Xia Hongwei receives Jiang Nan's answer sheet. He did not review the chemistry and biology sections. However, upon focusing solely on the physics portion, his stern, square face, reminiscent of an ancient glacier, instantaneously blossomed into a smile. Ah, excellent. He got all the problems correct, including the final question. Undoubtedly, he will achieve a perfect score in physics. As for chemistry and biology, having aced physics, it stands to reason that attaining full marks in chemistry should be a trivial matter. Truly worthy of my esteem. He embodies the spirit of my youthful days. The legacy of physics at number 3 middle school shall continue. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Xia Hongwei's thoughts, nor did he concern himself with the sentiments of his classmates in the classroom. After submitting his paper, he departed without delay. However, instead of heading straight to the cafeteria, he diverted towards the restroom, having held it in for quite some time and needing to relieve himself first. Just as he stepped inside, he encountered an invigilating teacher. "Student, it is currently examination time, and there are 15 minutes remaining. Why have you come out?" Jiang Nan replied, "I submitted my paper early." "Submitted early? How can you do that? That is quite irresponsible." The invigilator's expression hardened as he spoke earnestly, devoid of malice, merely embodying the role of a teacher. In response, Jiang Nan smiled slightly. "I finished long ago and guarantee all my answers are correct. I should be allowed to submit early, right?" "What? You finished already? And you assure us that all your answers are correct? How is that possible?" Even Qin Feng, who is supervising this classroom, would not dare to make such claims. "And you audaciously boast?" The invigilator was taken aback, and his demeanor swiftly shifted, his tone becoming less amiable. Jiang Nan's arrogance was simply too pronounced. Almost instinctively, the teacher felt compelled to assert his authority, draw comparisons, and perhaps even reference classical works to impart a lesson to Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan had already finished his business and was hastily making his way downstairs towards the cafeteria. One must eat with vigor, otherwise, one might be deemed unfit for study. During the monthly examinations, it was rumored that the cafeteria offered additional meals. He had no time to engage with this teacher, who was merely a passerby. Yet, this passerby teacher was equally stubborn, determined to educate Jiang Nan until he achieved his goal, and promptly set off to follow him. However, just as he moved, he was restrained by a colleague nearby. "Old Wang, You still have invigilation duties. Why pursue him? Of course, to educate him. The teacher responded with righteous fervor. Did you not hear what he just said? He claims to have completed the comprehensive exam and insists he got everything correct. Such a student, one who lacks ability yet boasts so grandly, must be taught a lesson. He might actually be telling the truth. What? You believe him? Indeed. How can that be possible? Old Jiang, have you lost your mind? The difficulty of this comprehensive science exam is beyond dispute. Even Xin Feng from class 301 would not dare to submit his paper early, let alone achieve a perfect score. Do you truly believe that lad could accomplish such a feat? Indeed, he can. Are you not familiar with him? His name is Jiang Nan, a veritable legend among academic prodigies. What? Him, a super scholar? It seems you are quite unaware of his prowess, which is understandable, given that you are neither a Chinese language teacher nor a mathematics instructor. What do you mean? Do not rush off. Clarify for me how that obscure individual qualifies as an academic genius. Patience. You will soon comprehend once the results of the monthly examinations in Chinese and mathematics are released. You are guaranteed to be astonished. I presume the results in comprehensive science will be equally impressive. Chapter 69. The academic prodigy and school heartthrob encounter trouble? In the school cafeteria, aside from a few serving ladies, there were scarcely any patrons, as it was still quite early. The first year, second year, and third year students had yet to complete their exams. Thus, Jiang Nan was the first to arrive at the cafeteria for a meal. Today, a special featured braised chicken legs and crispy duck. Jiang Nan, without hesitation, ordered 3 portions, swiftly completed the payment, and settled into his usual window-side seat. Relishing his meal with great satisfaction, it felt delightful to enjoy a moment devoid of adulation. The scene from yesterday, where dozens of people hailed him as God Nan, had been overwhelming, rendering even mealtime a challenge for tranquility. However, he had barely begun to eat when a figure approached and came to a halt before him. Was it Bai Yingying or Wang Pengzi? Jiang Nan's mind briefly conjured images of these two individuals, and he raised his gaze slightly. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed, for the newcomer was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi, nor was it anyone he recognized. Could this be yet another fervent admirer? Yet, the demeanor of this individual did not exude the typical enthusiasm. Instead, it bore an unmistakable hint of hostility. You are Jiang Nan from class 304? The newcomer inquired, their tone tinged with a slight chill. Yes, Jiang Nan instinctively nodded. When addressed, he felt compelled to respond. It is said you are a dark horse, a super scholar, and that you performed exceptionally well in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams. Is that true? Jiang Nan pondered this question. It was not so straightforward to answer. Was he truly a dark horse? He was human, after all. How could he be a horse? As for being a scholar, he considered himself more of a master of score manipulation. However, Jiang Nan remained silent. The individual showed no signs of impatience and continued. I've heard that you completed the Chinese exam 40 to 50 minutes early, and that you finished the mathematics exam in just over 10 minutes. I find that hard to believe. Although there is often a grain of truth in such rumors, they are likely embellished. The recent comprehensive science examination presented a moderate level of difficulty. However, while others were still immersed in their tasks, I managed to submit my paper a mere 13 minutes early, hoping to surpass you. Yet, to my surprise, you still reached the cafeteria before me. Frankly, have you truly completed the exam? Jiang Nan, this is utterly baffling. Is this person mentally sound? Speak up. Did you finish or not? Whether I completed it or not is of no concern to you. Is it? It is indeed relevant. Many have remarked over the past few days that you are the dark horse capable of surpassing me. Normally, I would not be bothered. But since our paths have crossed today, and having just finished the examination, if you have indeed completed it, why not compare answers? I am eager to ascertain whether you are a genuine dark horse or merely a pretender. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Compare answers? That is unnecessary. Jiang Nan shook his head dismissively. It was acceptable when Bai Yingying sought him out for answers yesterday, given their established rapport, but today, what significance does this random individual hold? He had no time to entertain such trivialities. However, upon hearing this, a smirk appeared on the other's lips. What is this? Are you perhaps only posturing? Afraid that revealing your answers will expose your shortcomings? If that is the case, then you are truly disappointing. I had anticipated finally encountering a worthy adversary to enliven my monotonous high school existence. But in reality, my dear classmate, you are mistaken. I have not only completed the exam, but have done so with perfect accuracy, rendering a comparison unnecessary. This time, without allowing the other to finish. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and interjected, "I am currently dining. Unless it is of utmost importance, please do not disrupt me and leave." TSK, TSK. Even a clay Buddha possesses a modicum of temper. Jiang Nan would not indulge this suddenly appearing stranger. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, noticed the other's forehead twitching with barely contained rage. It appeared he was on the verge of losing his temper. Who does he think he is? He is Qin Feng, the most sought-after figure at the third high school. In every examination, whether in individual subjects or overall scores, he consistently claims the top position. A veritable academic prodigy. Indeed, more than one teacher has stated that if anyone can shatter the constraints preventing our school from gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, it would undoubtedly be he, Qin Feng. In his daily life, he holds himself aloof, rarely engaging with others. After each exam, it is usually others who humbly seek his insights on answers, the correctness of which depends on his mood. Yet today, he was the one to initiate a conversation with Jiang Nan regarding answers, only to be met with a refusal. Moreover, the other audaciously claimed to have achieved a perfect score. What a preposterous joke. Even Qin Feng, renowned as he is, could scarcely achieve a perfect score in this comprehensive examination. What then of Jiang Nan? Such boastful claims are indeed audacious. The slap of reality resounds loudly. Even the most patient of souls would struggle to maintain their composure. Yet, in the next moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing the simmering rage within, his face returning to a mask of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Nan, I shall remember you. Though your tone is brash, I harbor no illusions regarding your supposed prowess. It matters not that we disagree on the answers. In less than a day, the results will be unveiled, and certain individuals will inevitably reveal their true selves. Frankly, before this encounter, I had hoped you might be worthy of being my rival. But it seems you fall short. With a cold remark directed at Jiang Nan, Qin Feng raised his chin, flicked his wrist, and turned to depart. Reminiscent of a proud white goose, lofty and disdainful, Jiang Nan could only feel speechless. This individual is truly unhinged. He approaches me out of nowhere to contest answers, and upon my refusal, resorts to threats. Yet, I have no acquaintance with you. Who on earth are you? Jiang Nan cursed inwardly once more, dismissing the encounter from his mind. Whether you are a mere passerby or another inconsequential figure, none can rival the satisfaction I derive from my meal. I have yet to finish my chicken leg. He buried his head in his studies, eager to finish his meal before others completed their exams, wishing to evade any further unnecessary trouble. However, Murphy's Law asserts that what we wish to avoid often comes to pass. No sooner had he taken a few bites of his chicken leg than a shadow fell across his table. It was needless to say that it was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi. The silhouette made that evident. Jiang Nan looked up in irritation, only to furrow his brow once more. Indeed, the figure was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi, nor even a classmate from his own cohort. Nevertheless, he recognized this person, albeit without any prior interaction. If his memory served him correctly, this individual hailed from the adjacent class 305, bearing the surname Yi Zhiqiu, one of the few who outshone him in looks at school, often referred to as the school heartthrob. Chapter 70, Leave, or I shall strike you. So you are Jiang Nan, and you are Yi Zhiqiu? Oh, it appears you are acquainted with me. We share a neighboring class, and you frequently traverse the corridor of class 4. It would be difficult not to recognize you. Jiang Nan was rather reclusive at school, tending to his own affairs and showing little interest in matters or individuals outside his immediate concerns. Thus, it is likely that those who do not share the same class with him do not truly know Jiang Nan. Even the recently departed academic prodigy, Qin Feng, was merely a name to him, an individual he had not encountered. However, Yi Zhiqiu stands as an exception. After all, Jiang Nan prides himself on his appearance, and few could rival his charm. Yet, lo and behold, there exists a strikingly handsome individual in the adjacent class. This circumstance contributed to Jiang Nan's obscurity in the past, rendering him a mere invisible presence in his class. Imagine, if you will, a student who struggles academically, often succumbing to slumber in class, engrossed in novels and games, devoid of any remarkable talent. Although he possesses decent looks, the presence of a more attractive peer naturally diverts attention away from him. Nonetheless, Jiang Nan is aware of Yi Zhiqiu, not out of envy or jealousy, but simply as a matter of recognition. Since you know me, I shall not hold back. I advise you to possess self-awareness. Some individuals are beyond your reach, so do not harbor delusions of chasing after them, Yi Zhiqiu declared with a fierce demeanor. Jiang Nan, taken aback, found himself momentarily perplexed. What did that mean? He struggled to comprehend the unclear words that had just been uttered, feeling as though he were surrounded by peculiar individuals. Had he ever provoked them? Why did they approach him with such hostility? Was it not irrational? Why remain silent? Did he still harbor discontent, foolishly aspiring to achieve the unattainable? Do not presume that your current handsomeness grants you superiority. My allure is innate, while yours is acquired. If I am not mistaken, your visage has certainly undergone enhancements. Alas, what is false shall forever remain unworthy of the limelight. A toad shall eternally be a toad. Incapable of catching up to a swan, Yi Zhiqiu uttered with a pronounced smirk. By the way, word had spread yesterday that someone in the cafeteria was more handsome than he, and initially, he had been incredulous. However, upon encountering Jiang Nan in person, he could no longer deny it. Not only was Jiang Nan handsome, he was astonishingly so. Standing before Jiang Nan, an overwhelming sense of inferiority washed over him. Yet he resolutely reassured himself that he was the naturally superior beauty. As for Jiang Nan, surely he must have undergone procedures. Otherwise, how could he have materialized so suddenly after 2 or 3 years of mediocrity without anyone ever mentioning him? Discontent? Surgery? Toad? Swan? I care not for your swan. I am utterly bewildered by your words. Depart swiftly and do not disturb my meal. Jiang Nan could not restrain himself from expressing his frustration. How dare they presume him to be an easy target? His low profile does not imply he is to be trifled with. He is unafraid of trouble. Far from being a coward, anyone who dares to repeatedly provoke him will find themselves in dire straits, unaware of how their fate will be sealed. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his fury. However, Jiang Nan did not grant him the opportunity to speak. What do you mean by this? I am here enjoying my meal, and you come over to threaten me? Who do you think you are? Just blabbering nonsense. You should hurry up and leave. Go do what you need to do, or else I might just retaliate. I do not initiate conflict, but should one provoke me, I will certainly respond. Considering the necessity of self-defense, Jiang Nan could easily resort to violence while maintaining his composure during his meal. Jiang Nan. You could see that Yi Zhiqiu was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just then, a laugh echoed from behind. It was Bai Ying. The moment she finished her exam, she rushed to the cafeteria to find Jiang Nan, only to overhear his outburst. This was the first time she had witnessed Jiang Nan curse, and it was quite astonishing. She instinctively chuckled. However, her laughter only served to ignite Yi Zhiqiu's fury further. Who dares to laugh at me? In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his anger. Yet, upon turning to see Bai Ying, he clenched his teeth and restrained his words. Then, his expression transformed with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the fury that had adorned his face vanished without a trace, replaced by his signature smile. Ying, what brings you here? Isn't it too early for you to be finished with the exam? Have you submitted your paper early? That is impressive. With your abilities, you must have completed it. Right? Amazing, truly amazing. I too submitted mine early. How about we have lunch together? We won't eat in the cafeteria. I have a way to take you out. Let us go to that new Western restaurant across from the school. How swift was this transformation? Just moments ago, he had been haughty before Jiang Nan. And now he was all smiles trying to please Bai Ying, resembling nothing more than an obsequious dog. Yet, Bai Ying had no favorable disposition towards him. Yi Zhiqiu, what are you doing here? Let me make it clear. I have no connection with you, nor will I ever go out to eat with you. Please leave. With that, Bai Ying ignored Yi Zhiqiu and turned to Jiang Nan. I knew you must have submitted your paper early. So, how did the comprehensive science exam go? Jiang Nan replied. It was all right. Bai Ying pressed. What do you mean by all right? A perfect score should be a certainty. Jiang Nan casually remarked. A perfect score, just like in mathematics? Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with shock. She was aware of Jiang Nan's prowess, yet she never anticipated he would be this formidable. To assert, with such nonchalance, that he could achieve a perfect score in reasoning was audacious indeed. Truly, he was deserving of her admiration. Quick, help me check the answers. Although I performed exceptionally today and submitted my paper early, there are numerous questions I am uncertain about. Let us see how well I can score this time. But I'm still eating? She protested. Can I refuse? Absolutely not. Bai Ying stuck her tongue out at Jiang Nan, her demeanor a playful mix of charm and determination. Despite being the school belle, her ambition to excel academically overshadowed her popularity, making her particularly attentive to her grades. Very well, then. Unable to resist Bai Yingying's insistence, Jiang Nan had no choice but to nod in agreement. As they delved into the physics multiple-choice questions, the scene shifted to Chapter 71, The True Goddess, whose beauty is meant for distant admiration and not for profanation. If Qin Feng were still present, he would likely be seething with indignation. What does this mean? Just moments ago, I humbly engaged in answering questions with you, yet you seemed reluctant. Now, you are thoroughly enjoying yourself with Bai Yingying? Is this not a blatant display of favoritism? Of course, Qin Feng had long since departed and was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, thus spared from frustration. However, Yi Zhiqiu, witnessing the interaction, was instantly incensed, his eyes aflame with fury, nostrils flaring akin to a steam locomotive. Damn it! How dare he shamelessly attempt to curry favor with Bai Yingying while she completely ignores him, laughing and chatting with Jiang Nan. The slap to his face was unmistakably loud. Yingying, how can you still be here? Did I not instruct you to leave? Your grades are subpar. It would be best for you to depart and not hinder us in our discussion. Moreover, do not call me Yingying in such an informal manner. We are not close. Please address me by my full name, Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying was engrossed in discussing answers with Jiang Nan. While her performance in physics had been commendable, her chemistry results were less than satisfactory, leaving her in a foul mood, further aggravated by Yi Zhiqiu's interruption. Instantaneously, her temper flared, and she offered Yi Zhiqiu no semblance of courtesy. Yi Zhiqiu was rendered speechless. When had he ever endured such indignity? Yes, his academic performance was lacking, but with his striking appearance, he had been the center of attention since freshman year, always surrounded by admirers. Not to mention, he excels in basketball. Revered as the deity of the sport at Sanzhong, and he is undoubtedly the object of affection for nearly every girl in the school. The love letters he receives daily amount to no fewer than 80. Yet, he regards those girls with disdain, convinced that only Bai Yingying, the school belle, is worthy of him, and he firmly believes he will win her heart. However, the outcome is far from what he envisioned. To his astonishment, Bai Yingying is engrossed in conversation with Jiang Nan right before his eyes, even chastising him in Jiang Nan's presence. Truly, one can endure only so much. The line must be drawn somewhere. Nevertheless, before Bai Yingying, he grits his teeth and endures. After all, she is his goddess. Typically, she hardly acknowledges him, but today, she has at least exchanged a few words. In comparison, it is a marked improvement. If only he could engage her in further conversation, even if it leads to scolding, it would not be entirely unwelcome. With this thought in mind, he musters his courage to interject once more. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Nan rises, holding a plate, and addresses Bai Yingying. Let us move. There are undesirables here. All right, Bai Yingying replies, following Jiang Nan as they walk away, leaving Yi Zhiqiu standing alone. Bewildered in the wind, Jiang Nan's eyes glimmer with amusement. He is not foolish. By now, he comprehends the meaning behind Yi Zhiqiu's earlier harsh words. Merely a sycophant, he perceives that Bai Yingying is drawing closer to him and seeks to create trouble. But is he someone to be easily bullied? Not only is he formidable, but he also holds grudges. A silent slap is already a sign of his benevolence. As he cannot be bothered to engage further and has generously let him off the hook, Yi Zhiqiu stands there, bewildered, his expression darkened. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying have already distanced themselves, yet Yi Zhiqiu remains frozen in place, lost in thought. Has he been overlooked once more? Indifference may seem trivial to others, but for Yi Zhiqiu, the school's heartthrob and basketball prodigy, it feels like a slap in the face, an unabashed humiliation. It's infuriating. Look, isn't that Yi Zhiqiu, the school's heartthrob? Why is he standing there, motionless? What is he up to? Uncertain of his intentions, all I know is that he is no longer the sole heartthrob. Another has emerged. Oh, another? Who could it be? Yi Zhiqiu is already quite handsome. Is there anyone in our school more striking than him? There wasn't he before, but now there is. Rumored to be someone named Jiang Nan, whose looks are said to transcend the heavens. I have also heard that Jiang Nan's appearance can effortlessly overshadow Yi Zhiqiu, making him the undisputed campus heartthrob. Moreover, he has recently been the subject of much fervent discussion as an outstanding scholar. So, it appears that Jiang Nan possesses both beauty and intellect? Indeed, attracted by his looks and captivated by his talents, If this is truly the case, then Jiang Nan surpasses Yi Zhiqiu. The title of campus idol is undoubtedly well-deserved. As the clock struck past 11:30, numerous students began to trickle into the cafeteria. Yi Zhiqiu has always been the center of attention, naturally drawing the gaze of those around him. In an instant, whispers erupted. However, unlike the past where he was lauded, the current murmurs primarily involve comparisons to Jiang Nan. Yi Zhiqiu absorbed every word, and his inner fury intensified. Jiang Nan. What an audacious Jiang Nan. A mere toad, yet with a sharp visage, not only stealing my person but also attempting to usurp my reputation. I shall remember you. This enmity shall undoubtedly be repaid. Yi Zhiqiu ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with rage, his nails digging into his flesh unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had moved to a different seat beside Bai Yingying. Before long, a voice choked with grievance could be heard. Woo, Jiang Nan. I shouldn't have answered the questions with you. Although you helped me with physics and enabled me to perform exceptionally well this time, I still got 3 questions wrong. Chemistry was even worse. I missed 5, and even in the simplest biology, I erred on 2. It's over. I must have failed the comprehensive science exam. I estimate I only scored between 230 to 4 points. I surely cannot compete with that woman, Qin Yuma. Listen to that. Is this even human speech? Scoring 230 to 4 on the comprehensive science exam is something most students would not dare to hope for, given that in previous years, the threshold for top-tier universities was around 210. If this were the college entrance examination, achieving such a score would guarantee Bai Yingying a place in a prestigious institution, provided her scores in language, mathematics, and English are not abysmal. However, for Bai Yingying, 230 to 4 is far too low. The realm of scholars is one that those who struggle academically cannot comprehend. At this moment, several recently tested third-year students gradually took seats not far from Bai Yingying. After all, being the school beauty, they naturally desired to sit closer to her. Yet, upon hearing Bai Yingying's lamentations, they instinctively began to distance themselves. They had heard that Bai Yingying was not only the campus beauty, but also a top scholar. Previously, they were skeptical, but now they have finally come to believe it. This is a true goddess, one to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with, because they genuinely feel unworthy. Chapter 72. This system, do you have a grudge against me? Yingying, please cease your tears. There are so many people around. Achieving a score of 230 or 4 is indeed commendable. Is 230 or 4 truly commendable? Qin Yumiao undoubtedly scored higher than I did, and once again, I find myself outperformed by her. You need not compare yourself to her. Among the multitude at school, I dare say at least 90% do not measure up to your abilities. What does it matter if they fall short of my accomplishments? I have only heard of comparisons made above, not below. One must cherish contentment. I am content. As long as I can surpass Qin Yumiao and prove that I am more than just a pretty face, I will be satisfied. I never intended to outshine you. Jiang Nan, that is a difficult point to respond to. Bai Yingying still wishes to surpass him? How could that possibly be? After all, he is a genius endowed with the system. He possesses the ability to read rapidly, has a photographic memory, can draw inferences from one instance to another, and demonstrates extraordinary cognitive abilities. He occasionally enhances his hidden attributes across various subjects, nearing their zenith. In terms of learning efficiency, he could effortlessly surpass Bai Yingying by 1,000-fold, even with his eyes closed. How could Bai Yingying ever hope to excel over him? Of course, unless he controls the scoring. Wah. Seeing Jiang Nan remain silent, Bai Yingying's sorrow deepened. She resembled a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoking profound sympathy. Yet Jiang Nan, having lived 2 lives, possessed no experience in comforting others. His face was marked by overwhelming awkwardness and helplessness. Yingying, what must you do to cease your tears? If I can defeat Qin Yumiao, I shall no longer cry. But did you not fail to surpass her this time? Then I must surely prevail next time. Then simply win against her next time. But my talents do not match hers, and my fundamentals are lacking. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass her. So will you give up? Absolutely not. I will never concede defeat. What can you do if you refuse to give up? I wish for you to tutor me. Did I not already provide you with guidance? The previous time was too brief. I could not fully absorb everything you taught. Therefore, I wish to seek your assistance during our spare time. Not only in mathematics and physics, but in other subjects as well. Could I refuse such a request? Wah. That would utterly exhaust me. All right, please, do not cry. I shall comply. Is that satisfactory? Oh yes, Jiang Nan, you are the best. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's agreement, Bai Bai Yingying's mood brightened instantly as she joyfully clung to his arm. And as for her tears, they were but a mere illusion on her charming visage. Goodness, I have been deceived. Jiang Nan's expression turned stern. Bai Yingying, confess honestly. Were you just pretending to cry? Wah. Jiang Nan felt a surge of frustration. Wah. Bai Yingying wiped her tears with both hands. All right, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Jiang Nan was certain that Bai Yingying had been feigning her tears, intending to exploit him for his labor. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, ultimately yielding to the circumstances. For if he did not comply soon, dire consequences awaited him. At that moment, the dining area was bustling with an increasing number of patrons. Nearby, several individuals could see and hear the commotion. If he failed to pacify Bai Yingying, in less than half an hour, he would become the talk of the entire school. Soon, all the busybodies would be whispering, shock. A super bully appears in the cafeteria, leaving the campus belle Bai Yingying in tears. The scene would be utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault, the tears on Bai Yingying's face vanished instantaneously. Her dark, glistening eyes twinkled with life. Jiang Nan, I always knew you were the best. After we finish our meal, shall we head to the classroom for self-study? What? Self-study? No nap at noon? Didn't you just promise to tutor me? Yes, I did promise. But is this really the time to start? Time waits for no one. We must seize every precious moment. As others revered Bai Yingying as a goddess, proclaiming her beauty to be admired from afar, Jiang Nan viewed her as a tormentor. You possess the ability to thrive on your looks. Why then do you insist on excelling academically? Isn't being the campus belle sufficient? Must you also become an academic prodigy? This life is truly unbearable. The carefree days of eating, sleeping, and playing were coming to an end. Jiang Nan was fated to shoulder the burdens of a diligent student. At 3 in the afternoon, the fourth foreign language examination commenced. In classroom 304, Jiang Nan sat wearily at his desk, as if he had been drained of all vitality over the past week. Devoid of spirit. When asked why he appeared so, one could only chuckle. 3 hours. A full 3 hours. Do you have any idea how he endured those hours? Bai Yingying was relentless in her demands. The bitterness he felt was beyond words. Ding. In this foreign language examination, you have received a score of 0. Just before the papers were distributed, the familiar notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind once more. Initially, he paid it little heed. Upon receiving the exam paper, he immediately began to write. The listening section had yet to commence, yet he swiftly completed all the multiple-choice questions. His hand moved with astonishing speed, as if he had been single for a million years. He yearned to finish the foreign language exam quickly so he could lay his head on the desk and recuperate his lost energy. But wait, did I hear incorrectly? 0 points? Wasn't it supposed to be 150? Though Jiang Nan's mind was a little slow to catch up, he quickly realized that this time, the system's grading task had changed. It seems that the system has set his score to 0, rather than allowing him to achieve full marks as he had in the previous 3 examinations. Is the system once again up to its mischievous antics? Jiang Nan quickly collected his thoughts and checked the task panel within his mind, and indeed, he had not misheard. It was confirmed to be 0 points, rather than the anticipated 150. Good grief. Jiang Nan could barely suppress the urge to spit blood. He was so close, just a fraction away. His attempt to control the score had failed. Given that he had already completed the multiple-choice questions, he had secured 15 points, far exceeding the score control task. Consequently, he would undoubtedly miss out on points and rewards. No, that is not right. Compared to the loss of points and rewards, he should be far more concerned about the ramifications of a score of 0. Good heavens. This time, he was truly doomed. Suddenly, Jiang Nan seemed to grasp something. His expression shifting abruptly, and he began to mentally vent his frustrations. A score of 0 in foreign language? Good grief. This system must harbor a grudge against me, intentionally pushing me toward ruin. Yes, you are a score control system. But how can you issue such a task? In the previous 3 exams, Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, I scored full marks of 150, 150, and 300. Yet in foreign language, it's 0 points? When this score is revealed, what will the foreign language teacher think? What will my classmates think? The animosity will surely reach a boiling point. This is a disaster. Chapter 73, Foreign Language Teacher. I can only apologize to you. Ding. The system has detected that the host is insulting it and issues a warning, requesting immediate correction. Otherwise, the system will retaliate appropriately. Jiang Nan. Upon witnessing such a bizarre score control task, He was internally berating the system. Yet he was warned. TSK, TSK. This is a formidable opponent. I cannot afford to provoke it. Jiang Nan promptly reined in his dissatisfaction. Given the circumstances, foreign language teacher, I can only apologize to you. The system has compelled me to score 0, and for the sake of that trivial reward and points, I must accept a score of nothing. Alas, what a painful existence. Jiang Nan sighed in resignation and reluctantly erased the multiple-choice questions he had previously completed, preparing to rewrite them. However, he did not answer directly on the answer sheet. Instead, he took out a piece of draft paper for the first time. It is worth noting that for others, scoring 0 is the simplest task. Just leave everything blank. But for Jiang Nan, it required a bit more effort, as he could not leave it empty. Each time a scoring examination takes place, there exists a fundamental prerequisite. One must complete all the questions presented on the paper. For instance, if previously instructed to maintain a score at the passing threshold, one must ensure that the questions worth 90 points are answered correctly, while the remaining 60 points must be addressed, yet deliberately answered incorrectly. This explains why he has participated in countless scoring examinations without ever being discovered. Otherwise, if one consistently answers the 90-point questions correctly, even if the remaining questions are left unanswered, the accuracy rate would still be 100%. A couple of instances might pass unnoticed, but after several attempts, even the most oblivious individual would recognize the anomaly. Now, the task is to achieve a score of 0. This means Jiang Nan must complete the entire foreign language exam. Yet he must ensure that every answer is incorrect, earning not a single point. This indeed requires considerable effort, akin to aiming for a perfect score. He must first know all the correct answers, but when responding, he must deftly avoid each one. The multiple-choice questions are manageable. One simply needs to select the wrong answers intentionally. However, the sections on problem-solving and essay writing require greater caution. After all, once something is written, regardless of its quality, the teacher will likely grant a few sympathy points. Therefore, achieving a score of 0 is no simple feat. It is more challenging than aiming for full marks. Of course, for Jiang Nan, it merely entails expending a bit more effort. He begins by jotting down all the correct answers on a draft sheet, while ensuring that none are reflected on the answer sheet. As for the problem-solving and essay sections, that poses a dilemma. Writing anything in the foreign language would almost certainly earn him a point or two. Thus, he cannot leave these sections blank. But he can opt for a different language. Suddenly, an idea strikes Jiang Nan, and a smile flits across his face as he swiftly completes the answers to the essay. Whether the foreign language teacher can comprehend it is beyond his concern. If it remains incomprehensible, that would guarantee a score of 0. Even if understood, it would be entirely irrelevant, still resulting in a score of 0. Oh, how perfect! Within 10 minutes, he finishes the remaining questions. Next, he simply awaits the commencement of the listening section. Due to the first and second-year students also taking the foreign language exam, a considerable amount of time is consumed. While others continue to answer questions, Jiang Nan dozes off for a while until the listening section for the third year finally begins. Subsequently, as the audio plays, Jiang Nan listens attentively, translating simultaneously and recording everything on his draft paper, including the correct answers. This meticulousness is warranted. As this is the first instance the system has allowed a score of 0, one cannot afford to be careless. Thankfully, the duration is brief, and as soon as the listening segment concludes, he completed everything in due course, then laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. Just like in the previous examinations, the surrounding classmates and invigilators observed the scene. Here we go again. Look at that lad finishing early and dozing off. It's truly disheartening. He had already finished all 13 questions. In this examination, the invigilators were not familiar faces like Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, or Xie Hongwei, the teachers from Jiang Nan's past. Nevertheless, they paid no mind to Jiang Nan's slumber. After all, they were educators of the institution. Although they did not know Jiang Nan personally, they had heard whispers throughout the 2-day examination about this peculiar student from room 304, who consistently finished swiftly. Whether he was indeed a prodigy or an underachiever mattered little. The teachers had turned a blind eye, even going so far as to close windows and drape him with a coat. They could only avert their gaze. Meanwhile, the other students in the examination room were heartbroken, their sorrow akin to a river of tears. Could good looks grant one the liberty to act as they pleased? Could academic excellence provide such privileges? Could a powerful background afford one indulgence? It appeared so. Jiang Nan was not only strikingly handsome, but also an exceptional scholar. with a background that was unfathomably profound, truly a figure not to be trifled with. The surrounding individuals gazed at him with envy, their eyes tinged with red, jealousy coursing through them, yet devoid of any hatred. Simultaneously, sitting beside Jiang Nan, Li Ming bit his pencil tip, striving to divert his attention away from Jiang Nan. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself drawn to glance in Jiang Nan's direction. What was he seeking? Merely to observe Jiang Nan asleep? It seemed not. What he truly desired to see was Jiang Nan's answer sheet. In mathematics, he was a top student, renowned as the second best in the school, and his performance in physical sciences was commendable. However, when it came to foreign languages, his results could only be described as mediocre. He was known to have a weakness in that area. This month's exam featured particularly challenging material, and given his lack of proficiency in languages, he felt overwhelmed by the difficulty of the current test, especially the listening section, where he comprehended scarcely 20%, leaving vast sections blank. Although he felt a sense of shame and disgrace regarding cheating, he had already surreptitiously glanced at Jiang Nan's answers during the morning's science exam. Now, a persistent urge gnawed at him, as if a devil were enticing him. Go ahead, take a look. Child, since you've already done it once, what is the harm in doing it again? Unfortunately for him, despite his extended scrutiny, he failed to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan's answer sheet. Thus, was he unable to copy? Just as he was preparing to suppress his desires and relinquish the thought, a piece of draft paper fell from Jiang Nan's desk, landing conveniently at his feet. What is this? Li Ming instinctively glanced down. There, the paper was densely filled with answers, multiple choice, closed tests, reading comprehension, listening, and even the listening transcripts. In that moment, Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Should he copy or refrain? He was anxiously torn. Chapter 74. A fortunate misstep leading to a quintuple kill? Once a gap is opened, it is arduous to seal it again. Therefore, while Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fallen draft paper, and the invigilator along with his classmates were also distracted, Li Ming ultimately opted to plagiarize. Just this once. And it would be the last time, merely to demonstrate to everyone that he was not solely adept in mathematics. Justifying his actions, he summoned his courage and transcribed the answers from Jiang Nan's draft paper onto his own exam sheet. He even replaced all his previous answers with those from Jiang Nan, as long as they differed. Swiftly, he completed the copying. Soon, he discreetly kicked Jiang Nan's draft paper back under his desk when no one was watching. Truly a scholar. His intellect is commendable, bold yet meticulous. Gazing at the well-filled answer sheet, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within Li Ming. This was his first time completing the foreign language exam. Regrettably, he still had to concoct his own essay. Dingling. After what felt like an eternity, the bell rang. The foreign language examination concluded, signaling the end of this month's assessment. The crowd erupted in cheers. This time, Jiang Nan did not submit his paper early. Exhausted from the morning, his biological clock was once again disrupted, and he inadvertently overslept. Upon awakening, he spotted the draft paper beneath his desk. He had slept so soundly that he was unaware of the paper's descent. He inwardly cursed Bai Ying, deeming her utterly unreasonable. With a mutter of annoyance, he crumpled the draft paper and tucked it into his pocket before rising to submit his paper and exit. As for Li Ming, he had paid little heed to the situation from beginning to end. To copy or not to copy, it bore no consequence for him. Relieved, Li Ming hastily submitted his paper and departed, but in a direction opposite to Jiang Nan's, perhaps to avoid something. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan glanced around anxiously. Upon not spotting a certain terrifying figure, he quickened his pace toward the cafeteria. He was genuinely afraid of Bai Ying and felt the need to keep his distance. Yet, just as he had walked halfway, Bai Ying hurried after him, calling out Jiang Nan's name with uncontainable excitement, her large eyes sparkling brightly. She looked truly enchanting, a sight to behold. However, upon seeing her, Jiang Nan immediately stiffened. Bai Ying, why are you following me again? What's the matter? Don't you like me? Bai Ying retorted, hands on her hips, her words unexpectedly bold. No, Jiang Nan instinctively shook his head. But then, realizing something, he hurriedly nodded. No, I don't dislike you. I do like you. Such a question was indeed difficult to answer. To say he didn't like her? That was out of the question. To admit he liked her? He had never contemplated it. Seeing Jiang Nan's flustered expression, Bai Ying broke into a grin, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. All right, I won't tease you anymore. With the monthly exam over, To show my gratitude for your tutoring during lunch, I shall treat you to a meal. A meal, really? Jiang Nan asked, astonished. Of course. You can choose any dish from the cafeteria's 18 options, and I'll cover the bill. Then I shall not hold back. Absolutely no problem. How do you think I earned the title of the cafeteria's king? As soon as the topic of food arose, the inexplicable tension within Jiang Nan dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. Hee. Bai Yingying, just wait. I'm quite hungry now. You shall pay dearly for the lunchtime torment you inflicted upon me. I'll make sure to eat you out of house and home. This meal was destined to be a thrilling affair. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Nan returned to the classroom, squinting, grinning foolishly, and picking his teeth, patting his stomach in satisfaction. In stark contrast, Bai Yingying followed behind him with a face of despair, her expression truly pitiful. Do not ask why she looked this way. If it were your entire week's allowance being devoured by Jiang Nan in one sitting, would you be in a jovial mood? This was merely the cafeteria. Had they been elsewhere, given Jiang Nan's appetite, he surely would have left her financially destitute. Yet, the outsiders were unaware of the intricacies of their situation. When Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying arrived back in the classroom, their classmates looked up, their gazes laden with meaning. It was confirmed. These two were undoubtedly in a romantic relationship, and they had surely engaged in some mischief. Otherwise, how could Bai Yingying's cheeks have been flushed yesterday, her eyes evasive, and today, her demeanor so peculiar? It seemed as if Jiang Nan had bullied her. In an instant, the spirit of gossip reignited. Many male classmates envied Jiang Nan for winning over the campus belle, while the female students envied Bai Yingying for capturing the heart of the school's heartthrob. Even Wang Fatty immediately gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, the meaning unmistakable. However, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Wang Fatty. As soon as I settled into my seat, I retrieved my phone, fully prepared to indulge in a leisurely gaming session. However, at that moment, the class monitor, Qin Yuma, approached me. Class monitor, what brings you here? I inquired. Jiang Nan, how many points do you expect to score on this month's examination? Surely not more than me. Jiang Nan stammered in response. It dawned on him that provoking women, likened to a fierce tigress, was best avoided. While Bai Yingying had already latched onto him, he could not afford to provoke Qin Yuma as well. Yet, in response to Jiang Nan's words, Qin Yuma shook her head in dismay. Jiang Nan, please do not deceive me. Your score will undoubtedly surpass mine. After all, the entire school has been buzzing about how you completed your Chinese and mathematics papers ahead of time, likely earning full marks. Meanwhile, I struggled significantly. The exams were exceedingly challenging. In both subjects, out of a possible 150 points, I can barely manage 90-something, falling nearly 100 points short of you. Although the comprehensive sciences and foreign language were somewhat easier, my performance was still mediocre, leaving me certain that I cannot surpass you this time. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Are Chinese and mathematics truly that difficult? He felt no such struggle himself. Although he had heard hints of it from Bai Yingying, he believed that for a scholar like Qin Yuma, scoring 100 or more should be a trivial matter. Yet, the reality of her scores being in the 90s suggested that, aside from himself, everyone else had faltered. No wonder, prior to the examination, representatives like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian had boldly declared war on him, vowing to surpass him. Yet, since the conclusion of the exams, these individuals had wilted like frostbitten eggplants, none daring to confront him directly. Ah, how lonely it is at the pinnacle of invincibility. Initially, he had no intention of competing with them or asserting dominance, yet inadvertently, he had wiped them all out. Wait, not entirely wiped out. It was more accurately a 5-kill, as his foreign language score had been somewhat lacking. Oh, the trials of life. The opponents were simply too feeble. Chapter 75. Am I the only one who believes Jiang Nan can score beyond 600 points? Jiang Nan, be honest with me. What is your total score likely to be? I wish to comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us. Qin Yuma's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Nan. Clearly, she understood that surpassing him was unlikely but was not willing to concede defeat. She sought to know herself and her rival in order to strive for improvement. At that moment, as Qin Yuma posed her question, seated in the front row, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi instinctively leaned in to listen. They were all painfully aware that this attempt to challenge Jiang Nan was destined for utter failure, and a particularly humiliating one at that. Among them, Xiang Yi and Su Yu had even wept openly the day before, both on the road and in the cafeteria. Yet, as top students, they retained a certain pride characteristic of high achievers. One setback was merely a fleeting moment. The road ahead was long, and opportunities would surely arise again. Of course, this hinged on their understanding of Jiang Nan's current level and their own chances of surpassing him. Should the rumors prove true that Jiang Nan could rival the so-called super scholar Qin Feng, they would undoubtedly concede defeat and bow in submission. However, if Jiang Nan were merely a notch or two above them, they might very well engage in another battle. Until the final moment of the college entrance examination, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. The gap, they reasoned, could not be vast. With a total score of 600, even if he had a slight edge, it would not be by much. Regarding Qin Yuma's inquiries, Jiang Nan was forthright. He had scored 0 in foreign language, thus affirming that his total score was indeed 600. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly shocked by Jiang Nan's score, but she quickly regained her composure. 600 points? With such a difficult exam, you managed to achieve that? Indeed, you were concealing your true capabilities all along. This is your genuine strength, isn't it? You are indeed superior to me. But I shall not concede defeat. From this day forth, I will double my efforts, and in the next examination, I will surely catch up to you. Qin Yuma shook her small fist at Jiang Nan, continually encouraging herself before turning to leave. Her stride and silhouette radiated an unmistakable determination and resolve. Indeed, Jiang Nan was formidable, yet he had not shattered her confidence. Although her own performance had been mediocre, especially in Chinese and mathematics, where she undoubtedly fell short of Jiang Nan, she recognized, as he had pointed out, that the difference was not insurmountable. She had previously estimated her scores, over 90 in Chinese, over 90 in mathematics, around 240 in the comprehensive science, and approximately 120 in foreign language, totaling around 570. This indicated a mere 30-point gap between her and Jiang Nan. 30 points. Given enough time, she was confident she could close that divide. This was the essence of her self-assuredness, pride, and spirit as the class monitor of Class 4, consistently ranking first in her class and among the top 10 in the school. However, on the other hand, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi lacked the same confidence that Qin Yuma possessed when Jiang Nan announced his total score of 600. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces contorted with shock, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they had sustained a catastrophic blow. 600 points? How could that be? This examination was as arduous as scaling the heavens. They could barely reach 500 points, yet Jiang Nan achieved a staggering 600. The gap was undeniably vast. Even the prodigious Qin Feng from Class 301, renowned as the elite among elites, could scarcely match this standard. Despair enveloped them, a profound sense of hopelessness. Once hailed as academic champions, they had merely contended for the second, third, and fourth ranks within Class 4, never daring to dream of surpassing Qin Yuma to claim the top spot, let alone besting Qin Feng. Now, with Jiang Nan standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, he transformed into a figure of almost divine prowess, far beyond their reach. Reflecting on their previous declarations of war against Jiang Nan, their earlier bravado seemed utterly ludicrous. Overcome with shame and indignation, they found it hard to face anyone. Defeating Jiang Nan. Perhaps in another lifetime. No, not even in the distant future would that be possible. All they could do now was relinquish their unrealistic aspirations. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses and the weight of their pride, they might have collectively knelt before Jiang Nan, proclaiming, "O South God, you are indeed the true South God. We were wrong. We beseech your mercy and implore you to conquer without a fight." This sentiment perhaps encapsulated their thoughts. Jiang Nan, however, had scarcely paid them any heed. Once Qin Yuma departed, he resumed his relentless pursuit of victory, entirely disregarding Su Yu and the others. Yet, while he remained indifferent, Bai Yingying had not forgotten the declarations of war made by Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi. Previously, she had championed Jiang Nan's cause, but now, witnessing the deflation of Su Yu and Zhang Hao's once mighty presence, she felt an indescribable mixture of satisfaction and bitterness. Particularly, seeing her rival Qin Yuma, also humbled before Jiang Nan, brought her to a peak of exhilaration. The only blemish on this moment was Qin Yuma's refusal to succumb to despair. She still harbored ambitions of challenging Jiang Nan again, hoping to catch up in the next examination. How could this be possible? Was it only she who believed that Jiang Nan had surely scored beyond 600 points in this examination? In subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, She had directly compared answers with Jiang Nan and was convinced he had achieved near-perfect scores. Collectively, those 3 subjects already amounted to 600 points. Though she had not verified his performance in the final subject, foreign language, it was inconceivable that he could have scored 0, no matter how poorly he had fared. Bai Yingying's head was adorned with question marks, filled with confusion. Based on Jiang Nan's previous scores in foreign language exams, it was certain that the passing mark of 90 was well within reach. If Jiang Nan were to fully unleash her potential and not hide her talents, scores of 100, 110, or even 120 would not be surprising. Bai Yingying firmly believed that even a perfect score was attainable. Altogether, her total would surely exceed 700, far surpassing Qin Yuma's capabilities. Regardless of how high her innate talent or relentless effort may be, it would be illogical for her to catch up with Jiang Nan. Bai Yingying silently mourned for 3 seconds on behalf of Qin Yuma. That woman must have lost her wits. Jiang Nan claimed a score of 600, which was clearly an act of leniency, a deception, and yet, you foolishly believed it. It seems your intelligence is rather limited. In the next examination, it will not be you catching up to Jiang Nan, but rather me pursuing you. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Bai Yingying brimmed with inexplicable confidence regarding her triumph over Qin Yuma. With Jiang Nan's assistance and Qin Yuma's lack of intellect, if she were unable to win, it would indeed defy logic. Chapter 76. Why are the outcomes so starkly different when caught playing the same game? Damn it. Fatty, where's your ultimate move? Not using it in the crucial moments. Are you experiencing a lapse in judgment? What a disaster. During evening self-study in class 304, while the majority of the students were engrossed in their studies, Jiang Nan was engaged in a fierce battle on his phone. No, it would be more accurate to say he was infuriated. The reason? Wang Fatty was proving to be a tremendous liability. It was so close, just a fraction away. He could have secured a pentakill. Yet, at the most critical moment, his teammate Wang Fatty faltered. Jiang Nan nearly spat blood in frustration. Just as he voiced his displeasure, Wang Fatty sorrowfully replied, "Brother Nan, I wish I could unleash my ultimate, but first, I need my phone." Phone? Isn't it right in your hand? Could it possibly have been stolen? Jiang Nan turned to Wang Fatty, nearly unable to suppress a curse, but in the next moment, his words faltered and his expression froze. Jiang Nan was taken aback, for Wang Fatty's phone had indeed been snatched away. Unbeknownst to them, their formidable homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, known as the death-dealing female demon, had appeared behind them. Wang Fatty, having recently transitioned to a sports student, had just received a new phone purchased by his father, which now lay in Hu Yifei's possession. To make matters worse, one of Wang Fatty's ears was firmly grasped by Hu Yifei, leaving him half suspended in the air. Unable to move, like a plump cat caught by the soft flesh, a lamb awaiting slaughter, a fish on the chopping block. What a tragic sight it was. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan's heart sank. Damn it, we're doomed. Having not played games for quite a while, I became so engrossed that I failed to notice the arrival of Hu Yifei. Consequently, I was caught red-handed. However, I was indifferent to the situation. After all, I had previously made an agreement with Hu Yifei. As long as I secured first place in this exam, I was free to play as I pleased. Yet, Wang Pengzi was likely in trouble. And if Wang Pengzi found himself in a predicament, wouldn't that mean I would lose my jungler teammate? Without a companion, playing alone would certainly lack enjoyment. But it didn't stop there. It seemed I had scored a 0 in the foreign language exam this time, which would probably disqualify me from achieving the top rank in the school, wouldn't it? Given Hu Yifei's notorious temper, she might hold me accountable later on. How dreadful. With this thought, I cast an annoyed glance at Bai Yingying, who was sitting nearby. Yingying, wasn't I supposed to ask you to keep watch? Why didn't you alert me about the arrival of our teacher? A wise person always has a backup plan. My instincts were typically sharp, and under normal circumstances, I would detect any adverse elements approaching. Yet, I had not forgotten to ask Bai Yingying to keep an eye out. This was merely a precaution, but it seemed my calculations had failed. Bai Yingying had been utterly ineffective. She was like a wooden puppet. Bai Yingying, under my gaze, blushed slightly and buried her head in her chest, feeling wronged. To be fair, it truly wasn't her fault. After all, she had been entirely focused on outdoing Qin Yumuo, and in her fervor to study and solve problems, she had not noticed Hu Yifei's arrival. Moreover, who was Hu Yifei? She was a formidable figure, a lethal combination of a golden saint, the 13th sister of the Hongxing gang, and a ruthless master. Possessing skills such as the divine dragon's 9 appearances, lightning flash, crushing thunder fist, and the enhanced version of the universe's toss, among others. She was a force to be reckoned with. One Bai Yingying was simply no match for Hu Yifei. Enough, Jiang Nan. Stop staring at Bai Yingying. Don't think I'm unaware of your little tricks. Not only are you playing games yourself, but you also dragged Wang Kaixian into this and had Bai Yingying keep watch for you. Do you think this is your home? Let me remind you, this is school, and we are in evening self-study. Mobile phones are prohibited at school, let alone playing games during class. Are you not aware of this? Hurry up and put your phone away. If you ruin the atmosphere of the class, I shall hold you accountable. Hu Yifei's face turned pale with anger as she tossed Wang Pengzi aside and launched into a stern reprimand directed at Jiang Nan. And then there was silence. No ear-tugging of Jiang Nan, nor public confiscation of his phone. Wang Pengzi. Surrounding classmates. Entire class. Everyone was left in a state of perplexity, their minds swirling with questions. Was that it? Was that truly the end? Given the commotion here, it seemed rather anticlimactic. Attracting the gaze of everyone in the class, there were quite a few busybodies who witnessed Jiang Nan caught in the act by Hu Yifei while playing a game, eagerly anticipating a spectacle of schadenfreude. They thought to themselves that this time, he would surely face a just punishment. The confiscation of his phone and a stern reprimand would be the mildest of consequences. It was conceivable that his parents would be summoned, and he would have to pen a lengthy reflection. Jiang Nan was undoubtedly doomed. However, the reality unfolded quite differently. A lengthy reflection? None. Summoning his parents? Not at all. In fact, his phone was not confiscated. Rather, he was merely instructed to put it away after receiving a few verbal admonishments. Such blatant favoritism was astonishing. The collective dismay was palpable, particularly for Wang Pengzi, who felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. Though Jiang Nan was his brother, why was it that while they both played games together, he was subjected to ear-tugging and phone confiscation, yet Jiang Nan faced no repercussions? That was his brand-new phone. After all, it was one he had tirelessly negotiated for with his father after becoming a sports student, and it still was not even warm to the touch. Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have been coaxed by Nan Shun to play games. Could you please return my phone? In pursuit of his new phone, Wang Pengzi was determined. With a thick skin, he approached Hu Yifei, nervously admitting his fault and promptly throwing Jiang Nan under the bus. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. Hu Yifei immediately reprimanded him. What is this, Wang Kaixian? Not only were you caught playing games in class, but you also dare to request your phone back? Do you not understand the school rules and classroom discipline? Or do you presume that because you've become a sports student with a high chance of entering a good university, you can disregard discipline? If you want your phone back, have your parents come to collect it. I also wish to discuss some matters with them. Although you are a sports student, your academic foundation is far too weak. If you aspire to attend a respectable undergraduate institution, you must exert yourself diligently. You'll need to stay at school for supplementary classes on weekends. As a teacher, I must take responsibility for you, don't I? The surrounding students were taken aback. Teacher Hu, this is incredibly double standard. Both of them were caught playing games, yet the consequences are so drastically different. As for Wang Pengzi, his face turned an ashen hue, nearly on the verge of tears, a river of sorrow welling up. Nan Shun, you've doomed me. Not only has my phone been confiscated, but my parents are being called as well. You know their tempers. They'll undoubtedly come down hard on me. And now, I must stay for supplementary classes on the weekend? I might as well be dead. With sympathetic glances, Bai Yingying and the surrounding students regarded Wang Pengzi, feeling pity for his plight. However, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly. Serves you right, you fool. Selling me out has brought you this misfortune. Chapter 77. How could such an excellent student be taken for granted by Hu Yifei? All right, from now on, anyone caught using their mobile phones in class will face the same consequences as Wang Kaixian. First, their phones will be confiscated. Second, parents will be summoned to school. As for Jiang Nan, he is an exception. Do not think it unfair if you possess the ability to achieve the same results as him. It seemed that the teacher recognized her own impartiality, which had left many students feeling discontented. Hu Yifei offered a brief explanation. Then she continued, now, let's resume our evening study session. Class monitor, maintain discipline. Jiang Nan, accompany me to the office. To the office? What for? Jiang Nan's face reflected confusion, and his heart skipped a beat. His phone had not been confiscated, and it was evident that it was not due to his gaming. Uncertain of Hu Yifei's intentions, he reluctantly tucked his phone into his pocket and obediently followed her. As he walked past the podium towards the door, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. Rife with bitterness, envy, and jealousy. However, Jiang Nan remained utterly indifferent. Bitter envy and jealousy are futile. If you have the capability, you should compete as well. Jiang Nan, you performed admirably in this month's Chinese exam. Although the papers are yet to be fully graded, you should be in first place. Just average, really. I merely answered casually. If you can achieve first place with such casual effort, then why did I only receive a passing score before? Jiang Nan responded. That is a difficult question to answer. Enough of the past. I will not concern myself with it anymore. Just ensure that you perform well in the future. I am a person of my word. As long as you excel, I will not bother you about sleeping in class, and even playing games on your phone is permissible. Just like tonight. However, this is contingent upon one condition. You must not overstep your bounds. Playing alone is acceptable, but do not undermine the class morale or lead other students astray. After all, your innate talent allows you to succeed with minimal effort. But that is not the case for others. With the college entrance examination fast approaching, they must exert tenfold or even 100-fold effort to secure a place in a reputable university. For instance, Wang Kaixian, on the way to the office, Hu Yifei once again imparted her earnest guidance to Jiang Nan. It must be said that although her nickname may be unflattering, harsh, and aggressive, she is indeed a reasonable and understanding teacher. Yet, Jiang Nan merely scoffed, feeling somewhat speechless. Reasonable? At first glance, this seems true. Not only does she permit him to sleep, but she also allows gaming in class. However, what does adding a precondition imply? It feels as though she has painted him as a sinner. Nevertheless, her words still held weight. Merely the prospect of one student being unable to negatively influence others, coupled with the mention of Wang Fatty, extinguished Jiang Nan's desire to indulge in games during class. After all, without Wang Fatty, that unreliable teammate, what joy would there be in solitary gameplay? Perhaps it was necessary to elevate Wang Fatty's level. His current rank was far too low. Even if he transitioned to a sports student, his chances of gaining admission to a prestigious university were rather bleak. Regardless, Bai Yingying, with her sticky nature, had already latched onto him, making it impossible to extricate himself from her tutoring obligations. Hence, it would be prudent to assist both students simultaneously. By bolstering Wang Fatty's level, he could silence the formidable female adversary and enjoy gaming together. Jiang Nan contemplated this within his mind. Whether herding one sheep or two, the task remained the same. He had meticulously devised a plan to elevate Wang Fatty's rank in the shortest time possible. Alas, how had he ended up with such a bumbling teammate? The burden of concern weighed heavily on him. Before long, the two arrived at the office. However, this was not the exclusive domain of Hu Yifei, but rather the spacious office of the Chinese language department. Upon entering, Jiang Nan noticed a considerable gathering of teachers inside. Simultaneously, as he stepped through the door, every teacher present turned to him, their gazes fervently fixed upon him, akin to the way one might observe a rare national treasure like the giant panda. Instinctively, Jiang Nan tightened his legs, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. The intensity of the stares from these numerous male educators was overwhelmingly aggressive. Even with his usual composure, he could hardly endure it. Jiang Nan, do not feel constrained. This is Mr. Wu Jiahao, the head of our Chinese department, and the others present are all esteemed teachers in our institution. Hu Yifei provided a brief introduction to Jiang Nan. Greetings, teachers. Jiang Nan offered a polite salutation. No sooner had his words left his lips than a chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. Jiang Nan, how splendid. Truly a prodigy in the realm of Chinese literature. Not only are you handsome, but your talents are remarkable, and your character is commendable. Indeed, Hu Laosher has nurtured an exceptional student. With you among us, our Chinese department at 3rd Middle School is destined to rise and achieve greatness once more. This is unequivocal. In all honesty, Jiang Nan had merely uttered a simple greeting. Yet he was met with an avalanche of fervent praise and numerous thumbs up from the dozen or so language teachers. Group leader Wu Jiahao was not to be outdone either. He waved enthusiastically at Jiang Nan and even personally fetched a chair for him. Come, Jiang Nan. Let us sit and converse. Jiang Nan thought to himself. Teachers, this enthusiasm is overwhelming. I can hardly withstand it. Ultimately, he chose not to sit down. After all, none of the teachers were seated, and neither was Hu Yifei. How could he dare to sit? Jiang Nan merely approached Wu Jiahao, glancing at the desk where the Chinese exam answer sheets from the recent monthly assessment lay. Among them, one stood out prominently. It was his own. In the next moment, Wu Jiahao picked up his answer sheet, a smile gracing his face as he said, Classmate Jiang Nan, You performed exceptionally well in Chinese. The entire Chinese department has unanimously decided to award you a score of 150, which is a perfect score. This marks a first in the history of our school. In other words, you have shattered the record for our school's Chinese examinations, where no one has ever achieved full marks. Congratulations. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of synchronized applause erupted in the office. It was evident that they were all tremendously excited, even ecstatic. Although Jiang Nan was not their student, they were nonetheless witnesses to this achievement. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei beamed with pride and joy, emotions she could not conceal. However, Jiang Nan remained composed. After all, achieving a perfect score in Chinese was well within his expectations, nothing to be surprised about. In light of this, Wu Jiahao and the others regarded Jiang Nan with even greater admiration. Indeed, at such a young age, to attain glory without arrogance was a remarkable quality. Once again, they raised their thumbs in approval, their gazes ablaze with fervor, almost as if they wished to claim Jiang Nan for themselves. In their hearts, they lamented, how could such an outstanding student be assigned to class 4, thereby falling under Hu Yifei's tutelage? At this moment, if one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger, fixated on a delectable piece of meat held in the jaws of a lioness. Jiang Nan was that succulent morsel, while Hu Yifei was the lioness. Despite her strength, she could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many famished wolves. Among them, Yu Lao-san, one of the so-called 4 great wolves, was particularly restless, saliva dripping from his chin as he eagerly anticipated his chance. Hu Yifei thought to herself, this does not bode well. These typically refined gentlemen, who so often spoke in lofty terms, seemed intent on snatching food from her mouth. Jiang Nan, feeling bewildered, wondered why they were all looking at him in such a manner. Could it be that he had stumbled into a den of wolves? For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became exceedingly strange. Ultimately, it was Wu Jiahao who could no longer tolerate the tension. He cleared his throat twice, shattering the peculiar ambience, and addressed the crowd. All right, everyone, stop staring blankly. Those responsible for grading should continue with their work. Let us strive to complete the grading of this month's Chinese exam papers and tally the scores by tonight. He held the Jiang Nan answer sheet and turned to Jiang Nan, saying, Classmate Jiang Nan, I have asked Teacher Hu to bring you to the office for a matter I wish to discuss. I hope you will generously share your insights. Goodness, did he really just say generously share? Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei beside him was taken aback, her mouth agape. Wu group leader, just speak directly to this kid. He is still a student. You needn't be so courteous. No, Teacher Hu, you are mistaken, Wu Jiahao replied, glancing at Hu Yifei and shaking his head. Though Jiang Nan is young and still a student, his mastery of the Chinese language is no less than ours, particularly in his profound study of classical texts and characters, which may even surpass our own. He is indeed a master in this regard. Therefore, we should not regard him as an ordinary student. Moreover, today we seek to learn from him, and since we have a request, it is only proper to be polite. Hu Yifei exclaimed, what is this? After years of dedicated teaching, I have never seen Wu Jiahao treat me with such courtesy. Yet here we are, with my student being treated as an esteemed guest? A master? At this moment, Jiang Nan, the very subject of this discourse, was utterly bewildered, caught off guard by Wu Jiahao's politeness. The finesse of such flattery was somewhat overwhelming for him. Although Wu Jiahao meant well, he found himself preferring Hu Yifei's straightforwardness. Teacher Wu, please do not flatter me excessively. Teacher Hu is right. You needn't be so polite with me. Just get to the point. Very well, I shall be direct, Wu Jiahao said, handing the answer sheet to Jiang Nan. Here is your answer sheet from this month's exam in Chinese. It has been graded, and we unanimously agreed to award you full marks. However, while it is true that you received full marks, your essay written in classical Chinese is exceedingly exquisite and intriguing. The 10 or so teachers present spent a considerable portion of the day attempting to fully translate it, but were unable to do so. Therefore, we must call upon you, the author, to provide us with annotations and translations, if you would be so kind. What is a monthly exam? It is when teachers set questions to test students. Yet now, it is Jiang Nan who has written an essay in classical Chinese, leaving all the Chinese teachers perplexed. It is truly astonishing. Even an online novel would shy away from such a plot twist. Yet this is the reality unfolding before them. As Wu Jiahao spoke, the surrounding Chinese teachers, who were formally correcting papers, could not help but draw closer, quietly gathering with their notebooks, eagerly awaiting Jiang Nan's translation. Their demeanor resembled that of a group of eager children thirsting for knowledge, including Hu Yifei herself. Among them, Yu Laosan was the closest, fearful of missing any detail. How fortunate that this was the office of the Chinese language department, where only the language teachers were present. Otherwise, they might have been left in utter disbelief. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Oh, is that all there is to it? You should have mentioned it earlier." He had been startled, thinking that Wu Jiahao had some unreasonable demands of him. He had already mentally prepared to decline. However, if it was merely a translation task, that would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, in classroom 304, Bai Yingying occasionally glanced towards the door, as Jiang Nan had been called away by Hu Yifei for quite some time without returning. Jiang Nan had been caught playing a game. Yet Hu teacher did not impose any immediate punishment, so it was reasonable to assume he would not face further consequences. Still, why had he not returned? His absence left an emptiness in her heart, and her mind felt foggy, making it difficult to concentrate on her studies. This posed a dilemma, one that required urgent attention. However, urgency proved futile as the minutes turned into hours. As the third evening self-study session approached its conclusion, Jiang Nan's figure remained absent. Occasionally, teachers passed by in the corridor outside, not the same teacher nor from the same subject. They would peer through the window towards Jiang Nan's direction, only to leave in disappointment upon not spotting him. Yet, shortly thereafter, they would return to search for him once more. Thus, they came and went repeatedly throughout the 3 evening study sessions, with an unknown number of teachers passing by classroom 304. Most were unfamiliar to her, but she could identify those from the physics, chemistry, and biology departments. How reminiscent this scene was of last night's evening study session. At this hour yesterday, many teachers had gathered outside the window of classroom 304, marveling at Jiang Nan, lingering for quite some time. The difference lay in the fact that yesterday it was solely mathematics teachers, while today saw a congregation of teachers from physics, chemistry, and biology combined. The reason for this was simple. They had just finished grading Jiang Nan's comprehensive science examination from the monthly assessment, which contained no errors whatsoever. This implied that Jiang Nan had achieved a perfect score of 300. A perfect score, though this was merely a monthly exam and not the college entrance examination. No student in the history of Sanzhong had ever attained a full score in comprehensive science. This was tantamount to breaking a long-standing record. Naturally, the multitude of teachers from the physics, chemistry, and biology departments were filled with astonishment, eagerly wishing to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan. Regrettably, he remained absent from his seat, leaving them to come and go in vain, their disappointment palpable. However, this has indeed become a source of distress for the students of class 304. Much like last night, numerous students in the class felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. No, it was even greater than the previous evening. After all, the collective scrutiny from 3 subject teachers could not possibly be compared to that of just one mathematics instructor. Dear teachers, I have truly had enough of these days. I implore you to conduct your inspections in other classes. Please, do not return. Otherwise, we shall be on the brink of collapse. Woe is me. Chapter 79. The results are out. Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese. Will the students of class 4 be able to withstand this? Jiang Nan was uncertain, but he knew one thing. He was perilously close to his breaking point. Initially, he had thought that if it were merely a translation of the essay he had written, it would be a simple task. 3 minutes would suffice. And then he could return to the classroom. Yet, the outcome was a resounding slap to the face. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Not only 3 minutes, but even 300 minutes would not suffice to navigate this ordeal. The insatiable curiosity of the Chinese teachers rivaled that of Bai Yingying, capable of inflicting utter torment. As Jiang Nan endeavored to translate his essay, those teachers perched on their little stools, armed with notepads, engaged in a relentless barrage of questions, dissecting each phrase as if conducting an archaeological dig. For instance, I have long admired the noble integrity of Bo Yi and Shu Qi, who refrained from consuming the chestnuts of Zhou. Jade may be shattered, yet its purity remains intact. Bamboo may be broken, yet its integrity is unscathed. A scholar dies for a true friend, and a person survives through honesty. How could I stoop to consume the grain of Wu and live a life of mediocrity? Each inquiry was laced with numerous allusions, and the questions exceeded 50 in number. In summary, 3 minutes turned into yet another 3 minutes, and again 3 minutes, until the evening study session concluded. Only then did he manage to finish elucidating his essay. During this arduous process, Yu Laosan had attempted to interject with further questions. But ultimately, it was the group leader, Wu Jiahao, who could no longer bear it and interrupted Yu Laosan, suppressing the myriad of unresolved queries from the other teachers, allowing Jiang Nan to return home for a well-deserved rest. At this point, Jiang Nan felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, and he bolted away. Good grief. This was nothing short of a colossal pitfall, one that could ensnare souls without recompense. These Chinese teachers were voracious demons, far more formidable than the fierce Hu Yifei. Indeed, one must learn to maintain a lower profile. Had he done so before, he would not find himself in this predicament. However, now, tranquility was a distant dream. The frustration was palpable, all thanks to that wretched system. On the following day, the atmosphere throughout the school grew increasingly tense, particularly among the seniors. The overwhelming majority of students spent the day in anxious anticipation, for the monthly examinations had concluded, and they were now awaiting the results. Though they all harbored a sense of foreboding about their performance, they braced themselves for what was to come. Yet there exists a yearning to ascertain one's examination score, to discern one's rank within the class and the school, to uncover the highest scores achieved both within the class and the institution, who stands as the top performer in the class, and who claims the title of the best in the school. This sentiment ought to resonate with every student following the conclusion of each assessment, regardless of their academic prowess. However, as one class passes, then another, and an entire morning of lessons elapses, the results of the monthly examination remain unannounced, leading to an air of disappointment among the students. At last, during the final session of the afternoon, the results are revealed. In Class 304, what was originally designated as a physical education class has been commandeered by the homeroom teacher. Suddenly, the bell rings. With a thunderous march, Hu Yifei strides into the classroom, her presence commanding immediate attention. It is worth noting that she is not wearing high-heeled shoes. Yet the weight of her footsteps surpasses that of any heels, nearly drowning out the sound of the bell. Instantly, every student adopts a serious demeanor, their bodies tense, scarcely daring to breathe. It is evident that the examination results have been released, yet the anticipation is fraught with anxiety, as it is likely that the outcomes are less than favorable, prompting the formidable Hu Yifei to be in a foul mood. Everyone holds their breath, careful not to provoke her. However, upon entering, Hu Yifei casts only a meaningful glance toward Jiang Nan at the back of the room. 10 seconds pass, then 30, then a full minute, and still she remains silent. Her reticence only heightens the unease, as the atmosphere in the classroom becomes palpably eerie, with the sound of heartbeats echoing in the stillness. Jiang Nan, feeling the tension, unconsciously lowers his gaze, employing a silent tactic of invisibility. Thus, they remain in this standoff for an extended period until Hu Yifei finally shifts her attention, producing the report card and addressing the class. The results of the monthly examination have been released, but I need not elaborate. You are all aware of how you fared, are you not? In an instant, heads bow in unison, a clear indication that none have performed well. Overwhelmed by shame, they find themselves unable to face one another. Honestly, I am embarrassed for you, she continues. Although the exam proved to be quite challenging, must you all have fared so poorly? Take the Chinese language section, for instance. Even if the poetry appreciation and classical literature portions were difficult, the total score was still 150. Yet, not a single one of you managed to secure even 100 points. And very few achieved a passing grade. An air of despondency envelopes the room, with many on the brink of tears. Not even 100 points. That surely refers to you all. Let us simply hope for the possibility of passing. Otherwise, it would indeed evoke a river of sorrow. However, there is a glimmer of joy amidst the gloom. In the history of our school, no student has ever achieved a perfect score in the Chinese language examination. Yet this time, one individual has accomplished a remarkable feat, scoring a perfect 150, and astonishingly, it is from our class. The revelation sent a wave of astonishment throughout the room. What? A perfect score? 150 points? Is it truly possible for someone to attain such a score in Chinese? It is nothing short of extraordinary. Who is this prodigy? Almost instinctively, the crowd's gaze turned towards Jiang Nan's position, including that of Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian. If anyone could achieve a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be the much-discussed Jiang Nan. You are not mistaken, the sole student in our class who scored above 100 in Chinese, breaking the school record with a perfect score of 150, is indeed Jiang Nan, Hu Yifei proclaimed with certainty. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd as many widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Yes, they had prepared themselves for this moment. Especially Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others, who had speculated yesterday that Jiang Nan would score full marks in Chinese. However, when the official confirmation arrived, their shock remained undiminished. Only Bai Yingying felt differently. While I cannot rival Jiang Nan in Chinese, he has a total score of only 600. I still have hope of catching up. As Qin Yuma absorbed the shock, she clenched her fists in silent encouragement to herself. This was her only remaining belief. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, they had already resigned themselves to despair yesterday, lacking the courage to compete with Jiang Nan any longer. All that remained for them was admiration and awe towards Jiang Nan. Truly, the South God deserves his title. Who would have anticipated his perfect score in Chinese? It is simply remarkable. A perfect score in Chinese. I could scarcely dare to imagine it. The poetry appreciation and classical texts left me bewildered. Yet Jiang Nan managed to solve them. Even the essay was challenging, yet he achieved full marks there as well. It is utterly inconceivable. From now on, he shall be my sole idol. Chapter 80. Mathematics and Comprehensive Science also achieve full marks. Yet he is not the top in the school? All right, everyone. Please quiet down and allow me to finish my announcement. Not only did Jiang Nan score a perfect 150 in Chinese, but he also achieved a flawless 150 in mathematics and a perfect 300 in comprehensive science. As the classmates in the room were still reeling from the shock, Hu Yifei knocked on the table once more, dropping another bombshell. The crowd erupted again in astonishment. What? Perfect scores in mathematics and comprehensive science? Everyone present began to doubt their own ears. They were aware that Jiang Nan was a concealed academic prodigy, knew that he had performed exceptionally well in the recent examination, and understood that he might potentially achieve a perfect score. However, they had never contemplated that Jiang Nan could secure full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. After all, he had mentioned the previous night that his total score was around 600. While 600 was undeniably high, enough to inspire awe among them, the total score for the monthly examination was 750. If Jiang Nan's total was 600, it seemed implausible for him to have achieved so many perfect scores. Yet now, Hu Yifei's words left them in a state of confusion. With a total score of 600 and having achieved perfect marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, which already summed to 600, how would one account for the foreign language score? Could it be that Jiang Nan scored a 0? That was hardly conceivable. Given his prowess in Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, it was improbable for him to score nothing in foreign language. Moreover, if memory served, Jiang Nan's past performances had always hovered around mediocrity, with scores that were neither high nor low, but seemingly sufficient to pass. This implied that Jiang Nan's foreign language score must be at least 90. A sudden premonition surged within the crowd. For Hu Yifei could not possibly be lying, and Jiang Nan could not have scored a 0 in foreign language. Thus, eliminating these impossibilities, the only remaining explanation was that Jiang Nan had been dishonest the previous night. His total score was not 600, but rather likely 700 or even higher. But why would he do such a thing? Aside from Bai Yingying, the others cast puzzled glances back at Jiang Nan. As for the class leader, Qin Yuma, her body trembled, her complexion paled, and her gaze toward Jiang Nan was filled with complexity, shock, fear, despair, and a touch of relief. For while others were oblivious to Jiang Nan's reasons for deceit, she harbored an understanding. Perhaps Jiang Nan had done it for her sake? Had he claimed a total score of 600 instead of 700 to prevent her from collapsing under the weight of expectation? Was he granting her a moment of reprieve? Thus, upon learning of Jiang Nan's true scores, she still managed to harbor a glimmer of relief? In truth, she was overthinking. Everyone present was overthinking. Jiang Nan had not lied the previous night. He simply had not been afforded the opportunity to explain. Teacher, what was Jiang Nan's score in foreign language? Teacher, since Jiang Nan scored full marks in Chinese, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, surely he must have performed well in foreign language too? It was certain that he had done well. If not a perfect score, passing was undoubtedly assured, and he must have exceeded 100. Wouldn't he that bring his total to 700? Goodness, 700? What an extraordinary score. Our school has never witnessed such an extraordinary score, has it? Teacher, with Jiang Nan's remarkable performance, he surely stands unparalleled. Even Qin Feng, the prodigious student of Class 1, Renowned for dominating the rankings for 3 consecutive years, cannot possibly compare, can he? Qin Feng is certainly no match for Jiang Nan. In the past, Qin Feng's best score barely reached 645. Given the difficulty of this exam, he is likely to score lower. Thus, Jiang Nan has decisively outshone Qin Feng this time. How splendid! Our class has finally produced a super scholar capable of securing the top position in the entire school. Truly worthy of being called the Southern Deity. A chorus of self-reflection echoed among the crowd, followed by jubilant cheers and an overwhelming sense of pride. Everyone was elated and reveling in the moment. However, unbeknownst to them, while they believed they had deduced the outcome correctly, Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. As for Hu Yifei, her expression darkened ominously. Silence. Everyone quiet down. Once more, Hu Yifei rapped her desk, and only after her hand had grown numb did the classroom settle into silence. Stop your wild conjectures. Jiang Nan did not achieve a perfect score in foreign language. He did not score 100 or even 90, but rather a complete 0. Therefore, his total score stands at 600, neither a point more nor a point less, placing him second in the school. A collective gasp echoed through the room, followed by a profound silence. Was this truly the reality? They could hardly comprehend it. Jiang Nan had scored full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. Yet his total remained at 600 solely because he scored 0 in foreign language? How could this be possible? Throughout 3 years of high school, no one in the entire class had ever received a 0 in foreign language. The lowest scores were always in the teens or 20s. Did Jiang Nan deliberately leave the foreign language exam blank? Why are you all standing there in shock? Although Jiang Nan is merely the second in the school, he is nonetheless the highest scorer in our class, is he not? Shouldn't you all quickly applaud and congratulate him for bringing honor to our class? Seeing her classmates frozen in disbelief, Hu Yifei could no longer restrain herself and struck the desk forcefully. Yet, the words bringing honor to our class seemed to emerge from her throat with great reluctance, laden with palpable dissatisfaction and even anger. In response, Jiang Nan and the others present felt the weight of her words. This was indeed a perplexing situation. Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao all turned their gazes to Jiang Nan in unison, realizing that he was truly exceptional. Teacher, does this mean the top position in the school still belongs to Qin Feng? Indeed. How much did Qin Feng score? 602, just 2 points more? Indeed. Just 2 points more. Suddenly, someone mustered the courage to pose 3 questions, to which Hu Yifei readily responded. However, following her answers, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Jiang Nan. As the instigator, his expression darkened in an instant. He swore it was entirely unintentional. If only someone would believe him. Yet, the crowd remained. Speechless ridicule ensued. Not intentional. Even a fool would not buy that. With a foreign language score of 0, and relying solely on his Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science scores, achieving a total of 600, how could he possibly be merely 2 points shy of Qin Feng? Just 2 points? With a foreign language paper worth 150 points, even if he left the essay unwritten and the fill-in-the-blanks blank, randomly answering the multiple-choice questions would yield more than 2 points. Wouldn't it? Was this not a deliberate mockery? Or perhaps a personal vendetta? A purposeful slap in the face? Nevertheless, the slap was quite satisfying. It had a certain flavor to it. Chapter 81. This unfortunate child. Why does he refuse to heed advice? On the other side, in classroom 301, situated at the opposite end of the corridor from class 304, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Wang, was also announcing the monthly exam results with a complex expression. This time, our class did not perform as well as in the past. However, given the difficulty of the exam, it was somewhat understandable. The top score in the entire school still belonged to our class, that being Qin Feng. He scored 105 in Chinese, 108 in mathematics, 259 in comprehensive science, and 130 in foreign language, totaling 602, truly commendable. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. This was customary after every exam, from freshman to senior year. Each time, Qin Feng emerged as the top student in the entire school. Hence, upon the announcement of the results, everyone would naturally applaud him, expressing both congratulations and a sense of pride. Although the top score was not their own, it belonged to a classmate, and they felt a shared honor in that. In response, Qin Feng, seated in the front row, remained composed. After all, this was entirely expected, regardless of how he performed. He had been the top student for the past 3 years, maintaining a significant lead over the second place, truly a solitary victor. Even though this exam was particularly challenging and fraught with unforeseen circumstances, including a certain Jiang Nan who had been the talk of the town, rumored to potentially surpass him. Qin Feng never truly regarded Jiang Nan as a competitor, especially after the incident in the cafeteria yesterday, where he had taken the initiative to compare answers with Jiang Nan, only to be arrogantly rebuffed. He no longer considered Jiang Nan a rival. In his view, while Jiang Nan possessed a certain level of ability, it was largely exaggerated. A fade without substance. He was not a worthy opponent. Forever he remains solely himself. As for Jiang Nan, that lad is not deserving. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. This was due to the fact that after the homeroom teacher, Xiao Wang, announced his overall score, he did not mention Qin Feng's name again, but continued onward. The second place in the class was Luo Min, who scored 92 in Chinese, 98 in mathematics, 246 in comprehensive science, and 121 in foreign language, totaling 557 points, ranking 5th in the entire school, a significant improvement, worthy of commendation. The ninth place was Li Ming, with scores of 85 in Chinese, 55 in mathematics, 230 in comprehensive science, and 140 in foreign language, totaling 510 points. What does this score signify? Li Ming, your performance is rather unexpected this time, is it not? Your Chinese and comprehensive science scores are acceptable, but mathematics, your strongest subject, should not have yielded a mere 55 points, even if the exam was particularly challenging. That is quite unusual and warrants serious reflection. However, foreign language has always been your Achilles heel, often hovering around the 90s in exams. Yet this time, you astonishingly achieved a high score of 140. All the previous questions were full marks, with only the essay losing 10 points. Ranking first in the entire school, a rapid advancement that is truly remarkable and deserving of special mention. When time permits, please come up and share your experience of such swift improvement for everyone's benefit. Qin Feng. He sensed something amiss, but at first, he could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong. It wasn't until the homeroom teacher announced Li Ming's scores that he finally realized that Xiao Wang seemed to have been rather cursory when revealing his own scores. In the past, Xiao Wang would not only announce his individual subject scores, but also his total score and ranking as first in the school, which should be expected. Just like Li Ming's foreign language score of 140, which ranked first in the school. Yet this time, Xiao Wang did not mention it. This implies that while he is first overall in the school, his individual subject scores are not. The first place in foreign language has been seized by Li Ming, who surpassed him by a full 10 points. What about Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science? Who holds those ranks? For 3 years, he has dominated the top scores in every subject without anyone able to rival him, let alone surpass him. Yet now, aside from his total score still being first, all his individual first places have been taken away. How could this be possible? He could hardly bring himself to believe it. But the reality was laid bare before him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Teacher, please tell me, in this examination, do I hold only the overall first place in the school, while my individual subjects do not? Realizing the situation, Qin Feng, unable to wait for Xiao Wang to finish announcing the class scores, eagerly posed his question aloud. Xiao Wang's expression was complex, unsure of how to respond. Silence implies acceptance, Qin Feng asserted, his gaze fixed intently on teacher Xiao Wang. Please, enlighten me regarding the top scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. Who has achieved the highest in each subject? Xiao Wang's expression was complex, revealing his reluctance to respond. Cough, cough. Qin Feng, you have already secured the highest total score. Does it truly matter if you are not first in individual subjects? However, Qin Feng remained resolute, his determination unwavering. No, from my first year until now, I have consistently been first, both in total scores and individual subjects. This time, I have lost my place at the top, and I must know. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly desperate for the information. Enough, Xiao Wang urged. Focus on your studies. This month's examination was particularly challenging, especially in Chinese and mathematics, far more difficult than the college entrance examination. Yet you still managed to score 602 points. Continue your efforts, and you stand a significant chance of being admitted to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. Keep at it. He offered a reassuring fist bump to Qin Feng, deliberately avoiding the question. However, the more Xiao Wang evaded the topic, the more anxious Qin Feng became. his eyes reddening further as an ominous premonition washed over him. "No. Teacher, are you concealing something from me? Please, just tell me. Even if you do not divulge the information, I will surely discover it once the scores are released, will I not?" Alas, this unfortunate child, Xiao Duwang sighed. "Why do you not heed my advice? My silence is for your own good. After being your homeroom teacher for 3 years, do you think I do not understand you? Though your grades are exceptional and you consistently rank first, your lack of competition has fostered a certain arrogance within you, leading you to disregard others. This arrogance has its merits and drawbacks. The advantage lies in the potential to maintain your solitary pursuit of excellence until the college entrance examinations, where such relentless ambition might indeed shatter the constraints that have held back our school for nearly a decade, allowing you to gain admission to prestigious institutions. Yet, it also has its perils. Much like now, when a few unexpected competitors emerge, seizing the top scores, it can easily deal a blow to your confidence. If you are not careful, your self-assurance may crumble, leading to disastrous consequences. Chapter 82. The first place, Qin Feng feels despondent, while the top foreign language student, Li Ming, has fainted? Very well. Since you insist on knowing, I shall reveal it to you. Indeed, you are not the top scorer in any subject this time. Li Ming has achieved the highest in foreign language, while the top scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science have all been claimed by Jiang Nan from class 304. Ultimately, Xiao Duwang could not withstand Qin Feng's insistence and revealed the truth. The moment those words were uttered, astonishment enveloped the entire room. Every student in class 301, without exception, widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping repeatedly in shock. This was truly earth-shattering news. Jiang Nan. In the past, they were unfamiliar with him. However, in recent days, he had become a topic of discussion. It was said that he was a dark horse, excelling in both Chinese and mathematics, even causing a significant stir, comparable to the renowned Qin Feng. Yet, in their eyes, he merely stood in Qin Feng's shadow. Surpassing him? That was utterly inconceivable. After all, in their hearts, Qin Feng was invincible, a myth that no one could shatter. Yet now, had that myth been broken? The top scores in Chinese, mathematics, and integrated sciences were astonishingly claimed by Jiang Nan alone. This was simply unfathomable. As the person directly involved, Qin Feng was taken aback, nearly losing his breath in disbelief. Jiang Nan. It was indeed Jiang Nan. The top scores in 3 subjects had been snatched away by him. How could this be? Why was this happening? If the top scores had been distributed among 3 different individuals, he might have accepted it. Just like when Li Ming secured the top score in foreign languages. He had said nothing. But why was it that only one person, especially one with whom he had a grievance, had achieved this? Qin Feng, do not be overly distressed. Although Jiang Nan is formidable, his overall score is still beneath yours. Xiao Duwang, fearing the impact of this revelation on Qin Feng, hurriedly attempted to offer some words of comfort. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Feng. Teacher, what were Jiang Nan's scores in the 3 subjects? Well, that it can't be that you cannot disclose it? It's not that I can't say. It's just Xiao Duwang's expression was complicated, hesitating to continue. If you can say it, then please do. Rest assured, it is merely a setback, and I can bear it. Qin Feng clenched his fist, trying to bolster his spirits. Well, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Full marks? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly bulged his eyes out in disbelief. Are you saying Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in integrated sciences? Indeed. Then what is his total score? His total score is 600. Placing him second in the entire school, he is merely 2 points behind you, so you are truly impressive. Qin Feng stood there, stunned, with countless question marks swirling above his head. He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten how to do arithmetic. Yes, 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in integrated sciences indeed added up to a total of 600. It was also true that he was 2 points short of that. Yet, why did he feel that something was amiss? Wasn't there supposed to be 4 subjects in this month's examination? Besides Chinese, mathematics, and integrated sciences, wasn't there also a foreign language? Teacher? Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the podium where Xiao Duwang stood, perplexed. What about the foreign language? How could Jiang Nan have scored a 0? A score of 0? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Nan possibly have received a score of 0? A student who could achieve full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science could not possibly score 0 in a foreign language, regardless of their proficiency. Indeed, it was 0. Was it due to absence or blank responses? Neither. He completed the entire examination paper, yet every answer was incorrect, resulting in a score of 0. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Surely, even if he guessed randomly, he would not score 0. He would have stumbled upon a few correct answers in the multiple-choice section, and the essay would surely earn him some points. Qin Feng was not alone in his disbelief. Every single person present shared his incredulity. A foreign language paper worth 150 points. If one could not answer the multiple-choice questions, one could at least select for all, and if the essay was beyond them, they could incorporate all the words they knew or copy a few sentences from the reading comprehension section. High scores were unattainable, but surely 20 or 30 points could be salvaged. The issue remained that Jiang Nan indeed scored 0. He had answered every multiple-choice question incorrectly. Not a single word in the fill-in-the-blank section was correct, and as for the essay, he had written it in ancient Greek, rendering it incomprehensible to the foreign language teacher. Qin Feng. The students present. Each one was equally bewildered. Qin Feng's complexion turned pale. He could barely stand and collapsed back into his seat with a thud. Just a moment longer, and he might have succumbed to a fit of rage, bleeding internally. He was not foolish. He could not possibly believe that Jiang Nan had truly failed so spectacularly, even if he had completed the paper. On the contrary, he was absolutely certain that Jiang Nan had intentionally avoided all correct answers. This so-called monthly examination was, for Jiang Nan, merely child's play, exceedingly simple. If he wished, he could easily achieve full marks in foreign language as well. A grand total of 750 points? The thought brought Qin Feng to the brink of tears. How he had previously looked down upon Jiang Nan. Yet now he realized that it was Jiang Nan who had been looking down upon him. Yesterday, in the cafeteria, when he sought Jiang Nan's answers for the comprehensive science exam, Jiang Nan had dismissed the necessity, claiming he had answered correctly. At that moment, Qin Feng had laughed at Jiang Nan's arrogance. Now, however, he recognized his own ignorance. Perhaps Jiang Nan had deliberately scored 0 in the final foreign language exam to humiliate him? A total score of 600, precisely 2 points less than his own, intended to convey that he was rather foolish? At that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he wished to cease existing. Sharing a similar sentiment was Li Ming. Among those present, no one understood Jiang Nan's true capabilities in foreign language better than Li Ming. After all, he merely transcribed all of Jiang Nan's rough drafts to achieve a score of 140, securing the top position in the entire school. It was solely due to his failure to replicate the essay, because Jiang Nan had not written one, that he was penalized by 10 points. Initially, this should have been a cause for celebration. At long last, he had demonstrated to everyone that he was not only proficient in mathematics, but his prowess in foreign languages was equally commendable. Yet, in this moment, he found himself utterly devoid of joy. The reason being, his score was excessively high. Had he merely managed to copy a score in the range of 110 to 112, he would have felt elated. However, achieving 140 and becoming the top student left him feeling anything but pleased. It is noteworthy that even Qin Feng had only scored 130. What merit did he possess to attain a score of 140? Such anomalies often harbor underlying issues. Should anyone discover the truth, his fate would be sealed. Indeed, there was no need to wait for that moment, for trouble was imminent. Xiao Duwang, noticing that the entire class, including Qin Feng, was disheartened, swiftly diverted the conversation. All right, everyone, do not be astonished by the 3 first-place scores from other classes, nor deem them exceedingly impressive. In truth, our class is not lacking at all. Without mentioning Qin Feng, let us consider our classmate Li Ming. Although he did not perform well in mathematics, he has made remarkable strides in foreign languages, securing the top position. Next, we shall invite him to the stage to share his insights on learning foreign languages. Let us give him a round of applause. To his credit, Xiao Duwang harbored no suspicions of Li Ming's integrity. He merely sought to uplift the spirits of his peers. He wished to prevent everyone, including Qin Feng, from languishing in the shadows of defeat, thus prompting him to call upon Li Ming to share his experiences. The intention was to establish a role model and inspire the class. However, upon hearing his name, Li Ming was so startled that he trembled, his eyes rolled back, and before he could even rise, he fainted. Qin Feng, Xiao Duwang, numerous classmates. In an instant, the room erupted in astonishment. Chapter 83. All points rewards received. Let us do another 10 consecutive draws soon enough. Jiang Nan became a sensation, a phenomenon that was completely undeniable. The entirety of the third high school became familiar with him, transcending not only the senior year, but also the second and first years, alongside all the teachers, the cleaning staff, and the gatekeepers. Prior to this, they had only heard whispers and rumors about Jiang Nan, the dark horse, the academic prodigy in the cafeteria. However, now, with the monthly exam scores and overall rankings released, one could only exclaim, "Goodness, this is truly remarkable." Despite scoring 0 in the foreign language exam, he achieved perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, ranking second in the entire school. Who was unaware that in this examination, foreign languages are the easiest, while Chinese and mathematics pose the greatest challenges, and the comprehensive sciences are far from simple. Yet this individual managed to score a 0 in the simplest subject, but achieved full marks in the most difficult ones. It goes without saying, this must be a deliberate act. Merely based on the scores from these 3 subjects, he trails only 2 points behind the top student, Qin Feng. What thoughts must cross Qin Feng's mind? The impact may not be severe, but the insult is profoundly potent. Were I in Qin Feng's position, witnessing such scores would surely evoke thoughts of despair. It is truly humiliating. There may be animosity between them. I witnessed their confrontation in the cafeteria yesterday, an unabashed slap to the face, leaving one in tears of laughter after class. The entire campus erupted in discussion, marveling at Jiang Nan's prowess while mourning for Qin Feng's misfortune. Some busybodies even concocted a tale of rivalry and enmity between these 2 academic titans. One cannot deny that this narrative sounds thrilling and invigorating. One has reigned atop the school's rankings for 3 years, securing first place in every examination. A figure akin to a majestic dragon. Yet today, he has been vanquished by an unexpected challenger, resembling a plot from a novel. How fitting. In this scenario, the one suffering the most, teetering on the brink of despair, is undoubtedly Qin Feng, who hides in the classroom, too ashamed to face anyone. His mental state has crumbled. However, unbeknownst to him, on the other side, Jiang Nan, the protagonist of this dramatic turn, has never truly regarded Qin Feng with any significant concern. I assure you, Jiang Nan did not intentionally aim to humiliate him, nor did he harbor any intent to mock his perceived incompetence. It was an accident, purely an accident. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon a certain system. After all, the scoring task was issued by the system, and Jiang Nan, in pursuit of those meager points and rewards, had no choice but to comply and complete it with ease. At this moment, while the outside world is engulfed in a tempest of discussion, even online debates are raging, he is merely engrossed in examining the system. Ding. Super Invincible Study Demon Scoring System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects, reading 10 lines at a glance. Photographic memory, ability to infer and deduce. Side effects, the user must expend mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physical condition, 35. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery draws available, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, for precisely completing the full marks task in this month's Chinese examination, earning a reward of 1 in physical condition, 1 in Chinese foundation, 1 in Chinese potential, and 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for precisely completing the full marks task in this month's mathematics examination, earning a reward of 1 in physical condition, 1 in mathematics foundation, 1 in mathematics potential, and 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving a perfect score in this month's comprehensive examination. You are rewarded with enhancements to your physical fitness, foundational knowledge in physics and chemistry, as well as potential in both subjects, alongside a substantial accumulation of points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the foreign language task with a score of 0, earning you additional rewards in physical fitness, foundational skills in foreign languages, and potential, along with a modest point increase. Ding. Given your commendable performance in the score control task, the system has generously granted you an extra reward of 400 points and upgraded your skills, doubling your extraordinary memory and comprehension. Jiang Nan. Upon hearing the incessant chimes resonating in his mind, he found himself momentarily taken aback. This system truly has undergone a transformation. The earlier rewards were rather pedestrian, whether it be the enhancement of physical fitness or the increase in foundational and potential knowledge across various subjects. These were expected outcomes. However, The final reward was astonishing, a bonus of 400 points. This equates to the completion of 4 control tasks, not to mention the skill upgrade. Remarkable. A single word encapsulates his feelings, exhilarating. Previously, Jiang Nan harbored slight dissatisfaction with the system, but in that instant, it vanished entirely. This system, no, this delightful system, is simply too endearing. I love you, dear system. Ding. The system panel has been updated, revealing the following data. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language arts, level 9 mathematics, level 9 foreign language, level 9 physics, level 9 chemistry, level 9 biology, level 9 remarks, exceptional foundational knowledge in all subjects, with boundless potential. Skills, extraordinary memory and comprehension, effects, rapid reading, perfect retention, ability to extrapolate. Side effects, requires mental energy, replenished through sleep. Physical condition, 41 points, 1,000 current lottery chances, 10. Note, the host may engage in a 10-fold draw, significantly increasing the probability of winning. Inventory, empty. Haha. Upon viewing the system data panel, Jiang Nan was overjoyed to see his skills upgraded from extraordinary to exceptionally strong. The distinction between these terms, although subtle, is profound. Extraordinary implies exceeding expectations, yet with a hint of moderation. Exceptionally strong, however, signifies an achievement at an unimaginable pinnacle, an unparalleled prowess. This is evidenced by the transition from rapid reading to an even more accelerated level and the ability to extrapolate comprehensively. Remarkable. Even the so-called typing machines and quantum reading techniques pale in comparison. Yet, it was the phrase 10-fold draw that made Jiang Nan's lips twitch. What a delightful surprise. It seems that I have been awaited here. No wonder the system unexpectedly rewarded him with 400 points, clearly intending for him to accumulate a total of 1,000 and embark on a 10-fold draw. Truly, such intentions are insincere. I can only hope that this will enhance the probability of winning. Ideally, something extraordinary would emerge from this endeavor. Ding. The system detects that the host possesses surplus points and is eligible for a 10-fold draw. Shall I proceed with the lottery now? Yes, let us draw. Ding. The grand lucky wheel. The 10-fold draw commences. Ding. Abandon the umbrella. Ear of wine. 0. Abandon ear. Chapter 84. A mathematical commentary, where some rejoice while others lament. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a reward. Basic knowledge in all subjects. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a reward. Potential in all subjects. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a acing fruit, which has been stored in the system's inventory. Please check it. Host. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a strength chocolate, which has been stored in the system's inventory. Please check it. Host. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill ancient text interpretation. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill vocabulary interpretation. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill mathematical Olympiad interpretation. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill physical competence interpretation. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill chemical competence interpretation. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill biological competence interpretation. Jiang Nan. The sound of 10 winning notifications echoed in his mind. Yet, his expression darkened. He had anticipated that the 10-fold draw would yield something remarkable. But what was the outcome? Indeed, the system was correct. The 10-fold draw does enhance the probability of winning. Yet, despite winning, not a single thank you is to be found. But what are these? For others, these reward skills are indeed treasures. However, for Jiang Nan, they are as useful as a chicken rib. His foundational knowledge in all subjects is already exceedingly profound. With boundless potential, what use is a reward of 1 to him? The acing fruit is similarly irrelevant. His visage is already imbued with a captivating aura. Flawless and perfect, he is a sight to behold, admired by all, adored by flowers, and even causing tires to burst and beer cans to pop open upon sight. TSK. Could he possibly become more handsome? Even if he could, it would not satisfy his hunger. After all, the experience of being overwhelmed by a throng of fervent admirers is anything but pleasant. It is wiser to maintain a low profile. As for the strength chocolate, it goes without saying. Such a concoction that could lead one to baldness, aside from being gifted to Wang Pengzi, he would never consume it, no matter the circumstances. Regarding the skills ancient text interpretation, vocabulary interpretation, mathematical Olympiad interpretation, and others, While they possess a hint of novelty, his proficiency in subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, and biology has already reached the pinnacle of the high school level, achieving the perfect score of 9. Even without these skills, he would have excelled. However, he is able to compose essays in classical Chinese and can solve even the most challenging mathematical problems in an instant, effortlessly grasping the intricacies of the natural sciences as well. Thus, one might wonder if these skills are truly significant at all. At most, they seem to serve merely as embellishments. Alas, this series of 10 consecutive draws is nothing short of a colossal pitfall. Cursed be the system that brings forth progeny without merit. The following day, the bell for the first class rang. It was mathematics class. In walked Chao Tianyuan, beaming with a smile. Prior to this, Chao Tianyuan was known for his stern demeanor, embodying the archetype of a serious academic, his expressions always grave. To call him an antiquated figure would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, his face radiated with joy. To an unknowing observer, one might mistake him for a reincarnation of the Buddha of laughter. The reason for this transformation lies in Jiang Nan. As a fervent lover of mathematics, Chao Tianyuan has always pursued two objectives relentlessly. Firstly, he aspires to transcend his own limitations, to elevate his understanding of mathematics to greater heights and venture further into its depths. Secondly, he yearns to cultivate a student who surpasses him, achieving accomplishments beyond his own reach. Presently, he perceives a glimmer of hope regarding both aspirations. During the recent monthly examination, he witnessed Jiang Nan unravel the final problem using 3 distinct methods, which profoundly inspired him, as if he had opened a door within himself, revealing the very limits that had constrained him. He is certain that Jiang Nan is far more exceptional than he himself. Although Jiang Nan has yet to achieve notable success in mathematics, Chao Tianyuan believes that one day he will undoubtedly astonish the world in this field. Naturally, the former, humorless Chao Tianyuan has vanished, replaced by the current version of himself, a middle-aged man whose visage is perpetually adorned with a smile. Initially, he found this disposition unfamiliar. Yet over the past few days, the entire mathematics faculty has come to recognize Jiang Nan as the prodigy he has nurtured. With the profuse praise he has received, he has grown accustomed to smiling. Regarding the results of this month's mathematics examination, it is well known that Jiang Nan achieved the highest score of 150, earning the title of the top student in the entire school, serving as a model for others to emulate. As for the second place, it was Qin Yuma with a score of 98, who, alongside Luo Min from class 301, tied for third in the school, trailing only behind Qin Feng's score of 108. This performance, while not exemplary, is certainly commendable, particularly given the considerable difficulty of this examination. Maintaining this level of achievement is crucial. Fifth place went to Suyu, who scored a mere 90, just passing. This score is somewhat below your usual standard. Suyu, considering mathematics is your forte. Upon reviewing your answer sheet, I noted that your initial responses were satisfactory, demonstrating a solid grasp of the fundamentals, yet your later answers were incomplete, yielding only minimal points for the steps taken. Although the subsequent questions present a certain level of difficulty, given your capabilities, it is implausible that you could fail to complete even a single question. Thus, I urge you to strive harder. While I do not expect you to reach the heights of Jiang Nan, I firmly believe that you are capable of achieving even greater success. As for Bai Yingying, she scored 85, falling short of passing. Truth be told, although an 85 is not a passing score, I perceive significant potential for her improvement. She is, apart from Jiang Nan, the only student in the class who managed to solve the final challenging problem. However, her foundational knowledge appears somewhat shaky, leading her to err on the relatively simpler questions, resulting in a lower overall score. I am confident that with continued effort and a focus on strengthening her fundamentals, Bai Yingying will undoubtedly perform better in the next examination. After the monthly assessment, the focus of the lessons shifted towards scores and problem solving. Chao Tianyuan was no exception. Upon distributing the answer sheets, he provided feedback on each student's performance, noting whether they had progressed or regressed, offering encouragement or criticism accordingly. Naturally, this elicited mixed reactions within the class. Some rejoiced while others were disheartened. The majority, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, felt dismayed. Their scores, when compared to Jiang Nan's, were indeed worlds apart, entirely in a different league. Even though they were aware of this disparity yesterday, being reminded of it now still stung. Only Bai Yingying felt elated. Despite once again not surpassing Qin Yuma, nor even Su Yu, she received praise from Chao Tianyuan. This was indeed a first. In that moment, she felt invigorated, filled with a newfound determination to outshine Qin Yuma. Were it not for the fact that they were still in class, she would have loved to cling to Jiang Nan and extract every ounce of his wisdom. After just one tutoring session with him, her mathematics had improved significantly. Imagine if she had several such sessions. She would surely soar to great heights. Oh, Qin Yuma, just wait and see. With Jiang Nan's assistance, I am certain I will surpass you in the next examination. A similar scene unfolded during the second period of physics, the third period of chemistry, and the fourth period of biology. Each class saw the teacher providing individual feedback, which invariably left the students feeling disheartened. The expressions of Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Xiang Yi were nothing short of theatrical, oscillating between despair and exasperation. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan appeared utterly unfazed, sleeping soundly. Neither the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, nor the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, nor the chemistry teacher, Du Ming Huang, nor the biology teacher, Yaku Tang, paid him any mind, particularly the latter two. Although they had previously shown little concern for Jiang Nan, it was due to their abandonment of hope for him. However, now this student excels. Achieving full marks in chemistry, biology, is no surprise, as he is indeed a product of my esteemed teaching. This lad possesses the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the two teachers conducted their lessons, they could not help but express their admiration, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Jiang Nan, who was napping at his desk. The other students in the class were utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Nan was truly enjoying a splendid time. It wasn't until the fifth period foreign language class that a shift occurred. In stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor of Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and the others, the foreign language teacher, Ms. Yang, entered the classroom with a look of deep discontent and promptly addressed the exam papers without any preliminary remarks about the scores. Even a fool could sense the tension in the air. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of impending storms. As expected, once the foreign language class concluded, Ms. Yang approached Jiang Nan, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Jiang Nan, come with me. Teacher, where are we going? To the office. Our group leader wishes to speak with you. The group leader wants to see me? What about? You'll find out when you get there. I didn't make any mistakes in class, did I? You didn't T-err in class, but what about the exam? Jiang Nan thought, so it has finally come to this? He made no resistance and obediently followed Ms. Yang out of the classroom, for he was the one who had let others down. Upon arriving at the foreign language department's office, as soon as they entered, a dozen foreign language teachers turned their heads to regard them, their gazes laden with significance. Jiang Nan, though feeling somewhat brazen, lowered his head and pressed his lips together, uncertain of the reason behind the scrutiny. Before the head of the foreign language department, a middle-aged man resembling the past Chao Tianyuan, donned glasses and exuded a slightly stern presence. He inquired, so you are the super scholar, Jiang Nan? Super scholar? Teacher, that is too much flattery. I am not a scholar. Do not be modest. To achieve full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science simultaneously is an unparalleled feat in the history of our school. If that does not qualify you as a scholar, then others hardly merit the title of even mediocre, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Nan felt that the group leader's words were laden with implications that were difficult to navigate. By the way, Jiang Nan, what do you think of your foreign language teacher, Miss Yang? Huh, Miss Yang? She is wonderful. She is kind, attractive, and we all really like her. Oh, so it is precisely because you admire her that despite your ability to score full marks in foreign language, you intentionally chose to score 0 in order to attract Miss Yang's attention. Is that so? Jiang Nan could only respond in bewilderment. What? What is this all about? He harbors feelings for Yang, so he deliberately scored 0? Goodness, what a peculiar line of reasoning. Although Yang is young and quite beautiful, she, along with Hu Yifei, is often regarded as one of the two blossoms among the teachers at the school. Countless students have harbored such sentiments. However, Jiang Nan is quite innocent. He has never entertained such thoughts. Dear teacher, you have misunderstood. The affection I speak of is merely a student's admiration for their teacher. As for my score of 0 on the foreign language exam, that was purely due to my own inadequacy. Oh, truly? You must be sincere. Yet I shall strive to improve next time. All right, Jiang Nan, there is no need for you to defend yourself. Li Ming has already confessed. He admitted to copying your draft paper, which is why he scored 140 and achieved the highest mark in the foreign language subject across the school. Jiang Nan, His mind was in a state of bewilderment. Li Ming? Where did this person come from? He copied his own draft paper to achieve the highest score? How could he be unaware of this? What? Do you not know Li Ming? No, I do not know him. Jiang Nan shook his head. To be honest, he truly does not recognize any Li Ming. He is from class 301, also one of my students, and he sat beside you during the recent monthly exam. Typically, his performance in foreign language is merely average, yet this time, he scored 140, achieving full marks on all questions, except for the essay where he lost 10 points. However, when his homeroom teacher asked him to share his experiences of improving in foreign language, he became so nervous that he fainted. Upon inquiry later, he confessed that he could not resist the temptation to copy from your draft paper, with the exception of the essay. This implies that your foreign language skills are commendable. You evidently completed all the answers correctly on your draft paper, save for the essay. You could have scored at least 140, or even a perfect score, just like in your other subjects. However, on the answer sheet, you deliberately avoided all the correct answers, and even wrote the essay in ancient Greek. If your intention was not to attract Teacher Yang's attention, I cannot fathom any other motive. At this moment, the head of the foreign language department transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, sporting a detective-esque smile as he elaborated. Jiang Nan. He was utterly perplexed. Goodness, what kind of deduction is this, teacher? I feel as though I cannot clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. And as for Li Ming, he is truly a fool. By the way, you copying my draft paper is one thing. But then you suddenly have a moment of clarity and attempt to play the honesty game? You have not only harmed yourself, but also sought to drag me down. All right, Jiang Nan, you may return home now. Rest assured, we will keep your secret regarding your attempt to attract Teacher Yang's attention. Scoring full marks in all other subjects while receiving a 0 in foreign language, for this is not your fault. The trials of adolescence. It is quite natural for such thoughts to take root. Moreover, Teacher Yang is not only beautiful, but also gracefully strides in high heels and wears light attire during her classes. In due course, I shall ensure she corrects this. As a teacher, how could one adorn oneself in such a trendy manner? As for you, your primary focus should remain on your studies. Remember, in the upcoming examination, you must achieve results that reflect your true capabilities. Do not allow yourself to score 0 again. Once your college entrance examinations conclude, matters of romance will no longer be of my concern. Should fate permit, a relationship between you and Teacher Yang could indeed be possible. After all, instances of student-teacher romances are not uncommon in contemporary society. Chapter 86. Once again, the entire school was ablaze with excitement. Jiang Nan and Yang both wore expressions of profound embarrassment, especially Teacher Yang, whose cheeks burned crimson, unable to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. Had she known that the group leader would utter such words to him, she would have refrained from bringing him along. Although Jiang Nan is quite handsome and academically accomplished, his decision to deliberately score 0 was a ploy to gain her attention. While this tactic may seem juvenile, it is rather endearing and evokes a sense of admiration. However, she is, after all, his teacher, significantly older than him. How could she possibly engage in a romance with her student? Oh dear. The thought of being laughed at is mortifying. In an instant, Yang's face was awash with shyness. Yet, the surrounding foreign language teachers could not contain their amusement, bending over in laughter. How romantic. Truly, Teacher Yang possesses an undeniable charm that has unwittingly captured the heart of this newly minted academic prodigy. Despite Jiang Nan scoring full marks in all subjects during this month's examination, he achieved a notable 0 in foreign language, which subjected our foreign language department to the derision and disdain of the other subject groups. Nevertheless, Teacher Yang's allure provides us ample opportunity to boast in front of the others. How delightful. Let us proceed. Indeed, Jiang Nan's prowess is astonishing. This examination saw him break historical records at Sanzhong and throughout the entire Jiang city, achieving perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. Although he scored 0 in foreign language, he possesses the capability for a perfect score, even though this was merely a monthly examination. Its difficulty rivaled that of the college entrance examination. This implies that Jiang Nan has the potential to emerge as a top scorer, with a high likelihood of gaining admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Beida. Thus, the head of the foreign language department treated Jiang Nan with kindness, and numerous foreign language teachers playfully teased him about his connection with Yang. Had it been another student, daring to harbor secret affections for a teacher and resorting to such trivial antics to attract her attention, they would have faced severe reprimands from the school. As for Jiang Nan, he found himself utterly bewildered, unsure of how to extricate himself from the foreign language department. In summary, it was all quite perplexing, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. What did the head of the foreign language department say? What were those foreign language teachers laughing about? He was utterly oblivious. All he knew was that those foreign language instructors were lost in their own imaginations, casting peculiar glances in his direction. Yet, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to defend himself. Furthermore, this madness seemed to be contagious. Upon returning to the classroom, he was met with similarly odd looks from his classmates, filled with what appeared to be admiration. Many boys, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who typically had a contentious relationship with Jiang Nan, were giving him thumbs up. As for Wang Fatty, his jolly visage crinkled into a smile as he enveloped Jiang Nan in an encouraging bear hug. Only Bai Ying pouted, her expression stormy and filled with icy disdain as she regarded Jiang Nan. Upon taking his seat, Jiang Nan felt a shiver run down his spine. Even without direct contact with Bai Ying, what on earth happened during my absence? Has everyone gone mad? I don't know. You might as well ask someone else. Perhaps Wang Fatty. I need to focus on my studies, so please don't disturb me. Jiang Nan thought to himself, this is decidedly peculiar. Something is amiss. Everyone seems off, including Bai Ying. What transpired while I was away? Have they all misunderstood something? It feels like I've returned to a different group of people. Misunderstanding? No, there is no misunderstanding on our part, nor is there on mine. Are you really going to claim that you don't have feelings for Teacher Yang? No, I don't like her. But if you could achieve a perfect score in foreign languages, why would you intentionally score 0? Jiang Nan realized he was cornered by yet another damning question, one that had no answer. After all, his 0 score was a result of a score control task imposed by the system. He certainly couldn't sell out the system. Ying, you've all misconstrued the situation. I swear on my conscience, my 0 score wasn't due to any affection for Teacher Yang. It was merely for amusement, as I had no desire to obtain a perfect score. Really? Of course, it's true. I would never deceive you. Yet, word from the foreign language department suggests that you could have scored perfectly, just like in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. You even wrote the correct answers on your scratch paper, enabling the student next to you, Li Ming, to achieve the highest score in the school. But you chose to purposely write everything incorrectly to catch Teacher Yang's attention, resulting in a score of 0. Now, I suspect the entire school is aware of it. You have feelings for Teacher Yang. Jiang Nan felt utterly speechless, completely at a loss for words. No wonder his classmates looked at him strangely. It all made sense now. But what had the head of the foreign language department said? Wasn't he supposed to keep it a secret? Yet, the moment he stepped out of the office, the entire school was in the know. This is an absolute disaster. He was aware of the students' penchant for gossip. Yet he never anticipated that the fervor for gossip among the foreign language teachers would far surpass that of the students. You might brush off your own misunderstandings, but to deliberately stir up a tempest and lead everyone to misconstrue the situation? Truly, you teachers are underappreciated. Perhaps you should consider a career as screenwriters or entertainment reporters for gossip magazines. The 6th period was Chinese literature, yet Hu Yifei's mood was far from pleasant. This was due to her encounters on the way, where she had not one, but several foreign language teachers boasting about their supposed resemblance to the illustrious Yang. Students, let me reiterate. Our school strictly prohibits romantic relationships, especially the clandestine affection for teachers. Engaging in petty antics during exams to draw attention and ending up with a score of 0 is utterly juvenile. You must take heed and devote your energies to your studies, striving for excellent results in the college entrance examinations. Only then can you truly honor your parents and yourselves, ensuring a future devoid of regret. Jiang Nan pondered, what has he done to deserve this? It feels as though he is being unjustly targeted. He wondered if the teachers could allow for a moment of levity. As the Chinese literature class commenced, he found it difficult to even rest his head, plagued by an unsettling sensation that some malevolent gaze was lingering upon him, sending shivers down his spine. At last, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Hu Yifei slammed her palm onto Jiang Nan's desk, saying, Jiang Nan, stop sleeping. Come with me. The heads of the math, physics, chemistry, and biology departments are looking for you. Chapter 87. Is this truly a math competition question? It's far too simple. Jiang Nan was summoned once more. Is being a top student such a coveted position? First, it was the head of the foreign language department, and now it was the leaders of math, physics, chemistry, and biology. As soon as class ended, Hu Yifei swiftly pulled Jiang Nan away, leaving the rest of the class in astonishment. Goodness, those are the heads of each subject. Under normal circumstances, we rarely see them. But today, Jiang Nan has encountered them all. What an extraordinary turn of events. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan followed Hu Yifei out of the classroom and into the academic affairs office. Upon entering, he noticed several teachers seated within, four of whom he recognized. The math teacher, Chao Tianyuan, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, the chemistry teacher, Du Ming Huang, and the biology teacher, Yaku Tang. However, there were four others he did not recognize. It was evident that these were the heads of the four core subjects. Esteemed heads, I present to you Jiang Nan, Hu Yifei announced. Oh, Jiang Nan has arrived? In an instant, all 8 teachers in the room stood up in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Thankfully, there were no other students present, or it would have surely caused quite a stir. It has always been students who show utmost respect to their teachers. When have we ever witnessed a group of educators extending such courtesy to a single pupil? Moreover, these are not ordinary teachers. Each one is a head of their respective subject departments, individuals of significant standing within the school, second only to the principal and the director of education. However, the protagonist, Jiang Nan, remains remarkably composed, bowing slightly to the assembled faculty as a form of acknowledgement. Subsequently, he takes a seat beside Hu Yifei. Without delay, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics department and the elder brother figure, speaks candidly. Jiang Nan, we shall not beat around the bush. The reason we have summoned you today is to gauge your capabilities. Gauge my capabilities? Jiang Nan is momentarily taken aback, followed by a bemused chuckle. Hadn't the monthly examination just concluded? Why the need for such evaluations again? It is not quite the same, Zhou Lingfeng replies, shaking his head. Your subject teachers have jointly recommended you to represent the school in the forthcoming Olympiad competitions in mathematics and physics. Although you have achieved full marks in your recent monthly assessments, thereby demonstrating your prowess, these routine exams are distinctly different from the Olympiad challenges. To this end, the school has a dedicated competition team that engages in regular training, and you are being considered as a last-minute addition. While both Teacher Chao and Teacher Xia have vouched for you, the school still finds it necessary to assess your foundational knowledge. I understand, Jiang Nan nods. Previously, both Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei had suggested he participate in the competition with the expectation that he would effortlessly secure a national first prize. At that time, under duress, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Little did he anticipate that the monthly assessment would conclude so swiftly before the competition commenced. Zhou Lingfeng produces a test paper and places it before Jiang Nan. Let us set the other subjects aside for now. This is a specially prepared Olympiad problem set. Please take this opportunity to test yourself. As he speaks, a glimmer of mischief dances in his eyes, for this is not merely an ordinary examination paper. It is a compilation of authentic competition questions that he has painstakingly curated, each problem significantly more challenging than the most difficult questions found in college entrance examinations. Indeed, these problems exist on an entirely different plane. Even in a legitimate Olympiad setting, the difficulty of this paper would be considered exceptional. For the average student, even discerning the approach to solve these problems would be a formidable task, let alone arriving at the correct answers, akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. Completing even a couple of questions would be nothing short of miraculous, and finishing the entire paper would be a fantastical notion. Regardless of how well one performs in standard assessments, encountering these Olympiad questions would inevitably lead to dismay. As anticipated, upon seeing the paper, Jiang Nan's brow furrows in concern. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng discreetly glances at Chao Tianyuan seated beside him, a subtle smile flitting across his face. Ah, old Chao, you often boast before me about the exceptional student you have nurtured, claiming there is no high school mathematics problem they cannot solve, and that you have learned much from them, extolling their virtues to the heavens. Yet now, I must impart a lesson on how to conduct oneself. However, am I perhaps overstepping? Jiang Nan has just secured the top position in the school, achieving full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, basking in the glory of this triumph. If I were to present him with this challenging paper and he were to falter, suffering a blow to his confidence and harboring a shadow in his heart, that would be regrettable. Zhou Lingfeng initially felt a flicker of satisfaction, but soon his expression shifted to one of concern, accompanied by a twinge of regret and guilt. In contrast, Chao Tianyuan remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Lingfeng's gaze. exuding confidence in Jiang Nan's capabilities, a sentiment shared by Xia Hongwei and Hu Yifei. As for the others, given their limited acquaintance with Jiang Nan, they mirrored Zhou Lingfeng's uncertainty. Very well. Shall we step outside? Solving problems requires a tranquil environment. We shouldn't disturb Jiang Nan, Zhou Lingfeng suggested unexpectedly. He had already crafted a challenging paper and did not wish to encircle Jiang Nan with undue psychological pressure. The teachers present concurred wholeheartedly. Indeed, let us exit together, allowing him the serenity to work on the problems. We shall return in 2 hours. As the group began to rise to leave, Jiang Nan, who had just scanned the paper, suddenly spoke. Is this the Olympiad competition paper? It seems rather simple. A collective gasp resonated through the room, akin to a thunderclap echoing in their hearts. Zhou Lingfeng was the first to react. What? What is Jiang Nan saying? He believes this Olympiad paper is too simple? Goodness! Such audacity. Each question in this paper was meticulously selected, designed to pose a challenge. Had he not seen the answers beforehand, he might not have been able to solve them on the spot. Where does this assertion of simplicity stem from? Jiang Nan, you haven't even begun the paper. It's still blank. Shouldn't you refrain from such grand proclamations? Zhou Lingfeng instinctively chastised. Yet Jiang Nan replied earnestly, it truly is simple. Just a glance reveals the answers. Is there even a need to work them out? Chapter 88. Solving without paper and pencil, answering instantaneously in mental arithmetic? A sharp intake of breath filled the room, particularly from Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics group, who was so astonished that his hand clutched his chest as if he might faint from the shock. Goodness! The examination questions he painstakingly crafted were deemed simplistic by Jiang Nan, who claimed that merely glancing at them sufficed to ascertain the answers, rendering any further effort unnecessary. Such audacious remarks were indeed remarkable. Setting aside the true caliber of Jiang Nan, his ability to boast was unparalleled throughout his decades of teaching experience. Initially, he held Jiang Nan in high regard, particularly since during the recent monthly assessment, Jiang Nan achieved a perfect score in mathematics, surpassing the long-reigning academic prodigy, Qin Feng. Additionally, there was the fervent endorsement from the deputy leader, Chao Tianyuan. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's comments, his esteem began to wane. Very well then. If you assert these questions are simple and can be answered with a mere glance, tell me, what is the answer to this question? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, pointing to the first multiple-choice question. The minimum distance from points on a plane with integer coordinates to the line 5345 is 34170, 3485, 120, or 130. At first glance, it appeared rather straightforward, but that was merely an illusion. To truly arrive at the answer would undoubtedly consume at least half a sheet of scratch paper. Yet, Jiang Nan neither took out paper nor lifted a pen. He merely cast a fleeting glance before confidently stating, the answer is. Zhou Lingfeng gasped in astonishment. For Jiang Nan had indeed chosen the correct answer. Have you encountered this question before? Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. Then how did you arrive at your answer so swiftly? I just mentioned it, didn't I? This question is quite simple. A glance suffices to discern the answer, rendering further computation unnecessary. Zhou Lingfeng nearly choked on his incredulity. Surely, you must have guessed randomly. Explain your reasoning. Let the integer coordinates be x, y. The distance from this point to the line 251, 5120 is given by the formula 2, 51, 51, 22, 5, 215, 25, 5, 312534. Since 553 is a multiple of 5, the absolute minimum value occurs when x equals 1, yielding an absolute value of 2 for the sum of 5, 5, 310, and 12. Therefore, the sought minimum value is 3,485. Zhou Lingfeng was once again rendered speechless. As the author of the question, he had, of course, reviewed both the answer and the solution beforehand. Thus, he could ascertain that Jiang Nan's reasoning was flawless. Indeed, not only correct, but also remarkably concise. The level of talent was truly astonishing. Not only he, but also the heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology departments stood in stunned silence. Only Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei maintained their composure, as they possessed some understanding of Jiang Nan's capabilities. Especially the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, found himself chuckling inwardly, despite the fact that he was merely assessing Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess. This scene was one he was thoroughly familiar with. Previously, he had posed challenging problems to Jiang Nan in class, questions that were notoriously difficult for the average student to solve. Yet, without the need for extensive calculations, Jiang Nan would immediately rise from his seat and provide the correct answer as soon as the problem was presented. It was as if a scene from the past had been resurrected, though the roles had been reversed. As an observer, Xia Hongwei nearly succumbed to laughter. Meanwhile, the stern expression on Chao Tianyuan's face had vanished, replaced by a flicker of pride. He cast a knowing glance at Zhou Lingfeng, amused by the thought. Do you think I am unaware of your little tricks in setting the questions? I simply do not care. After all, in the face of absolute competence, any of your clever ruses are mere paper tigers, easily shattered in a single blow. Impossible. This cannot be real. These are problems from the Olympiad. How could he possibly answer them without even contemplating? Zhou Lingfeng remained incredulous and pointed to the second question. Which option do you choose? 33. And the third? 3,999. The fourth? The price of 2 roses is higher. Lastly, the final question? Zhou Lingfeng and the other teachers were left astounded. Without the aid of paper or pen, Jiang Nan provided instantaneous mental calculations. But that was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in Zhou Lingfeng's reaction. Revealing that Jiang Nan had answered all these questions correctly, Zhou Lingfeng felt as if he were losing his mind. Was this a dream? Yet, upon pinching himself, the sharp pain confirmed reality. This was no dream. Could such a prodigy truly exist? Or was it possible that Jiang Nan was cheating? Zhou Lingfeng turned to Chao Tianyuan. Old Chao, be honest with me. Did you show Jiang Nan the paper in advance and provide him with the answers? Old Zhou, have you lost your mind? Chao Tianyuan retorted. This paper was devised by you at the last minute and treated like a precious gem. I have never even seen it, let alone shown it to Jiang Nan. Zhou Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was the sole possessor of this paper. How could Chao Tianyuan have had access? Then have you been giving him intensive training? Have you had him work through nearly 20 years' worth of competition problems? Chao Tianyuan was struck speechless. If only he had provided Jiang Nan with special training. The reality, however, was that Jiang Nan hardly paid attention in class, let alone received any special instruction. Jiang Nan, why don't you explain your problem-solving process to our team leader here? It might alleviate his doubts. Chao Tianyuan tossed the ball back to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded, pointing to the second question from the diagram. Let us assume that 31 satisfies the equation 221, leading to the conclusion that the area of the equilateral triangle is 33. As soon as this question concluded, Jiang Nan indicated the next one. This question required the expansion formula to find the sum of coefficients by reducing 2 terms at a time, which could be linked to the roots of unity. Utilizing a special value method, the answer is thus selected. The final question was even simpler. Resolved directly through the process of elimination. It was evident that it was not a periodic function, and a casual sketch would suffice to eliminate options. The minimum positive period was determined to be 2, demonstrating a decreasing function in the interval from 0 to 2, thus ruled out. In the interval 0, 2, it remained a decreasing function, leading to further exclusions, leaving only one option remaining. 7329, 088, 72. Chapter 89. Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess was unfathomable. Was he truly eligible for direct admission? After completing 5 multiple-choice questions, the head of the mathematics group, Zhou Lingfeng, was utterly astounded. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally bewildered, including the notorious Huang and the diligent Tang. They were aware of Jiang Nan's capabilities, as evidenced by his perfect score in the monthly mathematics examination. Yet, they had never anticipated he would be this formidable. Zhou Lingfeng meticulously crafted the Olympiad questions. Yet Jiang Nan answered them instantaneously and accurately, even articulating his reasoning process. His thought process was remarkably clear, and his logic impressively rigorous. If it were anyone else, even the top student Qin Feng, who consistently ranked first, would require at least half an hour to solve them, let alone answer correctly. Even Zhou Lingfeng, the group leader, would struggle to resolve them without consulting the answers first. But what of Jiang Nan? 1 or 2 minutes, or perhaps 2 to 3. Regardless, his speed in solving problems was nothing short of extraordinary, with an equally high accuracy rate. The last question employed the method of elimination, seemingly a clever shortcut. What if there were multiple options? Someone ungraciously inquired. Yet, there was no need for Jiang Nan to explain, nor for Chao Tianyuan to speak. Zhou Lingfeng interjected. This is the essence of competitions. Some problems must be tackled step by step to reach the final answer. Attempting to take shortcuts is akin to playing with fire. Conversely, there are some problems where a step-by-step approach would waste considerable time, proving counterproductive. Instead, if one can seize certain key pieces of information and employ clever tactics, efficiency can be astonishing. The crux lies in the solidity of your foundational knowledge, the agility of your mind, and your ability to apply concepts flexibly. Competitions differ from ordinary examinations. One cannot achieve high scores through sheer rote effort. Only by breaking free from conventional thinking and transcending established frameworks can one attain high scores and achieve recognition. As long as one maintains an appropriate measure, success is attainable. Zhou Lingfeng, as the team leader, naturally possesses a high level of expertise. With a few well-chosen words, he effortlessly countered the earlier remarks of the teacher. Competitions? It matters not whether the cat is black or white. A good cat is one that catches mice. Deceit? Such a notion is non-existent. In response, the crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan lifted his eyelids and pointed at the exam paper, saying, "Teacher, do I need to elaborate on the questions at the back? If possible, it would be wise to write down the answers." Zhou Lingfeng handed Jiang Nan a pen. The latter portion consisted of fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions. He was somewhat confident regarding the answers. However, for those beside him that remained uncertain, verbalizing them would be akin to deciphering an ancient script. Particularly with the complex problem-solving questions, even if he knew the answers, relying solely on auditory information could prove challenging for his mind to process. Jiang Nan nodded in understanding, swiftly taking the pen and beginning to write. The strokes flowed like water, swift and graceful. In a mere instant, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation, compelling him to compare the answers. The first question, correct. The second, correct. The third, correct. All fill-in-the-blank answers, correct. The first problem-solving question, correct. The second, still correct. The final question, also correct. This entire set of competition questions, comprising 15 in total, had been flawlessly answered by him. Moreover, he had written with such speed, without even utilizing scrap paper, as if thought flowed effortlessly from his mind. Was it possible he took merely 10 minutes? It seemed not. My goodness, how profound is Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess. Incomprehensible and unfathomable, 1,000 times stronger than the rest. Zhou Lingfeng was utterly astounded, nearly transforming into a frenzied gorilla, howling at the sky. As Jiang Nan paused to put down his pen, Zhou Lingfeng excitedly grasped his hand. "Classmate Jiang Nan, I officially invite you to join our mathematical Olympiad team. With your mathematical abilities, I can assure you, you will undoubtedly secure a provincial first and gain entry into the summer camp. Subsequently, you could achieve a national first, joining the national team, thus negating the need to partake in the college entrance examination. As long as there are available quotas in the province, you would be granted direct admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University. Each province has its quota for direct admissions. However, over the past decade, our school has yet to secure even one. This is solely because our institution has not nurtured any exceptional students who have attained a national first in the Olympiad. At most, we have managed provincial firsts and seconds. Therefore, it is only natural that the province and city would not squander their quotas on our school. This year, an extraordinary talent emerged from the third high school, known as Jiang Nan. Once he secures a national first prize, the opportunity for direct admission is guaranteed. Naturally, Zhou Lingfeng was elated beyond measure. Although Jiang Nan was not his protege, witnessing such a mathematical marvel from the school's math team in his lifetime left him feeling fulfilled. However, the head of the physics department could no longer bear to watch and hurried over to separate Zhou Lingfeng from Jiang Nan. "What are you doing, old Zhou? We had agreed that Jiang Nan would tackle the competition papers for all subjects. He hasn't even addressed the physics yet, and you want to include him in your math competition team? What's the matter, Lao Li? Are you feeling envious?" Zhou Lingfeng clung to Jiang Nan's hand with pride. With Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess, he was already set to win awards and gain admission. So why should he concern himself with other subjects? "You are being unreasonable, old Zhou. What if Jiang Nan's physics skills surpass his mathematics?" The head of the physics department retorted. "Indeed, there's also chemistry. He should try that as well." The heads of the chemistry and biology departments were equally unwilling to be left out and quickly voiced their agreement. At that moment, the four department heads appeared poised for a fierce dispute over Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei merely observed the spectacle, amused yet silent. Only Hu Yifei swiftly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Director Zhou, I believe the three heads have a point. Since they prepared everything, let us have Jiang Nan attempt all of it and gauge his true abilities." For Hu Yifei, the more outstanding Jiang Nan's performance across subjects, the more delighted she felt, basking in reflected glory as his homeroom teacher. Naturally, she was eager for Jiang Nan to complete all the papers and dazzle the four department heads with his brilliance. Since teacher Hu has spoken, very well. If he must do it, let him do it. Ultimately, Zhou Lingfeng had no choice but to release Jiang Nan. However, he remained calm and unperturbed. After all, Jiang Nan's mathematical capabilities had proven to be boundless, an unfathomable abyss without limits. His speed and accuracy in solving problems were unprecedented, a true marvel. He couldn't conceive that Jiang Nan's physics prowess could surpass his mathematics. As for chemistry and biology, that seemed even less likely. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology departments placed the competition papers they had prepared before Jiang Nan. Yet, as the subject of attention, Jiang Nan found himself momentarily bewildered by the three papers. These questions are so simplistic. Do they really expect me to tackle them? Isn't this a waste of time? As the afternoon's third class approached, Jiang Nan rose to leave, contemplating his attendance. However, as soon as he made a move, several group leaders restrained him. "Class, with your current level, what purpose would it serve? You should merely focus on solving problems. Besides, don't think we are unaware. You even sleep during exams, let alone attending class." Jiang Nan realized that his intention was not to attend class, but rather to concoct an excuse to sneak away and indulge in sleep. Yet, he pondered whether skipping class was truly appropriate, for he was still a student and ought to adhere to discipline. No need for that. What discipline? It may apply to others, but it does not bind you. In my capacity as the head of the mathematics group and the Olympiad competition team, I assure you, as long as you engage in mathematical studies, you need not attend any other classes. Of course, if you feel weary and wish to listen in during class, that is permissible, Zhou Lingfeng declared with a confident wave of his hand. Hu Yifei, Xia Hongwei, Du Minghuang, and Yaku Tang exchanged glances, speechless. What is the meaning of this? While Jiang Nan is undoubtedly proficient in mathematics, he excels in other subjects as well. How can you prevent him from attending our classes? This is intolerable. Zhou, your words are excessive. Jiang Nan may be adept in mathematics, but his prowess in literature is even more pronounced. Although I encourage him to participate in more competitions, it is merely to earn accolades for the school. In truth, our literature group has long suggested that Jiang Nan pursue a path solely in literature. Hu Yifei was the first to voice her dissent, asserting that Jiang Nan's previous classical essay was sufficient proof of his literary competence, rivaling his mathematical skills. Yet, literature lacks an Olympiad competition, thus no awards to secure direct advancement. Hence, she agreed to support Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei's recommendation for Jiang Nan to partake in mathematics and physics competitions. However, Zhou Lingfeng's desire to claim him as his own was simply intolerable. Despite Zhou Lingfeng's position as the head of the mathematics group, Hu Yifei was determined to stand her ground. Simultaneously, the heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally unwilling to concede, suggesting that Jiang Nan first tackle the physics, chemistry, biology papers, should his proficiency in those subjects match his mathematical abilities. They too would guarantee that he need only join the respective competition teams, exempting him from further classes. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Do they not understand that mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines? Though we are all group leaders, I am the elder brother here. How dare they attempt to poach my candidate? Are you weary of it all? Jiang Nan has yet to tackle the questions. However, a significant internal struggle is about to commence. Ultimately, it was Chao Tianyuan, the onlooker, who persuaded everyone to cease their quarrels and allow Jiang Nan to focus on the task at hand. Indeed, let him tackle the questions first. The matter of allegiance can be addressed later. When the time comes, we shall compare whose prowess is superior. Jiang Nan, hasten. Complete this physics competition paper with utmost dedication. And this chemistry paper. If you achieve a perfect score, I shall ensure your protection at school henceforth. I must also attend to this biology paper. The three group leaders were fixated on Jiang Nan, their expressions filled with anticipation. Yet, Jiang Nan glanced at the papers, and as before, did not immediately take up his pen, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Jiang Nan, how do you feel? Surely, physics, chemistry, and biology cannot compare to the intrigue of mathematics. If you are not inclined to proceed, then do not. Zhou Lingfeng interjected casually. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the other group leaders. Old Zhou, you are lacking in decorum. What do you mean that physics, chemistry, and biology are less engaging than mathematics? Clearly, mathematics is the most tedious of all subjects. You ought to remain silent. Jiang Nan is currently pondering his answers. If you have nothing to contribute, kindly step outside and refrain from disturbing him. Zhou Lingfeng replied, very well. One cannot contend against three. I shall endure for now. You will soon realize that Jiang Nan excels most in mathematics, even if the heavens themselves descended. He shall not be contested. 3 minutes elapsed. Jiang Nan remained motionless, pen in hand. Yet, as the 3 minutes came to an end, Jiang Nan picked up the physics paper and spoke directly. Multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, light source, prism, 0, 10, 1, 8424. Upon hearing this, the leader of the physics group momentarily stood in shock. It was only after a prompt from Xia Hongwei that he quickly regained his composure and retrieved the prepared answers for comparison. Simultaneously, Zhou Lingfeng could not resist leaning in for a closer look. Light source, prism, 0, 10, 1, 8424. Jiang Nan's responses to the fill-in-the-blank questions were correct, identical to the standard answers. However, for the multiple-choice question, Oldly, take a look. The answer to the last multiple-choice question is, yet, Jiang Nan chose. Thus he is incorrect. Zhou Lingfeng burst into laughter, clearly delighted. It seems Jiang Nan is indeed more suited to mathematics. No need for further debate. Typically, when a student answers incorrectly, a teacher would be displeased. Yet, in this instance, Jiang Nan's error brought Zhou Lingfeng immense joy, excitement coursing through him. How peculiar it is. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. How could this be? The final physics multiple-choice question was remarkably simple, merely a synthesis of mechanics, magnetic fields, and the conservation of energy, involving the application of 7 or 8 commonly used formulas. How could one possibly err? Meanwhile, several other teachers hastily leaned in to observe. In the next moment, Xia Hongwei nudged the head of the physics department, Oldly, and pointed to the last question on the paper, saying, Oldly, have you made a mistake? The answer options are identical. The 4 options presented were 32, 16, 2, 16, 2, 32. Although the options were arranged differently, the answers were indeed the same. Thus, Jiang Nan's selections were not erroneous. It was the question that was flawed. I knew it. Jiang Nan rubbed the tip of his nose, shaking his head. Such a straightforward question. How could he possibly choose incorrectly? The only plausible explanation was that upon seeing the first answer was correct, he neglected the subsequent options and selected directly. Who would have thought there would be 2 identical answers? Yet the issue was that this was a single-choice question. In response, Xia Hongwei expressed his dissatisfaction. Oldly, how could you test Jiang Nan with a flawed question paper? Fortunately, I caught it. Otherwise, someone might genuinely believe Jiang Nan's physics skills were inferior to his mathematics. My apologies, old Xia. This is indeed my mistake. I misphrased the question. Upon hearing this, the head of the physics department slapped his forehead in regret, though a smile lingered on his face as he turned to Zhou Lingfeng, saying, Old Zhou, did you see that? Jiang Nan's physics prowess is equally commendable. In merely 3 minutes, he completed the entire paper, and even with the error, he would not falter. Chapter 91. Anomaly. I implore you to cease your divine powers. I cannot endure any longer. Zhou Lingfeng, damn it. He didn't even gain an advantage? Humph. This is merely a multiple-choice question. There are still subsequent problem-solving questions left to tackle. Zhou Lingfeng snorted disdainfully, gritting his teeth in frustration. He now hoped that Jiang Nan could at least redeem himself in the later questions, making a mistake or 2. No need for a complete failure. Just not achieving full marks would suffice. Otherwise, with the temperament of the head of the physics department, coupled with Xia Hongwei, they would undoubtedly compete for Jiang Nan's favor. Yet, Jiang Nan was truly a mathematical prodigy. If he were to focus solely on mathematics, his future achievements would be boundless. How could he squander time on other subjects? However, contrary to his wishes, disappointment was inevitable. Jiang Nan had not been idle. Within the brief exchange, he had already begun working on the paper. At a certain point on a level surface, 2 small balls were projected at the same velocity of 0, each at different angles of projection, and their ranges were identical. Given the time a small ball spends in the air, we are to determine this duration, with the acceleration due to gravity taken into account and air resistance disregarded. Observing the Sun from the blue planet, the angular size of the Sun's diameter is noted to be 0.053. The length of 1 degree of latitude on the surface of the blue planet measures 110, and the gravitational acceleration at the surface is 10. 2. The orbital period of the blue planet is 365 days. Utilizing only these data, we aim to compute the ratio of the densities of the blue planet and the Sun, assuming both celestial bodies are uniformly distributed spheres. This test comprises 5 problem-solving questions, encompassing nearly all knowledge acquired in high school. As for the difficulty, it far surpasses the previous monthly examinations. This is largely attributed to Chao Tianyuan's incessant boasting before Zhou Lingfeng regarding the prowess of Jiang Nan's mathematics. Just as Xie Hongwei has similarly extolled the remarkable strength of Jiang Nan's physics before his teacher, Li. This assessment was inherently designed to gauge the true capabilities of Jiang Nan. Hence the necessity for a thorough demonstration of skill. After all, should Jiang Nan achieve a perfect score on this paper, it would signify a resounding failure in this evaluation. For instance, consider the previous monthly examination or the recent mathematics competition problems. Such outcomes would be a blatant embarrassment for the instructors. As Jiang Nan commenced tackling the problems, the head of the physics department was filled with trepidation, fervently wishing for Jiang Nan to solve every question correctly, thereby proving himself a prodigious talent in physics, yet acutely aware of the improbability of such an outcome. However, this thought had scarcely formed when the sound of pen against paper resonated. Jiang Nan appeared to scarcely glance at the problems, yet his pen danced across the page, completing the first problem with remarkable speed. Following swiftly were the second, third, and even the final question, all finished in what could not have been more than 2 or 3 minutes. As the principal participant, Jiang Nan concluded the physics paper in the shortest possible time, yet did not pause, immediately turning to the chemistry paper. In a mere 3 minutes, he had finished it as well, subsequently moving on to the biology paper, which he completed even more swiftly, in just a minute or two. The heads of the respective departments, physics, chemistry, and biology, stood in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. What just transpired? In the brief span of approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Nan managed to complete all 3 competition papers in physics, chemistry, and biology? How could this be possible? The speed was astonishing. It was as if he were a supernatural being. Even copying the answers could not be accomplished with such rapidity, let alone doing so correctly. Realizing that Jiang Nan had finished, the 3 leaders were urged by Hu Yifei to commence grading the papers. Instantly, they snapped back to attention and hastily began comparing the answers with the responses Jiang Nan had provided. First, let's address the physics segment. In response to the first question, Jiang Nan provided the answer, 4022. For the final question, he wrote down, 392. To everyone's astonishment, the answers were identical. The head of the physics group was utterly flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the solution process. Yet, Jiang Nan's method of resolution could only be described in 8 words: concise, flawless, and impeccable. Perfect score? Old Li gasped as he uttered those 2 words. Just moments ago, he had deemed the possibility of Jiang Nan getting everything right to be exceedingly slim. But now he found himself painfully contradicted. Such prowess was astonishing. Even he felt compelled to bow in reverence. Having been in the field for nearly 40 years, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent in physics. To claim that Jiang Nan was a cold, unfeeling answering machine would be a gross understatement of his speed and accuracy in solving problems. Jiang Nan, have you perhaps encountered these problems before? Did you already know the processes and the answers? Old Li instinctively asked. However, he regretted the question almost immediately. After all, even if Jiang Nan had previously solved them and was aware of the answers, it was inconceivable that he could complete them with such swiftness and precision. Moreover, he had authored these questions himself, with no one else privy to them. How could Jiang Nan have preemptively solved them? I haven't tackled these problems. They are far too simplistic, not even comparable to my regular homework, and I had no desire to attempt them, Jiang Nan replied with remarkable indifference. The head of the physics group exclaimed, "Can you believe this? Is this even humanly possible?" He had meticulously curated a set of competition questions that could stump even himself. Yet Jiang Nan found them so simple that they paled in comparison to his routine assignments, devoid of any desire to engage. With his emerald eyes darting towards Xie Hongwei, he could hardly suppress a visceral reaction. "Old Xie, are your usual assignments truly that terrifying? Are they even more challenging than my competition problems? Xia Hongwei, casting a glance at Jiang Nan, remained speechless. To be fair, he had merely posed a few challenging questions in class to test Jiang Nan. However, he had never set such daunting assignments in the past. Furthermore, when had Jiang Nan ever submitted his homework? At that moment, two astonished exclamations resonated from the side. From the heads of the chemistry and biology departments. They stared at Jiang Nan, clutching their papers in disbelief. You scored full marks in chemistry, biology, as well? Full marks in chemistry? Full marks in biology. Coupled with the earlier perfect scores in mathematics and physics, that amounted to 4 perfect scores. Unbelievable. These were competition papers, not mere monthly examination sheets. How could Jiang Nan have achieved full marks? Moreover, he had accomplished all this in less than half an hour. It is simply astonishing. In an instant, several group leaders were left dumbfounded, and the atmosphere within the academic affairs office became palpably tense. Only Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei appeared relatively composed, while the others seemed as though they had encountered a ghost. Academic prodigy, a superlative genius. Do you not possess even the slightest inclination towards any particular subject? Your prowess across all disciplines is unfathomable, and it places us in a rather precarious position. With respect to the Olympiads in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, how are we to compete with you? You are a veritable enigma. I beseech you, restrain your extraordinary talents. We cannot endure this. Chapter 92. I participated in all 4 Olympiads of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Jiang Nan, I reiterate, your mathematical skills are unparalleled. You should join our mathematics competition team. Securing a national first prize would effortlessly guarantee your admission, and your future would be limitless. Having finally regained his composure, Zhou Lingfeng promptly grasped Jiang Nan's arm. He vowed that no one would dare contest the brilliance of Jiang Nan, not even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when the head of the physics group, Old Li, interjected. Old Zhou, who claims Jiang Nan is the strongest in mathematics. Did you not notice he also scored full marks in physics? According to my assessment, his aptitude in physics surpasses that of mathematics, and he ought to join the physics competition team, where he could likewise secure a national first prize. Moreover, concerning chemistry, I observed that Jiang Nan spent nearly 10 minutes on mathematics and 5 or 6 minutes on physics, but only 2 or 3 minutes on my chemistry problems. Such speed speaks volumes. Jiang Nan is evidently more adept in chemistry and should therefore be part of the chemistry competition team. No, if we are to discuss speed. Jiang Nan took merely 1 or 2 minutes on my biology exam. Hence, it is in biology that he truly excels. I strongly advocate for his inclusion in the biology competition team. Nonsense. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. In terms of prestige, the mathematics Olympiad far exceeds that of any other subject. If Jiang Nan does not participate in mathematics, what should he engage in instead? Old Zhou, while mathematics is indeed the cornerstone of all subjects, it remains merely foundational. Physics is the elevation, through the lens of physics. One can explore the stars and the vast ocean, delving into the future of the universe. Therefore, Jiang Nan ought to join the physics competition team. Old Li, your reasoning is equally flawed. While physics may allow for the exploration of the cosmos, such pursuits are rather abstract. In contrast, chemistry is intrinsically linked to our daily lives. Should Jiang Nan pursue chemistry, he is destined to become an expert, a master, making significant contributions to the enhancement of human living conditions and the improvement of life quality. Thus, I propose he join the chemistry competition team. Huh. No, you are all mistaken. What foundation, what universe, what life? One must recognize that all humans experience birth, aging, illness, and death. The most pressing concerns revolve around these very phenomena, along with the fundamental question of identity. In my view, Jiang Nan should join the biology competition team, aspiring to become a biologist in the future. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Biology, a mere secondary discipline, could hardly be compared to the grandeur of mathematics. Such a comparison was nothing short of self-degradation. Physics promised greater prospects, yet chemistry held the esteemed position of being paramount. The 4 group leaders were in a frenzy, employing every conceivable tactic in their desperate bid for victory over Jiang Nan, resorting even to expletives. Teetering on the brink of physical confrontation, the notion of preserving the teacher's dignity? Utter nonsense. At such a juncture, who cared for face? If Jiang Nan were merely an average academic achiever, it would have sufficed. However, he was no ordinary scholar. He was a genius amongst geniuses, a prodigy, an exceptional talent. Whichever subject he chose, he was destined to become a leading expert, achieving remarkable feats in that field. In pursuit of their respective disciplines' glory, the leaders of the chemistry and biology groups were resolute in their determination. Their respective teachers, Mr. Huang from chemistry and Mr. Tang from biology, were fully supportive. Yet, the leaders of the mathematics and physics groups, Zhou Lingfeng and Old Li, were bolstered by the assistance of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. In an instant, the 8 esteemed educators were locked in a fierce confrontation, nearly shaking the very foundations of the academic office. As the principal party involved, Jiang Nan found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, no one emerged victorious in the verbal skirmish. It was once again Hu Yifei who stepped forward to mediate, suggesting that the decision regarding which competition group Jiang Nan should join ought to rest solely with him. A sound proposition indeed. Thus, all eyes turned expectantly towards Jiang Nan. Given the impasse among the 4 subjects in their respective examinations, the onus was now on him to make a choice. Jiang Nan smirked. "Ah, so you finally thought of me? To be honest, I find myself in quite a predicament. As the master of a score control system, he naturally wished for as many examination opportunities as possible. After all, it was only through examinations that he could undertake his scoring tasks, ultimately accruing points and rewards. Yet, he was also plagued by anxiety. The assembled teachers believed he could effortlessly secure a top national score. Was that expectation perhaps too lofty? It is essential to recognize that achieving such a score was not solely at his discretion. He was bound by the parameters of the system's tasks. While the system had recently undergone a transformation, allowing him to attain perfect scores on several occasions, one could never predict whether it might, like in previous language assessments, inexplicably falter and yield a score of 0. Should the system malfunction, it would be nothing short of fortunate to avoid an early elimination, let alone secure the coveted top score. At that moment, it became exceedingly difficult for him to explain himself to the crowd. This predicament was rather vexing. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A task has emerged. The host is required to participate in competitions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology simultaneously. Oh my goodness! Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This situation was utterly absurd. The system had unexpectedly generated a task. Moreover, this task was entirely different from the previous grading control tasks. It was evident that it required him to make choices. This cunning system had truly evolved. He had initially intended to select between mathematics and physics competitions, yet the system demanded he engage in all of them. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. Simultaneously, upon hearing Jiang Nan's outburst, the surrounding teachers' expressions turned serious, startled by his sudden exclamation. They had assumed Jiang Nan was about to abandon the endeavor, especially since they had been embroiled in a heated debate without once soliciting his opinion. Consequently, they all rushed to comfort Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, what's the matter? Do you have any difficulties? Please feel free to tell me," urged Zhou Lingfeng. "Jiang Nan, maintaining a steady mindset is paramount. You must keep your composure," advised Old Li from the physics group. "We hope you participate in the competition for your own benefit. It will help you avoid unnecessary detours," remarked the head of the chemistry group. "As long as you can secure a prize, not only will it enhance your college entrance examination scores, but it may even lead to direct admission," added the head of the biology group. Jiang Nan replied, "What is wrong with me? I have no issues at all. You're all making too much of a fuss." However, since they had all expressed their concerns, he felt compelled to acquiesce. "Dear teachers, I assure you, I have no difficulties. There is no need for such debate. I have decided to participate in all 4 competitions: mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology." Chapter 93. The School Bell or the Weeds, which will you choose? "What? You intend to participate in all 4 competitions?" exclaimed the teachers, utterly astounded by Jiang Nan's declaration. Indeed, his words were astonishing. Goodness! Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Those were 4 rigorous competitions. In the history of Sanzhong, only one individual had ever participated in 3 competitions simultaneously, yet ultimately faltered due to a lack of energy, resulting in subpar performances across all 3. Hence, it was generally advisable for an individual to partake in only one competition to avoid being a jack of all trades, master of none. Even the most exceptional scholars typically engaged in just 2. To participate in 3 was a rarity, and to contemplate 4 was simply unheard of. Yet now, Jiang Nan boldly proclaimed his intention to compete in all 4? Was he aiming to break the record of Sanzhong? Jiang Nan, you must think this through carefully. Simultaneously participating in 4 competitions will undoubtedly disperse your considerable energy, potentially yielding counterproductive results. Chao Tianyuan gazed at Jiang Nan and remarked, moreover, the preliminary rounds for the physics and chemistry competitions have been scheduled for the same day. I personally advise that while you engage in the mathematics competition, you should select either physics or chemistry. Old Chao's assertion held merit. Xia Hongwei quickly nodded in agreement, addressing Jiang Nan. My recommendation is that you participate in both the mathematics and physics competitions. If you truly have the stamina, perhaps you could add biology as a third option. After all, biology is the least challenging, and given your aptitude and capabilities, tackling 3 subjects is not overly burdensome, but 4 would be. Old Xia, on what basis do you suggest Jiang Nan partake in mathematics, physics, and biology, while excluding my chemistry? The head of the biology group expressed his discontent. In my view, it would be most prudent for Jiang Nan to enter mathematics, chemistry, and biology, while foregoing physics altogether. The biology group leader was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling slighted that his subject was referred to as merely a supplementary option. While it may indeed be a point of fact, to state it so bluntly felt insulting. Nevertheless, considering that they were all inclined to advocate for Jiang Nan's participation in the biology competition, he chose to remain silent. As he witnessed the teachers preparing to debate once more, Jiang Nan swiftly interjected, "All right, esteemed teachers, I have made my decision. I shall participate in all 4 competitions, and I hope you will support my choice." For him, winning awards was secondary. The paramount concern was that the system had extraordinarily issued a task that he must undertake to receive the associated rewards. Jiang Nan sighed, "Since you have stated it so, then let it be. We shall proceed with your registration. Prepare accordingly. The mathematics competition is next Monday, followed by physics and chemistry on Wednesday, and biology on Friday." Given Jiang Nan's resolute stance and the evident prowess he exhibited across subjects, none of the teachers wished for him to miss out on any competition. Yet, they found themselves unable to outmaneuver one another. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce, unanimously permitting Jiang Nan to compete in all 4 contests. This indeed set a precedent for the 3rd high school, likely for the entire Jiangqing area. With all matters settled, Jiang Nan was free to leave. As he departed, several group leaders converged around Hu Yifei. "Little Hu, you have done remarkably well. Although you have only been teaching for a few years, you have managed to nurture such a talented underdog in your class. Without a doubt, your class will be the standout among this year's senior cohort, and the title of outstanding teacher will rightfully belong to you. We shall promptly petition the school on your behalf, hoping you continue to excel and develop more exceptional students. As the saying goes, a mother is esteemed by her children. Similarly, teachers rise in stature through their student successes. In the past, Hu Yifei, the youngest female teacher at the school and the sole female homeroom teacher for the senior class, held little weight within the institution due to her limited experience. However, the current group leaders present no longer dared to underestimate this junior. In fact, they felt compelled to curry favor with her, as her class had produced an exceptional talent like Jiang Nan, while theirs had not. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei felt a swell of pride within, though she feigned modesty, attributing it all to fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. A reward has been issued. On his way to the classroom, Jiang Nan heard the system prompt resonate in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What task have I completed? Ding! The host has successfully participated in competitions across 4 subjects, a reward of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology foundational knowledge level 1, comprehensive potential level 1, and 100 points has been granted. Jiang Nan was perplexed, his mind filled with question marks. He was certain the system had undergone a transformation recently. No, to be more precise, it had upgraded. If the previous grading system was version 1.0, the current one was 2.0. Without delving into other aspects, the new system's humanized approach was far superior to its predecessor. However, he pondered whether this change was ultimately beneficial or detrimental. Most likely advantageous. After all, no one wishes to confront a cold, unfeeling machine, right? It would be splendid if such tasks became more frequent, extending beyond mere exam grading. Although the enhancements in foundational knowledge and potential seemed inconsequential, the 100 points were indeed valuable, especially considering the simplicity of task completion rendering the points almost like a gift. In a word, delightful. With a relaxed gait, Jiang Nan returned to the classroom just as the third period ended, coinciding perfectly with the dismissal bell. After a prolonged bout of busyness, he intended to rest his head on the desk, but upon taking his seat, he was astonished to find an abundance of envelopes, chocolates, milk tea, and heart-shaped candies adorning his desk. Not only on the desk, but the drawer was also brimming, nearly overflowing. Who sent this box of tissues? Simultaneously, his classmates cast him curious glances. The boys were envious, and the girls were equally so, particularly by Acing, who shot him an irritated look before turning away in disdain. What have I done? Jiang Nan wondered. Why have I upset by Acing, the jealous one? Confused, he turned to his friend Wang Pengzi and asked, "Can you enlighten me on this situation? What else could it be? Nan Shun, you've become a sensation throughout the entire school. As a newly crowned academic prodigy, you have the uncanny ability to utterly vex the seasoned scholar Qin Feng. Simultaneously, you are the unrivaled campus heartthrob, possessing an astonishing beauty that eclipses even the renowned campus idol Yi Zhiqiu from the neighboring class. Ever since you departed from the previous lesson, a steady stream of female students from other classes has been surreptitiously slipping love letters and gifts into your drawer, which has now overflowed, forcing you to place them upon your desk. The spectacle is beyond what you can imagine. I could hardly intervene. Alas, as your brother, all I can do is gift you a box of tissues, hoping you will exercise caution. Remember, you are already taken. On one side stands my goddess, the illustrious Baidak Suiwa, while on the other lies the extravagant allure of indulgent temptations. Which path will you choose? Wang Pengzi spoke with utmost seriousness and gravity. Jiang Nan,